When I was 18, an old pervert harassed my mom. In a fit of rage, I chopped off his manhood and stabbed him multiple times. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to the hospital and died. Luckily, the court ruled it as excessive self-defense, and I only served 3 years in prison. My dad had gone missing years earlier, and while I was in prison, my mom passed away from illness. It said that before she died, she kept muttering my dad's name, saying that if he were around, no one would dare bully our family, and all the thugs in the county, even the city, would kneel before us. I only had a vague memory of my dad, remembering him as tall and big, but I couldn't recall his face. So, I didn't take my mom's words seriously, thinking she was just delirious from her illness. In any case, the family of just me and my mom fell apart. After that, I had nothing left to hold on to, except for one girl who always filled me with regret whenever I thought of her. That girl was Zeng Tongtong, the class beauty from my high school. Zeng Tongtong was stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and a faint, alluring fragrance that always seemed to follow her. Back then, at least half the boys in our class had a crush on her. We were desk mates, and we often joked around and bickered. Over time, I developed feelings for her, and I thought she might feel the same way about me. Once during class, I couldn't resist holding her hand. She tried to pull away at first, but when she realized I wasn't letting go, she gave in, and her face turned red all the way down her neck. That moment is forever etched in my memory. I planned to confess my feelings to her right after graduation. I was certain we'd end up together, but before I could, I ended up in prison. That became my biggest regret. After I got out, I tried reaching out to a few classmates and realized they had no idea what had happened to me. Maybe because everyone went their separate ways after graduation, news didn't travel far. They just thought I had suddenly disappeared. Whatever the reason, I was relieved. It felt like I'd done something bad, but no one had noticed, which gave me hope for the future. I also called Zeng Tongtong. When she answered, she sounded surprised and asked who it was. I replied in a low voice, "It's me." She recognized me immediately and exclaimed, "Li Hu?" I softly said, "Yeah." But before I could say anything else, she bombarded me with questions. "Where have you been all these years? Why couldn't I reach you? Did you graduate from college? What have you been up to lately?" Her questions filled me with both joy and sorrow. Joy because she still remembered me and cared about me, and sorrow because I didn't know how to answer her. I couldn't tell her the truth. I gritted my teeth and hung up. She called back a few times, but I didn't answer. At that moment, I had one thought. I needed to make money to make up for the years ID lost. ID contact Zeng Tongtong again once ID made something of myself. But I never expected that before that day came. We'd meet again and under extremely awkward circumstances. After that day, I worked odd jobs to save up some money and eventually open a car wash. This line of work didn't require any special skills, just hard work and endurance. I remember it was opening day. I had my only employee to save costs. I only hired one person to take the towel racks outside to dry. My phone rang, and it was an unknown number. I answered, and the voice on the other end said, "Li Hu, right? I'm Wang Wei from the City Bureau. I have a task for you. If you do it well, you can make over $10,000 a month." I replied, "I'm your dad," and hung up. Scam calls were coming to me now. Did they think just because I'd been in prison, I didn't know anything? After hanging up, I walked outside, just as a BMW 3 Series pulled up. My employee immediately went to greet them, and I picked up the water hose. But the BMW stopped at the entrance without coming in. The driver, a young man, seemed to be on the phone. The passenger, however, got out. It was a woman in a red dress, her fair skin immediately catching my attention. I thought to myself, her skin is so fair, almost as fair as Zeng Tongtong's. But what I didn't expect was that when she turned around and I saw her face, I was stunned. It was Zeng Tongtong. Years had passed, and Zeng Tongtong had become even more beautiful. Her figure had matured, and she exuded a womanly charm. Her aura had also elevated to a whole new level. Seeing her, I felt awkward. I was dressed shabbily, wearing a faded camouflage outfit and rubber rain boots me standard car wash attire. I looked as disheveled as could be. Meanwhile, she looked more glamorous than ever. I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes and instinctively wanted to retreat. But she recognized me and asked in surprise, "Li Hu?" Since she had acknowledged me, I had no choice but to nod and smile. Zeng Tongtong looked at me incredulously, her eyes scanning me from head to toe. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to be doing this kind of work. She frowned slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but held back. I didn't want to appear in front of Zeng Tongtong like this, but I had no choice. I forced myself to say, "Long time no see." Zeng Tongtong nodded, but remained silent. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, her phone rang, and she stepped aside to answer it. At that moment, another car pulled up. The BMW was blocking the entrance, not moving and obstructing the way. My employee knocked on the window, but the young man inside waved him off impatiently. I walked over to Zeng Tongtong. As I got closer, I overheard her saying into the phone, "I'm honestly speechless. Li Hu is here washing cars. When he called me a while back, I thought he had made something of himself and was coming back to pursue me. I asked him what he'd been up to, and no wonder he wouldn't say. I can't believe he had the confidence. He probably doesn't even make enough in a month to buy one of Wei Liang's car tires. And to think I had such high hopes for him back then. My body froze. Time is a butcher's knife, not only cutting away the years, but also carving away people's hearts. Everything shattered the warm, innocent memories, the face that had blushed when I held her hand, all of it, like colorful bubbles in the sunlight, burst into nothingness with a gust of wind. Zeng Tongtong seemed to sense something and turned around in a panic. Seeing me standing behind her, she looked flustered and quickly tried to backtrack, saying, "Li Hu, I didn't mean it like that." I cut her off, speaking each word deliberately. "Don't worry. I won't call you again." For some reason, I suddenly didn't feel angry anymore. Maybe I realized a woman like her wasn't worth it. I even found it a bit laughable. Was this really the girl I'd been pining over for 3 years? Hearing my words, Zeng Tongtong also got angry and said irritably, "Fine, don't call then. Who are you trying to scare? It's better this way. My boyfriend is the jealous type. If he finds out, he'll break at least half your legs." Before she could finish, the BMW's driver door opened. A young man with a gold chain and a full-sleeve tattoo stepped out, still on the phone. "Got it, Boss Li Hu, right? You'll remember, don't worry. If I get any news about him, I'll report to you immediately, of course. If I see him, I'll kneel and kowtow 3 times. Okay? Haha, just kidding. But seriously, don't worry. I'll treat him with the utmost respect and bring him to you. Yeah, I won't offend him. From now on, he's my dad. If anyone dares to hurt a single hair on his head, I'll fight them to the death. If he wants the sun from the sky, I'll pluck it down for him." The young man hung up and walked over to Zeng Tongtong and me. "What's going on, Tongtong? Ran into an old friend? I saw you two chatting for a while." The young man asked curiously. Chapter 2. I come in search of my father. The young man is Wei Liang, the boyfriend of Zeng Tongtong. I had just overheard her mention him in a phone conversation. He sports a close-cropped hairstyle, a gold chain, tattooed arms, and wears trendy shoes, while a small bag is tucked under his arm, truly the attire of a quintessential urbanite. Zeng Tongtong did not respond to his question, but instead, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Who were you looking for?" "Li Hu. What is the matter? Do you know him?" Wei Liang replied. "Which Li Hu?" Zeng Tongtong furrowed her brow. "A murderer. You truly know him?" Wei Liang remarked with a click of his tongue. The name Li Hu is not particularly rare, but upon hearing the word murderer, a chill ran down my spine, as I suspected he was indeed looking for me. However, Zeng Tongtong remained oblivious to my situation, sighing in relief and casting me a glance that seemed to say it was none of my business. Wei Liang's earlier comment about treating Li Hu like a father had likely startled her. "I don't know him. I'm just curious." "A murderer? What's going on?" Zeng Tongtong pressed further. "Ah, you know Lao Fu, right?" "Yes, he was a notorious thug in our county, got rich from coal mining in the 90s, but later lost everything to gambling and ended up wandering the streets. Why bring him up now? He was killed a few years ago. No wonder you haven't heard of him. Hardly anyone talks about him anymore. Nobody cared when he died, and the one who killed him was Li Hu." Wei Liang lit a cigarette, revealing his evident fondness for Zeng Tongtong, as he patiently explained, "There isn't much information. I only know he's a young fellow, just in his 20s, living over on Old Huai Tree Street. The court ruled it as excessive self-defense, and I heard he just got out not long ago. Brother June needs his help with something and told me to be polite. I don't even have a photo. Let South go check his place later." At this moment, it became clear to me that Wei Liang was indeed referring to me. The old thug I had killed was Lao Fu, and I did live in a modest house on Old Huai Tree Street. This street is notorious in our county for its impoverished conditions, potholes, sewage running rampant, and dilapidated houses. During my school days, I was too proud to mention where I lived, so Zeng Tongtong was unaware of my residence. However, I hadn't returned in a long time. My father was missing, and my mother had passed away. Going back held no significance, as I spent my days in the car wash. Wei Liang would find nothing there. As for Brother June, I had no idea who he was. Help him with what? What can I do? I thought, observing Wei Liang's tattooed arms. His older brother was undoubtedly not a good person either, so I chose to remain silent, preferring to avoid conflict. Zeng Tongtong, however, was increasingly convinced that it wasn't he about me. She laughed, saying, "Just looking for someone. It's not like you have to kneel down and call him father, right?" Wei Liang laughed heartily, acknowledging it was just a joke, but insisted that Brother June had something important that required his assistance. If Brother June told me to kneel and bow, I'd have no choice but to do so. At that moment, a car behind us honked twice, and a worker named Offa approached, asking, "Boss, are we washing cars or not?" Yes, yes. Wei Liang didn't press the matter of my relationship with Zeng Tongtong any further, likely dismissing it from his mind, and hurried back to drive the car into the shop. Zeng Tongtong paid me even less attention, our relationship having soured completely, leaving no room for conversation. Offa and I resumed washing cars, working in perfect harmony as he sprayed water while I soaped up the vehicles, completely engrossed in our task. As I scrubbed, I couldn't help but wonder what Brother June wanted with me. In the meantime, Wei Liang and Zeng Tongtong chatted nearby. I caught snippets of their conversation. Hearing Wei Liang mention, "Last time I asked you to find a few escorts, did you manage to do that? Business at the KTV has been slow lately, and Brother June has scolded me several times." Zeng Tongtong responded, "I'm still looking. There's nothing suitable." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Was Zeng Tongtong now moonlighting as a madam? After just a few years apart, the changes were astonishing. I regretted the 3 years I spent in prison thinking about her. I wanted to slap myself hard in the face. Wei Liang continued, "That friend who dined with you last time is quite good, pretty, and well-proportioned. Why not ask if she is willing? If she comes, she'd definitely be a top choice. Customers would fight to book her, and business would boom again." Zeng Tongtong dismissed the idea. "Forget it. She certainly won't agree. She has a proper job. How do you know unless you try? Who would turn down money? Escorting pays better than a regular job, after all. If this works out, I'll buy you a bag." After some hesitation, Zeng Tongtong surprisingly agreed, saying they could at least try. "If she doesn't want to, then that's that. You can't force her. She is still my friend." Wei Liang chuckled, assuring her he wouldn't pressure her. However, his laughter seemed insincere, and I couldn't believe Zeng Tongtong was blind to it. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. How could Zeng Tongtong betray her friend like this? After some time, the car was washed, and Wei Liang took Zeng Tongtong away. Before departing, she shot me a disdainful glance, yet refrained from speaking. Climbing into the BMW with an air of superiority, as if to declare that we now belonged to different worlds. As I watched the BMW drive away, I spat on the ground, cursing the heartless pair who would eventually find themselves in trouble with the law. Once they were gone, Offa and I continued washing cars, working tirelessly until nearly evening when a black Passat suddenly pulled up. The sleek vehicle didn't appear to be there for a car wash. A young man, in his 20s, with a sun-kissed complexion, dressed in athletic gear, stepped out, exuding a sense of readiness. "Hey, can I help you?" I approached, sensing he wasn't there for a wash. "I'm looking for my father," he replied, his gaze fixed on me, a cold smirk on his lips. "Your father? Who is your father?" I was utterly perplexed. Why would someone come to my shop looking for their father? "My father's name is Li Hu," he stated. I stared at him, bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. The young man reached into his pocket and pulled out an ID, flashing it before my eyes. The black leather ID contained a photo and details, clearly stating, "Municipal Public Security Bureau, Criminal Police, Wang Wei." My mind buzzed as I recalled a previous phone call from someone claiming to be Wang Wei from the City Bureau, saying he had a task for me. I had dismissed it as a scam, jokingly saying I was his father before hanging up. Now he had come to my doorstep. "Father, I'm here. What do you want to say?" Wang Wei continued to regard me with a chilling smile. In this era of big data, as a criminal police officer, it would be effortless for him to track down my photo, phone number, and current address. Moreover, as an ex-convict, the sight of such individuals sent shivers down my spine. I quickly donned a smile, feigning amiability. "Officer Wang, please don't joke around. I could never presume to be your father." I thought it was a scam call, so I might have spoken a bit harshly. "What is the matter?" "Oh, so you've moved on quickly, huh? I was hoping to show you some filial piety." Wang Wei replied sarcastically, prodding my chest with his finger. "Brother Hu, what is going on?" Offa, noticing the tension, rushed out with a fire extinguisher, glaring at Wang Wei. "It's nothing, nothing, just come inside." I quickly intervened, knowing Offa's temperament was explosive. He often acted impulsively, having been in fights with several customers over trivial matters. I had to appease him countless times, and even forked out money to settle disputes. If it weren't for his hard-working nature and loyalty, having come from a rural background, I would have dismissed him long ago. After managing to calm Offa down, Wang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "Your worker has quite the temper." I quickly replied, "Temper? He just didn't know your identity. Otherwise, he would have been on his knees calling you grandfather." Wang Wei recognized my feigned flattery, shaking his head as he remarked, with his disposition. He is bound to attract significant trouble. I was acutely aware of Offa's less-than-stellar character and promptly concurred, assuring him that I would certainly set him straight. Only then did he inquire, "Are you familiar with Hong Weijun?" I replied affirmatively, acknowledging him as a figure of considerable stature, overseeing coal-washing plants, KTV establishments, and bathhouses. With numerous subordinates under his command, wielding considerable influence in our county. Wang Wei nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. This individual engages in illicit enterprises and has drawn the city's scrutiny. However, your county is rather compromised, with many protectors around him, making certain operations difficult to execute. We require a reliable person to covertly infiltrate Hong Weijun's circle and gather incriminating evidence." Before he could finish, I interjected, "Hold on, you can't possibly mean me." "Can you?" Wang Wei chuckled. "You are quite astute." I nearly choked on my own disbelief, exclaiming, "Sir Wang, this jest has gone too far. I lack the capability for such a task. Perhaps you should seek someone more adept." Wang Wei, with utmost seriousness, responded, "The reason for selecting you is a result of our captain's careful deliberation. You are the only one suitable for this role." Confusion washed over me. Amidst the multitude in the county, why was I the chosen one? Firstly, you have a history of incarceration and remain youthful, a background that could render him complacent. Secondly, we have conducted a thorough study of you. You possess a sharp intellect and excel in forming connections, making you inherently suited for navigating such circles. Thirdly, and this is crucial, Wang Wei fixed his gaze upon me, articulating each word deliberately, Hong Weijun is actively seeking your assistance. This presents an opportunity for you to ingratiate yourself and gain access to his inner circle. Hong Weijun seeks my help. Suddenly, the mention of Brother Jun by Wei Liang resurfaced in my mind. It dawned on me that Hong Weijun was indeed Wei Liang's elder brother, which tied everything together. Intrigued, I asked, "What does Hong Weijun want from me?" Wang Wei shook his head. "We have yet to ascertain that, but it undeniably presents an opportunity for you. As long as you manage to infiltrate his circle and acquire the evidence we seek, your reward will be substantial." To be honest, I found myself rather tempted. If I could collaborate with the authorities, perhaps I could also bring down Wei Liang and Zeng Tongtong in one fell swoop. The thought of their nefarious activities filled me with a fervent desire to see them brought to justice. Chapter 3. Damn it, it must be her. Yet, this thought flitted through my mind and was swiftly dismissed, for I truly did not wish to provoke Hong Weijun. I sighed and said, "Wang sir, please let me be. I have finally managed to come out and just want to live as an ordinary citizen." Wang Wei remained silent for a while, likely recognizing my resolve. After a lengthy sigh, he replied, "All right, if you do not want to be an informant, that is fine. However, do avoid any association with Hong Weijun. Be cautious not to entangle yourself." I understood his implication and assured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely steer clear of him." After a moment of contemplation, I added, "Aren't you afraid I might turn around and inform Hong Weijun about this?" Wang Wei patted my shoulder, saying, "We have studied you and know you wouldn't do that. If you change your mind, feel free to call me. My number is on your phone, isn't it?" With that, he turned and left, driving away in his Passat. I returned to the car wash and saw Offa still clutching the fire extinguisher, looking restless and poised for action. I chuckled and said, "Put that down. It's really nothing. Don't be so ferocious. It's not that serious." It felt like everyone who came today was up to no good. Offa gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with outrage. "Li Hu." At that moment, a timid voice came from the entrance. It was a woman's voice. Turning around, I discovered a rather attractive woman in her early 20s, lightly made up and dressed in a form-fitting black business suit. Obviously a white-collar worker just stepping out of the office. "Who are you?" I asked, somewhat perplexed. There had been far too many strangers seeking me out today. Offa, still holding the fire extinguisher, prepared to rush forward, but I stopped him. The woman, oblivious to Offa's strange demeanor, smiled and said, "Li Hu, have you forgotten me? Take a closer look." I scrutinized her once more, and the more I looked, the more familiar she became, until I blurted out, "Jiang Yan?" Jiang Yan was also a classmate from high school, alongside myself and Zeng Tongtong. Back then, Zeng Tongtong and I were the stars of the class. I was well liked. And she was beautiful, while Jiang Yan was rather unremarkable, almost invisible. I had not anticipated that, after all these years, she would transform so remarkably, likely due to her newfound skills in makeup and fashion. "Indeed, you remember me," Jiang Yan replied, still smiling. "This should be harmless." Offa mumbled, placing the fire extinguisher down and returning to tidying the dirty towels. Night had fallen, and no one else seemed to be coming in for a car wash. I stepped outside and asked, somewhat surprised, "What brings you here?" Jiang Yin explained, "Tongtong called me at noon, saying you were washing cars here. I was at work then and couldn't come, but now that I'm off, I wanted to see you." Hearing this, my expression darkened. It turned out Zeng Tongtong had indeed been calling her earlier. I coldly asked, "So, you came here to mock me?" In truth, I held no shame in washing cars. What was wrong with a young person in their 20s earning a living through honest work? Why did these girls act as if everyone were a rich heir? Alpha made another move with the fire extinguisher, only to be halted once more by my intervention. Jiang Yin, taken aback, responded, "What do you mean by mocking? Tongtong said you were here, and I was delighted to come. It's been so long since I heard from you. Here, I brought you a little gift to celebrate our reunion. I specifically asked Tongtong about your current size. Try it on to see if it fits. If not, you can exchange it." As she spoke, Jiang Yin handed me 2 shopping bags, both adorned with the ANTA logo, one containing shoes and the other with clothing and pants. Still with tags attached, brand new. ANTA, a domestic brand, may not be expensive, but the total must have exceeded 1,000. Was this truly a gift for me? I was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What does this mean?" "Nothing much." Jiang Yin blinked and smiled brightly. "We're old classmates. It's not too much to bring a little gift, is it? Oh, please don't be polite with me. After all, you helped me out when I had my period that time." Her words triggered a recollection. I had lent her my school uniform when I noticed a stain on her pants. It was a trivial act, one I had forgotten until now, but clearly, she remembered it vividly. This really is harmless. Alpha mumbled again as he returned to his work. I glanced down at my camouflage outfit and rubber rain boots, suddenly realizing something. "So, Tongtong mentioned I don't even own decent clothes, so you bought me a whole outfit?" Caught off guard, Jiang Yin nodded but quickly added, "But I think it's perfectly fine. Life has its ups and downs, and it's normal. Though I don't know what you've been through. Li Hu, the important thing is you're back. Everything can start anew, and we'll all be here for you." In truth, I didn't need encouragement. I was capable of adjusting on my own, and I didn't feel that having been in prison was a dire situation, though it was somewhat embarrassing. It wasn't as if I couldn't survive or wallow in self-pity. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin's words genuinely warmed my heart. There was no denying the stark contrast between Zeng Tongtong's presence and Jiang Yin's. Both were from the same class, yet their lives diverged so drastically. Back in school, my relationship with Zeng Tongtong had been even closer. I did have clothes, but this outfit was what I wore to work. Still, I expressed my gratitude and accepted the gift. I was one to be coy, so I took the bags and smiled at Jiang Yin. "So this is how it is. You might as well try it on now. Let me see," Jiang Yin suggested, her laughter brightening the dimming atmosphere. The night had fully enveloped us, and her eyes sparkled like moonlight. "All right," I said, carrying the bags back into the car wash. "Is this your sister?" Alpha asked while cleaning the towels, having finally set the fire extinguisher aside. "Sister, my foot. Just do your job." I laughed, feeling a warm glow within. The fatigue from a day's work seemed to vanish into thin air. Once I changed into the clothes and shoes, I stepped back outside. Looking quite dapper. "This is the Li who we all know." Jiang Yin clapped her hands, laughing joyfully like a child just starting kindergarten. To be honest, Jiang Yin's transformation was remarkable. She had once been a quiet, unnoticed figure in class, and now her beauty radiated confidence and vivacity. They fit quite well. I moved around, trying the clothes. Many domestic brands might not be the most trendy, but their quality was assured, and they felt comfortable. Well, primarily. Yu Haven Tea changed much and bought the same size as before. That was indeed a smart choice. Jiang Yin nodded approvingly. "Are you teasing me for not having grown in years?" I half joked, then suddenly realized something. "How did you know my original size?" "Oh, we registered for school uniforms back then," Jiang Yin replied, her face slightly flushed. I chuckled and chose not to pry any further. It was evident that she had been paying attention to me for quite some time. Today, after being prompted by Zeng Tongtong, having another girl express concern, especially one as attractive as Jiang Yin, was undeniably stirring. I finally said, "All right, thank you. Let me treat you to a meal." "Sure." Jiang Yin immediately agreed, then hesitated, saying, "How about I treat you instead?" I laughed, saying, "I don't know how Tongtong painted the picture for you, but I'm not as miserable as she described. I may not be wealthy, but I can afford to take you out for a meal." At this, Jiang Yin finally smiled brightly. "That's great." I returned to the store and briefed Alpha. instructing him to clean up and close the shop without waiting for me. Offa inquired, "Aren't you coming back tonight?" I replied, "Of course, I'll return after dinner." He shot me a glance and muttered 2 words, "Useless." I thought to myself, when he first arrived, he called me boss, then it became brother who, and now he's outright calling me useless. At this rate, he's bound to overstep. However, I had no time to deal with him. I was in a rush for a date. After a hasty wash, I left with Jiang Yin. As we stepped outside, Offa shouted, "Goodbye, brother who. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Don't come back tonight. I'll lock the door." Jiang Yin's face flushed instantly. I feigned nonchalance, saying, "Don't mind him. He.S. just a lunatic." Yet inside, I was elated, appreciating Offa's timely humor. Without a car, I had to hail a taxi. Taking Jiang Yin to the largest food market in our area, contemplating what delicacies to treat her to. Jiang Yin was indeed quite cheerful. Once in the taxi, she initiated a conversation, asking where I had been in recent years. Noticing my discomfort, she quickly changed the subject, expressing her gratitude for Tongtong, which allowed us to reunite. While I enjoyed my time with Jiang Yin, the mention of Zeng Tongtong soured my mood, and my expression turned frosty. Jiang Yin seemed to sense the tension and awkwardly remarked, "Don't blame Tongtong. Her family has gone through some changes, which is why she turned out this way. She's still a good person at heart." To me, no matter what familial circumstances arose, they did not justify her transformation. If she had changed, it merely indicated that her true nature had always been that way. I was too weary to argue and fell silent. Upon arriving at the food market, just as we stepped out of the taxi, Jiang Yan's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at it, her expression becoming somewhat strained. Recognizing it was Tongtong calling, I encouraged her. "Go ahead and answer. Whatever happens between us is irrelevant." Jiang Yan nodded and stepped aside to take the call. Moments later, she returned, her face clouded with concern. "Li Hu, Tongtong wants to meet for dinner. She says she has something to discuss. Shall we reschedule?" I merely nodded in acquiescence, and we exchanged phone numbers, agreeing to reconnect tomorrow before she hailed a taxi and departed. I felt quite helpless. What had initially seemed a delightful date had culminated in this disheartening outcome. Returning now would only subject me to Offa's teasing, utterly diminishing my dignity as a boss. I ambled through the food market, grabbing a bowl of noodles. And after settling the bill, I stepped outside. A sudden chill swept through, jolting me as I recalled Tongtong's previous conversation with Wei Liang, where they planned to invite a friend to dinner, intending to lure her into becoming a hostess. Tongtong's intended invitee was none other than Jiang Yin. Damn it. Chapter 4. Offa. There's trouble. If Zeng Tongtong had merely inquired, it would have been one thing. Even so, I found it quite excessive, considering she was both a classmate and a close friend. However, Wei Liang's intentions had been unmistakably clear. Resistance would not be tolerated. Without hesitation, I extracted my phone to call Jiang Yin, only to be met with the disheartening sound of it being powered off. Could she have been abducted? Cold sweat began to beat on my forehead. My relationship with Jiang Yin was rather ordinary, even though we had gotten along well that day. It did not reach the level of risking everything for her. Yet, I could not remain idle, especially considering the new clothes I was wearing. I forced myself to regain my composure and began to recollect the scene from when we parted ways. She had mentioned a certain bullfrog restaurant to the taxi driver. Yes, the Liang Bullfrog Restaurant. I immediately hailed a taxi, praying that I would arrive in time. Our county was small, and within a matter of minutes, the taxi pulled up outside the Liang Bullfrog Restaurant. The establishment was a street-facing venue with large floor-to-ceiling windows, and I quickly spotted Jiang Yin and Zeng Tongtong seated at a window-side table. At least she was safe. Perhaps her phone had merely run out of battery. Seeing Jiang Yin unharmed, I felt a slight relief wash over me as I stepped out of the taxi and made my way inside. Just as I reached the entrance, a young man approached me, none other than Wei Liang. Instinctively, I lowered my head, wishing to evade his notice. Wei Liang was on the phone, saying, "Hey, Jungu. Yeah, I went to Old Huai Tree Street this afternoon. That kid wasn't home. There are just too many Li Has. It's hard to track them down. He was still searching for me." I couldn't help but lower my head even further, pretending to be engrossed in my phone. Having changed my outfit and given that he had only a vague recollection of me, he truly did not recognize me. Standing at the entrance, he waved over 2 lanky youths. "Liang Gu," they called out. "Yeah," Wei Liang responded, then added, "If that woman is unwilling, Tongtong and I will trick her into coming out. You can act when the time comes." "Got it," the 2 replied, retreating to a tree nearby, right next to Wei Liang's BMW. It was indeed an act of coercion. Fuming at Wei Liang's retreating figure, I seethed, thinking, Zeng Tongtong, you truly are a piece of work. I felt an urge to slap her twice. Yet, I was also troubled. They had guards both inside and outside, and rescuing Jiang Yin would not be an easy endeavor. Call the police? But nothing had happened yet. How could I report it? Moreover, Wei Liang was affiliated with Hong Weijun. Calling the police would likely be futile. After a moment's consideration, I called Alpha and then hid in an alley near the Bullfrog restaurant to wait. Before long, Alpha arrived, having changed into casual attire after work, clad in denim and oversized shoes, resembling a Wild West gunslinger. Alpha, I called out, and he quickly approached me. Here. Alpha extended his hand, offering me a colorful box. What is this? I asked, bewildered. Condoms. You called me to deliver condoms, didn't you? You said you were going out on a date and didn't even prepare. Now I have to step in at a crucial moment. Alpha defended himself. What nonsense! I exclaimed, slapping the box from his hands and swiftly explaining the current predicament. Jiang Yin needed rescuing, but they were numerous. We had to divert their attention first. I did not wish to confront Wei Liang directly. I feared him. But I was more apprehensive of Hong Weijun behind him. Thus, I planned to employ cunning, suggesting Alpha disguise himself as a street worker to lure the two lanky fellows away from the BMW. Once only Wei Liang remained, it would be much easier to take Jiang Yin. But before I could finish my explanation, Alpha dashed out. It's just a matter of distracting those two. It's too easy, he declared, sprinting out of the alley like the wind. This situation had spiraled out of control. I regretted summoning him. Hey, I called out twice, but to no avail, and hurriedly set off to pursue him. Meanwhile, Alpha had reached the BMW, where the two lanky youths were leaning against the car, smoking and occasionally glancing at the restaurant. Suddenly, a Wild West gunslinger appeared before them, leaving both momentarily stunned. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Alpha shouted, then suddenly slapped one of the lanky youths across the face before turning to flee. Damn. The slapped youth tossed aside his cigarette and charged forward, followed closely by the other. Just as I emerged from the alley, I stood there, dumbfounded. This actually worked? The three of them began a frenzied chase, quickly putting several dozen meters between them and the restaurant. If Alpha managed to escape, he would have accomplished his task. Yet, he was soon caught, and the three of them became entangled in a fierce brawl, their shouts and curses echoing throughout the neighborhood. Before long, Wei Liang, Jiang Yin, and Zeng Tongtong heard the commotion and rushed out. What the hell is going on? Wei Liang cursed, hastening over to join the fray. Alpha, strong as an ox, held his ground against the three, despite being dirted and disheveled from rolling on the ground. The others were not faring well either. One of the lanky youths had sustained a head injury, while only Wei Liang possessed any real fighting skill, though even he was not faring well against Alpha's relentless punches, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Damn it! Wei Liang, furious, suddenly drew a dagger and slashed it across Alpha's arm. Blood spattered, creating an unsettling scene. Yet he remained composed, for he was seasoned in such matters. This incident did not threaten Alpha's life. Bold, meticulous, steady, and resolute, he truly embodied the promising talent favored by Hong Weijun. However, Alpha was inexperienced. Overwhelmed by pain, he glanced down to find his arm smeared with blood, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. In a sudden surge of fury, he seized the knife and plunged it into Wei Liang's abdomen repeatedly. Wei Liang's eyes glazed over as he slowly collapsed into the crimson pool. The other two, trembling with fear, stood paralyzed. I too was struck dumb, standing a distance away, my mind in a daze. Suddenly, a police car, its lights flashing in vibrant hues, raced towards the scene. Chapter 5. Zeng Tongtong's visit. As the brawl erupted in the street, someone promptly called the police. Just as Alpha plunged the knife into Wei Liang, the sirens of the police car blared in the distance. The situation escalated dramatically. Witnessing this scene sent a jolt through my mind, reminiscent of myself 3 years prior. I quickened my pace, determined to prevent Alpha from repeating my past mistakes. All I could think about then was one phrase: flee. I had to take him away. This incident stemmed from my actions, and thus, I could not abandon it. However, just as I prepared to rush over, Alpha spotted me, shaking his head while clutching the bloody dagger, signaling for me to leave quickly without implicating me. At that moment, the patrol officers surged forward, commanding Alpha to drop the weapon. With a clang, Alpha discarded the knife, and several officers swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. I hesitated for a moment before turning to flee down the alley. There were numerous onlookers, and the officers had not noticed me. As I reached the alley's entrance, I glanced back to see Alpha being escorted to the patrol car, while Zeng Tongtong rushed over, collapsing beside Wei Liang, crying out desperately. An ambulance's wailing siren grew louder as it approached. I was not afraid. I had kicked Zeng Tongtong twice, and following her to the police station would bear no consequences, perhaps merely a fine. Yet, I understood that remaining outside would allow me to play a more significant role. While I prayed fervently for Wei Liang's survival, I plunged into the darkness of the alley. Meanwhile, a figure emerged beside me. Jiang Yin had not yet departed. She grasped my arm and urged, "Come to my house." I nodded and followed her swiftly. I could not return to the car wash for fear of the police discovering my whereabouts. Time was of the essence, and I needed to act quickly. We traversed through the alley and several blocks, arriving at a modest residential complex. Jiang Yin led me to her home, a small one-bedroom apartment, neat, tidy, and clearly a space for a solitary dweller. After settling me in, she said, "Wait here. I will inquire about the situation." I nodded as she departed, leaving me alone in the room. A faint scent lingered in the air, reminiscent of Jiang Yin, and on the balcony, a few of her colorful undergarments fluttered in the breeze. However, I had no inclination to appreciate this quaint atmosphere. I immediately retrieved my phone and dialed Wang Wei. "Sir Wang, could you help me investigate a case?" Once the call connected, I quickly recounted the events that had transpired. "All right, I will ask around," Wang Wei responded readily. Occupying a position in the municipal police, he could easily gather information in the county. Before long, he called back with news. Wei Liang has been admitted to the hospital for emergency treatment, and Afa is in the interrogation room. He did not mention you at all, claiming to be unemployed and only engaged in provoking those two youths out of boredom. Afa's behavior was unsurprising, despite his volatile temperament and stubbornness. He regarded me as a brother. As for Zeng Tongtong, she was likely preoccupied with Wei Liang and had no time to consider our altercation. She might not even remember Afa's face if she had seen him. I quickly stated, "They attempted to coerce my friend into escorting them, and that is why we fought." Wang Wei replied, "What evidence do you have? Just your word? Those individuals are seasoned liars and will undoubtedly deny everything." I paused and then added, "It was them who drew the knife first. Afa acted in self-defense." Wang Wei sighed. "We can only rely on that. But you must understand, he initiated the confrontation. For now, let us hope that Wei Liang survives. It may reduce Afa's sentence." Hearing this, my heart twisted in anguish. Afa hailed from a rural background, with an elderly mother and a younger sister awaiting him. If he were imprisoned, I would not know how to face his family. I implored, "Sir Wang, please help me. If you can save Afa, I will do anything." Wang Wei replied softly, "I will do my best, but I am just a minor detective. Do not place too much hope in me." After hanging up, my anxiety escalated. I realized Wang Wei might have limited influence and could not help but browse my contacts, lingering on a name, Lao Gui. He was a friend I had met in prison, and reaching out to him could potentially yield some assistance. However, for various reasons, I would not call him unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, I decided against it, opting to wait and see how the situation unfolded. If there was truly no recourse, such as if Wei Liang succumbed, or if Afa faced certain imprisonment, I could then call upon Lao Gui. I remained in Jiang Yan's apartment, and after about an hour, she returned. Jiang Yan had gathered some information from her friends, but it was largely similar to what Wang Wei had relayed, with no significant updates. After sharing what she had learned, she immediately asked, "Do you need me to testify?" I recounted the events from our previous meal, but it was not particularly helpful, as Zeng Tongtong had merely shared stories about the lucrative earnings of escorting, without suggesting that Jiang Yin should join. She had not even had the chance to mention it before the incident occurred. Attempting to use this to accuse Zeng Tongtong and Wei Liang would be utterly absurd. As Wang Wei had noted, they could easily deny it. I shook my head. "No, that won't be necessary." Jiang Yin, anxious, pressed, "Then what do we do now?" She understood that Afa and I had gotten into trouble while trying to assist her and felt equally guilty, eager to help in any way possible. I replied, "I have asked a friend to help. Let us wait and see." Jiang Yin agreed reluctantly. That night, I slept at Jiang Yan's house. She took the bed while I remained on the sofa, despite her insistence to switch. I was acutely aware of my position as an unwelcome guest. Initially, I struggled to find sleep, my mind consumed with thoughts of Afa, but eventually, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I drifted into a fitful slumber. At approximately 6 o'clock, my phone rang abruptly. I opened my eyes to see it was Wang Wei calling and promptly answered. "Sir Wang." "Yes. I wanted to update you on the latest developments." His steady voice conveyed the gravity of the situation. Wei Liang's life has been spared, but his injuries are severe. Since Afa was indeed the one to strike first, It cannot be classified as self-defense. It will be viewed as mutual combat. Moreover, in your county, Hong Weijun has extensive connections, making it exceedingly easy for him to manipulate office fate to secure a lighter sentence. The only path is to offer substantial compensation and seek the other party's forgiveness. Based on my experience, prepare at least 300,000. 300,000. To me, that was an astronomical sum. Yet, I had no choice. I had to find a way. Gritting my teeth, I replied, "Understood. Thank you, Sir Wang." Wang Wei responded with a gentle acknowledgement before ending the call. Jiang Yin, having heard me on the phone, hurried out from her bedroom, clad only in a nightgown, her form barely concealed. After learning the situation, she immediately declared, "I have 50,000 in savings. If I borrow from friends, I can gather nearly 100,000. With that, Jiang Yin rushed back to her room and returned with a bank card, placing it in my hand. Having recently opened my own shop and previously assisted Alpha with several brawls, I now possessed only 20 or 30,000, leaving a significant shortfall. I pulled out my phone again, scrolling through my contacts, contemplating who I could borrow money from. If all else failed, I would have to resort to loan sharks. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Yin asked, perplexed. It was early morning, and who would be knocking at this hour? "Jiang Yin, it's me," came the voice of Zeng Tongtong from outside. She had the audacity to come here. "What do you want?" Jiang Yin's tone turned icy. "Is Li Hu at your home?" Zeng Tongtong inquired once more. Chapter 6. Ignorance is a kind of happiness. It was indeed a surprise that she came looking for me. Jiang Yan's expression changed instantly, and I gestured for her to remain silent as I quietly approached the door, peering through the peephole. There stood Zeng Tongtong outside, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having cried. Behind her were two young men, the same ones who had followed Wei Liang the previous night. One of them sporting a bandage on his head. Wei Liang was still in the hospital, and she was already eager for revenge. "Jiang Yin, is Li Hu here or not?" Zeng Tongtong demanded angrily. "He is not," Jiang Yin instinctively replied from behind the door. "Fine, then open the door and let me see." "What do you want?" "What do you think I want?" Zeng Tongtong retorted. "Didn't you see how he beat me up yesterday?" "Jiang Yin, who is closer to you? Me or him? Why are you siding with him?" This accusation infuriated Jiang Yin, who stomped to the door and shouted, "Zeng Tongtong, I considered you a friend. How could you do this to me? You wanted to drag me into becoming a hostess." Zeng Tongtong paused, clearly taken aback. "Who told you that? There is no such thing." Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I interjected, "Are you still trying to deny it? I heard you and Wei Liang discussing at the car wash yesterday. You both mentioned that the KTV business was doing well and that you needed to find a few hostesses. You had your sights set on Jiang Yin and said you would force her if she didn't comply." Upon hearing my voice, Zeng Tongtong finally realized where the problem lay, but she remained defiant. "Nonsense. I was just asking. I had no other intentions. If Jiang Yin doesn't want to, I wouldn't force her." "Jiang Yin, don't you know me? We've been friends for years." I bluntly stated, "Stop with the nonsense. Ask those two behind you if they were planning to forcibly abduct Jiang Yin last night." Zeng Tongtong turned to question the two young men, who, without hesitation, admitted that it was indeed Wei Liang's orders. Enraged, Zeng Tongtong exclaimed that Wei Liang could not act without her consent and called out to the door, "Jiang Yin, I truly didn't know about this. If I had, I would never have allowed Wei Liang to do such a thing." Jiang Yin no longer trusted her and replied coldly, "Zeng Tongtong, just leave. It's as if I never knew a dog like you." After a moment of silence, Zeng Tongtong said, "Jiang Yin, I have changed a lot over the years, but my feelings for you have never wavered. I know your family's situation isn't good. Wei Liang asked me to ask, so I did. I had no other intentions. I know you don't believe me anymore, but I will never forget that during my hardest times, you were there for me." Footsteps echoed, and I saw through the peephole that Zeng Tongtong was leaving with the two men. I rushed to the balcony and confirmed they were indeed driving away, not lurking nearby or hiding. When I returned, Jiang Yin stood at the door, dazed, her eyes still red. I quickly urged, "You mustn't trust her. This woman excels at putting on a facade while hiding her true self." Jiang Yin softly responded, "Let us not talk about her. I'm preparing to go to work and will borrow some money from my colleagues. I should be able to gather 100,000 by tonight." I smiled slightly and said, "There is no need. I have already devised a plan to save Alpha." Jiang Yin was taken aback. "How? Doesn't your house have a security camera?" I noticed it when I returned last night. For a woman living alone, it seems to be standard." Jiang Yin confirmed, "Yes, it does." "Why?" Can you extract the video of Zeng Tongtong's appearance just now? Jiang Yin replied that she could and promptly connected her phone to the camera, retrieving the footage. Thanks to modern technology, the quality and sound were excellent, capturing everything from Zeng Tongtong and the two young men's arrival to their departure. After watching the video together, Jiang Yin finally understood and exclaimed in delight. You intend to use this video to prove that they were indeed planning to kidnap me this way. You and Alpha are acting heroically. I chuckled precisely. Initially, there was no way to verify this, and even if we told the police the truth, they wouldn't admit it. Now, with this video, let us see how they can deny it. Knowing there was a camera outside, I had intentionally drawn Zeng Tongtong out. Regardless of whether she was aware of Wei Liang's actions, the two young men had at least confessed, with both witness and evidence in hand. It was time for a turnaround. What had once seemed hopeless now appeared fortuitous. Zeng Tongtong had inadvertently aided us significantly. Jiang Yin was equally excited and said, "Wonderful. Let us head to the station now." I replied, "There's no rush. We need to prepare thoroughly." I proceeded to back up the video and called Wang Wei. After adding him on WeChat, I sent him the video, inquiring if it could serve as evidence. After reviewing it, he confirmed it could, allowing me to finally relax as Jiang Yin and I made our way to the county station. With Wang Wei's covert assistance, we first met with Alpha, allowing him to retract his previous statement and recount the events of last night accurately. Subsequently, we provided the video to the police. Naturally, the police summoned Zeng Tongtong and the two young men, while Wei Liang remained in the hospital and was unable to provide a statement. Initially, the three denied their actions, but upon viewing the video, they were left dumbfounded. Coupled with the police's intensive questioning, they quickly succumbed and confessed everything. With everything settled, it was evident they had conspired to kidnap, while Alpha and I had acted heroically in response. During the altercation, Wei Liang had even drawn a knife. But Alpha had bravely fought back. He deserved commendation, not punishment. Once the procedures were completed, that afternoon, Alpha was released, and Jiang Yin and I personally went to retrieve him. "Brother who, sister-in-law, thank you so much," Alpha exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Stop it. Who is your sister-in-law?" Jiang Yin's face flushed, though her eyes sparkled with undeniable joy. I couldn't help but smile. Not only because Alpha had been released, but also due to this young man's charm. I had paid much attention to Jiang Yin during school, but after spending 2 days together, my fondness for her had grown significantly. While it may not be love, I certainly wished to nurture this connection. I playfully slapped Alpha on the back of his head, scolding, "You should have saved your breath. You dashed out before even finishing your words." Yesterday, as the three of us walked out, we unexpectedly encountered Zeng Tongtong, who had just exited the interrogation room. She refused to acknowledge her knowledge of Wei Liang's kidnapping plan or her involvement in it, but until her innocence was proven, the police had placed handcuffs on her, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. Upon spotting us, her eyes gleamed with malice as she hissed, "Li Hu, Jiang Yin, you'll pay for this. But don't forget, Wei Liang is under Brother Jun's protection. Let us see how Brother Jun deals with you." Hong Weijun. The mention of this name caused both Jiang Yin and me to feel a pang of dread, while Alpha blithely retorted, "Who the hell is Brother Jun? Let him come find me, and I'll show him what's what." As we exited, I asked Alpha if he knew who Brother Jun was. He shook his head. "No idea, but whoever it is, they all have vulnerabilities." I sighed. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Alpha might not understand, but I did. Hong Weijun was undeniably a towering figure in our county. Having dealt with Wei Liang and Zeng Tongtong, retaliation would likely come swiftly. It's not that I feared Hong Weijun excessively, but after having been incarcerated, I preferred to avoid complications when possible. Once outside the station, I resolved to shut down the car wash, send Alpha home, and lay low for a while. As for matters with Jiang Yin, those could wait for another day. Lost in thought, we found ourselves at the roadside when a silver gray van suddenly sped towards us, coming to a screeching halt right in front of us. 6 or 7 men, armed with clubs, descended upon us with menacing intent. Without uttering a word, they raised their weapons and struck. Chapter 7. Brother Wu Fan. There is no need for further elaboration. These must undoubtedly be the men of Hong Weijun. I am acutely aware that news of the incident at the station will swiftly reach his ears, and I know that his vengeance is inevitable. However, I did not anticipate it would come so soon, not even a street away. In an instant, the clubs descended upon us like a tempest. At a critical moment, I forcefully pushed Jiang Yin, propelling her out of the crowd. She, quick to react, sprinted towards the entrance of the station, shouting, "There's a fight. There's a fight." Fa, still oblivious to the situation, attempted to shield himself while calling out, "Brothers, is there some misunderstanding? I haven't offended any of you." I exclaimed, "It's Hong Weijun's men." Having previously educated Fa about Brother Jun, he cursed vehemently, declaring, "I'll make that old coot pay dearly for this. I'm certain of it. Not even Jesus can save him." Fa, brimming with bravado, seemed to believe he had Hong Weijun beneath him. Yet, the harshness of reality soon overwhelmed him, and he was swiftly brought down by the onslaught of clubs. Though I was not as robust as Fa, my fighting prowess was more seasoned. Back in school, I had engaged in numerous altercations, and during my time in prison, I had learned a few techniques, making it easy to handle typical small-time thugs. I deftly snatched a club from one of them and, with a resounding crack, swung it back against his head. He let out a cry and staggered backward, blood streaming from his scalp. I then swung the club downwards, striking another man on the calf, causing him to turn and flee. Just as I was poised to confront the others, they abandoned me to hoist Fa away, hastily shoving him into a van. Several men worked in unison, and Fa was unable to break free, shouting, "Brothers, let us discuss this. But please, don't touch my backside." With a loud bang, the van door slammed shut, and moments later, the engine roared to life, tires screeching as they sped away. "Damn it, stop right there." I seethed, gripping the club tightly as I pursued them, shattering a nearby window, causing those inside to gasp in alarm. I reached out, attempting to pull Fa from the van, but it was already speeding down the road. "Stop right now," I bellowed, quickening my pace. But alas, my 2 feet could not outrun 4 tires. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Yin had led a group of officers, having rushed over from the station, but they were a moment too late. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Fa has been taken by Hong Weijun's men. It's a silver-gray van, and the license plate is." Upon hearing Hong Weijun's name, the officers' expressions hardened slightly, yet they wasted no time. Some hastened to pursue, while others reported to their superiors, a net of action rapidly unfolding. Jiang Yin approached me, examining my injuries. I had sustained a few blows, my arm bruised but otherwise unscathed. However, I had no time to dwell on my wounds. Engaging swiftly with the officers present, it seemed the van had not departed long ago, and I urged them to coordinate with traffic authorities to intercept it swiftly. Just then, my phone rang. It was Wang Wei. He inquired if Fa had emerged yet. I explained he had, but trouble had arisen, recounting the events. I reassured him that the police were acting quickly. Wang Wei fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't count on them." I paused, sensing the weight of his words, and discreetly stepped aside to ask, "What do you mean?" Wang Wei replied, "As I mentioned before, Hong Weijun holds considerable power in your county, with many secretly supporting him. This is why our efforts have faced obstacles, and why we wanted you to act as an informant. If he has captured Fa, don't expect to recover him." Panic surged within me. "What do we do now?" I pressed. Wang Wei gravely stated, "Hong Weijun is vengeful. Wei Liang was stabbed multiple times, and Fa not only evaded financial repercussions but also emerged unscathed. He cannot let this slide. He will retaliate even more fiercely, or how can he maintain his standing? We can either wait for a severely beaten Fa to return, or what?" I demanded. "Become an informant," Wang Wei continued. "He needs your assistance. This is the perfect opportunity to approach him, rescue Fa, and ingratiate yourself with him." "I will not be an informant." "Then what will you do?" "I will save him myself." I clenched my jaw, ending the call. "Have you located that van?" I inquired. But it had vanished from the spot where it had been moments ago. The road split ahead, and we were at a crossroads, observing the officers still bustling about, exchanging information over their radios. I felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Their sincerity was admirable, yet they were up against an unseen force. Jiang Yan returned from a nearby pharmacy with some medicated oil, applying it to my bruises as I shared my plan with her. "How will you rescue him?" she asked anxiously. "I'll seek help from a friend." I lit a cigarette, deep in thought. At that moment, I was so furious that I trembled, wishing to dismantle Hong Weijun piece by piece. Truly, if he were present, I would engage him in a fierce battle. Yet, I forced myself to remain composed. I must focus on rescuing Fa first. "Are you going to find Wu Fan?" Jiang Yin inquired, piercing through my thoughts. "Yes," I nodded, not denying it. Wu Fan was my closest friend from school. We had skipped classes, fought, and even shared a bed, our bond well known throughout the school. It was no surprise that Jiang Yin thought of him. He was handsome, clever, and had a penchant for charming girls. while I excelled in strategizing and held my own in fights. Together, we were virtually invincible, notorious as school bullies. You both are quite formidable. But this is Hong Weijun we're talking about. Jiang Yin expressed her concerns. It's a desperate gamble. I have no other options, I declared, grinding my teeth. Tossing the cigarette, but to the ground. I instructed Jiang Yin to return to work and not to worry about this matter before swiftly hailing a taxi and leaving. On the way, I attempted to call Wu Fan, but he did not answer, seemingly preoccupied. Wu Fan's family was slightly better off than mine. Yet they lived in a modest home. I arrived at his doorstep and knocked vigorously, calling out, "Wu Fan! Wu Fan!" There was no response from within. So I climbed over the wall and stood in the yard, shouting again. At last, there was movement inside, and a tall, handsome young man burst out, cursing as he ran. "Is it really necessary to chase me down for a little money? Why are you climbing over my wall?" Li Hu. Upon seeing me, Wu Fan's face registered shock. After years apart, he couldn't even recognize my voice? I smiled, taking in his familiar face. Warmth flooding my heart as countless memories surged within me. Wu Fan's surprise quickly morphed into joy, then into fury, as he cursed loudly and lunged toward me. Ha ha. I opened my arms, ready to embrace this old friend. Bang. Wu Fan delivered a powerful kick, sending me crashing to the ground. Followed by a flurry of kicks. "How dare you come looking for me? Where the hell have you been all these years? Why did you just vanish?" Wu Fan shouted, his voice gradually choking with emotion. When I first emerged, I reached out to a few classmates, yet I refrained from contacting him, as I was uncertain how to articulate my predicament. Rising to my feet, I extended my arms to embrace him, softly uttering, "Brother, I apologize. I encountered some issues that I couldn't share with you all." My eyes were also tinged with red. What could possibly be so serious that I could not confide in him? Wu Fan gently delivered a punch to my shoulder. "I actually do have something to discuss with you." Not wishing to waste any time, I promptly shifted to the matter at hand. We must confront Hong Weijun. Chapter 8. Brothers, let us ride together. Why the hell aren't you dealing with Saddam? Wu Fan thought I was jesting and scoffed. "I'm serious. We really need to confront Hong Weijun," I replied gravely. After confirming that I was not joking, Wu Fan instructed me to wait, then scan the vicinity. Walked to the corner of the courtyard, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, tucked it into his waistband, and covered it with his clothing. "Let us go," he urged. "Are you not afraid of him?" I inquired. Wu Fan chuckled derisively. "Do you not know me? Who have I ever feared? Enough chatter, let us move. By the King of Heaven, I'll poke a hole in him too." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud knocking at the courtyard door, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. "Wu Fan, return the money. I'm telling you, you can't escape today." "Oh my God," Wu Fan exclaimed, clutching his head and hurriedly retreating into the house. The voices outside grew increasingly insistent, the knocking more frantic and intense. The once formidable Wu Fan now resembled a frightened chick. I chased after him into the house and said, "It's just a few debt collectors." "Why are you so terrified?" Wu Fan shot back. "You don't understand. Those are the old folks from my neighborhood. Try being rude to them, and they'll drown you in spit." "How much do you owe?" I asked. 2,000 or 3,000, I suppose." "Damn," I cursed, then turned and exited the house, reopening the courtyard door to find indeed a group of elderly men and women. Wu Fan had been struggling lately, unable to afford even rice, flour, or oil, resorting to borrowing from various shops nearby, racking up debts of hundreds and dozens. The younger folks might feel embarrassed to ask, but the old folks had no such reservations. While I soothed the crowd, I repaid them one by one. Once they dispersed, Wu Fan emerged, wrapping his arm around mine, and said, "Li Hu, after years apart, you've become quite the wealthy man. Ha ha ha, how about supporting me from now on? My flower blooms for you get lost." I retorted, "This is all my hard-earned money. You'll pay me back when you're flush." Despite Wu Fan's dire circumstances, he possessed a private car, a dilapidated 7-seater Wuling Hongguang, in such poor condition that the seats were torn, the windows missing, and the doors swayed dangerously, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Unclaimed even if abandoned on the street. With difficulty, Wu Fan managed to start the car, the tailpipe emitting a cloud of black smoke. As he barely drove me out of the neighborhood. Inside the car, he asked, "What is really going on?" I recounted the previous events, and Wu Fan clenched his teeth in anger, cursing Zeng Tongtong for her treachery, before lecherously inquiring, "How stunning is Jiang Yin now? Can you be serious?" "My little brother's life hangs in the balance," I replied. Wu Fan then inquired earnestly, "Where is Hong Weijun?" "I don't know, but someone does." 10 minutes later, we arrived at the county hospital. After a brief discussion, we strode into the hospital lobby and headed straight for the surgical ward. Upon reaching the surgical floor, Wu Fan approached the nurse's station, smiling as he asked, "Excuse me, which room is Wei Liang in?" Wu Fan's face was indeed quite deceiving. And coupled with his magnetic voice, the nurse blushed, caught off guard as she replied, "Room 512." We walked a short distance and found a carefree young man loitering at the door, yawning repeatedly, clearly a bedside companion. I exchanged a glance with Wu Fan, who then entered a nearby doctor's duty room. I was uncertain how he managed it, but soon he emerged wearing a doctor's coat and a stethoscope, looking quite convincing. Wu Fan approached the ward door and asked, "How is Wei Liang?" The young man immediately stood up straight, saying, "He just woke up, ate a bit, and has gone back to sleep." Wu Fan nodded. "There are a few medications we don't have in our hospital. You'll need to buy them outside." He then rattled off a series of complex medical names. Having played various roles to woo women in the past, these requests were child's play for him. The young man, without suspicion, promptly headed toward the elevator. Once he was out of sight, Wu Fan entered the ward while I stood guard at the door, watchfully scanning both sides. The corridor was eerily quiet, allowing me to overhear the conversation inside. Once Wu Fan entered, he woke Wei Liang and pretended to ask a few questions before casually mentioning, "Hong Weijun is your elder brother, right? How has he been lately? He came for a checkup not long ago. There seemed to be an issue with his heart." Although Wei Liang was highly regarded by Hong Weijun, it was unlikely he would share every detail, especially concerning personal health matters. If their conversation continued along this line, Wu Fan might extract Hong Weijun's address from Wei Liang. However, Wei Liang looked puzzled and asked, "When was that?" Wu Fan feigned ignorance. "I can't recall exactly. Perhaps last month?" Wei Liang replied, "Impossible. Brother Jun has been out of town. He just returned a few days ago." All calculations had failed to account for the fact that Hong Weijun had not been in the county at all. Wu Fan pretended to remain calm. "Oh, I must have remembered incorrectly. Perhaps it was someone with the same name. You know me and my brother. How could you mistake us? Who are you? What do you want?" Wei Liang questioned, suspicion creeping into his voice. "I've never seen you. You're not a doctor here." "Please don't press the call button." Realizing the situation was about to unravel, I swiftly pushed the door open, darted into the room, and dashed to Wei Liang's side. Grabbing a nearby bottle, I smashed it against the bedside table, seizing a shard of glass and pressing it against Wei Liang's neck. Lying on the bed, Wei Liang was frozen. "Where is Hong Weijun?" I asked coldly. "What do you want?" Wei Liang replied calmly, though a flicker of confusion crossed his face, as if he recognized me from somewhere. "I don't have time for games. If you don't speak quickly, let us see how high your blood can spray." I pressed harder, the sharp glass slicing into his skin, crimson flowing down his neck. At this moment, he is playing mahjong in room 888 at Candy KTV. Wei Liang finally succumbed to fear, exclaiming in panic. On our way, Wu Fan had asked why. Knowing Wei Liang's location, we didn't simply kidnap him in exchange for Alpha. I provided 3 reasons. First, kidnapping is illegal. Second, the hospital is bustling with people, making it impractical. And third, my aim was to rescue him without escalating matters. Having been imprisoned before, I understood the horrors of that place and had no desire to return. Thus, from the outset, I opted for a softer approach, hoping to glean Hong Weijun's address from Wei Liang, then devise a plan to rescue Alpha, striving to keep the entire process discreet. Yet, ultimately, we had arrived at this juncture. Chapter 9. A beautiful woman having departed, there was no time for lingering thoughts. I strode forward decisively, clenching a shard of glass. I coldly inquired, "Ifa, what is the situation now?" Wei Liang, visibly tense, replied, "He has been sent to our elder brother. For the time being, everything is fine. We must wait until I am discharged before I can confront him personally. Brother, be gentle, do not cut too deep. We mustn't let something trivial lead to a fatal outcome." Only then did I retract the glass shard. Maintaining a stoic expression as I regarded the crimson blood trickling from his neck, my gaze as frigid as ice. Wei Liang's expression was complex. He clearly did not anticipate my ruthlessness, nor did he expect me to act so boldly within the hospital walls. Offending me was undoubtedly the gravest mistake of their lives. I chuckled coldly, stowing the glass shard in my pocket, then raised my fist, as large as a cooking pot, and struck down upon his head with tremendous force. After a few resounding thuds, he fell into unconsciousness. It was imperative that Wei Liang remained unconscious, for we were now on our way to find Hong Weijun, and I could not allow him to spread word of our actions. Having completed this task, I did not tarry and stepped outside. Impressive, Li Hu. After several years, You have grown increasingly ruthless. You startled me just now. I thought you were going to kill him. Your eyes were as if you were ready to commit murder. Wu Fan exclaimed as he caught up, his face alight with excitement. Murder? I have indeed committed it before. I replied. It seemed that Wei Liang was intimidated by my demeanor and gaze, which rendered him so cowardly. Throughout, I had offered no explanations. I was anxious to rescue Afa, and time was of the essence. Upon reaching the hospital's ground floor, Wu Fan took the wheel, while I occupied the passenger seat. Despite the dilapidated state of Wu Fan's car, his driving skills were exceptional, and we sped through the streets, belching clouds of black smoke. Until we soon arrived at Candy KTV. Candy KTV was a property under Hong Weijun, and one of the largest entertainment venues in our county, known for its indulgent offerings. Thus thriving in business. When night fell, it transformed into a dazzling spectacle of lights and revelry. However, during the day, it appeared somewhat desolate, with only a handful of cars parked outside. As a regular patron, Wu Fan volunteered to investigate the situation. Upon entering, he found a familiar female manager and concocted a tale about a friend's company wishing to borrow their venue for a team-building event. The manager agreed to show him around. Meanwhile, I remained in the van, my eyes fixed on the surroundings, vigilantly observing the environment and people. Before long, Wu Fan returned, having successfully completed his mission. Hong Weijun and 3 others are playing mahjong in room 888, and Fa is there too, tied up like a dumpling. I pretended to take a wrong turn and saw it with my own eyes. Candy KTV had only 5 floors. The so-called room 888 was on the top floor. Nearly a superstitious name, not indicative of its actual level. Wu Fan continued, there are security guards in the lobby, but no one upstairs. To rescue Fa, we must confront Hong Weijun, and there's no circumventing that. Wu Fan glanced at me, aware of my reluctance to break the law. Yet, I had no alternative route left, stating bluntly, if we offend Hong Weijun, you can forget about operating in our county. You must consider this carefully. Doesn't matter. Wherever you go, I will follow. We cannot be separated again, Wu Fan replied. Very well then. There are just 4 of them. Let us catch them off guard by directly taking Hong Weijun hostage, and rescuing Fa will be a breeze. Wu Fan was not one to hesitate. Particularly regarding my affairs, he nodded in agreement. One last thing. There's no stairway to the top floor. We can only take the elevator. But access to the 5th floor requires a card, which only managers possess. I pondered briefly and then instructed, bring that female manager back out. Feign a conversation with her. I will handle the rest. Wu Fan, puzzled but compliant, called the manager again. In no time, the manager emerged, and Wu Fan approached her with a grin. Xiao Rurei, nice to see you again. Seeing Wu Fan's face, the manager beamed. What can I do for you this time? Can't we chat if there's nothing going on? I've missed you, Wu Fan said, playfully patting her slightly raised backside. How shameless. It's broad daylight, and there are so many people around. Didn't we just meet? Why are you missing me again? The manager blushed, yet could not suppress her laughter. Taking advantage of their flirtation, I discreetly slipped past the manager, circled back, and returned to the van. Soon, Wu Fan returned, anxiously standing by the car door. Li Hu, what is going on? Didn't you have a plan to obtain the card? Why did you just wander around? I've already secured it, I exclaimed, raising a small blue card triumphantly. How on earth did you manage that? Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The renowned pioneer of labor, Mr. Che Guevara, once remarked, everyone here is exceptionally talented and articulate. I absolutely adore it. While this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it holds a grain of truth, as the venue indeed attracts a diverse array of skilled individuals. Regular exchanges of insights and techniques often lead to mutual advancement. My pilfering techniques were, of course, learned from a master thief. However, I refrained from elaborating, as such methods were not commendable. Outsiders would neither admire nor respect such skills, but rather keep their distance. So, I merely hinted at my cleverness, stating that we were ready to proceed. We both exited the vehicle and made our way to Candy KTV. Now bathed in the hues of dusk, with patrons gradually trickling in. The security personnel paid us no heed, coupled with Wu Fan's familiarity with the venue. We passed through unobstructed. Upon entering the elevator and ascending to the 5th floor, we arrived at a corridor reminiscent of a paradisiacal retreat. Compared to other floors, this was undoubtedly the most opulent, lavish, and serene, adorned with thick wool carpets underfoot, and walls graced with foreign oil paintings, illuminated by a series of exquisite crystal chandeliers. There were no staff or unruly patrons, only the persistent sound of mahjong tiles clattering from a nearby room. We swiftly approached the door of room 888. Wu Fan retrieved a wooden stick, while I brandished the glass shard, both of us poised for action. We then delivered a forceful kick to the door. Hong Weijun, I have arrived. Do not presume that just because you are the elder brother, you can trample over me. Today, I shall ensure you receive your due. I silently seethed, and with a resounding crash, the flimsy wooden door flew open, revealing a scene that left us utterly astonished. There was no Hong Weijun, no mahjong players. And no AFA, only a woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Dressed in a red gown, Zeng Tongtong sat at the mahjong table, delicately pushing the tiles while lifting her somewhat enchanting face, smiling gently, and remarking, surprised, are we? Unexpected? Isn't it? Chapter 10. The commanding Hong Weijun. I was not the least surprised that Zeng Tongtong was released. With Hong Weijun's involvement, it should have posed no challenge. However, her appearance here truly bewildered me. Wu Fan's intelligence could not possibly be erroneous, nor could he deceive me. Therefore, I scrutinized Zeng Tongtong intently, eager to unravel the mystery surrounding this situation. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from both sides of the corridor. From the seemingly deserted private room, over a dozen imposing men surged forward, each wielding clubs, encircling us completely. A peculiar, sinister laughter escaped Zeng Tongtong's lips as she continued to shuffle mahjong tiles, her gaze betraying a blend of malice and ferocity. Tong, we were once classmates. Why this commotion? Let us withdraw the men and have a proper discussion. Wu Fan smiled as he approached the suite. Wu Fan, spare me your tricks. They are of no use to me. You are merely a 1,000-year-old fox attempting to engage me in a game of tails, Zeng Tongtong replied, still leisurely playing with the mahjong tiles. Her beauty ploy had failed. And Wu Fan clicked his tongue softly. Both of them relied on their looks, thus deceiving one another was futile. Brother Jun has long seen through your scheme. He specifically instructed me to wait here. Zeng Tongtong revealed, a triumphant glimmer in her eyes. Is this orchestrated by Hong Weijun? I suspected as much. Zeng Tongtong would never possess such cunning. But where is he? My instincts drove me to glance around, noticing a slightly ajar door to a private room across from us. Through the crack, I could glimpse a man leisurely sipping tea on the balcony, undoubtedly the infamous Hong Weijun. He had already discerned my plan. When did this transpire? My gut told me it began the moment AFA was abducted, though I could not be certain. Who knew what schemes Hong Weijun harbored? Seize him. Get him. Zeng Tongtong suddenly erupted, pointing at me in a frenzy. She had been stifling this rage for a considerable time, awaiting this very moment. Hey, you all heard that. Just him. This has nothing to do with me. Wu Fan shouted, desperate to distance himself, while I gripped a shard of glass tightly, preparing for a confrontation. Yet, no one moved, not a single person stirred. The men on either side stood immobile, as if they had not heard Zeng Tongtong's outcry. Why aren't you moving? Go. Zeng Tongtong demanded, bewildered. The men remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. Zeng Tongtong, are you capable of leading? Wu Fan mocked, his amusement palpable. Brother Jun. Zeng Tongtong's gaze darted to the private room across the way. Who granted you the authority to command my men? What right do you have? Finally, a voice emerged from the opposite room, slow and indifferent. Brother Jun. Zeng Tongtong bit her lip, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. Ha. Wu Fan laughed until he was doubled over. AFA is right here with me. If you have the guts, come and rescue him. The mocking tone from the opposite room echoed like a cat toying with a mouse. You bastard. I realized I had been outmaneuvered and had fallen into a trap. Yet I could not contain my fury as I charged towards the opposite room, still harboring a glimmer of hope. If I could subdue Hong Weijun, perhaps the tide could turn in my favor. Suddenly, several men nearest to me swung their clubs. With swift reflexes, I seized one of their weapons and struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by a kick that sent another man flying. A swarm of men rushed towards me, their clubs raining down like a torrential storm. I raised my makeshift weapon, parrying several blows before drawing the glass shard and slashing wildly. In truth, I had acquired a few skills during my time in captivity. And I was not exaggerating. Faced with such chaos, I remained composed and calculated, striving to inflict maximum damage. Blood splattered as I struck at least 4 or 5 adversaries, some suffering wounds to their faces, chests, and arms. They were taken aback, retreating in shock at the object in my hand. Now was my chance. Seizing the moment as space cleared, I darted towards the opposite room, intent on capturing Hong Weijun. If I could take him hostage, the situation would surely shift. Meanwhile, Wu Fan had not joined the fray. He dashed into room 888, lunging at Zeng Tongtong. What are you doing? Zeng Tongtong exclaimed, panic evident as she stumbled backward. Realizing she was cornered by the window. I may not be able to contend with them, but I certainly can with you, Wu Fan declared, disregarding the chaos in the corridor. Even knowing he was courting disaster, he prioritized settling scores with her, swiftly closing the distance to deliver several resounding slaps to her face, causing blood to pour from her lips and nose. However, a few men rushed in, quickly overpowering Wu Fan and bringing him crashing to the floor, crumpled on the ground. Wu Fan curled up, shouting, "You can hit me, but don't hit my face. I rely on this to make a living." At that moment, I burst into the opposite room, finally catching sight of Hong Weijun. He appeared to be a man in his 50s, with half of his hair turned white, broad-shouldered, and exuding an undeniable authority. Dressed in a light blue tank suit, he appeared rather relaxed, reminiscent of the Hong Kong star Sammo Hung. Sitting on a chair on the balcony, he sipped his tea leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the brawl occurring in the corridor. Beneath him lay a young man securely bound, AFA, bloodied and unconscious. With agility akin to a monkey, I swiftly approached Hong Weijun, raising the glass shard to his throat. Just then, he stood abruptly, delivering a powerful kick that sent me sprawling across the room. Remarkable. Not only did he resemble Sammo Hung, but he also possessed comparable agility. No wonder he had remained a formidable presence in our county for so many years. He embodied the essence of an indomitable elder. Despite my youth, I brushed off the impact and sprang back to my feet, prepared to engage this opponent. Surely, a young man like me could prevail over an elder. Yet he remained unfazed, retrieving a dark object from his waist and pressing it against my forehead. Quite the fighter, aren't you? But can you contend with this? Hong Weijun sneered. A gun, a Type 64, I realized in shock. He possessed a firearm. There was no way I would gamble with my life. With a dismissive grunt, Hong Weijun holstered his weapon and strolled leisurely into the corridor. Several men followed, dragging me along and pinning me to the ground. Wu Fan was also pulled out. Though battered, he was not entirely incapacitated, merely lacking the strength to move. I had not anticipated this outcome, filled with remorse as I glanced at Wu Fan. Not only had I failed to rescue AFA, but I had also dragged him into this predicament. Wu Fan, however, appeared unconcerned, rubbing his nose and mouth. As long as my face is intact, that's what matters. I rely on this to make a living. No sooner had he spoken than Zeng Tongtong charged forward, delivering several harsh kicks to Wu Fan's face. Infuriated, he bellowed, "I swear, this grudge will not be forgotten. You better not fall into my hands." After kicking Wu Fan, Zeng Tongtong turned her ire towards me, delivering a few swift kicks before seizing my hair. "Did I not mention I would not let you go?" I glared at her, filled with fury. "Because of you, Yin Yin and I have parted ways. Do you take pride in this?" Zeng Tongtong spat, her teeth clenched in rage. "How dare you even mention Jiang Yin Yin?" I shouted, my anger boiling over. "Do you have any shame?" I merely inquired. I had no idea what Wei Liang and the others were planning. Yin Yin is my dearest friend. I would never harm her. Zeng Tongtong's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. "Keep pretending," I scoffed. As Zeng Tongtong prepared to speak further, Hong Weijun approached, gesturing for her to step aside. In our county, Hong Weijun's name resonates with formidable reputation, yet it was my first encounter with him, and in such close proximity. His presence was undeniably powerful, compounded by my reclined position while he stood, creating an oppressive weight that felt as heavy as a mountain. In Xiang County, who would dare to covet my interests? Are the younger generation so audacious? If I do not decisively deal with the two of you, how shall I maintain my standing? Hong Weijun retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking in a leisurely manner. "Let us sever one hand from each of you and dispose of them." Chapter 11. An opportunity unutilized, merely driven by our desire to save lives. Hong Weijun threatened to sever our hands, even brandishing a firearm, illustrating the extent of his tyranny in our county. Wang Wei mentioned that the municipal bureau had set its sights on him, yet the obstacles were formidable. This fellow was nothing short of a local despot, a quintessential warlord. Upon hearing this, a few men turned and retrieved axes from a private room, positioning themselves protectively in front of Wu Fan and me. The gleaming blades of the axes instilled a sense of dread. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hong Weijun proclaimed, "I shall offer you a choice. You may select to lose either your left or right hand." Wu Fan immediately pointed at me, exclaiming, "Brother Jun, this is not my doing. I was dragged here against my will. You can take his hand. There is no need to harm me." This was typical of Wu Fan during our school days. Though we had triumphed in numerous skirmishes, we had also faced ambushes in narrow alleys. In those moments, he would wield his silver tongue to shift all blame onto me, attempting to evade responsibility. As he would say, "It's better for one to take a beating than two. At least I can take you to the hospital afterwards and care for you." In the past, I chastised him for lacking loyalty, only willing to share in the good times. Thus I would often sabotage his plans, insisting he share the punishment with me. Yet this time, I voluntarily asserted, it was indeed not his fault. They were coming for me alone. This was not a matter of noble sacrifice, but rather a recognition of the truth. He was here because of me and should not bear the brunt of this senseless calamity. I could shoulder the consequences of my actions, but I genuinely wished for Wu Fan to escape unscathed. Otherwise, I would bear the shame of facing him for the rest of my life. Regret and frustration washed over me as I silently cursed my lack of preparation. Who could have foreseen that Hong Weijun would possess a firearm? I dropped to the ground, shouting, "Hong Weijun, if you are a man, direct your wrath solely at me." Wu Fan echoed, "Yes, yes, focus on him alone. I know nothing. I came only to help someone. Brother Jun, had I known you were here, I wouldn't have dared to come even with 100 more lives." Everyone in Xiang County knew of Brother Jun's unmatched prowess. To provoke him was akin to courting death. He deserved it. Even my own brother scorned him. Zeng Tongtong nearby was in fits of laughter, remarking, "Is this the bond of brotherhood you speak of?" Hong Weijun seemed amused as well, seizing an axe from one of the men and handing it to Wu Fan, stating, "Then here, you may sever his hand, and this matter will no longer concern you." Me? Wu Fan was taken aback. "Indeed, let me witness just how shameless you are. If you can bring yourself to do it, I shall consider you a beast and set you free." Hong Weijun's expression radiated amusement, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Very well, you have my word." Wu Fan, unsteadily rising, took the axe from Hong Weijun's hand and turned to me. "Do not act rashly," I cautioned. My plea was not born of fear for my own hand, but rather a realization that he would aim the axe at Hong Weijun. At this juncture, could I remain calm? Wu Fan shouted in exasperation and suddenly swung the axe toward Hong Weijun. Yet, it seemed Hong Weijun had anticipated this move, delivering a swift kick that sent Wu Fan sprawling to the ground. "You were given an opportunity, yet you prove useless." Hong Weijun sighed, retrieving the axe and aiming it at Wu Fan's hand. "Do not harm him. Direct your fury at me, Hong Weijun. Brother Jun, I beg you. It is my fault. Spare him." I cried out desperately, my eyes reddening, my heart racing with the fear of irrevocable loss. Unbeknownst to me, tears threatened to spill. I had not wept when old Fu was slain, nor when sentenced to 3 years, but the thought of a friend losing a hand for my sake was unbearable. Hong Weijun glanced back at me, softly stating, "At this juncture, you still refuse to confess?" This caught me off guard. "Confess? Confess to what? Come now. Let us see how long you can endure." Hong Weijun sneered, his axe poised to strike down upon Wu Fan's hand. Wu Fan, in a fit of panic, cried out, "What does Brother Jun want you to confess? Speak quickly. Did you steal his money or his wife? Hurry, confess. Do not implicate me." Given his life experiences, such thoughts were all he could muster. "Serves you right." Zeng Tongtong cursed, her gaze aflame. In that instant, an epiphany struck me. I suddenly understood what Hong Weijun sought me to confess. I shouted, "I am Li Hu, the one who killed old Fu." The descending axe abruptly halted midair. A profound silence enveloped the corridor as all eyes turned toward me, and Hong Weijun slowly turned, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Li Hu, have you lost your mind? Claiming such deeds? Do you truly possess the capability to have slain old Fu?" Zeng Tongtong evidently recalled what Wei Liang had mentioned about Hong Weijun searching for a murderer named Li Hu, yet instinctively dismissed the notion that it could be me, believing I was merely fabricating a grand tale. I paid her no mind, my gaze fixed intently on Hong Weijun. "You have finally admitted it," he smiled. "To compel my confession, Brother Jun truly went to great lengths." I bit my lip, grasping the situation. "Come in, let us converse." Hong Weijun discarded the axe and strode toward the private room where he had previously been drinking tea. I unsteadily rose. Zeng Tongtong was left in a state of shock. Utterly bewildered, Wu Fan gazed at me incredulously, clearly taken aback. Surprised? Unexpected? I smiled at Zeng Tongtong before stepping into the room. "Close the door." Hong Weijun had already taken a seat by the balcony. I shut the door and joined him. "Sit." Hong Weijun gestured toward the chair opposite him. After a moment's hesitation, I complied. Against the window stood a tea table, flanked by intricately woven wrought-tin chairs, their rich colors exuding elegance. Hong Weijun poured tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, inviting and soothing. Drink, he said softly, his earlier air of dominance replaced with a gentler demeanor. Yet I was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. Such rogues were adept at changing their masks, smiling like a spring breeze one moment, and ruthless the next. I remained silent, lifting my cup to sip. I was uncertain of Hong Weijun's intentions, yet I refrained from asking. I knew he would eventually speak, for there was no need for such theatrics otherwise. As anticipated, after taking a sip of tea, Hong Weijun finally began. I have been searching for you recently. Yet the namely who is far too common. I have encountered several who were not you. I only took notice of you after Wei Liang was stabbed and Tongtong was apprehended, prompting me to investigate your identity. It was indeed a long and arduous search, yet the truth came to me effortlessly. I remained reticent. Hong Weijun continued, arranging the tea set as he spoke. Upon summoning Tongtong for questioning, I learned that she had previously met with Wei Liang. But you did not confess to being the Li Hu who had killed Old Fu. The task I sought you for requires courage and resolve. Yet I could not ascertain your character, hence I orchestrated this scenario, bringing AFA here to see how you would respond. This was to compel you to confess, and also to test your abilities. Not bad at all. You did not disappoint. In Xiang County, there are indeed few young individuals bold enough to venture here. Even if you were to lose a hand today, upon your return, you could still gain fame throughout the entire county, and securing a livelihood would not pose much of a challenge. There are various types of ruffians, yet they all rely on reputation and tenacity to survive, regardless of whether one undertakes projects or embarks on their own entrepreneurial journey. Or even if it involves dining and dashing, it is reputation that provides a solid foundation. However, Hong Weijun spoke extensively, yet failed to address the main issue. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I finally raised my head and inquired, "What exactly do you need from me?" Chapter 12. Tribulations endured. I surmised that the tasks entrusted to me would be arduous, likely those he found inconvenient or beyond his henchman's capabilities. What could I possibly do? I had committed manslaughter and served time, yet that was an aberration, not my true self. However, I was acutely aware of my lack of recourse, awaited dismemberment, and lay prone nearby. My gaze descended upon who was supine at its feet, his body lacerated and bound. He was evidently subjected to considerable torment since his capture. Furthermore, upon his discharge from the hospital, he was to be further brutalized. Retribution was his guiding principle, and eye for an eye was his doctrine. Regardless of his intentions, I had to acquiesce, lest my comrades suffer the consequences. My gaze returned to who continued to manipulate the tea set with deliberate slowness. After pouring himself another cup, he remarked, "You must first pledge fealty before I disclose my intentions." "Very well, I pledge fealty," I responded without hesitation. "Do not be so hasty," cautioned. "The task I shall assign will be far from ordinary. Reflect upon it judiciously. I shall grant you 3 days. Return to me then with your decision." "Am I free to leave?" I inquired, taken aback. "I am a proponent of freedom. I abhor coercion," said with a subtle smile. I was perplexed by his strategy. He had gone to great lengths to bring me here, only to release me? Nevertheless, I seized the opportunity. "What of my friends?" I asked promptly. "They shall depart with you," replied, his smile unsettling. I suspected treachery. He would not release me so readily. Yet, I could not afford to squander this opportunity. I rose and declared, "Very well. I shall deliberate and return in 3 days with my answer." I bent down and hoisted the unconscious onto my back. Upon reaching the threshold, I beckoned to join us. Rose, bewildered, stood by, equally perplexed, yet hesitant to inquire. I carried, with trailing behind, and together we descended the stairs. Throughout our departure, did not attempt to impede us. Emerging into the bright sunlight, I felt as though I had returned from the brink of death, remained unconscious, his head resting on my shoulder. "What transpired?" asked inquisitively. "To the hospital," I urged. "S injuries were severe. Immediate medical attention was imperative. Retrieve the car." And we proceeded to a nearby hospital. Coincidentally, awoke in the hospital lobby. Upon realizing he was on my back, he exhaled and said, "Did you rescue me?" I nodded and said I was taking him to the hospital. Became agitated. "Why the hospital? Is there something wrong with my—" His voice was loud, drawing attention. Curious glances shifted between us, causing me discomfort. I assured him it was merely for his injuries. However, remained unconvinced and rushed to the restroom to inspect himself. He emerged relieved, exclaiming, "My is fine. My is fine." "Your friend's priorities are peculiar," quipped. "As long as he is well," I said. "Let us register you." as your injuries appear severe. These are mere scratches. I shall be fine with some exercise. Demonstrated, but I insisted. I registered him, and for checkups. Fortunately, everyone was relatively unscathed, save for some superficial wounds. Injuries were the most severe, necessitating bandaging. While awaiting our turn, inquired, "Have you truly committed manslaughter?" There was no longer any point in concealment. I recounted the events, expressed his commiseration, remarking, "No wonder you vanished." We were all perplexed. "Why did you not confide in us?" I explained that I had been unable to communicate while incarcerated and preferred not to dwell on it. "Brother, you have suffered greatly." Embraced me, his eyes glistening. Despite his levity, he was compassionate and valued our friendship. I smiled and said, "It is in the past." Refrained from further questions and instead asked, "What to discuss with you?" "He wishes me to join him," I replied. Exclaimed, "Your fortunes have changed." "That is, with his numerous enterprises. You will live a life of luxury. Do not forget to elevate your brothers." Yearned for upward mobility and supported my association with. "I have not yet accepted. I said I would consider it," I said. Was incredulous. What is there to consider? Every young man aspires to work for. Even has only been with him for a few years, and now he has a car, a house, and seized the opportunity. In reality, had requested that I reconsider, but I concealed this from. Suddenly, footsteps approached and appeared before us. I rose in surprise. Before I could speak, exclaimed, "Is that? She has blossomed. I never recognized her potential. Let us become better acquainted and discuss our future. Leave us." I pushed aside and said to, "What brings you here?" "Called me. She said you were at the hospital." Replied. I noticed behind, carrying fruit and supplements. Chapter 13. The informant. The moment I laid eyes on Zeng Tongtong, an irritable fury surged within me. I swiftly pulled Jiang Yin behind me and pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "How dare you still contact Jiang Yin? Just get as far away as you can. And all those things you bought? Toss them straight into the trash." Wu Fan chimed in, "Exactly. Talking about fruits and nutritional supplements. You really think we would be grateful for your generosity?" Zeng Tongtong shot us a disdainful glance, muttering crazy under her breath, and turned to walk away. Wu Fan called after her, "You can leave, but leave the stuff behind. It's worth several hundred." Jiang Yin awkwardly interjected, "But those were gifts for Wei Liang." Wu Fan and I fell silent. I pulled Jiang Yin aside, asking, "Why have you contacted her again?" She replied, "I was worried about you." She called, and I answered. My heart raced as I asked, "What else did she say?" Jiang Yin bit her lip and replied, "She said everything that needed to be said." Clenching my fists, I realized Zeng Tongtong would seize any opportunity to tarnish my reputation. Yet, I remained indifferent. Jiang Yin reached out and grasped my arm, saying, "Li Hu, after all these years as classmates, I understand you better than anyone. Even if you've taken a life, it must have been out of desperation. Besides, you're out so quickly. I want to hear your explanation." Looking into Jiang Yin's delicate face, with her understanding eyes, a warm current surged through my heart. Having taken a life and served time, I was unperturbed by others' scrutiny or their desire to distance themselves from me. However, I was profoundly touched by her warmth and concern. The sharpest knife in the world is a woman's tenderness. I recounted my story, more detailed and meticulous than ever before. After listening, tears sparkled in Jiang Yan's eyes. Once she had calmed down, she took my arm and said, "I knew it. You would never do such a thing intentionally. Li Hu, as long as you're back. That's all that matters. I stand by you. Thank you." I sincerely expressed my gratitude, unable to resist holding her hand. In that moment, 1,000 words transformed into tenderness. If there had been no one around, I would have embraced her. Where could I find such a wonderful girl? Alas, this beautiful atmosphere was shattered by the interruption of Wu Fan, the big fool. "Are you two feeling jealous? Can't you consider the feelings of this single dog?" I turned to see Wu Fan gazing at us expectantly. I knew he was feigning. This guy never lacked for girlfriends, so I scolded him fiercely. Flustered by Wu Fan's antics, both Jiang Yin and I turned crimson and quickly released our hands. Just then, Alpha emerged, wrapped up like a mummy, grumbling, "There was really nothing wrong. Why wrap me up like this?" With everyone gathered and the danger temporarily averted, I suggested we go out for a meal. And everyone eagerly agreed. At the Little Fat Sheep Hot Pot restaurant, we gathered around a table with garlic sauce, condiments, and beer prepared, enjoying ourselves until the late hours of the night. As we dined, we reacquainted ourselves with one another, Afa being the youngest and notably sweet-tongued. Especially after learning how we nearly lost our hands saving him, incessantly called Wu Fan Brother Fan. Wu Fan puffed up with pride, boasting, "No worries. I'll look out for you in Xiong County. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation flowed freely. Wu Fan insisted I team up with Hong Weijun, asserting that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who else could be so fortunate? I replied, I'll think about it. After parting ways, I escorted Jiang Yin home. The breeze was gentle and the moonlight soft, perfect for heartfelt conversations. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Hong Weijun, sensing that he was up to no good. How should I respond to him in 3 days? I sought Jiang Yin's opinion. Logically, I shouldn't interfere with your decisions. But I genuinely hope you steer clear of that path. Honestly, washing cars is quite good. Aim higher, and I'll come help. At this, her face flushed again. I nodded, acknowledging her perspective. After ensuring she was home, I returned to my car wash. Alpha was already asleep, snoring loudly. I tossed and turned in bed, troubled. Like Jiang Yin, I had no desire to engage in that line of work. Having served time, I had encountered many petty thugs and even some prominent figures, aware that they lived on the edge, where one misstep could lead to ruin or imprisonment. If necessary, I would leave Xiong County for another place. After a fitful night's sleep, I rose early to work, pushing out the car wash machine and towel rack. Beginning the day's hustle, Alpha, with his arm in a sling and limping, insisted on helping despite my urging him to rest. After washing several cars that morning, I felt an inexplicable unease, sensing that someone was watching me. Glancing around, I indeed spotted at least 7 or 8 individuals lurking under trees, behind poles, and in alleys, occasionally glancing our way, leaving me puzzled about their intentions. Just then, my phone rang. It was Jiang Yin. There is someone following me at work, she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. I called the police, but they didn't uncover anything. What should we do now? Immediately after, Wu Fan called. This is insane. No matter where I go, someone is following me. Li Hu, what is going on? I feel unsafe. Can I come find you? Will you protect me? I realized then that these were Hong Weijun's men. He had let me go out of kindness. He intended to show me that I could never escape his grasp. I, Alpha, Wu Fan, and even Jiang Yin were all under his control. There was no way out. He was employing another method to warn me not to play games with him. If he wished, he could deal with us at any time. In Xiong County, he was the king. Clenching my jaw, I turned and entered the shop, calling Wang Wei. You need to help me. I quickly recounted the events of the past few days. After a moment of silence, Wang Wei replied, What do you mean? I anxiously pressed, You're a police officer. Surely you can handle this. He responded gravely, I can certainly get all of you out of Xiong County. But what then? What about Wu Fan's family? Jiang Yin's family? Avoidance is not a solution. The only way to achieve true freedom is to eliminate Hong Weijun. Otherwise, you will forever live under his shadow. Li Hu, let us cooperate and bring him to justice. Breathless and overwhelmed, I realized Wang Wei was right. We couldn't escape. Our homes and roots were here. Where could we flee? What should I do? I whispered, holding the phone tightly. From that day forward, I became an informant. A figure navigating the treacherous realms of both light and shadow. 2 days later, I arrived at Candy KTV. Before entering, I was thoroughly searched. They even confiscated my phone. Once again, I found myself in that same private room, at that same tea table, facing the same man. Hong Weijun, now clad in a brown tank suit, twirled a string of glistening beads in his hand, smiling broadly at me. Have you made up your mind? He inquired, his tone laden with significance. For the past 3 days, his men had been like leeches, relentlessly surveilling us. He believed that I had undoubtedly experienced his methods and strength, yielding to him in submission. Filled with trepidation and rendered utterly silent. Little did he know, I harbored a rebellious spirit hidden behind my facade. Resolutely, I proclaimed, I wish to collaborate with you. Assign me a task. I desire for you to take a life. Hong Weijun articulated each word with deliberate precision. Chapter 14. A workplace without father and son. During my discussions with Wang Wei regarding my role as an informant, he once remarked that Hong Weijun was a man plagued by suspicion, meticulous, and exceedingly cautious. Initially, I should not entertain thoughts of gathering evidence against him. Rather, I should endeavor to integrate myself into his life and earn his trust, unconditionally executing his commands. Any transgressions committed during this period would, in the future, be under Wang Wei's guarantee. We had also speculated on the nature of the tasks Hong Weijun wished to assign to me, ranging from trafficking to smuggling. Yet I never anticipated he would request that I commit murder. Murder. Should I undertake such a deed? No assurances from Wang Wei could shield me from the long arm of the law. Consequently, I unhesitatingly declined. Brother Jun, I cannot do it. Hong Weijun waved his hand, signaling me to remain calm, and continued, "Are you familiar with Hu Wenhan?" Of course, I was aware of Hu Wenhan. He was another prominent figure in our county, commanding numerous enterprises and a band of ruthless brothers. His power was undeniably on par with Hong Weijun's, neither eclipsing the other. Hong Weijun stated, "I want you to kill Hu Wenhan." Upon hearing this, my mind nearly shattered. If I struggled to eliminate an ordinary person, how could I possibly confront such a formidable brother? Hong Weijun certainly held me in high esteem, mistaking me for a superhero or a demonic figure, believing I could simply take down anyone at will. I responded earnestly, "Brother Jun, I have killed before, but that was under very fortuitous circumstances. He had insulted my mother, and in a fit of rage, I stabbed him a few times, and he was no more. Hand me a knife for slaughtering chickens or dogs, and I could manage. But murder is beyond my capabilities. Please, seek someone more adept. I truly cannot do this." Yet, Hong Weijun chuckled, "It does not matter if you are afraid to kill. What matters is that others believe you are capable." I furrowed my brow. "What do you mean?" Hong Weijun straightened his posture and gazed out the window. Behind the Candy KTV was a small square where one could observe the peaceful scene. Toddlers playing and elderly individuals strolling, embodying tranquility. Hong Weijun toyed with a string of beads in his hand, his eyes fixed on the square's occupants, and spoke softly, "In Xiang County, Hu Wenhan opposes me at every turn. I open a coal washing plant, and he opens one too. I establish a KTV, and he follows suit. I genuinely wish to eliminate him, but this is a harmonious society. Look at those elderly folks and children. They live so carefreely. Our world is one of peace. How can we casually take a life?" At that moment, Hong Weijun appeared serene, resembling a philosopher concerned for the populace, devoid of any trace of malevolence. I stared at him in bewilderment, at a loss regarding his intentions. He spoke of murder, yet he also spoke against it. Was he perhaps suffering from a split personality? Do you not comprehend? Hong Weijun sighed gently before elaborating. "I never intended to commit murder. Rather, I want Hu Wenhan to believe I am capable of it, so that he lives in constant tension, anxiety, and vigilance until he seeks peace with me and withdraws from our competition." I finally grasped his plan and said, "So, you sought me out to intimidate Hu Wenhan?" Hong Weijun nodded, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. "You killed Lao Fu, and while most are unaware, the underworld has certainly caught wind of it. Just yesterday, you led a group here. Despite the outcome, it demonstrated your courage and resolve, and the news has spread throughout Xiang County. I overlook past grievances and accept you as my disciple because I intend for you to wield that blade against Hu Wenhan. Do you think he can still eat or sleep soundly once he learns of this?" I comprehended fully. Thus, I need not do anything at all. I merely had to be a loyal disciple by Hong Weijun's side and await Hu Wenhan's self-destruction and withdrawal from the rivalry. Hong Weijun smiled, precisely. Yet, a lingering doubt gripped me. Do I possess such formidable deterrence? Hong Weijun assured me, "You do. Even if you do not, I will cultivate the perception that you do. From this moment forth, you are under my wing, and this matter will swiftly circulate through the streets." I muttered, "It sounds as though I am merely a mascot." Hong Weijun laughed again. "In this line of work, reputation is paramount. The more renowned you are, the more likely you will receive funds, even while at home. Otherwise, why do those inexperienced youths constantly seek to challenge the big brothers?" While I acknowledged the truth in Hong Weijun's words, a sense of uncertainty lingered within me. Could I truly intimidate Hu Wenhan without taking action? What if he refused to back down? Or worse, what if he hired someone to deal with me? Hong Weijun remarked, "Though Hu Wenhan appears imposing, he is, in fact, a coward. He merely possesses a keen business acumen, which has afforded him his current status. He is willing to spend money to gather a group of ruthless men to protect him, allowing him to stand against me in Xiang County. I assure you, once your reputation spreads, he will not sleep a wink tonight. Of course, it is impossible to scare him off outright. I have other arrangements in mind. As for your concerns, I will ensure your protection, so do not worry." In Hong Weijun's eyes, Hu Wenhan, a notorious figure, seemed trivial. Whether he aimed to reassure me or intentionally belittle Hu Wenhan, I remained resolute not to be easily swayed. Nevertheless, I found solace in Hong Weijun's promise of protection. I nodded in agreement. Very well. Not needing to commit murder, while still being able to infiltrate Hong Weijun's circle, was the most suitable arrangement for me. Hong Weijun stated, "The matters we discuss must be kept from any third parties to prevent word reaching Hu Wenhan's ears. Do you understand?" I nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Prepare yourself. And come to Candy KTV tonight. I will assign you some tasks. Also, bring along your little brothers. They seem quite capable." Hong Weijun said slowly, "They can be excluded. they do not have an affinity for this line of work. My aim is to eliminate Hong Weijun, not to genuinely follow him for sustenance. I cannot involve Wu Fan and the others. Otherwise, many matters would spiral out of control. Hong Weijun paused momentarily but then agreed. All right, come alone tonight. After leaving Candy KTV, I returned to my car wash, aware that I would be busy for a while. I inquired with Afa if he had any friends who could lend a hand. Afa mentioned that his cousin, Akai, was available and had nothing to do. That afternoon, Akai arrived, resembling Afa with his round face and energetic demeanor. He worked diligently, and I appreciated his efforts, deciding to keep him on. My car wash was quite small, and daily revenue was modest. Hiring another person would hardly yield any profit. Yet, in these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary. I told Afa, from now on, you are the manager of our shop. Handle all matters, large and small, and think things through before acting. Especially do not argue with customers. Afa was thrilled and promised not to disappoint my trust in him. At that moment, Akai entered, inquiring, "Cousin, where should I put the clean towels?" Afa abruptly turned around, sternly stating, "No rules. Do you not know that in the workplace, there are no father and son? Call me Manager Fa. The workplace is like a battlefield, not our village. Coming to the city requires understanding its rules." Akai immediately stood at attention. "Yes, Manager Fa." At 8 o'clock that evening, I arrived at Candy KTV. It was peak customer hours, and the KTV was bustling with activity. The front desk informed me that Hong Weijun was not present and asked me to wait in the lobby. Shortly after, Zeng Tongtong entered, her high heels clicking against the floor, clad in a beige trench coat, strutting with an air of pride akin to a peacock. She seemed to be a supervisor here, greeted warmly by those she passed. Upon noticing me, she exchanged a few words with the front desk before contemplating and ultimately approaching me. Chapter 15, The Old Fox. "Mr. Li, what did Mr. Hong want to see you about?" Zeng Tongtong queried with a saccharine smile, as if our prior discord had been completely expunged. I comprehended her intentions. Perceiving that I was now favored by Hong Weijun, she feared potential retribution and thus sought to reconcile. Such a maneuver was not inherently flawed. Befriending was superior to antagonizing. However, I found her utterly detestable, especially considering her actions toward Jiang Yin. My heart was filled with vexation and loathing. I responded icily, "None of your concern." Zeng Tongtong had steeled herself to seek reconciliation, but my attitude ignited her temper. "Li Hu, are you refusing to reciprocate goodwill? Do not forget that my boyfriend is Wei Liang, who has been with Mr. Hong far longer than you. Even if Mr. Hong seeks your assistance, your standing is far inferior to Wei Liang's." Before Zeng Tongtong could complete her sentence, I delivered a forceful slap across her face. Smack. The resounding report drew the attention of many, and the bustling lobby fell into immediate silence. Zeng Tongtong stared at me, dumbfounded. The imprint of my fingers stark against her skin. She appeared utterly bewildered, unable to believe that I would strike her so publicly. While I was not entirely devoid of restraint, I had surmised the nature of Hong Weijun's assignment for me and sought an opportunity to make an example. Zeng Tongtong had unwittingly presented herself as the sacrificial lamb. Who else would I target? I fixed her with a cold stare and sneered, "Wei Liang? Let him try. Let's see what he's capable of." Humiliated in front of her subordinates and colleagues, Zeng Tongtong, unaccustomed to such treatment, erupted in a frenzy. With a feral cry, she lunged at me, poised to unleash her clawing attack. I retaliated with a swift kick, sending her sprawling into the reception desk. She lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, before finally bursting into tears. "What are you doing? Why are you assaulting people here?" Several individuals, unfamiliar with me, surged forward, their faces contorted with anger. They were interspersed with a few security guards. I disregarded them entirely, remaining rooted to the spot. Zeng Tongtong, between sobs, struggled to her feet. "Li Hu, you just wait. I'm calling Wei Liang right now. What's all the commotion?" A resonant voice cut through the air. Turning, I saw Hong Weijun approaching. Still clad in the brown tang suit he had worn earlier, he twirled a string of prayer beads in his hand, his burly frame exuding an air of formidable authority. He was flanked by several underlings, adding to his imposing presence. "Mr. Hong, Mr. Hong." The crowd greeted him deferentially. Zeng Tongtong, feigning a pitiful demeanor, hoped to elicit Hong Weijun's intervention on her behalf. Hong Weijun halted before me, his brow furrowed. "What's going on?" She provoked me, threatening to have Wei Liang deal with me. I lost my temper and kicked her. I replied with a nonchalant smile. "You shouldn't be causing trouble so soon after arriving. It's a laughingstock for outsiders." Hong Weijun shook his head, expressing his displeasure, though his tone was not particularly harsh. He did not even inquire about Zeng Tongtong's condition. Instead, he announced, "All right, everyone gather around. I have an announcement to make." The crowd coalesced, Zeng Tongtong reluctantly joining them. Her face still flushed with resentment. Her eyes, however, remained dark and vengeful, as if she yearned to flame me alive. Hong Weijun's Sugar KTV was quite expansive, comprising service, reception, engineering, transportation, and security departments, among others. Nearly 100 individuals were packed together, including scantily clad, heavily made-up women and several managers, with Zeng Tongtong among them. Hong Weijun surveyed the crowd and stated deliberately, "Wei Liang is still in the hospital. The position of manager will be temporarily filled by Li Hu." Anticipating this outcome, I was not surprised. My earlier assault on Zeng Tongtong was intended to command respect, ensuring that others would take me seriously. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Many were unfamiliar with me and questioned how an unknown newcomer could suddenly supplant Wei Liang. Zeng Tongtong's face was ashen, her resentment palpable. But she dared not voice her dissent in Hong Weijun's presence. Here, Hong Weijun wielded absolute authority. "Very well, that's settled. Everyone, please cooperate with Manager Li." Hong Weijun concluded his announcement and turned to leave. I hastened to follow him, accompanying him outside. "Work here for now. Once Wei Liang returns, I'll find something else for you." Standing at the entrance of Sugar KTV, Hong Weijun paused, gazing at the illuminated parking lot. "Do you know why I've arranged this?" he inquired. I pondered for a moment. "First, you wish to evaluate my capabilities. Second, you intend to establish my reputation, ensuring that everyone recognizes me. Third, you want to demonstrate your magnanimity. Even though I attacked your establishment, you have overlooked my transgression, promoting and entrusting me with responsibility. This will attract even more talented individuals to your cause." Hong Weijun chuckled. "Indeed, I appreciate intelligence, but not excessive intelligence, certainly not surpassing my own." This was a subtle warning. I immediately responded, "Compared to you, I am far inferior." Hong Weijun nodded in satisfaction. "Those who conceal their brilliance are more likely to endure. After your shift, visit Wei Liang. We are all working under me, and harmony is paramount." I hesitated, then assented. Hong Weijun waved his hand, preparing to depart. I quickly interjected, "Mr. Hong, my salary. Even as an informant, I deserved fair compensation. A base salary of 15,000 per month, with commissions based on performance. The better the performance, the higher the commission." Hong Weijun replied as he walked away, eventually entering a Mercedes-Benz R350 van. Commissions, as everyone knew, far exceeded the base salary. It was no wonder that Wei Liang had managed to purchase a house and car in just a few years, and even win over a gold digger like Zeng Tongtong. He must have possessed considerable skills. This industry certainly offered rapid wealth accumulation. If I were fortunate enough to overthrow Hong Weijun in the future, perhaps I could inherit his business. Then, I could recruit Alpha and Wu Fan, and we could all prosper together. Filled with renewed vigor, I returned to the establishment. The crowd had dispersed, each individual resuming their duties as customers arrived steadily. I strolled around, finding everyone quite respectful. They greeted me as Manager Li. Whether out of deference to Hong Weijun, the effect of my assault on Zeng Tongtong, or awareness of my exploits. Overall, the atmosphere was amicable. After a brief tour, I understood why Sugar KTV was so successful. The presence of female escorts, commonly known as princesses or beauties or hostesses in some regions. However, these princesses were strictly for companionship and drinks. While patrons could embrace or touch them, taking them outside required considerable skill. Of course, with sufficient financial incentive. Few were truly unattainable. However, once outside the KTV, the princess's actions were beyond the establishment's purview. Any legal repercussions were the sole responsibility of the individuals involved. It was a transaction of goods and services, with no interference. It was akin to WeChat's shake feature. I merely provide a platform. I cannot control your actions. Thus, Hong Weijun was indeed an old fox. Attempting to prosecute him for harboring prostitution was clearly futile. The department responsible for the princesses was the service department, ostensibly staffed by waitresses, but in reality, they provided entertainment and drinks. Zeng Tongtong was the head of the service department, a veritable madam. It was disheartening to witness my once innocent and endearing female classmate transformed into this. Following my slap, Zeng Tongtong, whether she had contacted Wei Liang or not, behaved docilely in my presence, refraining from any disruptive actions. She did not provoke me, and I had no desire to antagonize her. It was best to maintain peaceful coexistence. After my inspection, I returned to the office. The office I find myself in is none other than the managerial office of Wei Liang. It is quite spacious and remarkably tidy, though the decor bears a slightly antiquated charm. The furniture, made of solid wood, includes a sofa and chairs, while a large bookcase looms behind the desk, filled with books that appear untouched, clearly mere props for aesthetic purposes. I sank comfortably into the executive chair, indulging in a leisurely stretch before perusing the documents scattered across the desk. They consisted of standard reports, including sales records, maintenance logs, and various departmental files. After a brief examination, I found no incriminating evidence of interest. Suddenly, I noticed my phone was nearly out of battery, prompting me to open the drawer in search of a charger. Much to my surprise, I was greeted by a vibrant assortment of fabrics. Without discerning their exact nature, I casually picked one up just as the office door swung open abruptly and a flustered Zeng Tongtong rushed in, managerly. "There's a disturbance with the guests in room 308. Li Hu, what are you doing with my underwear?" Chapter 16. Take it as a keepsake in the end. Zeng Tongtong, in a fit of frustration, dashed over and snatched the item from my hand. "Who told you to touch that?" Her face flushed with anger, her body trembling with agitation. "Who left it here?" I began to understand the situation, feeling a wave of disdain wash over me. I even lost the desire to sit in the boss's chair, uncertain of the clutter that might be atop it. I stood up and inquired, "Is there trouble with the guest in room 308? What is going on?" Zeng Tongtong, visibly irate yet wary of offending me, tucked her undergarments away and explained, "The guest in 308 is dissatisfied with the limited number of our princesses and is demanding a refund." Perplexed, I replied, "Limited number? Aren't there 30 or 40? Earlier, while at the service department, I had seen the girls lined up, a sight ample enough to bewilder any ordinary guest." Zeng Tongtong continued, "A dozen have already gone to entertain guests, and a few have claimed to feel unwell and are preparing to leave." "How many?" "7. As she spoke, her confidence waned, and I instantly recognized her ploy, a scheme meant to intimidate me, to trouble me on my first day, to make me beg her, to remind me she was not one to be trifled with. Truly, she never learns from past experiences, no matter how many lessons she has faced. However, her tactics may work on the average individual, but she had chosen the wrong opponent in me. Maintaining my composure, I suggested, "Let us go take a look." Together, we exited, with her trailing behind me like a subordinate. Suddenly, a memory from high school surfaced in my mind. She had once confided in me about a boy from the neighboring class who incessantly followed her. I had taken her to confront him after class, delivering a couple of slaps to the boy, and she had stood behind me just as she did now. Alas, time had changed us both. I was no longer the person I once was, nor was she the same. Upon reaching the door of room 308, I could hear a cacophony of insults from within. Pushing the door open, I encountered several burly men sprawled on the sofa, beer bottles shattered on the floor. Only 3 princesses stood before the coffee table, their appearances lackluster and their ages skewed towards maturity. "Is this the best you can offer in such a large KTV? Can they even perform? If not, get them out." One of the men bellowed, hurling another beer bottle to the ground, causing the princesses to gasp in fear. I quickly approached, producing a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Offering one with a smile, "Brother, please calm down. We can bring in more girls. Don't give me that crap. If I'm not satisfied, I want my money back." The man retorted, swatting my cigarette away. However, I deftly grasped his wrist, forcing the cigarette back into his hand, smiling pleasantly, "Brother, grant me some face. I'll bring the girls over right away." His hand struggled momentarily but remained caught in mine. He looked at me in surprise, while I maintained my smile, appearing as though nothing had transpired, merely a casual exchange of cigarettes. After a subtle contest of wills, the man finally realized I was not someone to be trifled with and nodded. "All right, I'll wait. Thank you for your understanding." I lit his cigarette myself before calling Zeng Tongtong outside. "Out here, we have no girls left. They are all preparing to leave." Before she could finish, I abruptly turned and seized her throat. "Li Hu, what are you doing?" Zeng Tongtong exclaimed, her face pale with shock. "I know you're behind this, but I have no desire to expose you. I warn you, if those girls are not back within 5 minutes, I will strip you and throw you into room 308 to see how those men treat you. They are not harmless. They all carry knives. Do you know what that man just whispered to me? He said you were quite appealing and suggested you accompany him. If you are not afraid for your life, I can ensure you have a delightful time. Don't think you can intimidate me with Wei Liang. I'm not frightened of him," I growled, baring my teeth, my eyes nearly bulging with intensity. My words were a mix of truth and fabrication. Even if Zeng Tongtong refused to comply, I would never actually strip her. Nor did the men carry knives. They were merely ordinary patrons who had indulged a bit too much. But it mattered not. The key was that Zeng Tongtong believed me. With her mindset, dealing with her was akin to handling a mere fledgling. Indeed, Zeng Tongtong was visibly shaken, stammering, all right, I'll go fetch them." 5 minutes later, she returned with a dozen girls in tow. Candy KTV is one of the largest entertainment venues in our county, so the quality was assured. With each girl radiating grace and allure, the men were evidently pleased, and I re-entered to deliver a bottle of liquor and a platter of fruit. Sharing a few drinks and exchanging pleasantries before stepping out, Zeng Tongtong stood anxiously at the doorway, and upon seeing me emerge, immediately inquired, "How did it go?" I deceived her, saying, "The brother is still not satisfied and wants you to go in with him." Zeng Tongtong's face drained of color. I can't do that. I don't do this. I want to leave." Her words incensed me. "If you won't do it, should Jiang Yin take your place? Is this how one treats a friend?" I initially intended to intimidate her further, but she truly turned to leave. KTV would not function without her. I quickly grabbed her arm, stating, "No worries. I spoke to the brother. I told him you're my sister. And he respected my request and didn't call for you." Back in school, I often referred to her as my sister, seeking to garner more care from others. And back then, it felt sweet. Now, however, it was a different sentiment altogether. Zeng Tongtong believed me, exhaling a sigh of relief. That's good. "Li Hu, thank you." She had arrived in a trench coat, which she now discarded, revealing a low-cut outfit beneath that indeed accentuated her allure. Even I could not help but steal a few glances. I smirked. "Is that all you have to say? What will you offer as thanks?" Initially, I wanted her to promise to work diligently and refrain from playing tricks on me again. However, Zeng Tongtong pondered for a moment before biting her lip and producing the black lingerie she had previously worn. "Li Hu, I know you like this. Take it as a keepsake, but don't let Wei Liang find out. It's our little secret," she whispered, slipping the black lingerie into my pocket discreetly. Chapter 17. The murder case. Are you out of your mind? With a flick of my wrist, I brushed her hand aside and strode towards the office. "Li Hu, don't deny it. You like me. You came to work at Candy KTV to get closer to me. I am now Wei Liang's girlfriend. But I'm not closing the door on possibilities. If you make something of yourself, I could consider you," Zeng Tongtong stated earnestly. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with her, but her peculiar declaration provoked me, and I found myself slightly repulsed. I was baffled. I distinctly remembered having slapped her several times. Where did she find the audacity to think I had any affection for her? I turned around, enunciating each word. "Liking you was a thing of the past. It no longer exists and will never exist. Please, do not flatter yourself. Take a look in the mirror and see if you're worthy." "You." Zeng Tongtong trembled with anger. Ignoring her, I returned to the office. Just as I was about to sit down, I recalled the uncleanliness of the place and called in a few servers to meticulously wipe everything down with disinfectant wipes. As for that drawer, I vowed never to open it again. After this brief interlude, the KTV remained uneventful throughout the night. Customers came steadily, and cash flowed consistently. Upon learning the revenue figures, I could only express my astonishment. I could think of no other words. Hong Weijun was indeed exceedingly wealthy. Zeng Tongtong ceased her antics. But when she saw me, she neither greeted nor acknowledged me, seemingly still miffed. I found her silence refreshing, preferring the tranquility. At 2 in the morning, my shift finally ended. As a manager, I had little to do. All responsibilities were handled by other supervisors and heads of departments. My role was more akin to a stabilizing force, instilling a sense of order among the staff and addressing any emergencies. However, such emergencies were scarce, allowing me plenty of free time to indulge in leisure activities. Still, I remained with everyone until the end of the shift, eager to understand the intricacies of the establishment. Hong Weijun had instructed me to visit Wei Liang after my shift, but it was already too late, and I surmised he had fallen asleep. Thus, I opted to return to the car wash instead of heading to the hospital. Afa and Akai were already asleep, snoring in unison, creating a cacophony akin to an earthquake. I slept soundly until the following morning, rising leisurely as Afa and Akai had already been at work for half the day. KTV opened at 4 in the afternoon, and seeing that I had time to spare, I ventured out to purchase some nutritional supplements and took a taxi to the hospital. On the way, I received a call from Wu Fan, who excitedly exclaimed, "Li Hu, I heard you became the manager at Candy KTV." I was aware that Hong Weijun would generate buzz for me, but I hadn't anticipated the news spreading so swiftly that even Wu Fan was informed. Yes, I replied. To which Wu Fan responded, that's fantastic. Get me in as a department head or manager, would you? I'm running low on funds and desperately need a boost. I just started and am merely acting in Wei Liang's stead. I haven't been appointed permanently as manager. Let's wait a bit until things settle down. And then I'll bring you on board, I said. All right, I'll await your good news. He replied. Truth be told, I was reluctant to involve Wu Fan, as my connection with Hong Weijun was aimed at coordinating with Wang Wei to ensure his imprisonment. If matters escalated, it could implicate Wu Fan and compromise his safety. Upon arriving at the hospital, I hesitated before going upstairs and instead called Wang Wei to update him on recent developments. After a moment of silence, Wang Wei inquired about my opinion of Hong Weijun. I replied, a thief, extremely cunning, practically impenetrable. Capturing evidence of his crimes seems nearly impossible. Wang Wei stated, precisely because it is difficult, we need you to take action. Keep a close watch. Every fox eventually reveals its tail. I pressed further. What specific crimes is Hong Weijun suspected of? I feel utterly lost. Wang Wei's voice grew somber. Murder. I felt a jolt of shock. In the chill of September, I could not suppress a cold sweat. Wang Wei continued, several of his former business partners have either fled, been maimed, or met their demise. One, named Lu Fuxing, was recently found dismembered at a city garbage dump. We suspect Hong Weijun is responsible, but we lack any solid evidence, which is why we are placing our hopes in you. Focus on this murder case rather than trivial offenses like brawling or possession of illicit substances. They won't imprison him for long. Our priority is to build a case for this murder. In any case, Hong Weijun is an extremely dangerous individual. You must exercise utmost caution. Li Hu, upon resolution of this case, I cannot promise you a specific reward, but you will have ensnared a murderous demon and granted peace to an unjustly tormented soul in the afterlife. Wang Wei's words struck me deeply. I had taken a life before, albeit unintentionally, whereas Hong Weijun's actions were deliberate, marked by cruelty and brutality. Honestly, I regretted embarking on this treacherous path. Who could predict that Wang Wei would assign me to such a horrifying case? Though I had encountered numerous notorious murderers during my time in prison, it took me quite some time to regain my composure before ascending the stairs. This was my second visit to Wei Liang's hospital room, so I was familiar with the surroundings. I pushed the door open. Wei Liang lay in bed, gravely injured from a FA's assault, and it was clear he would be bedridden for some time. To make matters worse, he had a fresh wound on his neck from a shard of glass I had used days prior. Hong Weijun had already informed him of my visit, so Wei Liang was not taken aback. From both Hong Weijun and Zeng Tongtong, he had gleaned my identity, background, and mannerisms. It was evident that he harbored significant resentment towards me, his expression perpetually cold, yet he refrained from erupting due to his association with Hong Weijun. I chose not to engage him much, placing the nutritional supplements on the bedside table, casually pulling up a chair to sit. Brother Jun asked me to act in your stead. You are aware, correct? Wei Liang gritted his teeth. I know. You need not worry. Brother Jun assured me that once you return, he will assign me other tasks. Wei Liang scoffed. I'm not worried. After all I've done for Brother Jun, he wouldn't abandon me for you. Also, I advise you not to get too arrogant. There was once a man named Lu Fuxing who thought he was quite important, but his outcome was quite tragic. Lu Fuxing, wasn't he that the deceased Wang Wei had just mentioned? My heart raced. It seemed Wei Liang might know something. Perhaps he could provide a clue. However, feigning ignorance, I asked, Lu Fuxing? Who is that? Wei Liang, however, chose not to divulge any further details, merely sneering. What's done is done. The heavens are watching. He fell silent, and I could not press further, but I needed to correct his attitude. I pointed at his neck. Feeling better? This reminder seemed to jog his memory of that day, and he appeared to deflate, ceasing his loud outbursts and simply murmuring a soft acknowledgement. That day, I had truly been terrifying. Even Wu Fan had remarked on my killer-esque gaze. Feeling better is good. Brother Jun asked me to check on you, which is why I came. Now that my task is complete, I shall take my leave. I stood, hands in pockets, adding, once you recover. If you wish to engage with me, I am always available. With that, I turned to leave. Wait, Wei Liang suddenly called out. I had anticipated that mentioning his neck would be effective. He seemed to have forgotten that day's events, so I would help him remember. However, I feigned ignorance. Turning back to ask, what is it? Wei Liang gritted his teeth, yet his expression had softened considerably compared to before, now imbued with a touch of gentleness. He spoke softly, since this is Brother Jun's arrangement, I shall certainly comply. Let us put the past behind us and treat each other well. I smiled slightly, replying, then it is settled. Wei Liang nodded in agreement. It is settled. During my absence, I will trouble you with Candy KTV. No problem. While I remained uncertain of Wei Liang's true intentions, it was clear that, for the time being, there were no issues at hand. Even if it was merely for appearances, I could not afford to give Hong Weijun any cause for concern. Just as I was preparing to leave, a sudden urge to relieve myself struck. The hospital room was quite upscale, featuring not only a single bed, but also a private restroom. As I stepped inside and closed the door, I suddenly heard someone storming into the room in haste. Wei Liang, you need to deal with Li Hu right away. I can hardly stand him pretending to be someone of importance at KTV. Get up and handle him for me. I need to vent. It was the voice of Zeng Tongtong. Through the crack of the door, I saw her rush to the bedside, even reaching out to tug at Wei Liang, trying to coax him out of bed. Wei Liang, still recovering from his injuries, was unable to move. He could not withstand her forceful pull and tumbled headfirst to the ground with a resounding thud, resembling someone offering New Year greetings to Zeng Tongtong. Oblivious to the commotion, she exclaimed in confusion, I merely mentioned his name. Is it really necessary to frighten you to such an extent? He is not that terrifying, truly. Chapter 18. The sudden clue having a girlfriend like Zeng Tongtong is akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. I could scarcely fathom what initially attracted me to her. Perhaps it was merely the allure of her visage. Even her foolish antics somehow morphed into endearing quirks. Wei Liang felt similarly, his body trembling with indignation. Yet he spoke with restraint. Could you please refrain from spouting nonsense? Zeng Tongtong helped him to his feet, asserting, I am not speaking nonsense. I've inquired about it. Li Hu has indeed taken a life, though it was not as sinister as it sounds. It was merely an accidental stabbing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been released so swiftly. He has been utterly arrogant, bullying me at the KTV. You must return and teach him a lesson, so he knows who the true master of Candy KTV is. It's you, Wei Liang. Wei Liang, the Wei of Wei, Shu, and Wu, the Liang of Zhuge Liang. You were destined to rise above all. Before she could finish, Zeng Tongtong sensed something amiss. She abruptly turned around only to find me standing behind her, her complexion draining of color. Am I dreaming? How could I possibly see Li Hu here? Wei Liang, clutching the bed railing, managed to hoist himself onto the bed. After such exertion, the wound on his abdomen reopened, blood seeping through the bandage. Lying back, he gasped. Brother Jun sent him to see me. We have reconciled. There is nothing to worry about. It was evident that Zeng Tongtong was dissatisfied, yet she dared not voice her feelings in my presence. We all work under Brother Jun, so let us ensure we maintain good relations. We are all friends, Wei Liang added. Zeng Tongtong remained silent, her teeth gently gnawing at her lip, her expression a tapestry of emotions. After all, just days ago, she had stood by her BMW, flaunting her superiority, while I was merely an inconspicuous car washer. Now, I found myself on equal footing with the boyfriend she so proudly paraded. I shall take my leave. Do take care of your injuries, I smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as I turned to exit. Li Hu, Wei Liang suddenly called out. I turned back. Look after Tongtong. Do not target her, he implored earnestly. As long as she does not stir up trouble, I won't be overly concerned, I nodded before departing. My trust in the couple was non-existent. I could only employ a strategy of remaining passive. Upon exiting the hospital, I realized it was nearing noon. After some contemplation, I decided to call Jiang Yin, inviting her to lunch. Having been preoccupied with matters concerning Hong Weijun and Candy KTV, I had not had much opportunity to connect with her. Jiang Yin agreed with enthusiasm, suggesting a lamb spine restaurant located beneath her office. When we met, we found a seat and engaged in light conversation. I learned that she worked at a nearby advertising agency, earning around 4,000 to 5,000 a month, which, while modest, was considered decent in our small county. Thanks to Hong Weijun's efforts, many in the underworld were now aware of my temporary managerial role at Candy KTV. Wu Fan, who was unemployed and aimlessly drifting, was also somewhat connected, but Jiang Yin remained oblivious, believing I still worked at the car wash. Concerned I could not afford much, she ordered a modest meal. I smiled, saying, Today, indulge yourself. Do not fret about whether I can afford it. Ignoring her protests, I upgraded her order to a larger portion and even ordered her an expensive juice. She felt somewhat embarrassed and suggested treating me to a movie later, promising popcorn and drinks. As we ate and chatted amiably, I inquired about her life over the past few years. She mentioned that after finishing university, Due to her family's financial struggles, she did not pursue further studies and instead entered the workforce, leading a rather uneventful life. I playfully asked if she had dated during her college years, to which she replied no, explaining that no one was interested in her until she learned to apply makeup and dress well after starting work. Yet she had not encountered anyone who truly stirred her heart. At this, she cast a meaningful glance in my direction, just as we were engrossed in conversation. Jiang Yan's phone erupted into sound. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. "Is it Zeng Tongtong?" I asked. She nodded. I felt a surge of irritation and exclaimed, "Do not engage with her." My frustration with Zeng Tongtong was palpable, and the mere mention of her name incited my anger. Jiang Yan appeared startled by my outburst, assuring me she had not been in contact, and promptly hung up, even turning off her phone. We resumed our meal, when suddenly, a figure burst into the restaurant, scanning the room before rapidly approaching our table and plopping down beside Jiang Yan. "Yin Yin, I knew I'd find you here. This is our favorite lamb spine dish. Why haven't you been answering my calls? I told you, I have no knowledge of Wei Liang's situation." The newcomer was none other than Zeng Tongtong, her grip on Jiang Yan's hand tightening, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling on the brink of tears. Jiang Yan looked at me, visibly embarrassed. I couldn't tell if Zeng Tongtong had an issue with her sight, but it wasn't until this moment that she recognized me. Exclaiming in surprise, "Li Hu, what brings you here?" Looking at the dishes on the table, she suddenly asked, "Oh my, you haven't been able to pursue me. Have you turned to chase Jiang Yan instead?" I had no desire to engage in her provocations, merely responding with a cold, "Leave." Zeng Tongtong sprang to her feet, preparing to argue, but at that moment, the door to a nearby private room swung open, revealing 5 or 6 middle-aged men, led by a rotund, bald man leisurely sauntering towards us with a toothpick in his mouth. It was my boss, Lu Fuan. Upon spotting him, Jiang Yan immediately tensed and stood up. It turned out Lu Fuan was Jiang Yan's employer, prompting both Zeng Tongtong and me to fall silent. Disputes, after all, should be reserved for appropriate settings. However, the name Lu Fuan suddenly struck a chord in my mind, reminiscent of Lu Fuxing, differing by only a character. Observing the bald man closely, I noticed he wore a black ribbon around his left arm, a sign of mourning. "Is there a brother of your boss, Jiang Yan?" I whispered. Jiang Yan paused, recalling. "I believe he has an older brother who recently passed away, though my boss seldom mentions him." Indeed, he was Lu Fuxing's brother. Remarkably, just after Wang Wei had mentioned this name to me, I found myself repeatedly encountering individuals connected to him. It appeared fate was aligning all clues toward me. "Is that you, Jiang Yan?" Lu Fuan called over, slightly inebriated, his cheeks flushed as he ambled over. "How have the business prospects I assigned you been faring?" Jiang Yan's expression soured as she replied, "Boss, I'm a designer, not in charge of business development." Upon hearing this, Lu Fuan's demeanor darkened. "The company's business is struggling. Everyone is expected to contribute. Why should you be the exception? If you cannot secure any business in 3 days, pack your things and leave. I do not retain idle employees." At this declaration, Jiang Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, the threat of sobs evident. Before she could respond, Zeng Tongtong exploded, confronting Lu Fuan. "Who do you think you are to dismiss Jiang Yan? I am her boss," Lu Fuan retorted. Zeng Tongtong was momentarily speechless, then seized Jiang Yan's arm, declaring, "We won't tolerate this. Let us go. I'll find you a new job." The mention of a new job clearly reminded Jiang Yan of Zeng Tongtong's earlier proposal for her to work as an escort, prompting her to angrily shake off Zeng Tongtong's grip. "Do not meddle in my affairs." Lu Fuan, observing the exchange, sneered, "I thought you had some capability. Yet Jiang Yan hardly cares for you. Instead of wasting time here, why not help her secure a deal to save her job?" Zeng Tongtong was visibly distressed, yet powerless to act. Despite her position as a supervisor at Candy KTV, she lacked suitable opportunities for Jiang Yan. Chapter 19. The chilling message. Lu Fuan snorted and turned to leave. Jiang Yan could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. Zeng Tongtong, in a fit of urgency, turned to me and said, "Li Hu, if you don't intervene, I'll go find Wei Liang." I thought to myself, why are you acting so concerned for Jiang Yan now? "Tongtong, don't say anything. This has nothing to do with Li Hu." Jiang Yan interjected, believing Tongtong was deliberately making things difficult for me. I sneered and replied, "What do you need Wei Liang for? Are you planning to drag Jiang Yan into becoming a hostess?" This struck a nerve with Tongtong. Every time it was mentioned, her face turned pale. "I'll say it again. I was just asking. I had no ulterior motives. And if you don't step in, I will, she declared. Yin Yin, I will definitely help you secure a contract. With that, Tongtong stood up and left. We naturally ignored her. Jiang Yin, dabbing her tears with a tissue, turned to me. It's fine. Our boss is actually a good person. It's just that business has been tough lately, and he has stressed about running the company, so he said those things to me. He won't really fire me. She forced a faint smile, trying to reassure me. She was worried I would confront Lu Fuan. She believed I was capable of such action and was defending their boss, showcasing her innate kindness. I then asked, how much commission do you earn from securing a contract? Jiang Yin replied, 20%, which is quite decent in the industry. Our boss is quite committed to motivating us. So it seems he is indeed facing challenges. I remarked, as long as the commission is substantial, then let's go. Jiang Yin looked puzzled, asking where we were going. I simply said, just come with me. You won't regret it. After settling the bill, I led Jiang Yin out and we arrived at the entrance of Candy KTV. Jiang Yin, confused, remarked, isn't this where Wei Liang and Tongtong work? What are we doing here? I insisted, just follow me. Jiang Yin looked at me incredulously. Li Hu, you're not planning to make me a hostess, are you? I chuckled. Do you think I would do such a thing? With a determined look, Jiang Yin replied, I don't think so. Lead the way, tiger brother. I'll brave the dragon's den or tiger's lair today. She even flexed her fists, exuding a bit of a chivalrous spirit, which made her even more endearing in my eyes. I laughed heartily and took her into the KTV. At this hour, it was still midday, and the KTV was relatively empty, with only a few security guards on duty who greeted me promptly. Manager Li, Jiang Yin, puzzled, asked, why do they call you manager? I chose not to answer and led her to Wei Liang's office. I rummaged through the desk and pulled out a report I had seen the previous day, handing it to Jiang Yin. Is this contract substantial enough? As an entertainment venue, Candy KTV had a considerable budget for advertising each year, including various billboards, bus stops, taxi ads, and printing a plethora of flyers and coupons, amounting to several $100,000. While this budget might not be significant in a major city, it was quite impressive for our small county. I had stumbled upon this report while reviewing documents yesterday. Wei Liang had already compiled it, intending to offer it to another company. Since Jiang Yin needed it, I decided to seize the opportunity, as the approval power rested with me for the time being. After quickly reviewing the document, Jiang Yin looked up and said, it's definitely substantial. If I secure this contract, not only will my commission be several tens of thousands, but the boss will elevate me to the status of the company's empress. He might even call me grandmother without a hint of reluctance. Let us skip the grandmother part. You're not that old. I chuckled, adding, as long as the contract is substantial. Let us proceed. Sign? Who's signing with me? I am, I said, retrieving the company seal from the drawer and gesturing for Jiang Yin to draft the contract. Jiang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hu, what exactly are you? I replied earnestly, I am the manager of Candy KTV. There was no need to conceal anything from Jiang Yin, but I couldn't reveal every detail. For instance, I couldn't tell her about my conversation with Hong Weijun. I merely mentioned that after our last altercation, he seemed to hold me in high regard, and since Wei Liang was hospitalized, I was temporarily acting as manager. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin showed no signs of joy. Instead, she appeared concerned, saying, so, you are still associated with him? She had previously expressed her disapproval of my connection with Hong Weijun, as everyone in our county knew his reputation. I reassured her, sort of, but don't worry. I will extricate myself from this situation soon. Jiang Yin nodded. I believe you. Jiang Yin promptly began drafting the contract. As a designer, she was not accustomed to handling business deals, so she called a colleague to obtain a template, taking over 20 minutes to finalize it. Securing such a significant contract was bound to make Jiang Yin happy. Her face lit up with joy as she said, Tiger brother, thank you. When the commission comes in, I'll share half of it with you. Receiving kickbacks is a common practice in the industry, and I didn't pretend to be a moral paragon. I simply nodded in agreement. This was the role of a manager, not only earning a salary and commission, but also enjoying substantial gray income. Otherwise, how could Wei Liang maintain such a polished image? Jiang Yin waved the contract in her hand. I'll take my leave now. Let us have dinner together tonight. This time it's my treat. Jiang Yin, with her striking beauty, held her head high as she spoke, her delicate features resembling a pearl freshly emerged from the sea. I could not resist and reached out to gently pat her head, a rather intimate gesture that instantly flushed her face with color. The atmosphere in the office grew charged. I could sense that Jiang Yin harbored feelings for me, feelings that had been buried deep within her heart for quite some time. With just one step forward, our relationship could leap forward. However, after a moment of hesitation, I withdrew my hand. Until I dealt with Hong Weijun, my situation was fraught with risk and uncertainty. Therefore, I could not afford to rush things. Instead, I shifted the conversation to Jiang Yin's boss, Lu Fuan. I mentioned, Lu Fuan has a brother named Lu Fuxing, who used to do business with Hong Weijun. He mysteriously passed away not long ago. Could you help me inquire about the details? In truth, I would have helped Jiang Yin regardless of Lu Fuxing's existence, but since I had the connection, I might as well gather some information. Jiang Yin assumed I was merely curious and readily agreed. Lu Fuxing had been dismembered, even if Hong Weijun was not directly involved. There was undoubtedly a ruthless butcher behind it. Investigating this matter would be perilous, so I advised Jiang Yin to avoid direct inquiries and instead gather information indirectly, perhaps by asking Lu Fuan's colleagues. Jiang Yin finally took me seriously, responding, "All right." After sending Jiang Yin off, I called Wang Wei to discuss Lu Fuan. Wang Wei informed me that the chances of obtaining information from him were slim, as the police had already investigated. Although Lu Fuxing and Lu Fuan were brothers, they had fallen out over a decade ago and had not spoken since. After Lu Fuxing's death, Lu Fuan showed no signs of grief and even remarked privately that he deserved it. I felt quite disheartened. I had hoped for a lead, only to receive this disappointing news. I consoled myself, thinking that sometimes you might strike gold through indirect means. Perhaps Jiang Yin could uncover information that the police were unaware of. After hanging up, I realized there was still ample time before the shop opened, so I rested my head on the desk for a brief nap. I lost track of time until I faintly heard my phone ping with a message. Initially, I paid it no mind, as junk messages had become exceedingly common. It wasn't until I fully woke up that I retrieved my phone to check. Upon reading the message, an icy chill ran down my spine, leaving me utterly unnerved. The message was from an unknown number and read clearly, "Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Beware, or you may meet a gruesome end." Chapter 20. Seeking fortune in peril. What business is it of mine? It's just Lu Fuxing, isn't it? And being found dismembered corresponds precisely to Lu Fuxing's demise. Someone is watching me, and they're aware of my activities. The afternoon sun, filtering through the glass windows, bathed the warm office in a golden glow. Yet it felt as frigid as an icebox. Without hesitation, I immediately called Wang Wei, expressing my indignation. What on earth is going on? How could my identity as an informant be compromised? Wang Wei seemed bewildered, inquiring about the situation. I recounted the text message and added, "I'm done. It's not worth risking my life to be an informant. Anyway, Hong Weijun doesn't expect me to actually kill anyone. I'll just be a mascot by his side, doing nothing. And that's fine too." Wang Wei promptly reassured me, "Don't panic. Only my captain and I know about your involvement as an informant. Neither of us would ever divulge that information. Besides, if it were leaked, Hong Weijun would never let you off the hook." I pressed him further. "Then how do you explain the text message?" Wang Wei insisted that I remain calm and provide him with the phone number so he could investigate. After giving him the number, I regained some composure and realized that Wang Wei's words held merit. If Hong Weijun knew, he would never let me go, given his temperament. So, who sent the message? Regardless of the sender, it was undoubtedly connected to Lu Fuxing's death. As I was mulling over these chaotic thoughts, a supervisor approached me, announcing the upcoming routine meeting. As a manager, regardless of my workload, attending the meeting was obligatory. I went downstairs, feigned a few reprimands, outlined the tasks for the evening, and then dismissed the meeting. Preoccupied with my thoughts, I lacked the enthusiasm to oversee the work. After a customary inspection, I prepared to return to my office. While passing a certain floor, I noticed Zeng Tongtong standing on the stairwell landing, engaged in a phone call. "Hey, Director Zhao." Yes. Are there any advertising needs recently? A friend of mine works at an advertising agency and can offer you very favorable prices." "Oh, you don't need any." "All right, sorry to bother you." Zeng Tongtong made 3 or 4 calls in succession, all ending in rejection. In this day and age, striking a deal is not so effortless. She wasn't some well-connected heiress, but even if those people rejected her, some made exceedingly inappropriate requests. Sleep with you. You motherfucker, just because you have a little money doesn't make you special. Look at your gourd-shaped face. You want to sleep with me? You'll have to wait until your next life. Yes, I'm materialistic, but I'm not just materialistic. I also have standards. You have to be handsome and rich to sleep with me. Zeng Tongtong cursed as she hung up the phone, gasping for air. She slumped against the wall, burying her head in her knees and sobbing. Seeing Zeng Tongtong in this state, I didn't feel pity. Instead, I found it amusing and couldn't resist walking over and saying, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you go to Wei Liang? How can't you handle such a small matter?" Zeng Tongtong stood up abruptly, gritting her teeth. "Li Hu, what are you laughing at? Aren't you pursuing Yin Yin? Can't you even help with something like this?" I retorted. "I didn't say I wouldn't help. I'm just asking why Wei Liang is useless." Zeng Tongtong pouted. "Aren't you asking the obvious? Wei Liang isn't the manager anymore. He can't make decisions about many things." That was indeed the case. As the old saying goes, when one leaves, the tea turns cold. Aren't many retired high-ranking officials treated this way? Seeing that Zeng Tongtong was somewhat sincere, I didn't continue to mock her. Instead, I said, "All right, no need to make calls. I've already given her the KTV order. An amount of 200,000 or 300,000 is enough for her to walk around the company with her head held high, and the commission will be substantial." Upon hearing this, Zeng Tongtong's face lit up with joy. She reached out and grabbed my sleeve, saying, "Oh, Li Hu, you've finally done something good. I'll thank you on behalf of Yin Yin. Is there any need for you to thank me? Just do your job properly. Don't slack off during work hours." I sneered, shaking off her hand and turning to leave. However, Zeng Tongtong seized the opportunity, calling out twice and grabbing my arm again. "Li Hu, it's okay if you can't win me over and pursue Yin Yin instead, but you can't break her heart, or I won't let you off." I retorted, "Are you sick? What does it have to do with you? You care so much about Jiang Yin. Why did you drag her into being a hostess in the first place?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zeng Tongtong froze again, wanting to say something but unable to. I snorted and forcefully swung my arm, but it didn't come loose. Zeng Tongtong still held on tightly. I frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" Zeng Tongtong whispered, "Li Hu, are you going to kill Hu and Han?" My heart skipped a beat. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zeng Tongtong said, "It's all over the place. They say that Brother Jun took you in to use you as a knife to kill Hu and Han. This was Hong Weijun's strategy, to scare Hu and Han away. The first step was to build momentum for me, and then spread the word. Not actually kill him, but make him believe that I dared to kill him. It seemed that the second step was already underway." I retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Zeng Tongtong pursed her lips. "Li Hu, it's true that one seeks fortune in peril, and I hope you can get better, but it's best not to do it this way. In this society, even a fight can land you in jail, let alone murder. You just got out. Do you want to go back in?" If she had said these words before, I would have been quite touched, but now I just found it annoying. This woman has one face in public and another in private, and I was tired of it. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with you. I forcefully shook off her hand and walked away. Back in the office, Wang Wei happened to call. He informed me that the number that sent me the text message was unregistered, and the source couldn't be traced. However, it didn't matter, as long as he called again. His location could be tracked. "Officer Wang, my life is in your hands," I said earnestly. "Rest assured, I will protect you, but you must also be careful." Wang Wei replied with equal sincerity. After hanging up the phone, I rummaged through the drawers. Wei Liang had many cold weapons here, such as pickaxe handles and machetes everywhere. I found a delicate dagger and tucked it into my pocket for emergencies, although I hoped I would never have to use it. Just then, someone knocked on the door. I called out, "Come in," and the door opened. Two young men, looking about 18 or 19, entered. They both had buzz cuts, tracksuits, and sneakers, looking quite capable. They introduced themselves as Yinshin and Yuan, sent by Hong Weijun to protect me. The news of my impending assassination of Hu and Han had reached even Zeng Tongtong, and it must have spread throughout Xiang County. Hu and Han had undoubtedly heard about it and might send someone to deal with me first. That was why Hong Weijun had arranged for 2 bodyguards. Judging from their appearance, I didn't think they had much fighting power. But it was better to have someone than no one. I nodded and said, "All right, stand guard outside. I'll call you if I need anything." "Yes, Brother Hu." The two turned and left. After sitting for a while, Jiang Yin called to share the good news. After she took my order, her boss was overjoyed and praised her in public. He was even throwing a celebration banquet for her, so she couldn't have dinner with me tonight. Because of the text message, I was already worried and didn't want to go out with her, lest I bring trouble to her as well. I readily agreed, saying, "No rush, we can do it another day." That night passed peacefully, until the next morning, while I was sleeping at the car wash, Wang Wei suddenly called, saying that he had located the person who sent me the text message. Chapter 21. The first fierce general. I immediately inquired, "Who is it?" Wang Wei replied, "We are concerned about alarming the enemy, so we have sent undercover agents to investigate. Please be patient and wait a moment." After hanging up the phone, I anxiously awaited the news, as an unseen adversary lurking in the shadows was the most disconcerting. After approximately half an hour, Wang Wei finally returned my call, stating, "It's Zhou Xiangyang." Zhou Xiangyang. Who is that? I had never heard of this name before. He is the top general under Hu Wenhan. By the time he rose to prominence, you were still in prison. You wouldn't know him, Wang Wei explained. So he texted me because he heard I wanted to kill Hu Wenhan, and he came to threaten me? I quickly deduced. Yes, that is definitely the case. The matter he refers to is to warn you not to interfere in the feud between Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan. The phrase dead without a complete corpse is merely a scare tactic. It has nothing to do with Lu Fuxing. It just coincidentally intertwined. Wang Wei analyzed with reason. And it was indeed not difficult to guess. Your identity as an informant cannot be revealed, and it is even less likely for Hu Wenhan's men to find out. Wang Wei asserted confidently. After confirming the identity of the person who texted, I sighed in relief, glad that it had nothing to do with Lu Fuxing. It seemed I had been overly paranoid. But do be cautious, Wang Wei cautioned. Zhou Xiangyang is not someone to be trifled with. He has spent time in prison several times and is quite ruthless. When it comes to fighting, I'm not afraid of anyone, I retorted. Hanging up the phone and promptly texting Zhou Xiangyang, "Your mother, if you have the guts, come at me," putting away my phone. I cheerfully brewed a cup of tea and carried the steaming mug outside. Alpha and ACA were already washing cars, while Yin Chun and Yuan Yuan sat at the entrance, resembling two guardian deities. They were assigned to protect me, naturally remaining by my side 24 hours a day. They had followed me home last night, and although the car wash was small, there was enough space for both to sleep. Last night, I asked them how much they earned, and they replied it was 3,000 a month. I was quite amazed that Hong Weijun could motivate two young men to risk their lives for such a modest sum. "Stop lazing around, come help me scrub the mats," Alpha shouted while washing the car. "We're here to protect Tiger Brother, not wash cars," Ancient scoffed, clearly looking down on Alpha's work. "Damn it, does Tiger Brother even need your protection?" Alpha muttered as he continued to wash vigorously. With a steaming mug of tea in hand, I watched the lively scene with a smile. Just then, two vans abruptly drove up, and over a dozen men rushed out, wielding clubs and knives, swiftly surrounding our car wash. Yin Chun and Yuan Yuan sprang to their feet. Alpha dashed into the shop to grab a fire extinguisher, while ACA, somewhat dazed, didn't he know what was happening but quickly ran inside to grab a heating pipe after seeing everyone else move. Only I stood still, holding my tea mug. Frowning as I asked, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" The group of men remained silent, until a voice boomed from one of the vans. "Your mother, weren't you looking to fight? Here I am. How do you want to do this?" Zhou Xiangyang. I instantly recognized the man, especially since I had just insulted him via text. I hadn't anticipated he would arrive so swiftly. It seemed he was indeed a hot-headed individual. I peered into the van and spotted a young man in his 30s seated in the back, sporting a prominent scar on his forehead. He exuded an imposing presence, despite his casual attire of a hoodie and jeans, which appeared somewhat unkempt. Maintaining my composure, I smiled and said, "You want to fight me? But you're not even getting out of the vehicle? Really, I'm not that terrifying. Although I've killed before, I don't just kill anyone." Am I afraid of you? Come on, show me how you kill. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me today. Zhou Xiangyang, unable to contain himself, stepped out of the van and swaggered toward me. "Come, kill me then," he challenged, pointing at his own head. He thought that with so many people around, I wouldn't dare to act, but he was gravely mistaken. I swiftly lifted the tea mug and splashed its contents onto his face. The mug was quite large, and since I had just brewed the tea, it was still hot, perhaps around 70 to 80 degrees. The entire contents splashed onto Zhou Xiangyang's face, causing him to scream in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered. "Everyone, attack!" Zhou Xiangyang roared, stepping back as he frantically wiped his face, which was now red and blistered. Simultaneously, Alpha rushed over and struck him on the head with the fire extinguisher. "Ah!" Zhou Xiangyang screamed again, blood streaming down his forehead as he staggered, nearly collapsing. I seized the moment, advancing with a kick to his abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, his men charged at us, and chaos ensued as Alpha swung the fire extinguisher, while ACA wielded the heating pipe, and Yin Chun and Yuan Yuan fought valiantly, brandishing their military daggers in a frenzy. While it may be said that these few men were not necessarily skilled fighters, Alpha and ACA relied on their sheer physical strength, and the two guardian deities displayed a reckless tenacity that effectively scattered Zhou Xiangyang's group of over 10 men. I focused on Zhou Xiangyang, taking advantage of his down position to kick his head mercilessly while shouting, "Come on, let us fight." Why are you silent now, Brother Yang? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. I turned to find ACA had been slashed on the shoulder, surrounded by at least 4 or 5 attackers, struggling to hold his ground. I rushed over, kicking one of his assailants down, seizing the fallen knife and charging into the fray. I swung the knife a couple of times, causing the surrounding men to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiangyang managed to rise from the ground. Remarkably, despite being scalded with boiling water, struck by Offa's fire extinguisher, and receiving at least a dozen kicks from me, he was still able to get back up. However, he staggered unsteadily and quickly realized he was in a precarious situation. "Let us retreat," he shouted, scrambling into the van as his men fought their way back, retreating while engaging in combat. Given our numbers, we were fortunate to have achieved a stalemate, and it was impossible to detain them. Just as they were about to drive away, Ancient picked up a brick and smashed the windshield of one of their vans. "Extra mother, why are you running? Let us continue fighting," Ancient bellowed, even standing in front of the vehicle. "Are you out of your mind?" I shouted, lunging at him and dragging him to the roadside. "Li Hu, wait for me. This matter is far from over," Zhou Xiangyang yelled back. Virum. The 2 vehicles sped past the spot where Inshun had just been standing, vanishing from sight. I sprang to my feet and grabbed Inshun by the collar, scolding him. "Do you want to die?" Reflecting on the earlier chaos, Inshun appeared somewhat shaken, his face pale as he murmured, "I didn't think it through. I just wanted to stop them." I continued to berate him. "If I hadn't pushed you aside, you would have been crushed. Earning just 3,000 a month. Was it worth risking your life?" Inshin replied with a forlorn smile, "It's precisely because I only earn 3,000 that I must fight hard. If I don't strive, who will remember me? When will I ever become a leader? Tiger brother, not everyone can be like you." Chapter 22. A grave mistake. I was momentarily taken aback. Inshin's words struck a chord. Many uneducated, unskilled youths possess little more than their own lives to gamble with. Who wouldn't aspire to be a comfortable second-generation rich kid? Who wishes to struggle for survival on the edge of a knife? Yet, this is undoubtedly not the righteous path. With the legal system becoming increasingly robust and crackdowns intensifying, anyone pursuing this course is destined for ruin. Were it not for my role as an informant, I could never have aligned with Hong Weijun. But I could only sigh helplessly, unable to share my predicament with Inshan. At that moment, Afa, Akai, and Yuan arrived, each bearing some injuries. Akai had been slashed, and Yuan was bleeding from his head. I quickly urged, "You all head to the hospital first. I will search for Brother Jun." This matter was far from over, and Zhou Xiangyang had mentioned he would come looking for me. It was inevitable that he would confront Hong Weijun. I stuffed some money into their hands and hailed a cab to send them off before dialing Hong Weijun. He informed me he was at a wellness center getting a massage and instructed me to meet him directly. Upon arrival, I was escorted to a dimly lit private room where I found Hong Weijun reclining in a massage chair, clad in a loose, pale yellow robe. 2 elegantly dressed women were kneading his back. At that moment, I couldn't help but marvel at the privileges wealth can bring. Once I entered, Hong Weijun waved the 2 women away, sat up, and inquired, "What happened?" I recounted the earlier events and asked, "What should we do now?" To my surprise, instead of retaliating, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What else? Call the police." "What?" I thought I had misheard. With a smile, Hong Weijun continued, "Zhou Xiangyang sought you out first, right? You were forced to defend yourselves, and some of you were injured, correct? Ha ha ha. Let's report it to the police. What era are we living in that people still fight? This idea surely wasn't Hu Wenhan's. He isn't that foolish. It's likely Zhou Xiangyang acted on his own. If we don't squeeze Hu Wenhan for a few 100,000, I won't bear the name Hong." I quickly interjected, "I struck first. I splashed him with a teapot." "Then there's nothing to worry about," Hong Weijun reassured me. "He came with a dozen people, all armed with knives and clubs. We are clearly in the right." He pulled out his phone and began conversing with an acquaintance in authority, discussing a settlement or else facing consequences, looking quite pleased with himself. I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me, remembering when I was in school, street thugs would rather endure beatings than involve the police, believing that anyone who sought police intervention had lost. I never imagined that years later, society would shift so dramatically. After hanging up, Hong Weijun cheerfully remarked, "Just wait. Someone will contact Hu Wenhan. This won't be settled for less than 200,000. We'll split it between us, and a few thousand will suffice for those rascals." At that moment, Hong Weijun's phone rang again. "Hello?" He answered immediately, but the next second his expression changed. "Lu Fuxing's case? Why is it coming back to me? Those officers are always snooping around, damn it." His words trailed off as he suddenly noticed my presence and promptly fell silent, striding outside. It was Lu Fuxing again. This call was undoubtedly crucial. So I quickly stood and peeked out the door, spotting Hong Weijun at the end of the corridor, his face grave as he spoke. I desperately wanted to eavesdrop. But Hong Weijun was no fool. He wouldn't let me approach during such an important conversation. What should I do now? Little did I anticipate that while I was scheming to overhear Hong Weijun's call, Fa and Yinshin encountered trouble at the hospital. This was later recounted to me by Fa. He explained that upon arriving at the hospital, they proceeded to the surgical department for treatment. Shortly after, a group of individuals arrived, none other than Zhou Xiangyang and his crew. Zhou Xiangyang, being human himself, had sustained injuries and naturally sought medical attention. But fate had them both in the same hospital. Moreover, Zhou Xiangyang was the most severely injured among them, resulting in a mere 4 or 5 of his associates accompanying him. Yinshin, bearing the lightest injuries, was bustling about to settle bills and complete paperwork when he was startled to see Zhou Xiangyang had also arrived. He hurried back to inform Fa and the others. At that moment, the doctor had stepped out for equipment, leaving only the 4 of them in the room. Upon hearing this, Akai rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "What a twist of fate! What are we waiting for? Let's go after them." Yinshin echoed his enthusiasm. I was thinking the same. Zhou Xiangyang is a notorious thug. If we take him down, it will earn us a reputation. Only Fa hesitated, saying, "Isn't that unwise? Brother who doesn't want us causing trouble outside." Indeed. Despite Fa's usual recklessness, he genuinely respected my words, especially since becoming the car wash manager had shifted his perspective. He began to consider the bigger picture. Yinshin urged, "Don't you remember he's your brother? Didn't you hear Zhou Xiangyang say this isn't over? He'll come after brother who next. If we don't strike first, he'll target him." Fa frowned. "Stop with the let's do it talk. It's making me uncomfortable. Enough chatter. Are you in or out?" insisted Yinshin. With a firm resolve, Fa replied, "Fine. You're right. If we don't act, he'll go after brother who. I don't care about anyone else, but brother who's reputation must be defended." These few rascals were quite the characters. Only Yuan maintained a semblance of composure. But he was easily swayed by the fervor of others. With Yinshin eager for fame and Fa and Akai hailing from rural backgrounds where strength spoke volumes, Yuan could not dissuade them and was dragged into the fray. Just then, the doctor led Zhou Xiangyang and his companions into the room. "Damn it," Fa declared, seizing a nearby 4 bottle and dashing towards Zhou Xiangyang, striking him fiercely on the head. Yinshin followed suit, delivering a kick that sent Zhou Xiangyang crashing to the ground. Previously assaulted by Fa with a fire extinguisher, Zhou Xiangyang, despite his robust physique, was disoriented and unable to regain his footing. As he stumbled in, he was met with a barrage of attacks from Fa and Yinshin. Collapsing and unable to rise, Fa relentlessly kicked Zhou Xiangyang's head while Yinshin brandished a military dagger, viciously stabbing around Zhou Xiangyang's body. Meanwhile, Akai and Yuan engaged with the remaining assailants, turning the entire room into chaos, the sounds of struggle echoing throughout as doctors and nurses stood frozen in fear, too terrified to intervene, merely calling the police from outside. Blood oozed from Zhou Xiangyang's body as Yinshin, in a frenzy, shouted, "Zhou Xiangyang, aren't you the boss? Today, I'm taking you down. You bastard, don't let me catch you." Zhou Xiangyang curled up, hands over his head, gasping for breath. "The cops are coming," Yuan suddenly exclaimed, hearing the sirens approaching. "Run." Having been caught once before, Fa, experienced in evasion, led the group to leap out the window. They sprinted from the hospital, dashing into an alley. Yinshin remained exuberant, declaring, "It's fine, I won die. I know my limits. At worst, I'll be seriously injured. Haha, I'll surely gain a reputation. Let us see who dares to cross me in Xiang County now." Yet, Fa, sensing the gravity of their actions, decided to call me. At that moment, they remained blissfully unaware of the enormity of the trouble they had stirred. Chapter 23. A life lost upon receiving the call from Afa. I immediately sensed that something was amiss. According to their account, Zhou Xiangyang was gravely injured, and with this turn of events, Hong Weijun would undoubtedly be unable to extort any money. I instructed Afa and the others to find a place to hide. And then I stepped outside to locate Hong Weijun. Hong Weijun was still on the phone, and upon seeing me approach, he spoke in a low voice, "All right, I understand. I will handle this." After hanging up, he turned to me and asked, "What is going on?" I recounted the situation involving Afa and the others, and upon hearing it, Hong Weijun's anger flared. He cursed, Those fools have cost me 20,000. If Zhou Xiangyang was indeed seriously hurt, he would have to delve into his own pockets. At that moment, Hong Weijun received another call. His expression turned grave as he listened intently for a moment before putting down his phone and saying to me, "We're in trouble. Zhou Xiangyang has died." Died? How could that be? Hong Weijun replied, "Yin severed the main artery in his leg, and the hospital couldn't save him in time." My mind spun into chaos. I realized that Yin Chun was now utterly doomed. Even if it wasn't intentional murder, his actions were so heinous that he would at least receive a life sentence. Hong Weijun then asked, "Where are they hiding?" I explained, Yuan has an old house in Taoyuan village. They've taken refuge there for the time being." After speaking, I anxiously watched Hong Weijun, knowing he held considerable influence in Xiang County and might be able to resolve the situation. Yes, at that moment, I was consumed by selfishness. I sincerely hoped that Yin would evade punishment. Although my relationship with him was not particularly deep, he had confronted Zhou Xiangyang because of me. Hong Weijun paced back and forth, clearly deep in thought. After lighting a cigarette, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Contact a third party unrelated to us and inform Hu Wenhan that Yin is hiding in Taoyuan village. Yes, that will do. He exhaled a sigh and ended the call. I was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "Brother Jun, what are you doing?" Hong Weijun tucked his phone away and said to me, "A life is at stake. I cannot protect him. The police will not let him off. Since it's Yuan's family home, they will find him soon. There is no escape for them." I exclaimed in desperation. Then he should surrender. He might receive a lighter sentence. Why inform Hu Wenhan? Hong Weijun replied, "Everyone knows he is my man. If he gets caught as his older brother, I would have to pay to bail him out. If it were you or Wei Liang, I would willingly do it. But he's just a small fry worth only 3,000. Is it worth my investment? If I don't help, others will say I'm not loyal. And how can I continue to survive in Xiang County? Rather than letting it escalate, it's better to inform Hu Wenhan. For the sake of avenging Zhou Xiangyang. He will certainly want to kill Yin. Let him do it. It saves me the trouble. One life for another, no one loses." I stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Hong Weijun could speak such shameless words so casually. This cannot be allowed. I immediately objected, pulling out my phone to call Alpha. "What are you doing?" Hong Weijun lunged to snatch my phone away. I quickly stepped back, turning to run while dialing the number. Hong Weijun caught the back of my collar, drawing a gun and pressing it against my head, cursing. "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" I turned my head, pressing my forehead against the gun, and emphatically stated, "Brother Jun, I must make this call. Even if it means surrendering, it cannot fall into Hu Wenhan's hands. I told you not to call." Hong Weijun's gaze was sharp, as if he might pull the trigger at any moment. Yet, I met his stare and dialed the number, only to be met with the tone of a powered-off phone. I realized Alpha was likely avoiding police tracking by turning his phone off. Predictably, Yin and the others must have done the same. After several failed attempts to reach them, I confirmed my suspicions. "You seem a bit unhinged." Hong Weijun relaxed slightly, seeing I hadn't connected. I remained silent, turning to sprint towards the entrance of the wellness center. "It's too late to go now. Hu Wenhan's men are surely on their way." Hong Weijun shouted after me, but I paid him no heed, exiting the wellness center and hailing a car to Taoyuan village. On the way, I called Wu Fan, asking him to drive to Taoyuan village since he lived closer. I specifically instructed, if Hu Wenhan's men haven't arrived yet, help locate Alpha and the others. If they have, assess the situation and wait for my arrival before deciding what to do. On the other end, Wu Fan grumbled, "I thought you were calling me to make some money together. Instead, you're assigning me this miserable task." First Hong Weijun. "Now Hu Wenhan, are you not afraid of getting your hands chopped off for offending these big bosses?" I paused before saying, "Brother, if you don't want to go, it's fine." Wu Fan began cursing again. "Nonsense. When have I ever backed out of your affairs? Let us meet in Taoyuan village." After Wu Fan hung up, I gently brushed my fingers against the dagger at my waist. My request for Wu Fan to come was purely due to his proximity. Perhaps he could reach Yin in time to warn him. If a confrontation were to arise, I certainly wouldn't let him get involved. Taoyuan village is located on the outskirts of our county, classified as an urban village, and it is quite expansive. After about 10 minutes, I arrived at the village entrance, where Wu Fan's van was indeed waiting. Upon spotting me, he ushered me into the vehicle while starting the engine, saying, as soon as I arrived, I noticed 4 vans entering the village, led by Chi Jun. I was well acquainted with that name. He was a notorious figure in our county. Back in school, knowing Chi Jun was a point of pride. Anyone who had him as a brother was considered formidable. Reflecting on it now, it seems foolish associating with such characters was of no real benefit. Focusing on studies would have proved more fruitful. However, at that time, knowing Qi Jun conferred status, and he was truly well known, commanding a group of loyal followers, with local internet CAFS, gaming halls, and pool halls paying him tribute. Is Qi Jun now with Hu Wenhan? I frowned. Wu Fan replied, of course. Hu Wenhan has the money. No matter how tough the local ruffians are, in the end, they must serve the capitalist. Wu Fan grinned and continued. I saw which direction they headed. What is the plan? You can stay by the side. I'll handle this alone. With 4 vans and at least 20 men, my presence or absence wouldn't significantly change the outcome. Is that all? Did you just bring me here to gather intelligence? Wu Fan grumbled. What else would you do, charging bravely? I shot him a glance. If you don't have a plan, I'll just call another friend. Wu Fan abruptly swerved the car, steering it in another direction. Where are you going? I furrowed my brow. Other villages are off the table, but in Taoyuan village, I actually know someone. I'll ask him for help. Perhaps we can find a solution. Wu Fan pressed down the accelerator, and the vehicle roared as it kicked up a cloud of yellow dust. Taoyuan village was small, and Wu Fan quickly parked at the entrance of a scrapyard. The place was dilapidated, a simple room with an adjoining yard, where heaps of scrap metal were piled high, emitting an unpleasant odor. Dongxing, Dongxing, Wu Fan called out, lowering the car window and shouting. Chapter 24. Me versus. Qi Jun. The yard of the scrap collection station lay desolate, vacant of any presence save for a frail young man standing atop a mound of refuse. He wore a straw hat that obscured his face, donned a coarse work uniform, and on his feet were a pair of liberation shoes. In his hand, he clutched a long iron clamp. Upon hearing a shout, the young man glanced down briefly before swiftly descending from the pile of trash, approaching the van and inquiring. Wu Fan, what brings you here? Certainly, there must be a reason. Allow me to introduce my friend, Li Hu. Li Hu, this is Dongxing. Wu Fan gestured towards me. At that moment, I finally discerned Dongxing's visage. He appeared quite ordinary, weathered by sun and wind, with dry patches on his skin. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. I nodded in greeting, but he disregarded my gesture, directly asking, what is it? Wu Fan proceeded to recount the matters regarding AFA, Yin Chun, and others. Dongxing nodded and replied, I am aware of Yuan's family. You all go ahead. I will join shortly. Without waiting for Wu Fan's response, he turned and walked towards the house. We should leave, Wu Fan remarked to me, starting the vehicle as we made our way to Yuan's residence. Is your friend reliable? I furrowed my brow, a sense of unease creeping in about Dongxing's capability to assist us. Rest assured, he is absolutely dependable, Wu Fan asserted with conviction. Perhaps it is better to reconsider. Qi Jun leads a formidable group. Even if Dongxing is trustworthy, what can one person accomplish against so many? An extra hand adds to our strength, and this is his territory. He holds the advantage of familiarity. Wu Fan continued to drive, and soon we arrived near Yuan's home. Taoyuan village was small, and Wu Fan, having previously scouted the area, parked the vehicle beneath a large tree. From a distance, it was indeed evident that over 20 individuals surrounded Yuan's abode, varying in height and build, each armed with various implements. Yuan typically resided in the city, and this was merely his old family house, a modest tile roof structure devoid of a courtyard, with grass growing on the roof and dilapidated doors and windows that barely concealed the figures of AFA and the others. My gaze immediately fell upon Qi Jun. When I first met him, he was in his 20s. Now, he was nearing 30. He was impeccably dressed in a clean shirt, trousers, and polished shoes, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Compared to his younger self, he appeared far less volatile, radiating a sense of steadiness and maturity. I noticed him perched leisurely on a chair he had procured from somewhere, crossing his legs as he said, Have we come to a decision? It would be wise to surrender peacefully. I am nearly 30 and truly wish to avoid conflict. Yin Chen's voice boomed from within the house. Do not try to intimidate me. Is it true that Zhou Xiangyang is dead? Qi Jun replied in a languid manner. Why would I need to scare you? He is indeed dead, lying in the morgue as we speak. Do you think you can escape? Come back with me, and I shall spare the others, he added. Yin Chun hesitated momentarily before retorting, Enough with your nonsense. Any discussions should be held with my brother. Qi Jun chuckled. Your brother? Hong Weijun. Do you truly believe it was he who informed us of your whereabouts? Yin Chun, puzzled, queried. Who then? Qi Jun laughed. Who knew you had fled here? Does it not strike you as curious that we arrived so swiftly? In Hong Weijun's eyes, should you be captured by the police. He would need to spend money to bail you out. If we capture you, it would save him quite a sum. Though the information had been relayed through a third party, it was apparent to anyone with a modicum of intelligence who had made the revelation. Inshin erupted in anger. You are full of nonsense. Brother Jun would never act in such a manner. He assured me that if I followed him, I would surely succeed. And as long as I remained loyal to him, he would reciprocate. You are truly naive. Have you any idea who you are? Hong Weijun would betray even his own partners. What loyalty do you think he has to you? He merely flatters you with empty words, and you genuinely believe him? I will ask you once more, will you come out or not? Qi Jun's annoyance was palpable as he rose to his feet. Where is Brother Jun? I need to call him. Inshin leaned against the window, clutching a military dagger in one hand while retrieving his phone with the other. As anticipated, the call would not connect. Hong Weijun was not answering. Next, Inshin attempted to call me. Is it impossible to have a civil conversation? Are you forcing my hand? Qi Jun, though more composed, still harbored a simmering aggression, gesturing for his men to advance. Inshin, AFA, and the others braced themselves for impending conflict. The atmosphere charged with tension. I dashed outside, calling out, Brother Jun. Brother Jun. Wu Fan had initially urged me to wait for Dongxing. Yet the latter's tardiness left no room for hope. Inshin and his companions numbered only 4, surrounded by over 20 adversaries, certainly a dire situation. Thus, I resolved to execute my original plan. Upon hearing the commotion, Qi Jun turned curiously, asking, Who goes there? I maintained a smile, feigning familiarity with Qi Jun to lower his guard, swiftly closing the distance. In a flash, I seized his shoulder with one hand, while the other brandished a dagger I had found in Wei Liang's office, pressing it against his neck, my voice dark and foreboding. Li Hu, Inshin, AFA, and the others shouted in unison, Brother Hu. Inshin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Hu, you've come to save me. I knew Brother Jun would not abandon me. Yet, he looked around, realizing I was alone, without the anticipated reinforcements. I did not reply to Inshin, directing my attention solely to Qi Jun. Let my brother go. Will you? Thanks to Hong Weijun's orchestrations, the namely who had become quite renowned recently, they might not know my appearance, but they surely recognized my reputation. You are Li Hu. Qi Jun, unruffled by the dagger at his throat, lowered his gaze to scrutinize me. Other men in his entourage began to encircle us. Brother Jun, let us not escalate this situation. Although surrounded by over 20 adversaries, I remained relatively calm due to my hold on Qi Jun seeing this standoff. Inshin, Yuan, AFA, and Akai rushed out to stand beside me. Wu Fan, however, remained behind, ever cautious, only engaging in fights he deemed certain of winning. Oh, I hear you have the audacity to kill, even targeting our brother Han. Is that true? Qi Jun's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of amusement crept into his demeanor. Would you care to test that? I pressed the knife slightly harder, a trickle of blood seeping from Qi Jun's neck, my gaze fierce and menacing. This was a tactic I had previously used to intimidate Wei Liang in the hospital. Yet, Qi Jun was evidently of a higher caliber than Wei Liang. Even in this precarious situation, he retained his composure, a broader smile appearing on his face. Oh, I would truly relish the chance. Come, kill me if you dare. I, too, have grown weary of life. If you do not end me today, your little brothers are surely doomed. My expression was fierce, while his bore an air of mockery, disdain, and even a hint of madness. For reasons unknown, my thoughts drifted to old Fu. Recalling the moment I had brandished a knife and ordered him to leave my home, he had provoked me similarly, urging me to take his life. And in a moment of weakness, I had charged at him. Now, I found myself on the verge of losing control once more. Unable to endure the disdainful look in his eyes, the feeling of being belittled. Damn you! I cursed vehemently, gripping his hair with one hand while plunging the dagger toward his abdomen. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted around us, thundering engines and raucous commotion. Turning to look, I beheld a procession of vehicles approaching, vans, motorcycles, agricultural tricycles, and even a hand-pulled tractor. Dongxing stood atop a tricycle, wielding a gleaming sickle, advancing towards us with purpose. Chapter 25. The Whales by the Fields. Dongxing has truly arrived. He was still clad in that tattered work uniform, though the straw hat was long gone. His skin, bronzed and weathered, revealed a frail yet spirited demeanor. Accompanying him was a considerable entourage, comprising teenagers in their early teens, elderly men in their 60s and 70s, and a majority of young adults in their 20s, amounting to 50 or so, dressed uniformly as farmers. They appeared as if they had just rushed in from the fields, some still sporting towels wrapped around their heads, wielding an assortment of tools, hoes, rakes, sickles, and more. As the vehicle came to a halt, Dong Xing leaped down, and a throng of farmers surrounded him. "Brother Xing," Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "You still remember I'm your brother Xing, huh? You moved away as a child and never returned." Dong Xing cast a nonchalant glance at him before scanning the surroundings. "Who is Qi Jun?" Qi Jun, still held at knife point by me, wore an expression of indifference. "I am. What of it? Haha. You're Qi Jun? You don't have a third eye, so why act so smug?" With the situation seemingly under control, Wu Fan finally stepped forward, his demeanor exuding triumph. Wu Fan had a penchant for showing off, regardless of the company, be it a notorious gang leader or a street beggar. He was equally boastful when he sensed an upper hand. "Who the hell are you?" Qi Jun frowned. "You don't know who Master Fan is?" Wu Fan swaggered over to Dong Xing, as if he had found the most formidable ally. He casually crossed his arms over his chest and whistled at Qi Jun. "What kind of freaks have emerged here?" Qi Jun surveyed the scene. Though he had the numbers, he truly did not regard a group of farmers as a threat. "Wu Fan, you and your lot can leave. I'll handle this," Dong Xing suddenly declared. "Huh, none of you are leaving today," Qi Jun remarked, stroking his head with a cryptic smile. "This is Tiyuan Village, right? Who is really not leaving?" Dong Xing shot a sidelong glance at him. "You just asked who Qi Jun was, which signifies you know me. Is there anywhere in Xiang County I cannot go?" "I'm sorry, but I truly don't know you," Dong Xing retorted, brandishing his sickle as he approached. Despite his rough work attire, there was an undeniable air of pride emanating from him. "You should leave," Dong Xing gestured for me to go. I hesitated, but Qi Jun had already seized my arm. "You can't leave. Go to hell," Dong Xing suddenly yelled, raising his sickle and swinging it at Qi Jun. As a seasoned ruffian, Qi Jun had long since avoided direct confrontation. He believed no one would dare to touch him, and with his band of brothers always at his side, he was unarmed. Thus, he was taken aback when Dong Xing truly swung at him. Reacting instinctively, he tilted his head, and the sickle grazed his chest, opening a gaping wound that oozed blood. "Damn it!" Qi Jun's fury ignited as he took 2 steps back. While most would panic in such a situation, he maintained his composure, even feeling exhilarated. Wiping the blood from his chest, he shouted, "Someone, bring me a knife, quick." A horde of men surged forward. Yet Dong Xing offered no respite, relentlessly pursuing Qi Jun with his sickle. While an ordinary person would have fled, Qi Jun stood his ground, using his arm to deflect the sickle. At last, a cleaver was thrust into his hands. He seized it and swung it at Dong Xing. Astonishingly, Dong Xing did not evade. He braced his own arm against the blow and retaliated with another fierce swing of his sickle. His gaze remained steady, devoid of any fear. The two continued to strike at each other, neither dodging nor retreating, as if determined to fight until one fell. I stood there, dumbfounded. These were undoubtedly 2 lunatics, unadulterated madmen. Simultaneously, Qi Jun's gang finally charged in, but the farmers of Taiyuan Village were equally fierce, rushing forward in droves. Blades and hoes flew wildly. And while the former were seasoned thugs, farmers were no strangers to brawls. Those familiar with rural life know that such places are often more primal and savage, where the law of the jungle prevails and fists speak louder than words. "Wu Fan, you and your lot get out of here," Dong Xing shouted again. His movements relentless as he dealt several blows to Qi Jun, sustaining wounds himself, nearly turning into a bloodied figure. "Li Hu, we need to leave." Wu Fan hastily approached me, pulling me away, signaling to AFA and others to follow. "Just leave like this." I felt a pang of guilt. Dong Xing had come to assist us, and abandoning him felt wrong. "Don't worry, it's Taoyuan Village," Dong Xing won't suffer, Wu Fan assured as we dodged and weaved through the chaos. Reaching the van, I glanced back at Yuan's old house, now shrouded in dust, with shouts and cries echoing. Dong Xing's group was indeed holding their own. With that, I finally boarded the vehicle, and Yuan called back, "Brother Xing, I'm leaving first." Dong Xing offered no reply, his face displaying hints of irritation. Once everyone was inside, Wu Fan pressed the accelerator, and as we departed Taoyuan Village, we spotted a line of police cars entering, their purpose unclear, whether to apprehend Inchun or to intervene in the brawl. Upon seeing the police, Inchun suddenly paled and asked, "Hu Gu, is Zhou Xiangyang really dead?" "Yes, I could only concede. Such matters are impossible to conceal." "Will Junga help me?" Inchun inquired, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I clenched my teeth, ultimately revealing the harsh truth. Don't count on Hong Weijun. He indeed sold your position. I recounted the events that had transpired. Impossible. I must ask Junge. Inchin's eyes reddened, trembling hands retrieving his phone. Don't be naive. He won't care about you. I snapped, knocking the phone from his grasp. It was foolish to place hope in such a worthless brother. It can't be. Junge said to treat me like a brother, to help me succeed. Inchin wailed, tears streaming down his cheeks, quickly soaking his face. Aside from Inchin's cries, the vehicle fell silent. Wu Fan abruptly halted the car by the roadside, asking, where to now? I bent down to retrieve Inchin's phone, powering it off to avoid attracting the police, and then silently regarded him. He was young, not unattractive. Just 19 years old. While other kids his age were still in school, he had ventured into the world early, living on the edge, dreaming of sudden fame and wealth. Alas, he had just gained notoriety, only to be sold out by his so-called brother, for he was utterly worthless in his eyes. I wondered if he felt any regret upon discovering this truth. His life had barely begun, yet it seemed ready to end. Amidst the desolate fields, the afternoon sun streamed through the car window, illuminating Inchin's tear-streaked face. His wails persisted for over 10 minutes. Wu Fan silently lit a cigarette, while Akai and Yuan remained quiet. No matter how much one cries, reality remains unyielding. Hugo, what should I do now? Inchin wiped his tears, gazing at me with the eyes of a lost creature. Chapter 26. Nonsense Brothers. Hong Weijun was devoid of hope, and naturally, Inchin turned his gaze towards me. Surrender. I offered the most candid advice. Your intention wasn't to kill him. While it may not qualify as justifiable self-defense, it certainly wasn't premeditated murder. If you turn yourself in, maintain a good attitude, and I can assist in reducing your sentence. Although I lacked the influence of Hong Weijun, my 3 years in prison had afforded me some acquaintances. However, truth be told, no matter the extent of my efforts, a sentence of 10 years or more was inevitable, given the gravity of the case involving loss of life. Fa and the others remained silent, seemingly dissatisfied with my suggestion, yet no one could conceive a better solution. Wu Fan continued to smoke, lighting one cigarette after another. Inchin wiped away his tears and said, Brother Hu, I trust your judgment. I nodded gently and passed him my phone, indicating he should make the call himself. Inchin held the phone, contemplating for a long moment, yet he couldn't muster the resolve. He turned to me and said, Brother Hu, I need to use the restroom. He then opened the car door and stepped out, standing by the roadside to relieve himself. Yuan followed him out, standing nearby, engaged in some conversation. Once Inchin finished, he suddenly turned around and said, Brother Hu, thank you for looking after me, but I refuse to surrender. I do not wish to spend the prime of my life behind bars. He and Yuan then abruptly leaped over the ridge and sprinted into the vast wilderness. Of course, I could not pursue them. Encouraging him to surrender was the duty of a law-abiding citizen. Allowing him to leave was the line I, as an older brother, was willing to draw. Although I had only just assumed the role of an older brother for a day, seated in the car, as I watched the two figures grow increasingly distant, my heart was devoid of disdain or disgust. Rather, it overflowed with profound pity and melancholy. With only one thought occupying my mind, Hong Weijun must be incarcerated. Fortunately, we possessed a dash cam. When the police arrived, it would attest that we had encouraged a surrender, rather than harboring a fugitive. Wu Fan fiddled with the device mounted above. Who would have thought this old car had such technology? In about an hour, several police cars arrived and escorted us to the station. Wu Fan's dashcam indeed proved invaluable, and our encouragement for Inchin to surrender was genuine. So our testimonies aligned seamlessly. Coupled with Hong Weijun's covert machinations, we were released within a few days. On the day of our release, Hong Weijun personally came to pick us up, driving a 2 million yuan Land Rover and taking us to an upscale restaurant. However, Fa and Akai were not keen on seeing him, finding an excuse to slip away, leaving only Wu Fan and me to dine with him. At the dinner, Hong Weijun appeared elated, his face flushed with drink. He was jubilant about Inchin's elimination of a formidable opponent from Hu Wenhan's side. And the fact that he had fled without taking a penny was a remarkable achievement, yielding extraordinary returns at minimal cost. I wished my subordinates could learn from Inchin. Hong Weijun beamed with delight. I understood that he yearned for others to emulate Inchin, achieving monumental feats while earning a mere pittance, an exceptional cost-benefit ratio. Inchin had indeed gained notoriety. A notorious figure like Zhou Xiangyang had fallen to him. Although the man had escaped, his tale spread throughout Xiang County, making him an idol among countless young delinquents, some even claiming allegiance to him, brazenly asserting, Inchin is my brother. Do you believe he will return to deal with you? Yet, they only witnessed Yin Chen's glamorous facade, oblivious to the struggles and sorrows that lay behind it. Had Yin Chen been given a choice, he surely would not have chosen this path. Reflecting on Yin Chen's plight, running from the law, struggling to find food and shelter, all while evading police capture, while Hong Weijun feasted and reveled in merriment, anger surged within me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Truly, were it not for the presence of this informant, I would refuse to serve this ungrateful wretch. Moreover, in addition to Zhou Xiangyang's demise, Qi Jun had also sustained grave injuries and was currently hospitalized. With Hu Wenhan losing two key players, my heart was filled with elation. Hong Weijun chuckled, appearing rejuvenated. Hey, taking down Qi Jun was my friend, Wu Fan declared proudly. Is that so? The one named Dongxing? Hong Weijun inquired, displaying surprising familiarity with the matter. Yes. My friend who runs a scrap yard, rarely comes to town, mostly gathers materials from nearby villages, Wu Fan replied, rubbing his hands together in delight. Haha, that lad is quite the talent. Hong Weijun nodded approvingly. On that day, when police cars invaded Tiyuan village, the factions dispersed in a frenzy. No one would dare report the incident, especially since the police were there to apprehend Yin Chen. Rural brawls were commonplace, so there was little inquiry. Ultimately, the matter was settled internally. The only distinction was that Qi Jun remained in the hospital, while Dongxing had already bandaged his wounds and resumed collecting scrap. It was evident that Qi Jun would not dare seek revenge afterward, regardless of his reputation as a formidable figure in Xiang County. He was up against an entire village's worth of men. Prior to attending Hong Weijun's dinner, I had asked Wu Fan to inquire about Dongxing's situation and had sent him 30,000 yuan, but it was returned intact, with the message that it was unnecessary. Wu Fan accepted it without hesitation, as he spent money like water. This was not merely plucking feathers from a passing goose, but rather roasting the entire flock. Throughout the night, Wu Fan was exceedingly attentive, pouring drinks and offering cigarettes to Hong Weijun, subtly seeking favor to secure a position under his wing. Yet, I consistently undermined his efforts, countering his every statement. For instance, when he claimed he was capable of hard work, I retorted, "What can you possibly do? Are you skilled in pleasing women?" This left Wu Fan visibly displeased. Once the dinner concluded, Wu Fan and I accompanied Hong Weijun downstairs. Li Hu, are you out of your mind? I merely wish to find a meal under Brother Jun's wing. Why are you always obstructing me? As soon as Hong Weijun departed, Wu Fan unleashed his frustration on me. Have you lost your senses? You know exactly who he is. Look what happened to Yin Chen. How can you still associate with him? I anticipated Wu Fan's reaction, so I countered swiftly. Then why are you still following Hong Weijun? Why don't you leave? I have no other options. Wu Fan exclaimed. What do you mean you have no options? Explain yourself. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't disclose the informant's matter to him. Li Hu, be honest. Are you afraid of me getting better? Wu Fan suddenly posed a perplexing question. You've had too much to drink, I remarked, noticing his unusual suspicion. I ask you, are you afraid of me getting better? Afraid that my achievements will surpass yours? Wu Fan suddenly seized my collar, his eyes ablaze, clearly under the influence of alcohol. If you are drunk, go home and sleep it off. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. To hell with you. What nonsense brotherhood is this? Every time there's trouble, I assist you. I'm struggling immensely right now. Why can't you lend me a hand? Why can't you? Wu Fan raged, suddenly throwing a punch at my face. What the hell are you talking about? I just gave you 30,000. That was my entire savings. Naturally, I would not hold back, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Wu Fan was no match for me, and I sent him sprawling to the ground. 30,000 is barely enough to fill my teeth. Wu Fan quickly sprang up and charged at me again. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, we found ourselves on a deserted street, engaging in a fierce brawl. I delivered a blow that left him with a shiner, while he retaliated, causing my nose to bleed profusely. From this day forth, we are no longer brothers. Wu Fan shouted, his voice resonating so powerfully that it illuminated the motion sensor lights of the adjacent building. Subsequently, he limped away, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate in the lamplight. Chapter 27. Caution is the key to longevity and truth. I paid little heed to the altercation with Wu Fan and our subsequent falling out. As I was well aware he was inebriated. Such incidents had occurred before, and within a few days, we would invariably reconcile. However, after that fateful night, he ceased to contact me, and my attempts to reach him were met with silence. Naturally, I felt a surge of indignation, pondering that it was not the end. After all, who could truly live without the other? Thus, I refrained from making further calls. Following the events concerning Incheon, tranquility returned to Xiang County. Zhou Xiangyang had passed away, Qi Jun was injured, and Hu Wenhan remained temporarily inactive. Hong Weijun often jovially remarked that Hu Wenhan was likely terrified. Especially with my presence maintaining order, he would soon withdraw from our county. Yet, I hoped Hu could endure a little longer, allowing me the opportunity to gather incriminating evidence against him. Later, Jiang Yin invited me to dinner, informing me that the advertising contract was in execution and presenting me with a rebate of 20,000 yuan. As I was in need of funds, I graciously accepted. Additionally, Jiang Yin shared that she had inquired within the company and confirmed that Lu Fuan had indeed lost a brother. Following his brother's demise, Lu Fuan had expressed disdain on several occasions, showcasing contempt for his sibling in public. It seemed the two harbored irreconcilable differences. However, there was an instance when an employee entered his office and witnessed him weeping over a photograph, muttering, "When will he be captured? Why is he still free?" Upon hearing this, I understood that Lu Fuan's outward indifference was a fade. He was undeniably emotionally tethered to the deceased Lu Fuxing. Moreover, he likely harbored knowledge of the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. Feigning disinterest, I shifted the conversation to other topics before inquiring. With such a significant order brought to your company, does your boss not intend to express gratitude? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as she replied. Our boss is indeed eager to meet you, but fears you may decline. I smiled and reassured her, it's nothing to worry about. Please inform your boss that I will visit his office this afternoon. Jiang Yan chuckled. No need for you to come. I'll relay your intention, and our boss will come seeking you. I insisted. No, I shall visit your company, and perhaps enhance your reputation in the process. Aside from investigating Lu Fuxing's case, I harbored a personal motive to convey to Lu Fuan that I valued Jiang Yan, ensuring her colleagues recognized her substantial background, thereby facilitating her future endeavors. Jiang Yin instantly grasped my intention, her face flushed with delight as she softly acknowledged my sentiment. That afternoon, I arrived at their company as promised. The establishment was modest, with merely a dozen employees. Lu Fuan personally greeted me at the entrance, ensuring Jiang Yin stood beside him. Upon my arrival, Lu Fuan radiated warmth, enthusiastically shaking my hand. Managerly, I have long admired your reputation. Having only recently assumed the managerial role, I found this flattery amusing but reciprocated with a smile. I have heard much about you from Jiang Yan. It is a pleasure to finally meet. Jiang Yan beamed beside us, her face as sweet as honey, while the other employees looked on with evident envy. Lu Fuan ushered me into his office, requesting Jiang Yan to remain his company, but I declined, suggesting our conversation would suffice. After Jiang Yan prepared tea and departed, it was just Lu Fuan and me. Lu Fuan poured tea while frequently mentioning Jiang Yan's diligence and exceptional performance. I remarked, Boss Lu, you may have heard of my endeavors. Although I am merely the temporary manager of Candy KTV, once Wei Liang returns, Brother Jun will assign me further responsibilities. Opportunities for collaboration will certainly arise. Upon mentioning Brother Jun, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Fuan's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Indeed, managerly, your youth and talent are unquestionable. Brother Jun will surely value you. I fixed my gaze upon him and inquired, Boss Lu, do you have a brother named Lu Fuxing? Lu Fuan's throat constricted, and he feigned disgust. Managerly, please refrain from mentioning him. We severed ties over a decade ago and have had no contact since. I spoke softly, Boss Lu. There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to ask. I recently aligned with Brother Jun and have had no dealings with your brother. I heard of his passing. Do you know the circumstances surrounding it? Suddenly, Lu Fuan sprang to his feet, panic etched upon his face, and collapsed before me, trembling. Managerly, I know nothing. I told the police the same. I beseech Brother Jun to show mercy and spare my worthless life. I had intended to discuss Lu Fuxing with him, but his reaction revealed he suspected I was a spy sent by Hong Weijun to extract information. I hastily attempted to reassure him. Boss Lu, you have misunderstood. I hold no ulterior motive, merely inquiring. I came here without Brother Jun's knowledge and will not disclose anything to him. Yet, Lu Fuan remained unconvinced, continuing to bow fervently, tears streaming down his face, pleading for his life. I insisted, Boss Lu, you truly misinterpret my intentions. When I began working with Brother Jun, I was cautioned to tread carefully and avoid a fate akin to Lu Fuxing's. Upon investigation, I learned he was your brother, hence my inquiry. If you possess any information, would you kindly share it with me? Lu Fuan persisted in his silence, bowing repeatedly, proclaiming his ignorance, asserting he had not revealed a word to the police. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a knock resounded at the door. It was the Market Supervision Bureau. Lu Fuan seized the opportunity, bolting out as if fleeing from an imminent threat, clearly terrified of remaining in my presence. I became increasingly convinced he held vital information and harbored a deep-seated fear of Hong Weijun. Otherwise, such an exaggerated display would be unwarranted. With a sense of cautious optimism, I began to search his office. Before long, I discovered a photograph of Lu Fuxing in his drawer. Wang Wei had previously sent me an image of Lu Fuxing, so I recognized it immediately. The photograph, measuring 7 inches, bore faint traces of tears, suggesting Lu Fuan frequently gazed upon it, likely in sorrow. Delving deeper, I uncovered an A4 sheet printed with call records, both outgoing and incoming, all directing to a single number, devoid of a name, merely a string of digits. For reasons I could not articulate, I sensed the significance of this call log. Otherwise, Lu Fuan would not have taken the time to print it. Acting on a hunch, I discreetly captured a photo with my phone. Afterward, I stored it in the cloud, deleting it from my device, adhering to the principle of caution. Subsequent events would affirm the wisdom of this decision. Beyond that, I found no other suspicious items. Unable to extract further information, I prepared to leave. But as I reached the door, it swung open, revealing a burly man, Hong Weijun. I had never anticipated his arrival, and my body froze as cold sweat trickled down my brow. "Li Hu, what brings you here?" Hong Weijun was equally taken aback by my presence. Just then, Lu Fuan re-entered the room. He shut the door and fell to his knees before Hong Weijun, repeatedly bowing. "Brother Jun, I know nothing. I have said nothing. Truly, you can ask Manager Li." In a sudden outburst, Hong Weijun kicked him aside and forcefully pressed me against the wall, drawing a firearm to my throat. His gaze filled with menace. "Speak. What is your purpose here?" Chapter 28. This thunder will eventually explode. It is not the first time I have been confronted by Hong Weijun with a shotgun. Yet witnessing his furious demeanor oddly instilled a sense of calm within me. His surprise upon seeing me indicated that he was unaware of my presence, having stumbled upon me by sheer happenstance. Nevertheless, I feigned terror while swiftly analyzing the situation and strategizing my response. Once clarity dawned, I said, "Brother Jun, my girlfriend is here. I came to see her and to discuss business with Boss Lu." Naturally, Hong Weijun dismissed my explanation with skepticism, his voice dripping with menace as he retorted, "Girlfriend? Where did you get a girlfriend?" I implored, "Brother Jun, please lower the gun. I'll call my girlfriend in. We wouldn't want to frighten her." He evidently had no fear of my escape and promptly holstered the shotgun. I opened the door and called out for Jiang Yan. In a short while, Jiang Yan rushed over, inquiring about the situation and mentioning that the Market Supervision Bureau was conducting checks and had no time to attend to me and the boss. I pulled her into the office, planting a kiss on her forehead, catching her off guard, her face flushing a deep crimson. With a smile, I remarked, "Brother Jun has arrived. Say hello." Only then did Jiang Yan turn to see not only Hong Weijun but also Lu Fuan, cowering in the corner, trembling in fear. Though uncertain about the circumstances, she timidly greeted, "Brother Jun." Having previously collaborated with Jiang Yan to send Zeng Tongtong to the authorities, Hong Weijun recognized her and nodded, saying, "All right, you may leave. I need to speak with Li Hu." Once Jiang Yan exited, Hong Weijun inquired, "What business do you have with Boss Lu?" I recounted the events from a few days prior, an account rooted in truth, providing me with confidence regardless of his scrutiny. After questioning Lu Fuan and confirming my honesty, he pressed, "Why do you think I am tense?" Every word from Hong Weijun was anticipated, and without faltering, I replied, "Because I accepted a kickback." "Brother Jun, are you here to apprehend me for that? I can return the money." It was evident that Hong Weijun would not regard a mere 20,000 lightly, particularly since it was an unspoken rule within the industry. He could not possibly be oblivious to this, nor could he entertain the notion that his subordinates were paragons of virtue. Ignoring my comments, he squatted down to question Lu Fuan. "What did Li Hu discuss with you?" Lu Fuan, fearing reprisal, recounted our conversation in its entirety. As his words faded, Hong Weijun approached me once more, pressing the shotgun against my throat, coldly demanding, "Why are you inquiring about Lu Fuxing?" I had anticipated this and replied, "Wei Liang advised me to temper my arrogance and be wary of the same fate as Lu Fuxing." My curiosity was piqued, especially since I heard that Boss Lu is Lu Fuxing's brother. Just plain curiosity? Indeed. Hong Weijun scoffed, then promptly dialed Wei Liang. After a brief exchange, he confirmed that Wei Liang had mentioned this to me and erupted in a tirade. "Are you out of your mind? Why bring up Lu Fuxing? Are you trying to cross paths with Li Hu? I swear I will flay you alive. After venting his anger, Hong Weijun hung up and turned to Lu Fuan, stating, the Market Supervision Bureau personnel were summoned by me. I can make your life a living hell whenever I please, so refrain from speaking recklessly outside, understood? Since Lu Fuan had remained crumpled on the floor after being kicked down, he was shaking uncontrollably, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I understand, I know nothing. Hong Weijun then stood and gestured for me to follow. I complied, exiting the office alongside him. Inside Lu Fuan's company, the Market Supervision Bureau agents were rummaging through everything. Papers and files strewn about as if conducting a raid. A cluster of employees stood by, silent and pale-faced. I approached Jiang Yan, reassuring her that everything was fine before descending the stairs with Hong Weijun. I had assumed I had weathered the storm, yet Hong Weijun had no intention of releasing me, ushering me into his vehicle instead. We sped to a villa in the suburbs, where he conducted a thorough search of me upon entering. This was precisely why Wang Wei had advised against bringing any listening devices or recording equipment. One could never predict when Hong Weijun might lose his temper. Hand over your phone, he commanded. After searching me, Hong Weijun instructed, unlock your phone. I complied, presenting it to him. My phone contained nothing incriminating. I had deleted all communications with Wang Wei promptly, and even the photos taken in Lu Fuan's office had been erased. After scrutinizing my phone repeatedly, he found nothing of concern, and just then, my phone rang, causing my heart to leap into my throat, fearing it was Wang Wei calling. Hong Weijun glanced down, handed it back to me, and said, put it on speaker. Looking at the screen, I sighed with relief. It was a call from Jiang Yan. Are you back? She asked upon answering, switching to speaker mode. Yes, I replied. What happened just now? After the Market Supervision Bureau left, our boss broke down in tears in the office. Many employees heard it. Nothing much, just a scare. Brother Jun is quite frightening. Perhaps you should avoid him? Jiang Yan cautiously suggested. Brother Jun is quite amiable. Do not worry, everything is fine, I said, stealing a glance at Hong Weijun, anxious that he might take offense at Jiang Yan's words. However, Hong Weijun appeared indifferent, clearly unconcerned with Jiang Yan's opinion. Well, you handle it as you wish. I just hope you keep your distance from him. Jiang Yan expressed some frustration. After disconnecting, I quickly reassured Hong Weijun. Brother Jun, please do not take offense. She is just a child speaking without thought. Hong Weijun chuckled lightly. I have received far worse insults. What can they do to me? Just when I believed the interrogation had concluded, Hong Weijun unexpectedly dialed a number. Hello, please visit the telecommunications company and assist me in retrieving the call records for a specific number. He then recited a series of digits. My phone number. A chill coursed down my spine, my calves trembling uncontrollably. While I could erase my phone's records, I could not eliminate those held by the telecommunications company. If Hong Weijun had connections to access them, I would be thoroughly exposed. Once he hung up, he looked at me with a smile. No worries, just a routine check. As long as you pass this test, you will truly become my brother. Panic enveloped me. My breathing became labored, yet I feigned composure, responding with an affirmative. Hong Weijun settled into the sofa, patiently awaiting the outcome, while I was engulfed in turmoil. Knowing that my fate was sealed. If my communication with Wang Wei was uncovered, my life in the underworld would be over, perhaps even my own life extinguished. Hong Weijun's grip remained firm on the gun's handle, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. I desperately urged myself to remain calm. My gaze fixed on his hand, ready to strike first should he make any move to draw the weapon. Time dragged on, each passing second feeling like an eternity. I knew this thunder would inevitably detonate, yet I felt powerless, merely replaying the motions of seizing the gun in my mind. Finally, Hong Weijun's phone rang. Hello. You found it. Good. Send it to my phone. Every number that has called him must be detailed with source and name. All right, that will suffice. Chapter 29. The joyful Zeng Tongtong. After hanging up the phone, Hong Weijun lowered his head to peruse his mobile device, his hand still resting on the grip of his firearm, while I remained fixated on his every movement. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Hong Weijun finally lifted his gaze, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he declared, no issues at all. Congratulations, you have passed my test. I was momentarily taken aback. No issues. That seemed implausible. After all, Wang Wei was a detective from the Municipal Bureau, and our call history was indeed genuine, having occurred on multiple occasions. There was no way Hong Weijun could overlook this matter. What scheme was he concocting? Rising from his seat, he relinquished his grip on the firearm and approached me, giving my shoulder a reassuring pat. In our line of work, one must always exercise caution. Please do not take offense. The inquiry was merely a formality, as I have new assignments for you. Every brother must pass this hurdle, and you are no exception. As for Lu Fuxing, do not concern yourself with that matter. Refrain from inquiring further. Now, return home for the time being, and I shall call you later this evening. At this juncture, he embraced me once more, patting my back with camaraderie. Brother, if you do not betray me, I shall not betray you. I assure you, you will achieve great success in Xiang County. Those words rang eerily familiar. Hong Weijun had spoken similarly to Yin Shen. I was far from convinced, yet I remained somewhat shaken. It was evident that Hong Weijun had uncovered my communication with Wang Wei, but the rationale behind his actions eluded me. Only upon departing his villa and strolling along the fresh, stony path under the warm sunlight did I realize I had indeed escaped his clutches. He had not shot me. He had genuinely let me go. I sprinted away, hastily exiting the community and hailing a taxi to flee the city, fearful he might send underlings to eliminate me. Once outside the city, I concealed myself in a desolate area, ensuring no one was in sight before dialing Wang Wei. I was exposed. I was uncertain why Hong Weijun had spared me, but I had undeniably revealed myself. I recounted the events with utmost urgency. Upon hearing my account, Wang Wei erupted in laughter. Rest assured, he has uncovered nothing. Every time we conclude a call, I instruct the telecommunications company to erase the records. Even if he attempts to access the backend, there will be no trace. Is that true? I exclaimed in disbelief. Absolutely. As detectives, how could we overlook such a detail? This means Hong Weijun has completely placed his trust in you, paving the way for future endeavors. Wang Wei's tone was tinged with undeniable pride and satisfaction. After a moment's pause, I finally accepted the reality that I had not been compromised, marveling at Wang Wei's meticulous foresight before swiftly adding, aside from that, I have other discoveries. I proceeded to share the details regarding Lu Fuin and sent him the photograph I had captured in the office. After consulting with the technical department, Wang Wei excitedly informed me that the number indeed belonged to the deceased Lu Fuxing's secondary phone, cleverly concealed from detection until now. Lu Fuxing's secondary line had only contacted one individual, Lu Fuin. The records revealed that their communication had surged in the days leading up to Lu Fuxing's demise, with multiple calls each day, indicating that Lu Fuxing had sensed the peril awaiting him and was urgently reaching out to his brother. In other words, Lu Fuin might possess crucial knowledge. We will commence an investigation into Lu Fuin immediately. Li Hu, thank you for providing such a vital lead. I will request a bonus of 3,000 yuan for you, Wang Wei stated earnestly over the phone. 3,000? For such a significant risk, is that all it's worth? I found myself bemused. As a manager at Candy KTV, I earned tens of thousands monthly, not to mention my additional income. To put it bluntly, working in this field felt like a labor of love, with no hope of financial prosperity. I replied seriously, investigating him will undoubtedly alert Hong Weijun. Furthermore, Lu Fuin may not divulge anything. Did you not see his terrified demeanor? Wang Wei responded gravely, we will certainly not conduct a blatant investigation, at the very least. We cannot take him to the precinct or approach him in uniform. Moreover, I doubt he will remain tight-lipped. Consider this. Why would he print that call log? A light bulb went off in my head. Does that imply he contemplated reporting? Exactly. Wang Wei affirmed with conviction. He fears retaliation from Hong Weijun. But as long as we can guarantee his safety, we may be able to pry the truth from him. This line of reasoning made perfect sense. However, I was merely an informant. Such matters were best left to the more seasoned professionals like Wang Wei. I hoped they would succeed, allowing me to finally liberate myself from Hong Weijun's grasp. After our conversation, reassured of my temporary safety, I returned to Candy KTV. Upon entering my office, I was greeted by Zeng Tongtong, seated at my desk, fiddling with my computer while giggling intermittently, seemingly engrossed in a film. The faint sounds of Stephen Chow's voice drifting through the air. Who permitted you to enter? I furrowed my brow. This girl was truly incorrigible. Typically, she would scurry away at the sight of me, but this time she looked up, unbothered, and retorted, "This is my boyfriend's office. Why shouldn't I be here?" Her audacity tempted me to reprimand her, but just then, I heard footsteps behind me, and Wei Liang entered, carrying a cup of tea. "You've been discharged?" I asked in astonishment, finally grasping why Zeng Tongtong felt emboldened. "Yes, I have," Wei Liang replied with a faint smile, though his complexion remained pale. Seated behind the desk, Zeng Tongtong chuckled, her demeanor brimming with pride. "Surprised, aren't you? Considering his injuries, it was unfathomable that Wei Liang had recovered so swiftly. He must have been coerced back by Zeng Tongtong. At that moment, I finally understood why Hong Weijun mentioned assigning me new tasks. With Wei Liang's return, I would have to step aside. Why not sit for a while? Wei Liang invited politely. No, now that you're back. I'll take my leave and await a call from Jungo. I waved him off, preparing to exit. Wei Liang and I had maintained a cordial relationship. And if I left quietly, we could avoid conflict. However, Zeng Tongtong, now with a newfound sense of security, seized the opportunity to taunt me. Managerly. Where are you off to? Just a few days ago, you were so full of bravado. I turned back, pointing at Zeng Tongtong. Don't push me to slap you. Zeng Tongtong sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with indignation. You dare. She was far more ferocious than in previous encounters, expertly wielding her newfound confidence. Wei Liang's expression darkened. Li Hu, I'm still here. I shot him a sidelong glance. What of it? Rather than admonishing me, why not ask your partner to be quiet? When has she not provoked me first? Wei Liang hesitated, his eyes betraying a mixture of clarity and apprehension, likely recalling Hong Weijun's warning. He could only turn away and say, Tongtong, you should refrain from speaking. Zeng Tongtong, unable to swallow her pride, protested vehemently. Why should you fear him? He has only been with Jungo for a few days. In terms of status and experience, he is no match for you. I said. Be quiet. Wei Liang's voice boomed, silencing Zeng Tongtong at last, though her face reflected her defiance, akin to a defeated rooster unwilling to concede. Chapter 30. The firebar. Upon witnessing Wei Liang reprimanding Zeng Tongtong, I decided to withdraw gracefully without uttering another word and turned to leave. Wei Liang. What is the matter? Why are you so afraid of him? It's not that I'm afraid of him. Brother Jun called earlier today and advised me to steer clear of him. He replied. Come on, you are terrified of him. Look at him. He's a murderer, I retorted. Wei Liang, you truly are cowardly. I've never encountered a man as timid as you. Even from a distance, I could still hear their conversation. Zeng Tongtong was undoubtedly brimming with defiance, while Wei Liang could only soothe her with kind words. One must admit, he treats her quite well. After leaving Candy Kate TV, I returned to the car wash. Upon my arrival, AFA and Akai looked bewildered, asking me what had happened. I simply stated that I had lost my job. AFA cursed, saying that Hong Weijun was a scoundrel, but perhaps losing my job was for the best, allowing me to focus on the car wash. I offered no rebuttal, merely nodded in agreement. After washing a car, AFA stepped away to rinse the towels, and Akai conspiratorially approached me, asking, Brother Hu, does your rear hurt? I have some hemorrhoid cream. I looked at him, perplexed. What do you mean? Akai glanced around and whispered. My cousin mentioned that Hong Weijun is interested in you because you have such delicate skin. AFA, get over here. I bellowed, grabbing a heating pipe and charging towards him. After some commotion, I was left panting, drenched in sweat. Just as I settled down to rest, my phone rang. It was Jiang Yin calling. What's up, Xiao Yin? I answered cheerfully. Our relationship had been growing stronger. I had even kissed her forehead earlier that afternoon, and we were on the brink of breaking that invisible barrier. Li Hu, are you no longer the manager? Jiang Yin asked cautiously. Aren't you supposed to avoid contacting Zeng Tongtong? At her words, I felt a surge of anger. It was evident that Zeng Tongtong had leaked this information. I haven't contacted her. I blocked her. She called from a different number. Jiang Yin quickly clarified. What else did she say? I pressed. She mentioned that Brother Jun no longer needs you and advised me not to follow you, claiming that you are an incapable man. I chuckled softly, remaining silent. But my resentment towards Zeng Tongtong grew. This woman truly needed to be put in her place. But I think it's wonderful. I never liked Hong Weijun anyway. You not being with him brings me great relief, Jiang Yin quickly added. Her sentiment was genuine. When I had explained to her that this was merely a routine job transfer and that Brother Jun had other tasks lined up for me, she had expressed disappointment. Sighing deeply, after chatting for a while, we ended the call. As dusk settled, Hong Weijun finally called me. The fire bar, he said. I set down my phone and made my way there. The fire bar was a newly established venue in our county, located on the commercial street of Jianxi Road. It was the first bar in Xiong County, bringing it in line with the city. Upon opening, it quickly became a favorite among young men and women, with business booming and patrons filling the place to capacity almost every night. I had heard of it but had never visited. Wu Fan had mentioned going, but when I inquired about his funds, he admitted he had none, and thus, the outing never materialized. The identity of the bar's owner remained a mystery. Whispers suggested ties to a certain big shot or a southern businessman, while others speculated it was the creation of a second-generation official venturing into the private sector. However, once Hong Weijun made the call, I had a nagging suspicion about the true nature of the meeting. Upon arrival, the atmosphere outside was bustling, with several luxury cars parked nearby and a group of young men and women sporting bowl haircuts standing guard, all clad in tight pants and trendy footwear, seemingly there to show off without entering. Inside the bar, the noise was deafening, with vibrant music, dazzling lights, and a throng of moving figures, including numerous alluring women. A server approached, inquiring if I had a reservation. "Brother Jun summoned me," I replied. The server's face lit up with recognition, directing me to the second floor. Climbing the iron staircase, I spotted Hong Weijun surrounded by a throng of at least a dozen people, including Wei Liang and Zeng Tongtong among them. While the others were unfamiliar faces, it was clear that anyone seated with Hong Weijun was no ordinary individual, at least of the same caliber as Wei Liang. The bar was chaotic, the lighting dim, and despite approaching closely, Hong Weijun remained oblivious, absorbed in the performances below. Zeng Tongtong was the first to notice me. She was quite animated, having indulged in a few drinks, dancing with the music. Upon seeing me, she exclaimed in surprise, "Li Hu, what are you doing here? What's it to you?" I replied curtly. As we exchanged words, Hong Weijun finally noticed my presence, waving cheerfully. "Li Hu, come here." The people seated beside him automatically shifted, allowing me to sit next to him. At that moment, all eyes were on me, yet I met their gazes with unwavering confidence. Hong Weijun draped an arm around my shoulder, pouring me a drink, and we clinked glasses before he began introducing me to the others. The noise was overwhelming, and I couldn't catch all the names, but I gathered that they were Hong Weijun's trusted allies, each overseeing various operations. His enterprises were indeed numerous. After the introductions, I toasted with each person, marking the beginning of our acquaintanceship. Following that, Hong Weijun elaborated on the fire bar, detailing its size, investment, and the number of performers he had hired, speaking with the pride of ownership. Once he finished, he grinned and asked, "Li Hu, what do you think of this bar?" I nodded, responding, "It's excellent." Hong Weijun, with a hearty laugh, proclaimed, "From now on, you'll be in charge of this bar." When Hong Weijun called me to the fire bar, I had already anticipated this development and was not overly surprised, though I maintained an appearance of delight as I expressed my gratitude for his support. I poured myself another drink and downed it in front of him. Everyone gazed at me in astonishment. It was quite a leap from merely being with Hong Weijun for a few days to managing such a significant establishment. Hong Weijun continued to smile. "Now, you need to prioritize taking care of Hu Han. If the rumors had merely been whispers before, they were now solidified." The atmosphere turned serious, and no one dared to oppose my new role as bar manager. "Dare you oppose? Come and kill Hu Han yourself?" Yet, this was merely a performance between Hong Weijun and me. We both understood it was a ruse, designed to instill fear in Hu Han, leaving him feeling anxious and unsettled, ultimately encouraging him to withdraw. During this charade, I would undoubtedly encounter peril, reminiscent of Zhou Xiangyang's sudden attack, but I had no other options. Raising my glass, I solemnly assured Hong Weijun, "Rest assured, Brother Jun, I will undoubtedly eliminate Hu Han." Hong Weijun laughed heartily. "Come, everyone, let us toast to Li Hu." Everyone raised their glasses in salute, and I accepted graciously. When Zeng Tongtong approached to toast me, I set my glass down, adopting a cold demeanor. Surprised? Unexpected? The atmosphere was too chaotic, and Zeng Tongtong seemed to have missed my question. "What?" I asked if you were surprised or not. I roared, suddenly reaching out to deliver a resounding slap to Zeng Tongtong's face. Slap. Chapter 31. The appearance of Hu Han. The slap I delivered to Zeng Tongtong was a scheme I had meticulously planned for quite some time. Earlier, at Candy KTV, she had provoked me, but with Wei Liang mediating, I let it slide. However, when she called Jiang Yin to sow discord between us, my patience wore thin. Thus, I contemplated delivering a resounding blow to ensure she would remember this lesson well. In front of so many people, and especially in my territory, it was surely a considerable spectacle. The slap undoubtedly left Zeng Tongtong dazed. She stared at me blankly, her mind seemingly frozen in disbelief at my audacity, while the dazzling lights flickered across her face in a chaotic rhythm. The others were equally astonished, momentarily taken aback. "Li Hu, I swear I'll get back at you." Wei Liang was the first to react, seizing a bottle and hurling it in my direction. To be frank, if Wei Liang were fully healed, he might have posed a challenge. Although I had learned a few tricks during my time in prison, I was not an invincible superhero. Wei Liang's recognition by Hong Weijun suggested he was no pushover either. Unfortunately, in his current state, he was at a disadvantage. His abdominal injury severely hampered his movements. I swiftly turned and delivered a kick to his chest, sending him crashing back into his seat. Ah! Wei Liang howled, his face contorted with rage. Veins bulging on his forehead, yet he attempted to rise again. What is happening? Stop them! Hong Weijun finally reacted, shouting out. The crowd surged forward, with some restraining me and others holding down Wei Liang. I was largely unscathed. It was Wei Liang who was frenziedly clamoring, Brother Jun. I'm going to settle this with him. I'm going to settle this. Zeng Tongtong, meanwhile, had begun to sob uncontrollably, her cries heart-wrenching and soul-piercing. Thankfully, the chaos of the scene, combined with our location on the second floor, kept most eyes from drifting our way. Wei Liang, quiet down. Hong Weijun barked, pointing at me. Li Hu, what the hell is going on? Hong Weijun's fury was palpable. Without a compelling explanation from me, he was unlikely to let the matter slide. Within this little gang, Hong Weijun was the undisputed patriarch. When he spoke, everyone fell silent. Even Wei Liang ceased his commotion, though he continued to glare at me. While Zeng Tongtong wept, covering her face, I pointed at Zeng Tongtong and recounted how she had called Jiang Yan. Upon hearing this, Hong Weijun turned to Wei Liang and remarked, You really need to keep your girlfriend in check. This statement clearly indicated Hong Weijun's stance. Yet, Wei Liang remained defiant. I still aflame, but that doesn't justify violence. Why direct it at me? Hong Weijun replied sternly, Don't even talk about him. Sometimes I feel like slapping your girlfriend too. Enough of this, manage your girlfriend better. Don't let her loose lips cause trouble. He then turned to me, Li Hu. You too, why can't you discuss matters privately? What kind of man resorts to violence in front of everyone? With a decisive tone, Hong Weijun laid down the law. And Wei Liang had no choice but to remain silent, his expression still dark. I nodded in acknowledgement of Hong Weijun's counsel. Since the damage was already done, it was wise to play the part of the obedient subordinate. The tumult subsided, leaving only Zeng Tongtong to continue her quiet sobs. Wei Liang sat beside her in silence. The rest resumed their revelry, drinking and laughing. Hong Weijun engaged me in conversation about the bar's operations, and I listened intently, absorbing every detail. Although I was an informant with the ulterior motive of seeing Hong Weijun imprisoned, I also harbored personal ambitions to expand my own endeavors. My previous attempts at Candy KTV had been stifled, but now that I had full control over this bar, I intended to seize every opportunity. When Hong Weijun eventually found himself behind bars, I would have established my own foundation, allowing me to support others like Afa and Wu Fan. Indeed, in life, one cannot underestimate the importance of wealth, especially for men. During school, people assessed you based on your looks, but post-graduation, it all hinges on your financial standing. Opening a car wash business is feasible, yet who wouldn't aspire for greater wealth and progress? Hong Weijun was notably generous towards his trusted brothers. He allocated me a 20% stake in the fire bar, with salary and commissions calculated separately, signing the contract in front of everyone. I understood his intentions. Beyond being somewhat satisfied with my initial performance, he wished to demonstrate to others that those who worked for him would not be shortchanged. His mastery of leadership was indeed remarkable, employing both kindness and authority, while maintaining tight control over everyone, ensuring no one could escape his grasp. Subsequently, supervisors from various departments approached me to toast, and after my training at Candy KTV, I was adept at discerning who was who. Some would offer me extra attention, promising bonuses and commissions, encouraging diligent work, ensuring that financial rewards would certainly follow. Seeing me handle everything with poise, Hong Weijun nodded in approval. Initially, he had intended to intimidate Hu Wenhan, but as time passed, he grew increasingly appreciative of my capabilities, which was why he entrusted the fire bar to me. The atmosphere remained jovial as we feasted and enjoyed the performances downstairs, save for Wei Liang and Zeng Tongtong, who seemed rather discontent. Hong Weijun appeared in good spirits, wearing a constant smile. At that moment, the head of security rushed over, breathless. Brother Jun, Manager Li, Hu Wenhan has arrived with his entourage. The crowd's demeanor shifted instantly. Hong Weijun frowned, asking, What does he want? The head of security, Kadali, a man whose stature matched his name, towering at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, reported that Hu Wenhan knew the bar was owned by Hong Weijun and had come to pay his respects. Hong Weijun chuckled coldly, a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. I wonder what his true intentions are. Kadali inquired quietly, Should we let him in? Of course, let him in. A bar's doors are open to guests. How could we refuse someone bringing gifts? Come, Let us go see. Hong Weijun rose, and we followed him downstairs, while Zeng Tongtong and a few other women were discreetly ushered away. Kudali attempted to rally the security team, but Hong Weijun halted him, stating there was no need. This is our territory. We shouldn't appear intimidated. Let us proceed as usual, and we'll adapt if the situation changes. Kudali pulled out his walkie-talkie to instruct his subordinates, and we followed Hong Weijun out of the bar. Outside, several vehicles were parked, all Toyota Alfords, with a small cargo van trailing behind. As Hong Weijun emerged, the lead Alford opened its doors, revealing a stout bald man, around 50 years old, standing no taller than 5'6", with a round, fair complexion. It was evident that he led a life of luxury. I recognized him immediately. He was Hu Wenhan, another big player in our county, who could certainly match Hong Weijun in strength. The very person Hong Weijun wanted me to eliminate was standing right there. Others began to disembark from the vehicles, forming a line behind Hu Wenhan. A glance revealed several familiar faces, former notorious delinquents from our county, including Qi Jun, who had once clashed with Dong Xing, bandaged in several places. Standing at the forefront, Hu Wenhan exuded an aura that rivaled any. Ah, Brother Hong. I only just learned that the firebar belongs to you. I thought so. Not just anyone possesses such prowess. Ha ha, congratulations. Hu Wenhan approached with a beaming smile, resembling a benevolent Buddha. Hu, you flatter me. This is merely a small venture, far from your grand success. Hong Weijun replied with a hearty laugh. The two seasoned players quickly closed the distance, embracing as if they were long-lost friends, with no trace of animosity. By the way, Brother Hong, I've heard you recently took in a new brother named Li Hu. He seems quite capable. Which one is he? After the pleasantries, Hu Wenhan inquired with a smile. Oh, it's this one. Hong Weijun gestured towards me. Hu Wenhan turned and approached me directly. Are you really going to kill me? Hu Wenhan tilted his head slightly, regarding me with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. His eyes, dark as a bottomless lake, held an unfathomable depth. Chapter 32. A life for a life within the confines of the prison. I have encountered a myriad of characters, thus gaining considerable experience and insight. A mere glance at Hu Wenhan revealed that he was far from the timid creature described by Hong Weijun. As adversaries, Hong Weijun would undoubtedly belittle Hu Wenhan, portraying him as inferior. Yet it is evident that if Hu Wenhan truly lacked capability, he could not possibly stand toe-to-toe with Hong Weijun, nor could the latter expend such effort to contend with him. Yet, I felt no fear. I have faced individuals far more ruthless than Hu Wenhan. While I previously sought to avoid entanglements with figures like Hu Wenhan and Hong Weijun, it does not imply that I could not confront them. Indeed. How could it be so? I smiled. Well, here I am. Go ahead and kill me. Hu Wenhan seemed taken aback by my forthrightness, momentarily stunned before leaning in closer, his bald head glistening. The individuals behind him swiftly advanced a step, poised for action. Hey, Hu, what's going on? Why are you squabbling with a subordinate? Hong Weijun approached with a congenial smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. This subordinate is threatening to kill me. I am merely presenting myself. Hu Wenhan retorted sarcastically. Who said that? Hong Weijun's expression darkened. Word has spread outside that Hong has taken in a murderer, specifically to deal with me. I thought it best not to put you in a difficult position, so I came over myself, Hu Wenhan continued, still grinning. That's nonsense. Don't listen to the ramblings of those outside. They would love to see us clash. Our bond is strong. Why would I wish to harm you? Besides, we live in a society governed by law. Do you really think the police are inept? What era are we in, still resorting to violence? Come, let us retire to the office for a moment. Hong Weijun draped his arm around Hu Wenhan's shoulder as they strolled into the bar. Bring down the gifts for Hong. Hu Wenhan gestured at a small delivery truck. Several workers disembarked, opening the cargo hold and laboriously unloading a massive auspicious ornament. A large three-legged golden toad atop a redwood cabinet, its size requiring several individuals to embrace it. Indeed, a striking sight at the bar's entrance. Hu, you are too generous. Hong Weijun beamed. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Hu Wenhan replied, grinning broadly. The two gangsters, appearing as close friends, walked arm in arm, with our group trailing behind. We navigated past the hall and into a corridor lined with offices, soundproofed to muffle the noise from the front. Hong Weijun ushered Hu Wenhan into one of the offices. My office, spacious and lavishly decorated, with rosewood furniture and a thick wool carpet, exuding opulence. Hong Weijun gestured for Hu Wenhan to sit on the sofa, while our respective entourages stood at attention. Despite their amiable fade, the atmosphere was fraught with tension each party's eyes darting, scrutinizing every move. "Is it true that Li Hu won't kill me?" Hu Wenhan asked, a smile on his face. "Does he have the audacity?" Hong Weijun replied, chuckling. "Of course he does. He just admitted it. He's just talking nonsense. That's his nature when wronged. He can't be bothered to explain, right, Li Hu?" Hong Weijun turned to me. "Indeed," I replied, my expression impassive. Hu Wenhan rose and approached me, playfully slapping my face. "Kid, you really won't kill me? This is a prime opportunity, and here I stand before you." His slap, though not painful, was laced with humiliation, aimed more at Hong Weijun than at me. Regardless, I found myself the target. "Get your hands off me." I could hardly endure such indignity and shoved Hu Wenhan away. "How dare you speak to my brother like that?" Qi Jun suddenly charged forward, dramatically sweeping back his ample coat to draw a double-barreled shotgun, pressing it against my forehead. Previously, Qi Jun had been wounded during a confrontation in Taoyuan village, yet he moved with surprising swiftness, catching everyone off guard. Perhaps he had anticipated this moment all along. Who could predict his next move? The office fell deathly silent, and I remained motionless. "Behaving now?" Hu Wenhan stood aside, still grinning. "Old Hu, what's going on? Are you the only one with a weapon?" Hong Weijun's voice turned icy from his seat on the sofa. At that moment, another figure sprang from his side, swiftly approaching me, drawing a pistol from behind and aiming it at Qi Jun's head. I recognized this individual, Wang Kun, Hong Weijun's foremost enforcer. Known for his ruthless demeanor and few words, his reputation preceded him. He had amassed wealth working for Hong Weijun, having begun his rise long before Qi Jun was even collecting protection fees. Simultaneously, several others emerged, brandishing firearms of various lengths, all aimed at one another. Seeing this scene, my mind raced. I had thought it extraordinary that Hong Weijun possessed a firearm, yet here were numerous individuals armed as well. It was no wonder the city bureau had its eyes on our county. These individuals were utterly unrestrained. As a reluctant informant, I had initially joined this world out of necessity, but now seething anger welled within me, yearning for these ruffians to be captured and for society to regain its clarity. "Old Hong, you are being unreasonable. Wouldn't it be better if we simply coexist peacefully? Even if we compete in business, let it be based on merit. Yet you resort to assassination. Does this not compel me to resist?" Hu Wenhan's demeanor turned serious, his smile vanishing. The two men, who had previously exchanged pleasantries, now stripped away the pretense. "I have said I did not. So whom do you believe, them or me?" Hong Weijun insisted, each word deliberate. "Come now, spare me the act. We have known each other for years. You know exactly what I am thinking, do you not? Qi Jun, someone intends to kill me. What should we do?" Hu Wenhan produced a cigarette, lighting it with a snap. He inhaled deeply, awaiting Qi Jun's response. "In that case, I must kill him," Qi Jun retorted, pressing his gun against my forehead, his finger poised on the trigger. "If you dare harm him, I will kill you," Wang Kun countered, similarly aiming at Qi Jun's temple. "Very well, let it be a life for a life. Let's see how many can walk out of here today." Qi Jun sneered, his finger twitching ever so slightly. Having witnessed Qi Jun's madness firsthand in Taoyuan village, I knew he would not flinch from pulling the trigger. He had withstood a blade without flinching. This man was undeniably a lunatic. If he acted, my life would be forfeit. I could not afford to delay any longer. This was not like my previous encounter with Hong Weijun, who would hesitate to shoot. This time, I had no option but to fight. As Qi Jun's finger began to squeeze the trigger, I instinctively ducked, attempting to evade the gun pressed to my forehead. Simultaneously, Qi Jun's gun barrel also shifted downwards. Bang! The gun fired. Chapter 33, A Hand or a Life During My Time in Prison. I once inquired of a skilled individual about what to do if someone were to press a shotgun against my head. He advised me that if there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, one should comply with the assailant's demands, avoiding any provocation or angering them. If they were determined to pull the trigger, then one should quickly lower their head to evade the fatal shot. When I pressed for clarification on what to do if the shotgun followed my movement, he responded that even the fastest of reactions would require a brief moment of time, during which I could extend my hand to block the barrel. When I expressed concern about my hand being mangled in the process, he posed the question, "Do you wish to keep your hand or your life?" I recalled this conversation vividly, though I had never anticipated that I might need to apply such advice. In that fleeting moment, as I lowered my head, I swiftly reached out and grasped Qi Jun's double barrel. The deafening blast echoed, and my palm was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. To be honest, I felt no pain. All I experienced was a numbing sensation as blood gushed forth, saturating the air with the metallic scent of gunpowder and iron. Damn it, Wang Kun cursed, ready to fire at Qi Jun's head. Yet, I felt no pain as I clung desperately to Qi Jun's weapon, and others began to move, a fierce battle seemingly imminent. At that moment, sirens wailed faintly from outside. The police were coming. Everyone retreat. Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan's expressions shifted dramatically as they simultaneously spoke. Without further ado, everyone hastily concealed their firearms. Some tucked them into their trench coats, others slid them into the small of their backs, while a few wiped them clean and stashed them in potted plants on the windowsill, each one quicker than the last. Moments later, a squad of police burst in, led by a stern-faced captain who scrutinized the group, demanding, "What is going on here?" His name was Lu Wei, a man in his 30s whom I had encountered upon my initial arrest. "Nothing at all, Captain Lu. The fire bar is opening today, and I came to present a gift to General Hong. Did you see that large golden toad at the entrance? It's merely a token of my appreciation." Hu Wenhan grinned broadly. "Indeed, who has come to offer me a gift? We were just chatting here. What wind has blown Captain Lu our way?" Hong Weijun echoed, both men conspiring to uphold the facade. "I received a tip-off stating you were involved in a brawl, so I came to investigate." Lu Wei maintained his solemnity, surveying the scene. A gift should always be presented with a bit of flair. At our age, who would still engage in fighting? "You know my relationship with General Hong," Hu Wenhan continued cheerfully. "It's precisely because I know that I came here," Lu Wei retorted, not allowing Hu Wenhan to evade his scrutiny. He began to pace the office, quickly noticing the bloodstains on the floor and my mangled hand. "What happened here?" Lu Wei furrowed his brow. Before I could respond, Hong Weijun interjected, "It's nothing. He was cutting fruit and accidentally injured his hand. He was just about to head to the hospital." I nodded in painful agreement, as the sensation of pain began to creep in, blood continuing to flow from my palm. Though Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan held significant social standing and connections, Lu Wei sensed something amiss but did not press further, simply stating, "As you said, at your age, it's better to keep the peace and prosper. Well, since there appears to be no issue, I'll take my leave. If any problems arise, just give me a call." "All right, Captain Lu. Let us grab a meal together sometime." Both Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan escorted Lu Wei out, and we all tacitly followed behind. "Qi Jun." At that moment, I suddenly shouted, "Huh?" Qi Jun turned his head back. I suppressed the agony and lifted a large vase from the windowsill, bringing it crashing down upon Qi Jun's head. With a shattering crash, the vase splintered into pieces, and Qi Jun collapsed to the floor. Engaging in such violence in front of Lu Wei certainly posed significant consequences. However, Hong Weijun wielded considerable influence, and with Hu Wenhan feeling guilty, the two sides quickly reached an understanding, ensuring that both Qi Jun and I were transported to the hospital. Qi Jun suffered a severe concussion from the blow, his head lacerated by shards of glass requiring over 30 stitches. As for me, my hand had been punctured, necessitating surgery and extensive bandaging. Thankfully, Qi Jun's shotgun had been loaded with steel pellets rather than iron shot or gunpowder. Otherwise, my hand would have been irreparably damaged. The following day, Hong Weijun came to visit me. "You were far too reckless," he remarked, sitting at the edge of my bed, clicking his tongue in disapproval. "Wasn't it justified to retaliate after he shot at me?" I defended myself from my prone position. While it may not have been uncalled for, it was ill-advised to do so in front of Lu Wei. Let us not dwell on that, it's in the past now. "Still, you truly are audacious. To block the barrel with your hand?" Hong Weijun gazed at me incredulously. What else could I do? Without blocking, I would have lost my life. I replied with conviction. "He wouldn't have shot you. He was merely trying to intimidate you." Hong Weijun shook his head in disbelief. "You must understand why Lu Wei was here. Qi Jun might fire, but he would never aim at you. Once Lu Wei arrived, he would naturally withdraw. I know exactly what Hu Wenhan was plotting. It turned out that Lu Wei was arranged by Hu Wenhan, and I had been foolish to think someone had reported us. Damn it, I sacrificed my hand for nothing." I lamented, raising my bandaged hand, aware that even once healed, it would bear an unsightly scar. Yet, it was not without its rewards. Hong Weijun suddenly chuckled. "Hu Wenhan intended to intimidate you, to make you retreat. But with you blocking the gun with your palm, and then smashing Qi Jun's head in front of Lu Wei. Haha, it's enough to show that you are quite mad. Now, if he wishes to act against you, he will certainly think twice. Let him realize that there is nothing you are afraid to do. As long as you refrain from violence, he will find no peace." Is there truly such an effect? The machinations of these two underworld figures eluded me, yet I sensed the truth in Hong Weijun's words. My reputation as a madman had surely taken root in Hu Wenhan's mind. Hong Weijun clapped me on the shoulder, declaring, "Li Hu, you've done well. I find myself increasingly admiring you. Once we drive Hu Wenhan out, if you wish to continue working with me, I will grant you 50% of shares in the Fire Bar." I nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." With a grin, Hong Weijun announced, "I've informed everyone that they will come to see you shortly. Do not be shy. Accept their offerings." Upon hearing this, I understood that my suffering was not in vain. There would indeed be monetary rewards forthcoming. After Hong Weijun departed, those who had met me the previous night began to arrive one by one. They were all under Hong Weijun's command, each managing their own faction. Upon entering, they first praised my bravery, then unleashed a tirade against Hu Han and Qi Jun. After some pleasantries, each contributed 1 through 20,000. Another 30,000. Only Wei Liang remained sulky, barely speaking to me as he tossed in a mere 10,000 before departing. In a short span, I had amassed a staggering 100,000 yuan. In all my life, I had never encountered such ease in earning money. For the wealthy, perhaps 100,000 is trivial, but for me, it represented a substantial fortune, evoking a sensation akin to a sudden rise from rags to riches. I even entertained the absurd notion that perhaps I should endure a few more blows to collect more scars. Truly, I recognized the folly of such thoughts. Once the influx of visitors ceased, I felt a peculiar void, and suddenly, the door to my hospital room swung open, revealing a tall, lean man in his 40s. His skin dark and demeanor sharp. Wang Kun. He had been the first to charge forth when Qi Jun had aimed the gun at me, drawing his weapon in defense. The foremost warrior under Hong Weijun, he had been by his side the longest. Chapter 34. The lad is quite impressive. Upon Wang Kun's arrival, I noticed he was carrying a bulging cloth bag that seemed rather heavy. He approached my bedside and glanced down at the nightstand, where the money gifted by Wei Liang and the others was piled up, 10 stacks in total. Wang Kun smirked and remarked, "This is all they gave you?" I chuckled, replying, "It's not insignificant. A bunch of stingy folks." Wang Kun clicked his tongue, casually tossing the cloth bag beside the bed, causing its contents to spill out. It was indeed money, stacked in piles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 stacks in total. 100,000. Wang Kun had given me 100,000 all by himself. Though I might be considered a nobody, I excelled at maintaining appearances, regardless of my internal jubilation. I feigned surprise and said, "Brother Kun, what is this for?" Wang Kun shot me a glance and said, "Quit the pretense. I'm not pretending. I'm genuinely happy you came to see me, but this is too much." I expressed this aloud, while inwardly wishing for even more. "Well, you performed admirably yesterday, but you're just as mundane as the rest of them. Take it and stop with the excessive chatter." "Ah, thank you, Brother Kun." It was evident that Wang Kun wasn't one for pleasantries, so I accepted the money without hesitation, stacking it alongside the previous amount. Totaling 20 stacks, 200,000, like a resplendent mountain of gold. My inner sense of inferiority surged. This was a worthy payoff. After handing over the money, Wang Kun didn't leave. Instead, he pulled up a chair, retrieved an apple gifted by someone, and deftly produced a fine dagger from his waist, skillfully peeling the apple with fluid motions. His knife skills were exceptional, reminiscent of a seasoned chef. The apple was soon transformed into a pristine piece of fruit. With a quick flick, Wang Kun tossed the apple towards me. "Thanks, Brother Kun." I caught it and began to munch away. This apple was worth more than the previous 100,000. Few were deemed worthy of such an apple, Wang Kun remarked solemnly. Truly an honor. I believed he was sincere. A man of his caliber wouldn't be one to casually peel apples for just anyone. "You're quite something," Wang Kun declared before finally rising to leave. As he turned to exit, I shamefully stuffed the 200,000 into the cloth bag, planning to deposit it at my earliest convenience, my first substantial sum of money in life. At that moment, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" I answered. "Is this Mr. Wang? Your delivery has arrived," a familiar voice echoed from the other end. "Mr. Wang? What is going on?" I was astonished. "Is anyone with you?" "No, no one." I learned from the last experience. Although I could erase the records from the telecommunications company's backend, I feared that when I called you, it might be seen by Hong Weijun. So, I acquired a new number from a courier, and after each call, I delete the records. Even if Hong Weijun were to see it, he wouldn't trace anything back. Wang Wei asserted confidently. "That is excellent." Wang Wei had indeed thought this through. As a professional detective, he was taking every measure to ensure my safety. "So how have you been?" "Quite well. Hong Weijun has appointed me as the manager of the Liehua bar." I refrained from mentioning last night's incident. realizing it would be of no use regarding Lu Fuxing's case. Perhaps a bit selfishly, I desired to gain more from Hong Weijun, making such discussions inconvenient. Being assigned such an important position indicates he is growing more trusting of you. I truly chose the right person. Wang Wei expressed with deep gratitude, then inquired. Have you met Wang Kun? The one reputed to be Hong Weijun's top warrior. My heart skipped a beat, for Wang Kun had just departed from my side. I have met him. Why do you ask? I responded. We have discreetly interrogated Lu Fuan. We didn't use police cars or wear uniforms. We monitored him at home without alerting Hong Weijun. After several days and nights of careful observation ensuring his safety, he finally opened up. What did he say? I pressed. He and Lu Fuxing indeed fell out over a decade ago, and they have had no contact since. However, blood ties are hard to sever. Just days before Lu Fuxing's demise, he reached out to him, claiming he was in danger and hoped he would report it if anything happened. But he feared Hong Weijun and did not dare to do so. Did he reveal who the killer was? He did. Who? Wang Kun, as the name left his lips. My heart raced. I had suspected it when Wang Wei asked if I had met Wang Kun. The shoe had finally dropped. He did the deed? I asked anxiously. Doesn't that implicate Hong Weijun? It's impossible for there not to be a connection. It's 100% certain that Hong Weijun orchestrated the murder. Wang Wei, an experienced detective, easily deciphered the situation. What should I do now? I inquired. Lu Fuan implicated Wang Kun. Logically, we should bring him in for questioning. However, someone as cunning as him won't divulge anything easily, and we currently lack any evidence. We could end up alerting Hong Weijun. So I suggest you engage with Wang Kun discreetly to see if you can uncover the murder weapon or coax any information from him. Wang Wei meticulously planned. The murder weapon? Yes, according to forensic analysis, the murder weapon was a dagger, a very sharp dagger. Lu Fuxing was dismembered. Can a dagger accomplish that? I was astonished. In previous news reports and dramas, such dismemberments were typically associated with axes or chainsaws. With sufficient patience and skill, a dagger can indeed achieve this all right. I understand for some inexplicable reason. I recalled Wang Kun's exquisite dagger and the remarkable knife skills he displayed while peeling the apple. Such finesse was not common. Wang Kun is a dangerous individual. You must exercise caution. If you need to reach me, use this number. Wang Wei concluded his advice. Jiang Yin received the news on the third day. She had been trying to call me, eager to invite me out for a meal. But I had politely declined each time. She was foolish. Sensing something was amiss, she rushed to the car wash for answers, only to discover I was hospitalized. Prompting her to hurry over. What happened to your hand? Jiang Yin exclaimed, grasping my bandaged hand in surprise. It's nothing. I accidentally cut myself while peeling an apple. I replied with a grin. At this point, why are you still lying to me? I just spoke to Zeng Tongtong. She said you were shot. Jiang Yin looked up, her eyes already glistening with tears. That wretched girl deserves a beating. I gritted my teeth. Li Hu, I'm so worried and scared. Jiang Yin clutched my hand, tears streaming down her radiant face. Unable to resist any longer, I enveloped her in my embrace. It's all right. Truly, it's nothing. Just a scar, I whispered, inhaling her fragrant hair. Jiang Yin wept in my arms, and I held her until sunset, the warm glow of the evening sun streaming through the window, enveloping us in its embrace. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Yin slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes questioning. Li Hu, what is our relationship now? Chapter 35. The clever Kadali. The distance between Jiang Yin and me was so close that her faintly fragrant breath enveloped me. Bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, even the delicate hairs on her face were distinctly visible. Her voice, though gentle, resonated deeply within me, striking a chord in my heart. What indeed was our relationship? She harbored feelings for me, and it had been more than just a fleeting moment. I found myself increasingly drawn to her. I had embraced her, kissed her, and considered her in every aspect, just as she did for me. We were on the brink of crossing that invisible barrier, and if I took that step, it would be only natural for us to become lovers. Yet, was I ready to take that leap? Figures like Wang Wei, Hong Weijun, and Lu Fuxing flickered through my mind. If I could not ensure my own safety, how could I drag Jiang Yin into this quagmire? The realization struck me. Jiang Yin sensed the hesitation in my eyes, wiped away her tears, and stood to leave. Though she was not of a particularly rigid disposition, she displayed an unprecedented strength at that moment, resolutely severing her past with me and preparing to face a new life. Wait, I couldn't help but reach out and grasp her hand. Jiang Yin turned back, hope rekindling in her gaze. Yin Yin, may I call you Yin Yin? I whispered softly. Of course, she nodded gently. I held her delicate hand, unable to suppress my feelings. Is there anything more to say between us? If it were possible, I would embrace you right now and announce to the world that you are my girlfriend. But there are still matters I must attend to, making it inconvenient to embark on a relationship. If you are willing, please wait for me. Once I have resolved everything, I will surely seek you out. If you choose to leave, I will not stop you, only wishing you happiness. I realized my words echoed the sentiments of someone seeking a backup, a strategy often employed by those who dangle one person while searching for another. But I could only express myself this way as I had no alternative. Yet, the pure-hearted and kind Jiang Yin believed me completely, her eyes brimming with tears. She held my hand and said, Li Hu, I am willing to wait for you. But not for too long. Faced with this girl who unconditionally trusted me, I found myself at a loss for words and embraced her tightly once more. A week later, I was discharged from the hospital. My wounds had not fully healed. After all, it was a gunshot wound, and my palm bore a hole that would not mend swiftly. Nevertheless, I returned to work at the fire bar, not just for Lu Fuxing's case, but for my own sake as well. During my hospitalization, I contemplated many things and ultimately made two decisions: to excel as an informant and to rise for myself. After all, at my age, if I were to pursue love, it could not be as simple as sharing a couple of milk teas or watching a few movies. I had to consider the future Jiang Yin and I might share, especially when it came to marriage, family, and children. Many aspects are built upon a material foundation. I could not face the day of our wedding without even a place to call home. Could I? Living in a car wash. That would also be rental. That gentle, affectionate, considerate girl deserved my utmost effort. From then on, my struggles would not just be for the police, but for myself as well. How could I lack the drive? Upon arriving at the bar, I first toured each department, inquiring about the evening's beverage preparations and the number of reserved guests. As the first bar in Xiang County, its popularity was undeniable and business was not a concern. It sufficed to provide excellent service. I also ensured the performances on stage and the safety of the venue were secured, inspecting everything and confirming all was in order before summoning the head of security, Kadali, instructing him to maintain order in the bar. Any unlawful activities must be halted immediately and the authorities notified. Kadali readily agreed, pledging to uphold his promise. He gathered all the security personnel to demonstrate their newly devised plum blossom formation. This formation involved each member wielding a baton, advancing from different directions to disperse other guests while converging to control any troublemakers. Their demonstration was comical, reminiscent of invaders entering a village, causing me to chuckle. Yet I had to acknowledge their ingenuity and effort. They deserved praise. I waved my hand, instructing the finance department to allocate a bonus of 2,000 yuan to Ku Dali for distribution among his team, eliciting cheers of joy from the security staff. However, I recognized two familiar faces among the guards. Typically, those in this line of work are transient, drifting from venue to venue. Yet, when I inquired about their presence, they denied it, raising my suspicions. That evening, as the bar filled with patrons, I continued my rounds, observing the performers and the waitstaff's attitudes. I understood that employees often resent such oversight from management, but I genuinely wished to enhance the bar, engaging personally in various matters. My persistent presence deterred any laziness, and they exerted themselves fully. I was initially satisfied, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as though someone was covertly watching me. Occasionally, I would glance discreetly, always catching sight of two guards behaving suspiciously. I had to uncover these infiltrators. I clicked my tongue thoughtfully, quickly devising a plan. I pretended to make a phone call and walked toward the door, casting a sidelong glance to see if the two guards would follow, and indeed, they did. Standing by the roadside, I continued my charade, curious about their intentions, but they merely glanced at me without taking any action. As I pondered their motives, a deafening sound erupted. A vehicle barreled towards me, and as it passed, a machete suddenly extended from the window, swinging menacingly in my direction. Anticipating the attack, I turned to flee, but it was too late. I felt a sharp chill as my back was cut. I stumbled and fell to the ground. Li Hu, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Our brother Han will not let you off. The assailant did not pursue me further, leaving those words behind as they sped away. The bar's entrance was bustling with people, and Kudali quickly received the news, rushing out with a group of security personnel to assist me. Some were furious, ready to pursue the vehicle, while others insisted on taking me to the hospital. I grasped Kudali's hand, insisting, "No need for the hospital. It's just a minor injury. Please help me bandage it." Kudali, seasoned in this line of work, examined my wound, and, finding it not severe, led me back to the office to disinfect and dress it. Is that sufficient? After finishing, I stood up, stretching my limbs. All good. Kudali hesitated, as if holding back something. Speak your mind. I chuckled. Managerly, can I say something? Kudali asked, hesitantly. I can't shake the feeling that you intentionally took that blow. What do you mean? My smile widened. Well, this wound seems rather superficial. If it weren't long enough, I would think it was just a scratch. It feels as if you could have dodged, but chose to take it lightly, afraid of injuring yourself too severely. Kudali analyzed logically. Sometimes, being too clever is not a virtue. I shot him a knowing glance. Yes, I was just rambling. Kudali realized he had spoken out of turn, quickly slapping his mouth. Just keep it between us, okay? I patted his arm, encouraging him, then added, now, I need you to assist me with something. Chapter 36, 10 Knives, any objections? I have conducted a thorough investigation into Kudali's identity and background. Previously, he worked at another KTV, but due to the economic downturn, that establishment has since closed. He was idling at home for over a month before being recruited by Hong Weijun. Kudali is known for his honesty and loyalty to his superiors, as well as his kindness towards his subordinates, earning him a stellar reputation in the industry. Everyone praises him, which is why Hong Weijun chose to employ him, and why I am inclined to trust him and delegate responsibilities to him. A person's credibility and reputation are built gradually through consistent actions. Everything one does is observed by others. When the time is right, a benefactor will appear, as the saying goes. Do good deeds without asking for rewards. A person like Kudali would undoubtedly thrive, even if he did not come to the flame bar. After sending Kudali away, I called Hong Weijun to inform him that I had been attacked, right at the entrance of my own bar. A little over half an hour later, Hong Weijun rushed over, accompanied by more than 10 robust men, inquiring about the situation. I removed my shirt to show him the wound on my back, which, although well bandaged and thickly wrapped, I exaggeratedly portrayed as excruciatingly painful, almost unable to stand. Hong Weijun, anxious, asked if I knew who had attacked me. There are surveillance cameras at the bar entrance. Did they capture the license plate number? Are you certain it was Hu Wenhan's men? I gasped. The car had its plates removed, and the windows were tinted, making it impossible to see the assailants, but I do know who was behind it. It was Hu Wenhan. Hong Weijun immediately pressed for the identity of the perpetrator. Just as I was about to respond, Kudali burst into the office, dragging in 2 security guards who were battered and bruised, visibly trembling in fear. Hong Weijun frowned and demanded to know what had happened. Kudali explained. These 2 came from Candy KTV. I have confirmed that they were monitoring Manager Lee's movements. Before he could finish, Hong Weijun comprehended the situation and swiftly dialed a number. Wei Liang, get your ass to flame bar. Minutes later, Wei Liang entered. Realizing what had transpired upon seeing the 2 security guards sprawled on the floor, beaten like dogs, while Hong Weijun wore a dark expression, indicating that the situation had been thoroughly compromised. Without a word of defense, he knelt before Hong Weijun. Brother Jun, I was wrong, Wei Liang murmured, head bowed. What the hell did you do wrong? Hong Weijun roared, slapping him hard. The force of the blow sent Wei Liang crashing to the ground. But he quickly got back up, not even bothering to rub his face, and lowered his head again, obediently stating, we are brothers. We should not be at odds. You know that, huh? That night, I made it clear that we should let this matter slide. Did you take my words lightly? As brothers, you resort to such underhanded tactics and frame it on Hu Wenhan. Do you think I shouldn't punish you? Hong Weijun delivered another fierce slap, sending Wei Liang down once more, but he quickly rose again, continuing to kneel before Hong Weijun. I deserve it. I accept my fate. Hong Weijun seized Wei Liang by the hair and forcefully slammed his head onto the nearby desk. Bang, bang, bang. Hong Weijun's actions were brutal, striking Wei Liang's head against the desk multiple times, blood dripping down his forehead, creating a crimson constellation on the floor. Yet, Wei Liang remained silent, enduring the punishment stoically. Eventually, Hong Weijun seemed to tire of the beating and released his grip, causing Wei Liang to slump down, clearly affected by the blows. I watched coldly from the side, saying nothing, with no intention of interceding on his behalf. Although my own injuries were not severe, it was due to my caution. Had that knife struck true, I would have been bedridden for at least a month. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. From the day I entered this life, I resolved that for every knife they struck me with, I would return tenfold. As my circle of brothers expanded, my standards softened. Anyone who dared to harm my brother deserved the same fate. Li Hu was my brother, and so are you. To harm him is to harm me. Hong Weijun extended his hand, and someone immediately presented a machete. 10 knives? Any objections? He inquired coldly. No. Wei Liang managed to utter weakly from the floor. Good. Be resolute, then. After 10 knives, you shall still be my brother, but there cannot be a next time. Otherwise, I will certainly break your limbs. With a fierce shout, Hong Weijun raised the knife high, ready to execute his decree. Stop. At that moment, the office door swung open once more, revealing Zeng Tongtong, tears streaming down her face. It was unclear how long she had been listening outside, but upon hearing that Wei Liang was to receive 10 knives, she could no longer contain herself. You. Why are you here? Wei Liang said weakly, still on the ground. Brother Jun called you to flame bar. How could I not worry? Zeng Tongtong cried, rushing to Wei Liang's side. Leave, it has nothing to do with you. Wei Liang struggled to lift his arm, attempting to push her away. I want tea leave. I want tea leave. Zeng Tongtong sobbed, looking up at Hong Weijun. Brother Jun, I was the one who encouraged Wei Liang to do this. He didn't want to deal with Li Hu. It's my fault. Please spare him. I was not surprised by her declaration. I knew she was capable of such a thing. Don't say that. Brother Jun. It's not her fault. Wei Liang, growing frantic, struggled to articulate his defense, but his thoughts were muddled. Brother Jun, it was truly me. Punish me instead. Seeing him so injured. How could he withstand another 10 knives? Considering all he has done for you in the past, please let him go this time. Zeng Tongtong pleaded, kneeling before Hong Weijun. Brother Jun, please. Wei Liang strained to lift his arm, clutching Hong Weijun's pant leg. I could not suppress a cold snort. I knew Zeng Tongtong all too well. She harbored genuine feelings for Wei Liang and did not want him to be punished. But she also understood Hong Weijun's mindset as a gang leader, knowing he would never strike a woman. Thus, she boldly stepped forward. However, her strategy proved effective. No matter how much of a rogue Hong Weijun was, he could not bring himself to deliver 10 knives to a woman. With Zeng Tongtong defending him, he could not harm Wei Liang either. Growing increasingly irritable, he warned, Wei Liang, if you wish to move past today, you must break up with this ineffective, troublemaking girlfriend of yours and guarantee that you will no longer associate with her. If I catch you with her again, I will break your legs. At this point, Hong Weijun shot a glance at me, as if seeking my approval. He understood that my ire was directed not at Wei Liang, but at Zeng Tongtong. I remained silent, acknowledging his words, as I had no desire to see her again. With her around, my conflict with Wei Liang would continue indefinitely. I still needed to investigate Lu Fuxian's case and sought my own rise. I had no time for this rivalry. Despite Hong Weijun's ultimatum, Wei Liang still hesitated to let go, pleading, Brother Jun, give me another chance, I will discipline her properly. Upon hearing this, Hong Weijun lost all patience. Seizing the knife and preparing to strike Wei Liang. Don't cut. Zeng Tongtong shielded him with her body, crying out, Brother Jun, I will break up with him. I promise. I will never see him again. If you catch me with him once more, break my legs. Hong Weijun considered her words and nodded. That works too. No. No. Wei Liang still attempted to grasp Zeng Tongtong's arm. Don't pull me. Zeng Tongtong forcefully shook off Wei Liang's hand, turning her head to shout, I do not like you at all. I only associated with you because of your wealth. You foolish man. I have been intimate with several of your friends. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 37 Reunion with Wu Fan. Upon hearing such words, Wei Liang was struck dumb as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless and motionless. His youth rendered him ill-equipped to bear such a blow. I sensed an unease. Yet it seemed unsurprising that a girl like Zeng Tongtong would engage in such behavior. Tears streaming down her face, she turned and fled, flinging open the office door. Vanishing in an instant, Wei Liang remained silent, lying dazed on the carpet, as if his very soul had been extracted, his eyes devoid of light. It was evident that she was not a good person. Perhaps it was for the best that he had cast her aside earlier. Hong Weijun snorted, passing the mountain axe to his subordinate before striding out. I hurried to follow him, feigning exhaustion, limping along as I escorted him to the door. As Hong Weijun settled into his Land Rover, he glanced at me and remarked, Stop pretending. I know you're not in any serious trouble. Ah? What was that supposed to mean? Did he truly think I was a fool? Dealing with Wei Liang was justified, as he had indeed taken action against me. But that did not imply that my little tricks could deceive him. With a scoff, Hong Weijun pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving me alone, bewildered in the wind. After much contemplation, I could not discern where I had faltered. My back was wrapped in layers of bandages, and my performance had been impeccable. How had he seen through it? Faced with such a formidable opponent, I once again worried about my informant's path. Upon returning to the office, I found that Wei Liang had vanished. Following this incident, it seemed unlikely he would pursue any vendetta against me, especially without the meddlesome Zeng Tongtong around. Perhaps we could coexist peacefully. It was time to deliberate on the next steps. The bar posed no significant issues. With diligent management, substantial profits could be garnered, provided no major blunders occurred. Wang Wei had urged me to engage with Wang Kun to see if I could uncover his weapon or extract some information from him. It was time to put this into action. After considerable thought, I called Wang Kun, inviting him to my bar to express gratitude for his earlier visit to the hospital. I had conducted a discreet investigation into Wang Kun's background. He was a proud individual, and in the entire Xiong County, few could capture his attention, making it rare for him to accept invitations. I had expected a challenge, yet he readily agreed, indicating he would bring a few friends to support me. I replied, "I shall await your arrival." I began preparations, pondering which drinks to serve, what topics to discuss, and how to steer the conversation toward his dagger. In truth, I am a person of impulsive nature. My past actions, killing the wealthy, rescuing AFA, freeing Yin Shun, and confronting Qi Jun, attest to my character. However, 3 years of imprisonment had instilled in me a habit of careful contemplation when faced with challenges. As night descended, the bar began to fill with a lively crowd of young men and women. Wang Kun had yet to arrive, so I conducted my usual inspection of the premises, only to discover Wu Fan among the throng. Yes, Wu Fan, I encountered him once more. Since our last confrontation, we had not crossed paths. My attempts to call him had gone unanswered, and in my frustration, I ceased to reach out. Now, he sat in a luxurious booth at the Flame Bar, one that commanded a minimum expenditure of 3,888, a price quite steep for our county, typically reserved for the offspring of officials or the affluent. Wu Fan remained as handsome as ever, stylishly dressed, resembling a male celebrity, surrounded by a group of both men and women, among whom Dong Xing was present as well. Indeed, Dong Xing, the one who had clashed with Qi Jun without flinching, sat there in tattered work attire, sipping gloomily, starkly contrasting with the vibrant atmosphere around him. Wu Fan and his companions were reveling in merriment, dancing, singing, and engaging in games, tossing dice and passing notes, their faces adorned with laughter. After a while, Wu Fan appeared to grow bored and orchestrated a playful tease directed at Dong Xing by a scantily clad girl. The girl approached Dong Xing and planted a kiss on his cheek, only to provoke his ire as he pushed her away, much to Wu Fan's amusement. I watched this scene unfold, feeling a surge of anger toward Wu Fan. I thought to myself, do you think you're wealthy? You come to the bar for amusement, yet you occupy such an expensive booth. It's no wonder you're perpetually short on cash, even in debt. The 30,000 I had given him previously, who knew how many times that had been squandered? I was tempted to confront him, yet I reconsidered, after all. As the manager of Flame Bar, I could allow him to enjoy himself without charge. This thought in mind, I approached him, intending to reconcile. In our relationship, it mattered little who offered the first olive branch. However, Wu Fan was so engrossed in his revelry that he did not notice my approach until Dong Xing drew his attention by nudging his arm. Dude, what do you want with me? I'm not interested in you. Look at all these girls, and yet you remain a perpetual bachelor. Wu Fan grumbled. Dong Xing remained silent, merely gesturing toward me. At that moment, Wu Fan finally turned his gaze in my direction. Upon seeing me, he appeared momentarily taken aback. But I walked straight up to him. He seemed to grasp my intent and deliberately exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is, Li Hu. Now he is with Hong Weijun. Feeling quite impressive, has he? Thinks he is too good for me now. Let us keep our distance, so we don't overreach." Dong Xing looked at him in confusion, clearly perplexed by his words. I felt a surge of indignation. This scoundrel was still harboring resentment, publicly belittling me. Very well, I would not engage further. I turned away in frustration and stepped outside the bar to await Wang Kun. Before long, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning, I found Dong Xing had followed me outside. "What is going on between you and Wu Fan? Why the fuss?" he inquired, offering me a crumpled red plum cigarette. I accepted it without reluctance and lit it. Who knows what that lunatic is thinking? You saw it yourself. I intended to speak with him. I took a puff, and the smoke was harsh, causing me to cough. "Indeed, I saw," Dong Xing replied, followed by a lengthy silence. A long silence ensued. I thought to myself, why did you come out here? If you wanted to mediate, you could at least say something instead of just standing there. After what felt like an eternity, Dong Xing finally spoke, You must have noticed that I'm not particularly articulate, right? I did. I nodded in acknowledgement. Dongxing lowered his head to light a cigarette. Falling silent once more. Conversing with this individual is utterly exasperating. What do you wish to convey? After finishing one cigarette, Dongxing slowly stated, Wu Fan has been seeking me out recently, expressing a desire to collect scrap for profit. But after a few days, he lost interest, claiming it was too tiring and dirty, hindering his chances with the ladies. Images flashed in my mind of the two of them, clad in straw hats and work clothes, traversing the streets with a tricycle, shouting slogans about recycling old phones, refrigerators, air conditioners, and computers. Finally, Wu Fan, in a fit of frustration, would toss aside his straw hat, declaring, I'm done. This is no way to attract women. Well, that's amusing. Dongxing continued. Just a few days ago, he drank too much at my place, weeping profusely, lamenting that you were ungrateful, expressing that once he felt better, he would assist his brother. He reminisced about the good old days in school, how you two were inseparable, even sharing moments in the restroom, playfully teasing each other. As he ranted, tears streamed down his face as he confessed how much he missed you, yearning for your friendship, longing to spend time together. Enough, I interrupted, my gaze slightly glistening with moisture. Let us go back and find Wu Fan. Chapter 38. Wang Kun's brother Dongxing was indeed not eloquent. The words he just uttered must have been bottled up for quite some time before he finally expressed them. Nevertheless, he succeeded in transporting me back to my school days. A time when my relationship with Wu Fan was truly splendid. What was mutual teasing compared to the fact that we once shared a bed? There was even an occasion when I kicked him out of bed in the middle of the night. Our bond was so profound that others often presumed we were involved in something more than friendship. Thus, when I mentioned my intention to rescue AFA and sought a companion, Jiang Yin immediately guessed it was Wu Fan. She almost made a quip about how, during that critical moment, we seemed to abandon each other despite being such good friends. Given our closeness, I thought, let him disparage me a little. It wouldn't cost me much. I resolved to confront him, and if he continued to be unreasonable, I'd drown him in 3 large glasses of liquor to silence his insolence. Determined, I walked in with Dongxing, only to be met with a cacophony of chaos as we entered the bar. Shouts and the sound of bottles shattering filled the air. A fight had erupted. As an establishment owner, such occurrences are the bane of my existence. Although we live in a society governed by law, those involved in such altercations cannot escape punishment. Jail time or fines await them. Yet, the negative impact on the bar is undeniable. If fighting becomes commonplace, who would continue to patronize the place? My first instinct was to call security and then the police. However, Dongxing stepped forward and, upon recognizing who was involved, shouted, Wu Fan. He then dashed into the fray like a gust of wind. Wu Fan was fighting? I hurried forward as well. The bar was in disarray, with patrons streaming out, yet forming a circle to witness the spectacle. I squeezed through the crowd and, to my dismay, saw Wu Fan at the center of the turmoil. To be precise, he was being beaten. Clad in a pristine white suit, he had initially looked quite dapper, but now he was surrounded by 7 or 8 assailants. Being mercilessly kicked and battered, his attire sullied, and a beer bottle had struck his head, leaving him bloodied amidst shards of glass. How dare you hit on the girls from our side? You must have a death wish. The ringleader, a hefty fellow in his 20s sporting a heart-shaped buzz cut and a gaudy gold chain, bellowed. His demeanor was intimidating, and his companions were similarly clad, indicating they were not to be trifled with. It was clear Wu Fan was at fault. He had always been reckless around women, pursuing them regardless of their relationship status, which had led him to his fair share of beatings. Even during our school days, he was often cornered at the cafeteria entrance, and years had not dulled his reckless spirit. However, we were brothers. I wouldn't question right or wrong. Even if he had committed murder, I would stand by him. Dongxing had already charged forward, brandishing a broken beer bottle in a frenzy, managing to repel 3 or 4 of the attackers. Yet, the odds were against him, and Wu Fan's fighting ability was woefully inadequate. His efforts were but a drop in the bucket. As I watched Wu Fan take a beating, a surge of adrenaline prompted me to leap into the fray. Just then, I was restrained by Kadali, the head of security. Managerly, you need not involve yourself personally. My brothers and I will handle it, he insisted, mistakenly believing I was rushing in to mediate. But his calling me managerly served as a wake-up call. Indeed, I was the manager of the fire bar. How could I allow fighting in my own establishment? It would be utterly disgraceful for other patrons to witness such chaos. Even if there must be a scuffle, it should not unfold before a crowd. I promptly ordered. Take those troublemakers to the back alley and deal with them. Kadali was taken aback. Huh? Beat the customers? As the bar's representative, the responsibility in a fight is to separate the combatants and let them resolve their issues privately or call the authorities. It's not customary to physically intervene, as they were not there to vandalize the establishment. However, I could not let this slide, especially considering Wu Fan's dire predicament. He was in a pitiful state. I nodded resolutely, demanding, drag those thugs to the back alley and give them a thorough beating. How can we continue running this place if we don't teach them a lesson for causing trouble here? Kadali found my reasoning somewhat peculiar but refrained from questioning further, recognizing my authority as the manager. He signaled to the security personnel who had been waiting for his command, go in a phalanx formation. A dozen security guards bent low and surrounded the group like a swarm. I remarked dryly, there's no one left in the middle. The phalanx isn't necessary. Kadali waved his hand again. No phalanx needed. Just charge in. The security team surged forward, with Kadali following closely behind. Despite the attackers numbering 7 or 8. The security guards wielded batons, and with Kadali's formidable presence, they swiftly subdued the assailants. With another command, Kadali directed the guards to drag the culprits towards the bar's back door. Wu Fan and Dong Xing, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, followed suit. The chubby ringleader shouted, "What are you doing? I know the manager here." I couldn't help but chuckle at his bravado. Here I stood, and he dared to claim familiarity with me. Kadali was even less inclined to believe him, especially after I had just ordered a thorough beating. The security guards wasted no time, quickly hauling them to the back alley where the thugs, seasoned fighters themselves, soon found themselves on the receiving end of rubber batons. Wailing in agony, Wu Fan and Dong Xing stood by, utterly perplexed, unsure of what was unfolding. Dong Xing inquired, "What is going on? Is this the kind of service one gets at the 3888 VIP table?" Wu Fan replied, "I have no idea. I've never heard of this before. But who cares? It's great to have someone avenging us." As he spoke, he was brushing off the glass shards from his head, checking with Dong Xing if he had sustained any visible injuries, insisting that while his head could bleed, his face must remain unmarred. I lingered at the back door of the bar, observing the scene in the alley while counting the seconds, preparing to signal Kadali to cease the assault. Going too far would be unwise. After all, they were still patrons. Suddenly, Wu Fan leaned towards Dong Xing, exclaiming, "Look at my head. Why does it feel so cold?" Dong Xing gasped, "What a huge gash." I too noticed the severity of the wound. It was alarmingly large, with blood continuing to flow. Even with medical attention, it would require at least 20 to 30 stitches. The sight pained me deeply. To refer to Wu Fan as a brother was no exaggeration. And seeing him in such a wretched state ignited a fiery wrath within me. Those thugs would surely pay for their actions. At that moment, the ringleader shouted once more, "Stop hitting me. I told you, I know your manager. You can't just keep beating me like this." This time, I could no longer restrain myself. I charged forward, declaring, "You know the manager? Who the hell are you to say that? I am the manager, and I don't recognize you. Keep hitting them, and I'll cover your medical expenses." Wu Fan turned in confusion. "Li Hu, what are you doing here? Aren't you the manager of Candy KTV? How did you become the manager of the fire bar?" "Yes, Manager Li," Kadali shouted. "Keep hitting them. Hit them hard." Wu Fan finally believed I was indeed the manager, bursting into laughter. "Oh my God, I know the manager now." Just as he was chuckling, he abruptly recalled he was still upset with me, his expression darkening momentarily. Yet, within 3 seconds, a grin returned to his face. "Damn it. If Li Hu can be the manager, I'm so thrilled. Keep hitting them. Hit them to death. Afterward, it's on Li Hu to cover the costs." Having uttered those words, he charged forward, fiercely assaulting those ruffians, even seizing a stone from the ground to strike the bald-headed man on the head. The security personnel, naturally, intensified their efforts, filling the alleyway with a cacophony of groans and yelps. The bald-headed man rolled on the ground several times before shouting, "Are you the manager?" "I am Wang Tao, the brother of Wang Kun." Chapter 39. Desire. "I gift you Wang Tao, brother of Wang Kun." Upon hearing the self-introduction of the rotund man with a potlit hairstyle, I realized he spoke the truth and was not fabricating familial ties to bolster his stature. Wang Kun had indeed mentioned he would bring a few brothers to support him. The individual had claimed to know me from the outset and now invoked Wang Kun's name, leaving no doubt that they were indeed connected. "Stop! Stop!" I shouted urgently as I rushed towards Wang Tao. Kadali and the others halted their actions. Having all heard of Wang Kun's reputation, and even Wu Fan refrained from further outbursts. I crouched down to assist Wang Tao, who had been grievously beaten, his body marred with footprints and his head bearing several wounds, blood streaming down profusely, suffering more than Wu Fan. Observing the others, I noted they too bore various injuries. The sting of a police baton is indeed unbearable. Who is Wang Kun? Dong Xing inquired quietly. A notorious thug, the foremost enforcer under Hong Weijun. He truly bitten off more than we can chew this time. It may implicate Li Hu, Wu Fan replied softly. Dong Xing remained silent, merely curling his lip, evidently unconvinced. My mind raced as I lamented. Ah, so you are Kun Ji's brother. Why did you not mention it sooner? This is akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King Temple. Wang Tao, still dazed from the beating, murmured, I mentioned it long ago. You didn't believe me. I patted Wang Tao's head, aware the situation was dire, yet I reassured him, it's nothing serious, just a few minor cuts. Dolly, take a few people and escort them to the hospital. Look at the chaos this has caused. Kudali acknowledged my request and approached with a few security guards. As I organized the situation, I signaled Wu Fan and Dong Xing to leave promptly. Wu Fan, sharp as a fox, understood immediately and pulled Dong Xing away towards the alley's opposite end. We can't let them escape. Wang Tao suddenly realized, shouting loudly. Yes. Pursue them swiftly, do not let them get away. I echoed urgently. Several security guards dashed after them, but Wu Fan and Dong Xing were swift as rabbits, disappearing in an instant. Wang Tao clutched his head, cursing, while I consoled him. It's all right, brother. You are Kun Ji's brother, which makes you my brother as well. Remember, I am Li Hu, the manager of the fire bar. Those two rascals, as long as they remain in Xi'an County, I will certainly bring them to justice. Thank you, Hu Ge. Wang Tao, still somewhat dazed, struggled to comprehend the situation. A group of us escorted them to the bar's entrance. Just as we were about to hail a taxi for the hospital, a Mercedes SUV rolled up. Wang Kun jumped out, and upon seeing Wang Tao's condition, furrowed his brows and inquired, What happened? Brother, I was beaten. Wang Tao lamented, clutching his head as blood continued to flow. Who struck you? Wang Kun stepped forward to inspect Wang Tao's injuries, his eyes igniting with fury. It was me. Kun Ge, it's all a misunderstanding. I quickly interjected, explaining that I initially did not recognize Wang Tao, saw them causing a ruckus in the bar, and mistakenly dragged him to the back alley for a beating, not realizing he was one of our own. Hence, we were hastily taking him to the hospital. Upon learning that I was the assailant, Wang Kun's expression remained displeased, but he refrained from unleashing his wrath upon me, instead pointing at Wang Tao and scolding, You fool! How do you manage to stir up trouble wherever you go? Unwilling to concede, Wang Tao retorted, Brother, I didn't cause the trouble. That lad was the one who flirted with our girls. You dare to argue back? Wang Kun delivered a sharp slap to Wang Tao's face. Stop it, stop it. Kun Ge, it's my fault. I didn't clarify our brother's identity. Dolly, take them to the hospital. I interposed, urging Kudali to act swiftly. All right. Kudali replied, managing to flag down two taxis to whisk Wang Tao and the others away. Kun Ge, calm down. It's entirely my fault. I will certainly take full responsibility for my brother. Medical expenses and all, I will cover everything. I retrieved a cigarette and offered it to Wang Kun. Do not concern yourself with him. He has more trouble than he has worth. Wang Kun, slightly agitated, directed, Let us check the surveillance footage at your bar and track down those two rascals. Wang Kun was intent on avenging Wang Tao, his sights firmly set on Wu Fan and Dong Xing. I wished to intervene but had no viable means, thus I led him to the monitoring room. Fortunately, when the altercation occurred in the bar, the lighting was dim and flickering, rendering their faces indistinct before they moved to the back alley, where no cameras were present. As I formulated my words to explain to Wang Kun that those two were my friends, he coldly stated, Regardless of who these two are, I will flay them alive. I had heard numerous tales of Wang Kun's ruthless nature. Over a decade ago, he had dealt harshly with a contractor who owed him money, reportedly torturing the individual at the Sanyuan Reservoir for an entire night, leaving him half paralyzed upon his return. Lu Fuan had confessed that it was Wang Kun who killed his brother, and both Wang Wei and I immediately believed it, recognizing his capacity for such deeds. I thought to myself that, at all costs, I could not allow Wu Fan and Dong Xing to fall into his hands. While Wang Kun scrutinized the footage, I stepped outside and called Wu Fan. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he refrained from throwing a tantrum and quickly answered the call. I inquired, Where are you now? Wu Fan replied, Dong Xing and I have come to Taoyuan village. and we're currently at the scrap collection station. I asked about his injuries, to which he reassured me that he was fine. Dongxing's village had a doctor who had stitched him up, and he was already bandaged. He jokingly expressed gratitude that his face was unscathed. Otherwise, how would he earn a living in the future? I felt a surge of irritation, scolding him. In times like these, you're still making jokes? Don't you feel at ease unless you stir up trouble? Why provoke those girls over there? It's precisely because of your temperament that I hesitate to involve you in business, fearing you might cause chaos one day. Wu Fan, equally irate, retorted, Li Hu. Your remarks are rather unkind. If you needed help for AFA or Yinshin, I would have followed you without a second thought. Recalling previous incidents, my anger subsided somewhat. I had known Wu Fan long enough to understand his nature. I then explained the current predicament, warning him that Wang Kun would not let this slip, suggesting he lay low for a while. Wu Fan was adaptable and aware of Wang Kun's ferocity, promptly agreeing. However, I heard Dongxing's voice in the background, saying, "Why fear him? Let us confront him. I've taken on Qi Jun before. Why should I fear him?" Wu Fan admonished, "Shut your mouth. I've never seen someone who ended up in the hospital after attempting to take down another. Stay out of the city for a few days. Just keep to yourself here." Despite Wu Fan's carefree demeanor, he possessed discernment in crucial matters. With him restraining Dongxing, I felt a sense of relief. After reiterating a few instructions, I ended the call. Returning to the monitoring room, I found Wang Kun fixated on the screen, replaying the segments of Wu Fan and Dongxing, while he toyed with a finely crafted dagger, flipping it deftly in his hands, its blade flashing like a dazzling display. Almost mesmerizing. Kun Gu, that dagger is quite exquisite. I attempted to shift the conversation, my gaze drawn to his hands. This dagger was of particular interest to me. It was likely the weapon used to slay Lu Fuxing. I had prepared a lengthy discourse to engage Wang Kun in conversation, but the incident with Wu Fan had diverted my intentions. "I have plenty of these. If you desire one, it's yours." Wang Kun casually tossed the dagger towards me. Chapter 40. The Battle of the Market. I hastily reached out to catch it. If this object were indeed the murder weapon that claimed Lu Fuxing's life, it would mean we had cracked the case halfway. Yet, the thought that it might truly be the weapon made me ponder. Wang Kun would not so casually toss it my way. Upon hearing him claim that there were plenty of such items, I felt a sense of bewilderment. Regardless, I had finally acquired the dagger, which offered a glimmer of hope. I lowered my gaze to examine it closely. The hilt was made of brass, emanating a warm, golden hue, adorned with exquisite engravings. The blade was remarkably sharp, indeed a lethal instrument. Holding the dagger, I feigned a few practiced motions. Wang Kun shot me a glance and remarked, "Oh, have you trained?" I chuckled and replied, "In my past incarceration, I was taught a few moves. Back then, I practiced with a toothbrush. How embarrassing." Wang Kun, however, spoke earnestly, "It's no jest. Your technique is rather intriguing. Few in Xiang County possess such skill." I smiled again, replying, "You flatter me, Kun Gu. Surely, you must be quite proficient with a blade?" I had intended to engage Wang Kun in a meaningful conversation about the dagger, hoping to extract some valuable information. Discussing knives would likely appeal to him, and given my modest proficiency, he seemed keen to converse. "Well, I've always had a penchant for this sort of thing," he admitted. "I never formally learned. I just figured it out myself." He seized the dagger from me and demonstrated a few thrusts, his movements fluid and practiced. It was impressive. He had indeed honed his skills well. I laughed and said, "Kun Gu, you're quite formidable. I imagine many have fallen under your blade." Flattery resonates with everyone, and Wang Kun was no exception, nodding with pride. "Absolutely." I continued. Had I possessed even a fraction of this knowledge during my encounter with the old rich man, I might have merely incapacitated him instead of taking his life, sparing myself 3 years in prison. "Indeed," Wang Kun replied, "at that time, you were merely stabbing blindly. With a bit of study, one could learn to gauge the situation, deciding when to take a life or leave it be, directing the blade with precision. As for firearms, I have little affection for them. They require no finesse." Sensing the conversation veering off course, I swiftly redirected, inquiring, "When using a dagger, how can one avoid leaving evidence?" The query seemed abrupt, as few would broach such topics, but in our line of work, it was entirely appropriate. Having taken a life before, and with intentions to do so again, my curiosity was only natural. Wang Kun, oblivious to any misstep, patiently responded, "Using a knife makes it difficult to avoid leaving traces. One must clean the scene afterward, erasing footprints, fingerprints, and disposing of the weapon far away. For a more extreme measure, Dismembering the body and scattering the parts makes it challenging for them to piece it together. My heart raced, feeling as though I were closing in on the truth. I feigned eagerness and asked, where would one dispose of the weapon to avoid detection? And for dismemberment, would a dagger suffice? That sounds exceedingly difficult. As an informant, I knew I had to press further, seeking the core of the matter. Wang Kun replied, toss it in the woods or sink it in a lake, whichever is more convenient. As for dismemberment, it's not overly complicated. If your knife skills are sharp enough, it's not an issue. I was intent on gleaning more from him when, unexpectedly, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, he informed me, I have something to attend to. I'll come back to visit you later. I protested, but we haven't even had a drink together. Another time, he said. There is plenty of time ahead. You could also visit my factory. As he donned his coat, I knew better than to insist he stay. So I escorted him out of the bar. Once I watched him depart in a Benz SUV, I hurried to a nearby alley and called Wang Wei. After our discussion, we reached a consensus that Wang Kun was indeed the murderer, but the dagger he had given me was not the weapon used. As Wang Wei later compared it to the wounds on Lu Fuxing's body and found no match. Wang Wei urged me to continue my contact with Wang Kun to ascertain where he discarded the murder weapon. The vague references to small woods and lakes were far too broad. Ideally, we would also uncover the initial crime scene, though that seemed exceedingly difficult. Wang Wei advised me to do my best, but not to force it if it proved too challenging. I attempted to reach Wang Kun several more times. Even if he couldn't come to me, I could go to him. The conversation needed to persist, yet he was perpetually too busy, always postponing until tomorrow or the next day. I had to remain patient. During this period, events unfolded, intertwining with Wu Fan, thrusting me and Wang Kun into opposition. The catalyst for this was something I learned later. He and Dongxing had taken refuge in Taoyuan village for a week, remaining safe as their injuries healed, emboldening them. They sneaked into the city several times to enjoy themselves, always waiting until nearly midnight and avoiding large, conspicuous venues, opting instead for smaller gaming halls and pool lounges. However, the trouble did not arise in those places, but rather at a breakfast stall. That night, after a long evening at the pool hall, they ventured to a market for breakfast the following morning. At around 7 o'clock, they thought nothing of encountering Wang Tao or Wang Kun at that hour, planning to eat quickly and return to Taoyuan village. Yet, fate had other plans. Wang Tao, having spent a week in the hospital, decided to venture out for breakfast that morning and ended up at the very same market where Wu Fan and Dongxing were. Such coincidences often seem preordained. No matter where they hid, destiny would conspire to bring them together. Wang Tao spotted them first and quickly contacted a few of his brothers, initially withholding this information from Wang Kun, believing he could handle the situation himself. Early in the morning, he summoned 4 or 5 men, all still groggy from sleep but armed with knives, steel pipes, and military daggers. Without a moment's hesitation, they surrounded Wu Fan and Dongxing, attacking fiercely. Caught off guard, Wu Fan and Dongxing were swiftly overwhelmed, each receiving several blows, blood spilling onto the market floor, causing chaos to erupt. Kill them. I'll take the blame. Wang Tao, emboldened by Wang Kun's influence, issued a ruthless command. The group, invigorated by the prospect of violence, relentlessly struck at the two. Wu Fan, from the onset, was incapacitated, attempting to hide beneath a table while Dongxing, seizing a nearby iron stool, fought back fiercely. A wild look in his eyes that indeed terrified his assailants and forced them to retreat. Seeing Dongxing hold his own, Wu Fan mustered the strength to rise again. Though not particularly skilled in combat, he was remarkably resilient, having endured numerous beatings in the past. The minor injuries he sustained were trivial. Moreover, he thrived in advantageous situations. When his side gained the upper hand, he became emboldened, almost godlike in his fervor, seizing an iron stool to join the fray. Realizing that the 4 or 5 men he had summoned were no match for Wu Fan and Dongxing, Wang Tao grew anxious. He grabbed a red-hot fire hook from a nearby vendor and thrust it viciously toward Dongxing's back. Ah, Dongxing screamed, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Chapter 41 Reunion at Peach Orchard Village. After Dongxing's anguished cry, his expression returned to normal, albeit with an added edge of coldness. He swiftly turned around and seized Wang Tao's red-hot iron hook with his bare hands. A hissing sound erupted as clouds of white smoke ascended, and the acrid scent of burning intensified in the air. Yet, Dongxing remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Tao. Do you wish to die? He inquired icily. Wang Tao, startled by Dong Xing's actions and daunted by his piercing stare, was overwhelmed by the thought that this man had lost his sanity. In a fit of panic, he yanked out the fire hook and lunged viciously toward Dong Xing's face. Aiming for his eyes, Dong Xing slightly tilted his head, then grabbed the nearby pot of hot oil, flinging its contents violently toward Wang Tao. A torrent of scalding oil cascaded down like a raging river, and instinctively, Wang Tao raised his arm to shield his face. However, the scorching liquid drenched him entirely, causing countless blisters to erupt on his skin, his anguished screams ringing out through the marketplace. The young men who had accompanied him were left in a daze, unsure of how to respond, until the onlookers finally called the police and summoned an ambulance. "Let us go," Wu Fan urged, pulling Dong Xing along as they hurriedly made their escape. Initially, they had hoped that hiding in Peach Orchard Village for a while would suffice, so I was unaware of the incident until Wang Kun, who had learned of it before me, rushed to the hospital. Upon seeing Wang Tao, burned beyond recognition and informed by the doctor that he had suffered 70% burns requiring extensive skin grafting, he felt as if he might explode. Without uttering a word, he turned and left. At the entrance of the operating room, he encountered the police investigating the case. Wang Kun said, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. We shall not report it to you. I will handle it myself." Given Wang Kun's stature in Xiang County, although he could not directly interfere with police actions, having Hong Weijun's backing allowed him some leeway. After departing, he gathered his brothers and began scrutinizing the surveillance footage from the market. The incident occurred around 7 o'clock, with daylight already illuminating the sky. The footage clearly displayed Wu Fan and Dong Xing's faces, and Wang Kun pointed at them, declaring, "Dig 3 feet deep to find them." Wang Kun's network of friends swiftly spread the word, and since Wu Fan was somewhat well known within a certain radius, it wasn't long before their names and addresses were uncovered. Soon after, he led a formidable group of over 10 individuals to Peach Orchard Village, encircling the entire scrap collection station with remarkable speed. Unlike the previous incident involving Yuan, who had never truly lived in the village and had tenuous relationships with the locals, this time, the villagers, upon seeing the large gathering, instinctively armed themselves and rallied together, numbering at least 100, effectively surrounding Wang Kun and his men. Observing the villagers wielding hoes and sickles, Wang Kun's entourage felt a twinge of panic, yet Wang Kun remained composed, entirely dismissive of them, and simply faced the scrap station, demanding Wu Fan and Dong Xing to come out. As previously mentioned, Wu Fan was a man who only engaged when the odds were in his favor. Regardless of who stood before him, as long as his side held the upper hand, he would certainly emerge to assert his presence. Noticing the overwhelming number of villagers, Wu Fan disregarded Wang Kun entirely and boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "It's me, Fan Yi. What do you want?" Dong Xing, however, remained silent, squatting in front of a heap of garbage, seemingly digging for something. Wang Kun advanced directly toward Wu Fan. Wu Fan shouted, "You dare come here with so many of us? Let us go. This guy is too arrogant." The villagers surged forward, but Wang Kun swiftly drew a shotgun and fired a shot into the air. The scene fell into an immediate hush, everyone frozen in place, with a few villagers even retreating in fear. Wang Kun pressed the shotgun against Wu Fan's head, his voice dark and foreboding. "What did you just call yourself?" Wu Fan's face turned pale, trembling as he stammered, "Kun Gu, Kun Yi, I never claimed anything. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't do anything." "It was Dong Xing who doused your brother in hot oil." Wang Kun seized Wu Fan by the collar, swinging the shotgun toward Dong Xing, commanding, "You, come here. Do you think you're the only one with a gun?" Dong Xing scoffed, suddenly producing a crude, homemade firearm from the garbage pile, its rough construction evident, even adorned with multiple rubber bands. The moment he brandished it, a pungent odor of gunpowder and oil wafted through the air. Dong Xing advanced step by step, pressing the makeshift gun against Wang Kun's head. "What do you intend to do? Scare someone with that broken shotgun?" he mocked, though the homemade firearm lacked lethal power. A face full of gunpowder would certainly be no pleasant experience, and it could lead to disfigurement, perhaps even the loss of one's eyes or nose. "Is it you who doused my brother in oil?" Yet Wang Kun showed no fear, also aiming his shotgun at Dong Xing's head while still gripping Wu Fan with his other hand. "Let us remain calm and discuss this rationally," Wu Fan interjected nervously. "It was me. Your brother had it coming. What are you going to do about it?" Dong Xing's finger rested on the trigger. "Huh, you really think I won't pull the trigger?" Wang Kun's expression grew increasingly frigid. "Go ahead, I'll count to 3, and we'll both shoot together. Whoever hesitates is a coward," Dongxing countered with a cold smile. Wang Kun stood motionless. 1, 2, 3. Dongxing counted, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Boom. Gunpowder exploded in a cloud of smoke, sparks flying, but only one gunshot rang out. Indeed, Dongxing fired, yet Wang Kun did not. At the critical moment, Wang Kun had ducked. Dongxing's makeshift firearm quickly lowered, pointing at Wang Kun. Why are you dodging? Are you afraid? However, Wang Kun rose from the ground, dusting himself off with a cold smirk. Am I afraid of you? No, I just believe that it's not worth my time to battle someone like you. Sure, you hold the advantage today, but prepare yourself. I will return, and next time at 1T, just be this shotgun. With that, Wang Kun turned and left, taking his men away from the scene. In retrospect, I analyzed Wang Kun's psychology and concluded that he was not merely posturing. He was not afraid of Dongxing. At over 40 years of age, he had seen his fair share of storms. While he was once willing to fight recklessly in his youth, his perspective had shifted. Now, he had a family, a career, and a position to uphold. If he were to fight, it would be against someone of equal stature like Qi Jun or Hu Wenhan, where even in death, one would receive some praise. Engaging in conflict with a mere scrap collector seemed beneath him, foolish even. If he were to fire a shot and engage Dongxing, no one would laud his bravery. Instead, they would scorn him for squandering his life on such a trivial matter. It was a matter of pride, as well as a lack of options for vengeance. Wang Kun was shrewd enough to survive until now, possessing considerable cunning. He knew when to yield and when to stand firm, adhering to the principle of not confronting the inconsequential, opting instead to retreat and regroup. Rumors began to circulate that he was preparing at least 5 firearms and had gathered dozens of loyal brothers, returning to Peach Orchard Village an hour later with an imposing force. Chapter 42. Confronting Wang Kun. However, by the time Wang Kun arrived, Wu Fan and Dongxing had already vanished. Initially, Dongxing had no intention of leaving. He felt indifferent, thinking that they could simply face Wang Kun once more. Yet, Wu Fan sensed the gravity of the situation. Growing up in the county town, he had heard tales of Wang Kun, a relentless and deranged figure, who had earned his reputation as the foremost warrior under Hong Weijun. Wu Fan forcibly dragged Dongxing away, and it was then that he called me. They truly had nowhere to go, and fleeing required funds, which they lacked. Wu Fan had spent lavishly, leaving them with barely 30,000. Moreover, Dongxing was adamant about not leaving Xi'an County. Departing from Taoyuan Village was already his limit. Upon hearing their predicament, I felt no anger. Being irate served no purpose. I did not believe they had erred. Although Wang Tao had suffered burns, it was entirely self-inflicted. Was he not at fault for attacking others with an iron hook? The pressing concern was to find shelter for Wu Fan, and Dongxing. Wang Kun had already discovered their names and identities. It would not be long before he traced them back to me. Therefore, the car wash and my old house were unsuitable choices, as they would expose them too easily. After much deliberation, I decided to provide them with some funds to temporarily rent a place in the suburbs. Dongxing remained reluctant, believing there was no need to fear Wang Kun. After all, they were merely 2 individuals with 2 shoulders and 1 head. Why should they avoid him? Furthermore, with his brother injured so severely, evading the situation would not resolve anything. They would ultimately have to confront it. I implored him for a little time, assuring him that I would resolve the matter. Dongxing was more amenable to gentle persuasion than to forceful demands. If you spoke to him kindly, he would listen. But the more aggressive one became, the more obstinate he would respond. Wu Fan, conversely, was entirely the opposite. After much heartfelt entreaty, Dongxing finally agreed to remain hidden for the time being. I had my own considerations. I knew Wang Kun would not relent. Confronting him head-on was unfeasible at this moment since he had formidable allies. It would be prudent to gather evidence of his murderous deeds to hand over to the authorities for justice. Once I arranged everything, I waited for Wang Kun's arrival in the office of the Burning Fire Bar. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he stormed in, pushing the door open and demanding, "Li Hu, where are Wu Fan and Dongxing?" Feigning surprise, I inquired, "What do you mean, who?" Clang. Wang Kun pulled out a sharp knife and plunged it directly into the desk before me. The blade quivered as if mirroring Wang Kun's fury. "Don't play dumb with me. I've already discovered that they are your friends. When you went to Taoyuan Village to rescue Yin Shun, they were the ones who assisted." Wang Kun glared at me darkly. Truth be told, the fact that he brandished a knife instead of a gun was already a concession. Given the circumstances, I could only feign nonchalance, sighing softly, "Brother Kun, they're indeed my friends." The incident at the bar occurred because I acted without understanding the situation regarding your brother. Let me apologize to him personally and compensate him a few thousand. Shall I? Who the hell mentioned the bar incident? That's irrelevant. Wang Kun snapped. What are you talking about then? Wang Kun recounted the events of the morning and then, with fiery eyes, asserted, you certainly know where they've gone. I gasped in feigned astonishment, pretending ignorance of the previous events. Raising a hand, I swore, Brother Kun. I swear to heaven, I truly do not know where they are. By heaven, how did I get into such grave trouble? Had I known, I would have dragged them out. I would lie if I claimed otherwise. No matter how close I am to them, I can distinguish between allies and outsiders. My mother has passed, and my father is missing, having never taken responsibility. Let us consider him dead. I believe my performance was commendable, even if it was not flawless. It was certainly noteworthy. Yet, Wang Kun remained unconvinced. He drew his knife and stated, Li Hu, I admire you, and I've always spoken to you respectfully. But if you continue with this charade, don't blame me for being impolite. I too hardened my expression, replying, Brother Kun, I have told you. I do not know where they are. If you insist on blaming me, then I have no choice but to retaliate. With that, I produced a dagger, not the one he had previously given me, as that had been handed over to Wang Wei for appraisal. Wang Kun, now frenzied, was convinced I was hiding Wu Fan and Dong Xing, which was not entirely incorrect, though I would not admit it. He lunged at me with his knife, and I prepared for combat without further ado. At that moment, the office door swung open with a crash, and Kadali stormed in with a group of security personnel. Manager Lee, what is going on? Are you all right? Later, I learned that Kadali had sensed something amiss as soon as Wang Kun arrived. He had discreetly dispatched security to listen for any disturbances at the door. Upon noticing something was awry, he rushed in, brandishing their batons and surrounding Wang Kun. The imposing figure of Kadali stood protectively in front of me. Step aside. Wang Kun scowled, unwilling to face such insignificant characters. Brother Kun, what's the matter? Aren't you and our manager Lee on the same side? I said get lost. Wang Kun was visibly irritated, dismissing Kadali's presence as he lunged at him with his knife. I quickly pulled Kadali aside, deflecting Wang Kun's blade just in time. As it seemed we were on the verge of a brawl, a figure strode in, frowning and glaring. What the hell is going on? It was Hong Weijun, whom I had called in advance. Brother Jun, what brings you here? Wang Kun exclaimed in surprise. Li Hu summoned me to discuss matters. I arrived only to hear you two making a racket. Hong Weijun was visibly displeased. First Wei Liang, now Wang Kun. It seemed I could not catch a break. Brother Jun, Wang Kun's brother was injured and insists that I am hiding the culprit. When I denied it, he threatened to fight me. Naturally, I played the victim, previously referring to him as Brother Kun, but now that the situation had soured, I called him by name. Wang Kun, don't cause trouble. Hong Weijun's face darkened. Brother Jun, he's the one hiding them silence. Hong Weijun interrupted, speaking firmly. I expect him to take care of Hu Wenhan. Don't sabotage my plans. Brother Jun, I can handle Hu Wenhan. Wang Kun gritted his teeth. Go back. Hong Weijun commanded loudly. I have my own arrangements. For the matter concerning Hu Wenhan, Hong Weijun had undoubtedly devised numerous strategies. Beyond relying on me as a good luck charm, he had exerted effort in other areas, ensuring that Wang Kun did not disrupt his plans. Wang Kun heeded no one's advice, save for Hong Weijun's, not only because Hong Weijun brought him profit, but also due to the deep-seated respect he held for this older brother. Fine, as long as he doesn't kill Hu Wenhan. I want to pursue this matter with you. Wang Kun pointed his knife at me, declaring, you'd best make your move quickly. With that, he turned to leave. Fearing Wang Kun might stir trouble again, Hong Weijun told me they would discuss this later and personally escorted Wang Kun out. In truth, I had called Hong Weijun precisely to prevent Wang Kun from causing a scene. With the storm momentarily subsiding, I breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I thought the matter had drawn to a close, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Wang Kun exited, he passed by Kadali. Watch it, you bastard. Wang Kun cursed, thrusting his knife toward Kadali's abdomen. He was merely venting his frustration on Kadali. Caught off guard, Kadali collapsed, clutching his stomach as blood poured through his fingers. You bastard. My vision blurred with rage, and I charged at Wang Kun, dagger in hand. Chapter 43. Zeng Tongtong's kiss. Kadali, the head of security at the, has always been diligent and committed to his duties. Having navigated the industry for many years, he is well acquainted with Wang Kun and aware of his formidable reputation. Nonetheless, he rushed to my aid without hesitation. While it could be argued that he would have acted similarly under any superior, I was determined to ensure he did not suffer under my command. In my fury, I was resolute about confronting Wang Kun. While I may not possess the ruthless nature of Hong Weijun, who would retaliate tenfold for a single strike, I felt compelled to deliver my own blow. However, as I charged forward, Hong Weijun turned, brandishing his firearm at me, commanding, "Go back." He then delivered a swift kick to Wang Kun's rear, cursing, "What the hell are you doing?" attacking Kadali. Wang Kun remained silent, continuing his exit. Ignoring Hong Weijun's weapon, I pressed on, knowing he wouldn't shoot. On the ground lay Kadali, clutching his abdomen with one hand while grasping my calf with the other. His strength waning yet his grip unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, managerly, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." I understood his intention. He wished to prevent a confrontation between me and Wang Kun, as Wang Kun's influence was evidently far greater. Where could I find such loyal subordinates? Wang Kun, remember this strike. I will repay it in due time. I could not break free from Kadali's grasp, fearing to cause him further harm, and thus I could only roar in frustration. Wang Kun sneered, growing ever more distant. "All right, we're all on the same side. Let us not escalate this. Get him to the hospital." Hong Weijun shoved me aside and turned to exit. I clenched my teeth, ultimately refraining from pursuing Wang Kun, and shouted to the other security personnel, "Hurry and take him to the hospital." A few guards rushed over at last. The following days passed without incident. Wang Kun did not seek trouble with me again, though he was covertly hunting for Wu Fan and Dong Xing. I had called Wu Fan several times, warning him not to show his face, for this was no jest. Wang Kun was capable of murder. Wu Fan grasped the gravity of the situation and readily agreed. Meanwhile, I discreetly inquired about Wang Tao's condition, learning that it was quite dire. His face had been utterly disfigured, and even skin grafts would leave him unrecognizable. The informant relayed that Wang Tao was experiencing severe psychological issues, his emotions wildly unstable, often lashing out at medical staff and causing chaos. On one occasion, he even attempted to assault a nurse, prompting the hospital to issue a ban on his presence. Wang Kun, left with no choice, brought him home and hired a professional caregiver. I realized that this vendetta could not be resolved with mere money. I resolved to expedite my efforts, leveraging my informant role to assist Wang Wei in incarcerating Wang Kun. However, this turmoil had irreparably severed my ties with Wang Kun, making it impossible to approach him again for information. Kadali was hospitalized, and I visited him several times, naturally with the bar covering the expenses. Each time, he earnestly advised me against opposing Wang Kun, labeling him a madman who had been a fixture in Xiang County for years, one best avoided. I remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Kadali, sensing my defiance, sighed and remarked, "Managerly, I am a few years your senior. Some matters are best endured. Nothing is more precious than peace." He then spoke of his family, mentioning an elderly mother, a devoted wife, and a pair of children. The thought of such a blissful family made him feel capable of enduring anything. While I understood his intentions, his mention of family reminded me of Jiang Yan. I had no parents, only her to concern myself with. Ever since I had confessed my feelings, we had lost contact, and I had no idea how she was faring. Emerging from the hospital one day, I returned to the bar, where it was already past 8 in the evening, the peak of the nightlife. Observing the bustling crowd in the hall, I felt a sense of joy as I stood amidst the throng, watching the performances unfold. The stage erupted with lively songs and dances, the performers taking turns to elevate the atmosphere to a crescendo. Yet, amidst the revelry, I noticed something amiss. One of the performers appeared strikingly familiar. It was Zeng Tongtong. Dressed in a white gown, with a new hairstyle and heavy makeup, she was almost unrecognizable at first glance. Ever since Hong Weijun had forced Wei Liang to break up with her, I had heard nothing of her. I never imagined she would resort to this line of work. As a solo performer, she also showcased 2 dance segments. I found her presence distasteful, yet I could not deny her talent. Her stunning beauty and alluring figure elicited fervent reactions from the male patrons. One inebriated guest even attempted to assault her on stage, but the bar security swiftly intervened. Having seen much of the world, Zeng Tongtong remained composed, microphone in hand, declaring, "My boyfriend is the manager of this bar. Are you sure you want to provoke me?" This elicited laughter from the audience. While many perceived her words as a joke, some took them seriously, joining in with exaggerated reactions. I was seething with anger but could not publicly berate her. Instead, I rushed to the performance department and inquired of the supervisor who had hired Zeng Tongtong. The supervisor, perplexed, replied that it was his doing, asking, What is the problem? I snapped. I don't like her. Get her out immediately. After saying this, I returned to my office. Approximately 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. I called for the person to enter, and Zeng Tongtong stepped inside. Still in her white gown, her makeup intact. She appeared rather innocent and charming, yet I knew her true nature, which made me feel repulsed. I frowned and asked, "What do you want?" With reddened eyes, Zeng Tongtong feigned calmness. "Li Hu, did you ask me to leave?" I replied, "Should I repeat myself?" She bit her lip, seemingly gathering courage, and spoke, "Li Hu, I've broken up with Wei Liang. I know you've always liked me. We can be together now." I felt a headache coming on and pointed at her. "Get lost. Go as far as you can." Yet, Zeng Tongtong did not retreat. Instead, she approached me earnestly, saying, "Li Hu, I asked around and realized you're not with Jiang Yin, which means you don't truly like her. You like me. Otherwise, you would have called me right after you stepped out. I know you're still angry with me. I admit I've become quite materialistic. But I have my reasons. My father is ill, and my brother is irresponsible, indulging in vices. My family relies on me. I need to find a wealthy boyfriend." Jiang Yin had previously mentioned that Zeng Tongtong's family had faced some upheaval, leading to her current state. But what did that have to do with me? Was her aim in finding a boyfriend merely to secure an ATM? Thus, I reiterated, "Once more, I say, get out. Don't force me to lose my temper." Zeng Tongtong circled around the desk and stood before me, proclaiming, "Li Hu, I've always liked you, even back in school. I've told you before. Once you've made something of yourself, I'll definitely be with you." My breakup with Wei Liang was actually a relief. I never liked him. The claim that I slept with several of his friends was a lie. "Li Hu, I'm actually quite pure. Despite working in the service department at Candy KTV, I've never accompanied a guest for drinks. After graduation, he was the only one." As she spoke, Zeng Tongtong lowered her head, wrapping her arms around my neck, and leaned in to kiss me. Chapter 44. The frenzied Wang Tao. Zeng Tongtong was indeed quite beautiful. Standing at a height of 165 meters, in her early 20s, with a curvaceous figure that epitomized youthful allure, she exuded a blend of sensuality and innocence. Having just performed on stage, her attire and makeup in impeccable condition, with a rich fragrance enveloping her, it is likely that any man would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Yet, all I felt was a profound sense of disgust, a visceral repulsion. I could never forgive her, not now, nor ever. "Get lost." I forcefully shoved her away and slapped her hard across the face, my voice laced with fury. "I'll say it once more. I do not like you. I once did, but now, I can only feel nausea. If you don't leave, I'll call security to throw you out." The choice between leaving on her own or being thrown out by security seemed clear. Finally, Zeng Tongtong turned away, tears streaming down her face. I gasped for breath, still overwhelmed by disgust, even wiping my mouth with a tissue. At that moment, I had no inkling that her departure would trigger such monumental events that would send shockwaves throughout the entire Xiang County. The subsequent events were recounted to me by Jiang Yin. After leaving the Blaze Bar, Zeng Tongtong returned to Jiang Yin's home. Yes, you read that correctly. She returned to Jiang Yin's abode. Following her breakup with Wei Liang, she could no longer work at Candy KTV. Losing her source of income and having no place to return to, leaving her with no choice but to seek Jiang Yin's assistance. Initially, Jiang Yin was reluctant to engage with her, but Zeng Tongtong's desperate pleas, tearful and snotty, lamenting her homelessness, moved her. How could she bear to watch a girl fall to the streets? Zeng Tongtong also reminisced about their past sisterly bond, recalling moments like delivering a birthday cake through the snow and helping her when she first arrived in Xiang County with no place to stay, and how she had once scared off a stalker. At this juncture, Jiang Yin had truly softened towards her. However, seeing Zeng Tongtong, a girl burdened with bags late at night, evoked a twinge of compassion. She relented, stating, "I have a one-bedroom apartment. You can stay, but you'll have to sleep on the sofa. Also, you need to find a job and a place to live. I can't host you for long." Thus, Zeng Tongtong moved into Jiang Yin's home. Jiang Yin kept this from me, fearing I would be angered, and since we hadn't been in contact during that period, I remained oblivious to their rekindled connection. Had I known, I would have rushed to Jiang Yin's home to demand Zeng Tongtong leave immediately. Unfortunately, Jiang Yin later informed me that during those days, she had not paid much attention to Zeng Tongtong. She was busy with work during the day, while Zeng Tongtong was preoccupied with her job search. When Zeng Tongtong returned at night, their conversations were limited to cold, perfunctory exchanges, devoid of their previous intimacy. One night, Zeng Tongtong returned home after 9, while Jiang Yin had already cleaned up and changed into her pajamas, preparing to rest. Lying in bed, Jiang Yin heard faint sobs from the living room, but resisted the urge to investigate. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Someone had kicked open her door and barged in. Followed by Zeng Tongtong's piercing scream. What was happening? Jiang Yin rushed out, and upon seeing the scene in the living room, she couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. She witnessed a sight that would haunt her for life. A figure had entered, obscured in heavy clothing, long garments, sleeves, a hat, gloves, and a mask, almost as if he wished to conceal himself entirely. Yet, the areas visible outside the mask, such as his forehead, eyes, and neck, were marred by grotesque scars, raw flesh protruding, some even oozing pus, indicative of severe burns. One could only surmise that the concealed parts were similarly disfigured. Such a terrifying individual intruding into the home of two young women in the dead of night was enough to incite panic and dread. They were strangers to him. But if I had been there, I would have recognized him at once. It was Wang Tao, the one who had suffered severe burns, over 70% of his body, due to a scalding hot oil incident with Dongxing. Wang Tao's arrival at Jiang Yin's home was not without reason. After his hospitalization, he developed severe psychological issues and was brought home by Wang Kun before fully recovering, with professional medical personnel hired for his ongoing treatment. During this time, he learned about Wang Kun's dealings with me and realized that I had deliberately shielded myself, making it impossible to find Wu Fan and Dongxing. Consequently, he harbored an intense hatred for me and vowed to seek revenge. Armed with a fruit knife, he stealthily slipped out of his house that night and made his way to the Blaze Bar. It was evident that he did not dare confront me directly amidst the throngs of my associates, knowing I was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with his brother. Concealed in the shadows, he watched me silently, his heart aflame with rage and trepidation, torn between the desire to confront me and the fear of doing so. Until Zeng Tongtong provocatively declared on stage, "My boyfriend is the manager here. Are you sure you want to flirt with me?" Only then did a spark ignite in Wang Tao's eyes. Indeed, most individuals recognized her words as mere jest, a tactic to lighten the atmosphere, prompting laughter throughout the bar, with only a few gullible souls taking her seriously. Wang Tao was among that few, whether he genuinely believed her or not. The flames of his anger had clouded his judgment. He sought revenge against me but lacked the courage to confront me directly, redirecting his wrath towards Zeng Tongtong. He believed that harming my girlfriend would suffice to satisfy his vendetta. Thus, he followed Zeng Tongtong to Jiang Yin's residence. With a loud bang, Wang Tao slammed the door shut, unleashing a grotesque cackle towards Jiang Yin and Zeng Tongtong. I thought there was only one, but now I see two. Both so beautiful, splendid, I shall feast today. As he spoke, he removed his mask, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. With the mask off, his face appeared even more horrifying, marred by grotesque wounds, remnants from Dongxing's earlier assault. Though covered partially by bandages, blood and pus seeped through, rendering his visage utterly repulsive. "Ha ha ha, Li Hu, I will make you suffer beyond measure," Wang Tao declared, removing his hat and advancing toward them, loosening his clothing. Upon hearing my name, Jiang Yin regained a modicum of composure, realizing that this was likely my adversary. She dashed to the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife, her face pale and trembling as she stammered, "Why you don't come any closer, Li Hu, one tea spare you. Li Hu, bring him here, I want his life." Wang Tao's fury intensified at the mention of my name, his gaze turning savage as he bared his scarred mouth, roaring as he lunged toward Jiang Yin. "Ah!" Jiang Yin screamed, swinging the knife blindly downward. Clang, Wang Tao deftly parried her strike, causing the knife to clatter to the ground, and in one swift motion, he thrust the fruit knife toward Jiang Yin's chest. "Don't!" Zeng Tongtong cried out, rushing forward. No one could comprehend why Zeng Tongtong chose to charge in. Even in hindsight, I struggled to analyze her motivations. I had always perceived her as a selfish individual, and it would have been in her nature to flee at such a moment. Yet, she truly did rush forward, placing herself in front of Jiang Yin. With a sickening sound, the blade found its mark. Chapter 45, Zeng Tongtong has died indeed. Zeng Tongtong rushed in front of Jiang Yin, bravely taking the fatal blow meant for her. The reasons behind Zeng Tongtong's selfless act remain a mystery. Perhaps she aimed to seize Wang Tao's knife, or maybe she sought to confront the adversary alongside Jiang Yin. Regardless of the motivations, it is undeniable that she shielded Jiang Yin with her own body. Blood oozed from Zeng Tongtong's chest as her strength waned, her vision slowly fading. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Wang Tao was struck with terror. In a panicked frenzy, he discarded the knife and fled the scene. Until that moment, he had merely been a small-time thug, emboldened by his brother's influence. Even with a heart set on vengeance, he had never contemplated taking a life. As Wang Tao escaped, Jiang Yin sensed something was amiss. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Zeng Tongtong lying in a pool of blood. "Tongtong!" Jiang Yin cried, rushing to her side. The sight of her friend, drenched in blood, sent her into a frenzy. She hastily dialed for an ambulance and then the police, her actions swift yet methodical. Once she had arranged for help, she returned to Zeng Tongtong, hesitating to move her but gripping her hand tightly. "Tongtong, the doctor and police will arrive shortly. You'll be all right. You'll be all right." Jiang Yin struggled to maintain her composure, her voice quivering, her complexion as pale as parchment. She had never faced such a situation before. "Yin Yin, I feel like I'm not going to make it," Zeng Tongtong whispered weakly, her breaths growing increasingly shallow. "No, you mustn't say that. You will be okay. The doctor is on the way." Jiang Yin trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress her fear. "I can feel it. I truly can't hold on much longer." Zeng Tongtong gently shook her head, raising her pale hand to caress Jiang Yin's cheek. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Jiang Yin's face. "Yin Yin, please don't cry. You are so beautiful. You mustn't ruin that with tears." Yes. I want to cry. Once you recover, we'll go out together and charm those men." Jiang Yin grasped Zeng Tongtong's hand, her sobs growing more uncontrollable despite her efforts to rein them in. "Yin Yin, I think I truly am dying. I feel so cold, and my heartbeat is fading." "Yin Yin, I don't understand what Wei Liang intends. I thought he was just asking. Can you trust me?" Zeng Tongtong murmured softly. I believe you. I believe you." Jiang Yin cried, her voice cracking. "Yin Yin, do you like Li Hu?" Zeng Tongtong asked with a hint of a smile. "I knew it all along. I didn't want to give him up because I liked him too. But now you two can be together. Take care of each other and be happy. All right? Tongtong, please don't speak anymore." "No, I must. I fear if I don't say it now, I'll lose my chance." Zeng Tongtong held Jiang Yin's hand against her face. "When I first learned that Li Hu worked at the car wash, I didn't look down on him. I was merely disappointed, thinking he would do better. You know how we exaggerate our emotions when we complain to each other. A little joy becomes immense, and a slight sadness can seem overwhelming. But why was I so foolish to let him overhear my words, thus leaving such a poor impression? I will explain everything to him. I will make it clear. I once joked about how he looked, saying his eyes resembled a rat's, but I didn't mean it. He is handsome, after all. I know that now. I understand everything. I know you do. I knew you would understand, but it doesn't matter anymore. I am about to die, and whether he misinterprets my words or not, I no longer care. No, you cannot die. Yin Yin, there is no need to comfort me. I am aware of my fate. I simply wanted to talk to you. It feels good to be with you in these final moments. Yin Yin, why must our lives be so harsh? Your family struggles, and you work so hard. My father is ill, and I have a brother who is a failure. If I, never mind. You need not concern yourself with them. It is not your obligation." Zeng Tongtong shook her head, her breaths becoming weaker, her voice fading. "Yin Yin, you are my dearest friend, now and forever." Her hand slowly fell away, her eyes gently closing. "Tongtong," Jiang Yin cried out, her voice breaking. "Zeng Tongtong has passed away, stabbed in the chest and died in Jiang Yin's home." The doctor arrived, only to shake his head in resignation. While the police cordoned off the scene, the coroner entering first to investigate. After answering the police's brief inquiries, Jiang Yin called me. When I arrived at the scene, I found Zeng Tongtong covered with a white sheet. The police were still collecting fingerprints and reviewing nearby surveillance footage in an effort to identify the perpetrator when I stepped forward and said, it was Wang Tao, Wang Kun's brother, the one who was burned recently. I had gleaned some information from Jiang Yin and swiftly deduced the identity of the assailant. We were taken to the station to provide our statements. After fingerprint and video analysis, my suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Wang Tao. I even speculated on why he came looking for trouble and inadvertently killed Zeng Tongtong. According to police investigations, Wang Tao had fixated on and followed Zeng Tongtong at the Liehua bar. Without hesitation, the police launched a manhunt for Wang Tao. In the interrogation room, Jiang Yin huddled in a corner, draped in a blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Her tears had dried, her eyes swollen like peaches, her face as pale as a ghost. Lost in a sea of fear, dread, and anxiety, I crouched before her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, hoping to offer her some warmth. "It's over now. It's all behind us," I whispered soothingly. "Li Hu, Did Wang Tao come after us because of you? Jiang Yin looked up, her eyes vacant. Yes. My heart ached. I had been so cautious, even refraining from pursuing a romantic relationship, yet I had still found myself embroiled in such turmoil. Will they be able to catch Wang Tao? Jiang Yin asked again, her voice trembling slightly. They will. They certainly will. I gritted my teeth, fire igniting in my gaze as I held Jiang Yin tightly once more. Zeng Tongtong had perished, yet her family remained absent. Her father lay bedridden, and her brother was nowhere to be found. Consequently, all arrangements fell to Jiang Yin and me. After completing our statements, the police informed us we could leave, assuring us they would summon us again if necessary. The case was straightforward. We awaited the capture of the perpetrator. The body temporarily stored in the technical department while the coroner conducted further examinations. Once the formalities were concluded and the family had signed the necessary documents, they could reclaim the body. As we exited the station, the late night wind howled, and the chill pierced through our clothing. I wrapped my arm around Jiang Yin's shoulders, guiding her step by step down the stairs. Just then, a figure rushed towards us. It was Wei Liang. Tongtong, how is she? Wei Liang's anxious gaze bore into us. A murder had occurred in the county, and such news would undoubtedly spread quickly. Upon hearing the reports, Wei Liang had hurried over. In this world, he was undoubtedly one of the few who genuinely cared for Zeng Tongtong, despite the hurtful words she had once hurled at him. Chapter 46. It is my turn to take action in the presence of Wei Liang. The resentment I once harbored has dissipated. With the demise of Zeng Tongtong, the past is now a closed chapter. I recounted to him the sequence of events leading to the incident, yet he rushed into the precinct without a backward glance. I took Jiang Yin and left. Clearly, Jiang Yin had no desire to return home, where a murder had transpired. And I couldn't take her back to the car wash or the bar, as I had my own matters to attend to. If the police failed to apprehend Wang Tao, I would have to take matters into my own hands. I understood that Wang Kun would go to great lengths to conceal Wang Tao, just as I had hidden Wu Fan and Dong Xing. Given Wang Kun's standing in Xiang County, this would not be a difficult task. However, I was resolute in my intention to unearth Wang Tao. This was not something I could confide in Jiang Yin about, nor was it necessary. For now, my sole responsibility was to be by her side. I took her to a hotel, secured a room, and coaxed her to sleep, remaining vigilantly by her side. Yet, Jiang Yin could not find solace in slumber. Her eyes remained wide open, staring vacantly at the ceiling. I offered little in the way of comfort, simply choosing to sit in silence with her, minute by minute. While I kept vigil over Jiang Yin, Wei Liang had already taken the initiative. He shared my suspicion that Wang Kun would undoubtedly hide Wang Tao. Although the police could investigate, it would require time, which Wei Liang could not afford. He gathered a group and stormed Wang Kun's coal-washing factory. This was a course of action Wei Liang could not discuss with Hong Weijun, as the latter held a strong aversion to Zeng Tongtong. Had he known of her death, he would have dismissed it as deserved and would have done everything in his power to prevent Wei Liang from confronting Wang Kun. Thus, Wei Liang acted independently. The specifics of the confrontation remain unclear to me, but I am aware that a fierce battle ensued, reportedly involving gunfire, culminating in Wei Liang's dismal defeat. He suffered 2 broken ribs and was hospitalized. Upon learning of this, Hong Weijun chastised him for meddling, given that it was Wei Liang who sought out Wang Kun in the first place. Nonetheless, Wei Liang exhibited remarkable tenacity, asserting that if Wang Kun did not surrender Wang Tao, he would pursue him to the bitter end, unless he himself were killed. Hong Weijun, incredulous, questioned whether it was worth it for a whore. In response, Wei Liang wept. Yes, he wept, a grown man, his cries hoarse and anguished. Hong Weijun later recounted this incident as a joke, eliciting laughter from everyone, except for me, as my heart was heavy with sorrow. Through his tears, he implored, "Brother Jun, she is not a whore. She has never engaged in such activities. Others may not believe her, but I do. I will pursue Wang Kun relentlessly, unless I perish in the process." Hong Weijun found himself at an impasse. While Wang Kun was his most trusted general, Wei Liang was not without his own worth. Both were valued allies. With no other options, he approached Wang Kun, inquiring if he could relinquish Wang Tao. It was no surprise that Wang Kun categorically denied any knowledge of Wang Tao's whereabouts, insisting he did not conceal him. Hong Weijun then sought to placate Wei Liang, urging him to focus on his recovery and assuring him they would ascertain Wang Tao's location. However, he emphasized that no action could be taken against Wang Kun. For Hong Weijun, the fate of Wang Tao was inconsequential compared to the potential rift it could cause within his ranks. Thus, he endeavored to strike a balance. applying minimal pressure on Wei Liang while avoiding undue coercion of Wang Kun, opting instead for a strategy of delay. Meanwhile, Wei Liang found himself powerless in the hospital, with no one to heed his calls. 3 days swiftly passed. Wang Tao remained elusive, the police could not trace him. And Wang Kun maintained a facade of ignorance. 3 words sufficed: I don't know. Throughout this period, I stayed at the hotel with Jiang Yan. Initially, she refused to eat or drink, enduring 2 days of hunger before, under my insistence, she consumed a small portion of soft bread. She remained silent, and when she did speak, it was to inquire, "Have you caught Wang Tao?" I realized it was time for me to act. With no progress made against Wang Kun, it fell upon me to extract the truth from him. Yet, I refrained from disclosing my plan to Jiang Yan, merely informing her that I needed to return to work. She acquiesced. I added, "Shall I take you home? You need not worry about work. I will assist you in requesting leave from your employer. I will inform you of any developments regarding Tongtong." Jiang Yan agreed once more. At that moment, it was evident she had no inclination to think about work. Upon exiting, I hailed a cab and accompanied her home. Her true home was not the rented apartment. It lay in a nearby township, outside the county seat. After ensuring she reached home safely, I engaged in conversation with her father. He was a village school teacher, antiquated and rigid in demeanor, who inquired about my identity. I introduced myself as Jiang Yan's former classmate and proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding Zeng Tongtong's demise, expressing my hope that her family would provide her with the support she needed during this tumultuous time. After our conversation, I left behind 10,000 yuan, claiming it was a gift from Jiang Yan's company to ensure she could rest comfortably. While speaking with her father, Jiang Yan had already retreated to her room, and I felt it inappropriate to intrude further. After exchanging a few brief words, I departed. Upon my return to Xi'an County, I promptly contacted Lu Fuan. He was already aware of the incident involving Zeng Tongtong and knew of the tragedy that befell Jiang Yan. He urged me not to worry and to allow her to rest. I replied, "I am now the manager of the Flame Bar, and there remain numerous advertising-related tasks pending. Our future collaborations are still plentiful." Lu Fuan assured me, "Rest assured, Jiang Yan's salary will remain intact during her recovery, along with an additional bonus." Having settled this matter, I returned to the Flame Bar. My absence for 3 days had not resulted in any major issues. The bar continued to operate smoothly, and the supervisors managed most tasks adequately. I signed a few documents and then secluded myself in the office to strategize on how to unearth Wang Tao. It was evident that Wang Tao was being hidden by Wang Kun. This required no elaborate reasoning. It was akin to Wang Kun knowing I had concealed Wu Fan and Dong Xing. Both were cunning foxes, adept at navigating such treacherous waters. However, I would not be foolish like Wei Liang, who recklessly stormed into the coal-washing factory demanding answers. Perhaps Wei Liang was not foolish, after all. He was capable enough to work with Hong Weijun, yet his rage propelled him into an irrational course of action. The death of Zeng Tongtong did not deeply affect me. My resolve to capture Wang Tao stemmed solely from my concern for Jiang Yan. Thus, I maintained my composure. Wang Kun, however, was renowned as the foremost warrior under Hong Weijun's command, having dominated our county for many years, making him a formidable adversary. Therefore, I needed to exercise utmost caution and prudence. I retrieved my phone and opened my contacts, locating an individual named Lao Gui. Lao Gui was someone I had met during my time in prison. I had considered seeking his assistance when a FA was apprehended, yet ultimately resolved the matter myself, as I did not wish to impose on him. Engaging his help came at a price, and now I found myself in a situation where I had no choice but to call upon him. Upon receiving my call, Lao Gui expressed surprise. He was a gentleman in his 40s, always polite and composed, possessing a calm demeanor even in the face of adversity. He had been incarcerated for economic crimes. Even so, he was astonished when he said, "Li Hu, I thought you would never contact me again. So, have you made up your mind to come and work with me?" I replied, "Gui Yi, please spare me. I wish to live a few more days, having only just emerged from that place." Indeed, despite his young age, I felt compelled to address him with the utmost respect. Those familiar with him, regardless of age, were obliged to call him Gui Yi. Lao Gui, puzzled, asked, "Then why did you call me?" I responded, "I have a matter for which I require your assistance." Lao Gui replied, "I am willing to help, but you know my terms." I affirmed, "I understand." He inquired, "Have you made your decision?" I confirmed, "I have made my decision." Lao Gui then asked, "What do you need me to help you with?" Chapter 47. You were truly disturbing. I recounted to Lao Gui everything I was currently facing and the assistance I required. Lao Gui expressed his surprise. Is it really that simple? I affirmed, indeed, it is that simple. He continued, I thought you would have me confront Wang Kun directly. I replied, in that case, I would owe a debt I cannot repay. Lao Gui burst into laughter. You certainly have your own calculations in mind. Very well, I will arrange for someone, but you understand the rules. I acknowledged I understand. I prepared to depart, estimating I would need about a week. After hanging up, I immersed myself back into work and life, feigning that nothing had transpired and revealing not a word to anyone. A week later, Lao Gui called to inform me. I have arranged for a southern businessman named Long Jing. The preliminary work is complete and flawless. Once he is settled, he will reach out to you. Thank you, Lao Gui, I replied. No need for thanks. It's business, after all. Next time, it will be your turn to assist me. Lao Gui chuckled heartily. I took a deep breath and ended the call. Shortly thereafter, my phone rang with a call from the south, accompanied by a strong Jiangzhou accent. Mr. Li, greetings. This is Long Jing. Hello, Mr. Long. I responded. Hee, no need for formality. Await my news. Long Jing hung up. From that point on, Long Jing took the lead. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, plump, meticulous, and impeccably groomed, embodying the quintessential image of a southern businessman. He arrived in a Toyota Alphard bearing a Zhejiang license plate at Wang Kun's coal washing plant on a sunlit morning. Long Jing was accompanied by 3 individuals, a driver, a secretary, and an accountant. In the preceding week, he had been traversing the nearby counties, attempting to acquire several small coal mines. This was what Lao Gui referred to as preparation. Now that negotiations were nearly complete, it was time to discuss the coal washing plant. A coal washing plant serves to purify raw coal, which, upon extraction, is laden with impurities such as soil and ash. It must undergo cleansing to be utilized for various purposes. In the coal business, a washing plant is indispensable, as it alleviates the risks associated with mining and price fluctuations while sidestepping the complications of sale and transportation, an industry where one can profit while reclining. Which explains why Hong Weijun entrusted it to Wang Kun. The day before Long Jing's visit to the washing plant, he had contacted Wang Kun, who subsequently employed his resources to thoroughly investigate Long Jing, confirming his identity without doubt. He possessed numerous enterprises in the south but had encountered developmental bottlenecks, prompting his acquisition of coal mines in this region. The discussions had proceeded smoothly, marked by genuine intent. This was a major transaction. Securing this deal would at least double the profitability of Wang Kun's washing plant. However, there were other washing plants in Xi'an County, and Long Jing was also engaging with and comparing them. So Wang Kun regarded this meeting with utmost seriousness, personally welcoming the businessman at the entrance. Mr. Long, greetings. It is an honor to meet you. As Long Jing alighted from the vehicle, Wang Kun approached with a broad smile, shaking his hand warmly. Manager Wang, we need to discuss matters. Long Jing adopted a businesslike demeanor. Of course, let us proceed. Wang Kun ushered Long Jing into his office. Once in the office, Long Jing wasted no time. He immediately requested the washing price list from his secretary and accountant, commencing calculations for profits and transportation costs, demonstrating a level of professionalism that vividly showcased the shrewdness and diligence of a southern businessman. Manager Wang, your price does not present an advantage compared to other washing plants. Long Jing remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, the price is somewhat elevated. However, there are benefits to the expense. First, the quality is absolutely assured, and second, should you encounter any difficulties in Xi'an County, you can seek my assistance, Wang Kun asserted earnestly. Thereafter, the formal negotiations began. After several hours of discussion, some clarity emerged. Coinciding with the noon meal hour, Wang Kun proposed, Mr. Long, let us dine together. We can discuss matters further after our meal. Long Jing nodded. Dining is acceptable. A modest restaurant will suffice. I am not fond of extravagance, and please refrain from alcohol. I do not drink. Wang Kun, aware of the practical nature of southern businessmen, smiled and responded, while we can forego the alcohol, the meal must be sumptuous. Mr. Long, since you have traveled such a distance, allow me to extend my hospitality. Follow my lead. Despite Long Jing's repeated refusals, he ultimately acquiesced and accompanied Wang Kun to a grand hotel. The private room was, of course, the most luxurious, and the dishes were extravagantly opulent, epitomizing excess. Before the main course commenced, Long Jing excused himself to the restroom and contacted me, updating me on the current situation. I had advised him to opt for a small restaurant, but he had declined. Where are you? I inquired. At the Mingzhu Grand Hotel. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. It was also an enterprise under Hong Weijun's umbrella, one of the largest hotels in our county, managed by Zeng Tongtong, who was equally a formidable character. This meant that I not only had to contend with Wang Kun, but also with Zeng Tongtong. Damn it. Yet, I remained undaunted. Having finally lured Wang Kun out, I could not let this opportunity slip away. I composed myself and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Long. How many individuals did Wang Kun bring?" Long Jing responded, "Just two. One is called Xiao Dao, and the other is a Wu." I recognized Xiao Dao and a Wu, known as Wang Kun's right-hand man, having been with him for at least 7 or 8 years. It was characteristic of Wang Kun to bring only 2 companions. But Zeng Tongtong at Mingzhu Grand Hotel posed a complication. I held no grievances against Long Jing. He had performed exceptionally well, fulfilling Lao Gui's task splendidly. And it was no small feat for him to travel so far from the south. I expressed my gratitude once more. "No need to thank me. Direct your gratitude to Lao Gui. I am merely fulfilling my duties for him," Long Jing replied before ending the call. After a moment of contemplation, I made 2 calls to arrange a few matters. Once settled, I departed for Mingzhu Grand Hotel. At the entrance of a private room in Mingzhu Grand Hotel, laughter and animated conversation resonated within, while Xiao Dao and a Wu stood watch outside, vigilant of their surroundings. To be precise, only Xiao Dao was alert. A Wu leaned against the wall, yawning repeatedly. "Did you go gambling again last night?" Xiao Dao inquired with a frown. He indeed. It was quite profitable. I earned over 3,000. Haha, let me share a secret with you. Wear a woman's red underwear when you play. I guarantee you'll strike it rich. A Wu chuckled. "You're truly disgusting, utterly disturbing." Xiao Dao retorted, nearly gagging. "If you wish to win, you must not shy away from oddities." Which major boss isn't a bit peculiar these days? I assure you, it works wonders. I acquired this secret from a fortune teller at a high price. "Who is it?" A Wu was about to elaborate when Xiao Dao suddenly fixed his gaze at the end of the corridor. "What?" A Wu stood upright, also looking over. "I think I saw Wu Fan. I'm going to check it out. You stay here." Xiao Dao promptly dashed down the corridor's end. "Guard what?" "This is Zeng Tongtong's territory. Who dares to stir trouble here? Otherwise, could Kun Gu have brought just the 2 of us? Did you truly see Wu Fan? Don't try to claim all the glory for yourself. We should catch him together." A Wu hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 48. Me versus Wang Kun. Since the conflict at the market, where Wang Tao suffered burns covering 70% of his body, Wu Fan and Dong Xing have become thorns in Wang Kun's side, frequently pursued by his various henchmen. Xiao Dao and a Wu, as Wang Kun's trusted subordinates, are intimately familiar with the appearances of the 2, their images indelibly etched in their minds. Thus, even a fleeting glance was enough for Xiao Dao to spot Wu Fan. Wang Kun was engaged in a discussion, and Xiao Dao knew better than to interrupt. Besides, it was too late to alert anyone. Capturing them was the priority. He hurried down the corridor, only to find Wu Fan had vanished from sight. Nearby, a restroom emitted some noises. Xiao Dao unsheathed his dagger and entered without hesitation. In the next moment, a figure emerged from behind the door. Wu Fan, brandishing a knife against Xiao Dao's neck, smirked and warned, "Don't move, or I might tremble and the blood will spray high." A Wu rushed in behind him, exhilaration evident on his face. Upon seeing Xiao Dao threatened, a Wu turned to flee. Suddenly, he collided with someone, receiving a swift kick to the abdomen from Dong Xing. These 2 were indeed sent by me to confront Xiao Dao and a Wu. Like lightning, Dong Xing lunged at a Wu, drawing his own dagger to press against a Wu's throat, his voice low and threatening. "You and Wang Kun should have been present when I was firing at him. You know my temperament. Don't make a sound, or you'll both find yourselves in the afterlife." A Wu, anxious, replied, "All right, I won't move. You don't move either." In terms of fighting, a Wu was not afraid of anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a trusted aide to Wang Kun. Yet, as Dong Xing pointed out, he had witnessed their fierce gunfight, instilling a sense of fear toward this seemingly unremarkable man clad in tattered work clothes. "Hurry and bind them. Our task will be complete." Wu Fan, typically aloof, demonstrated competence in a critical moment, producing the prepared rope to deftly tie up Xiao Dao, stuffing a cloth into his mouth. After securing Xiao Dao, Wu Fan turned to see Dong Xing not binding a Wu but instead tugging down his trousers. "What are you doing?" Wu Fan exclaimed in shock, eyes wide. "Dude, don't do this. Binding is one thing. Don't get any funny ideas." A Wu quivered, preferring a beating over any indignity, and began to squirm helplessly. "Stay still," Dong Xing spat, slapping a Wu's head as he continued his task. Be gentle. It's my first time. Wu protested, shutting his eyes and gritting his teeth, bracing himself for the impending storm while a tear of humiliation escaped the corner of his eye. Xiao Dao observed, unable to suppress a gulp, glancing back at Wu Fan. Dude, you usually avoid women. Are you really interested in men? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Fan's forehead as he recalled sharing a bed with Dong Xing, sending chills through him. Don't talk nonsense. Dong Xing barked. This guy just claimed that wearing women's red underwear guarantees a win in gambling. I want to see if it's true. I keep losing at mahjong back in the village. Upon pulling down a Wu's trousers, Dong Xing discovered he indeed wore red underwear. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, does it really work? It does. But only with women you've been intimate with. Wu quickly replied. Intimate? What kind of intimacy? Dong Xing questioned, brow furrowed. Wu faltered, unsure of how to respond. Enough of this. Tie him up quickly, we can discuss this later. Wu Fan interjected, finding the topic increasingly distasteful, even for someone of his experience. All right, Dong Xing acquiesced, helping Wu pull his trousers back up before binding him and stuffing a cloth in his mouth. Together, they dragged both men into a restroom stall and locked the door. Cramped in the stall, the four of them felt uncomfortable, yet Wu managed a small smile, relieved to be spared from the storm. Meanwhile, I entered the private room where Wang Kun and Long Jing were located. Li Hu, what brings you here? Wang Kun inquired. Confusion etched on his face. Kun Ge, I was dining nearby and heard you were here, so I thought I'd drop by. I beamed innocently, stepping closer and unsheathing a dagger to press against his throat. Truly, this tactic proved effective. I had approached Zhou Xiangyang in a similar fashion at Tiyuan village. However, such a ruse could only work once on the same person. No one is foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. But once was sufficient. What the hell do you want? Wang Kun, though not intimidated, furrowed his brow, his demeanor darkening. What is going on? Long Jing and the others feigned shock, standing up in unison. Get out of here. It's none of your business. I barked at them, creating a path for their exit. They wasted no time complying, leaving me alone with Wang Kun in the spacious room. Xiao Dao? Wu. Wang Kun called out, but no response came. They were still in the restroom. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Kun's frown deepened. Li Hu, what the hell do you want? I had T come looking for you, and now you're here first? If it weren't for Jun Ge, shut up about the past. I still owe you a knife. I seized Wang Kun by the nape, plunging the dagger into his side. Finally, I repaid the debt of that knife from Kadali. Wang Kun gasped sharply, but he remained silent, even attempting to grasp my hand that held the dagger. Truly, Wang Kun was no ordinary thug. He was renowned for his resilience and combat prowess, remaining unflustered even in such dire circumstances, ready to retaliate. Yet, I was not to be trifled with. I knew the blow I had just dealt him would hinder his usual ferocity. I seized his wrist and slammed it down onto the table. Crockery shattered across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust the dagger deep into the back of his hand. The blade pierced through, embedding itself into the table, blood instantly pooling. Wang Kun, despite his toughness, finally let out a scream. Song Xingwen, get out here now. Wang Kun bellowed, realizing that Xiao Dao and Wu had likely not arrived. He resorted to calling out the name of the manager of Mingzhu Hotel. Song Xingwen 1T be coming. Give up that hope. I pressed Wang Kun's head down onto the table, forcing him to witness the dagger embedded in his palm. Producing another dagger, I held it to his neck and spoke gravely. Kun Ge, do you yield? Go to hell. If you have the guts, kill me. Wang Kun roared, his eyes ablaze, blood seeping from his back and hand, yet he showed no sign of submission. Song Xingwen. Wang Kun continued to shout, believing that even if Xiao Dao and Wu were absent, Song Xingwen would certainly come to his aid at his own establishment. But this time, he had miscalculated. Song Xingwen indeed could not come. At that moment, in the lobby of Mingzhu Hotel, the dark-skinned Song Xingwen, in his 30s, was flanked by over 10 security guards, glaring intently ahead. Just in front of him were the elevator and staircase, the only two routes to the private room where Wang Kun was located. However, both paths were blocked by a single individual. Wei Liang. Chapter 49. Brother Tao, I will protect you upon receiving news from Long Jing. I made 2 phone calls, one to Wu Fan and the other to Wei Liang. I am certain that these two would assist me in dealing with Wang Kun. Wu Fan is like a brother to me, unwavering in his support. Although my relationship with Wei Liang is not particularly close, we share a mutual disdain for Wang Kun. What do you mean, Wei Liang? Song Xingwen frowned. It's nothing, Song Ge. I have a friend who wishes to have a word with Wang Kun. It won't take long. Please, let us just chat here, Wei Liang replied coldly. He had previously suffered 2 broken ribs at the hands of Wang Kun and was still recovering. Yet he could manage to get out of bed. Behind Wei Liang stood more than a dozen men, each wielding clubs. What friend? Isnt at Li Hu. What exactly are you two planning? Have you come to cause trouble here? Song Xingwen's dissatisfaction grew. He had already seen my figure on the surveillance and heard Wang Kun's anguished cries. Yes, it is Li Hu. Song Gu. You are aware of my grievances with Wang Kun, so I won't elaborate. We have no intention of causing a disturbance. We merely wish to borrow your space for a conversation. If it displeases you, I will personally apologize on behalf of Li Hu and myself. Wei Liang said earnestly. You still recognize brotherhood, huh? You two are treating this matter with Wang Kun as if Brother Jun is a pushover? Step aside, we can talk elsewhere. Holding discussions at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel shows utter disregard for me. Song Xingwen retorted angrily, leading a group of security personnel to advance. Song Gu, Wei Liang suddenly shouted. Brandishing a dagger and with eyes ablaze declared, Zeng Tongtong is dead. She was the love of my life. If I do not avenge her, I shall never find peace. I dare to confront Brother Kun, let alone you. I value our brotherhood, but do not push me. Otherwise, I will truly risk my life. Song Xingwen halted. He was not afraid of confrontation. Under Hong Weijun, no one was cowardly. Yet, the question remained, was it worth it? Was it worth risking everything for Wang Kun? Was he some sort of kin? Moreover, I was upstairs. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xingwen made his decision, cursing, You both are insane. I want to get involved. Let Brother Jun deal with you. Instead of pressing forward, Song Xingwen called Hong Weijun to inform him of the situation. Hong Weijun was indeed furious. He immediately called Wei Liang. Do you want to die? Get your men back now. Wei Liang was resolute. Brother Jun, I must see Wang Tao today. Are you mad? Over a woman? Hong Weijun retorted. Indeed, Wei Liang replied. Hong Weijun cursed again and hung up, dialing me next. I was in a private room, pressing Wang Kun's head down when I received his call. I heard him cursing. Wei Liang has lost his mind, and you have too. When did you two become so close? Has he sold you out, or what? Let Wang Kun go now. I replied, word by word, Brother Jun. You know how I feel about Zeng Tongtong, but she died at Wang Tao's hands while protecting my girlfriend. I cannot ignore this. Initially, Zeng Tongtong's death did not affect me much. I was preoccupied with comforting Jiang Yin. However, as time passed, I began to realize that she was truly gone and would never again appear before me. She was indeed detestable. I had slapped her several times for her behavior. Yet it was not a crime deserving of death. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness when I remembered her smile and our innocent affection from school days. Once a life is lost, all grievances fade away, leaving only boundless longing, remembrance, and heartache. You both are insane. Insane. Causing such a ruckus over a woman. Fine, if you want to release him. I will come over. If you have the guts, deal with me. Hong Weijun exclaimed furiously before hanging up. Our county is not large, and Hong Weijun would arrive swiftly. I needed to act quickly. Wang Kun had been stabbed in the back, his hand pinned to the table, blood dripping steadily. He was tough, but blood loss rendered him weak, gasping for breath. During my idle time in prison, I had learned some knife skills, using a toothbrush as a substitute. So I knew how to inflict pain without killing someone, alleviating my concerns for Wang Kun's life. I also knew that coercing him for information would be futile. Someone like Wang Kun would never yield, even in death. Thus, I refrained from idle chatter, swiftly retrieving his phone and unlocking it with his fingerprint, meticulously examining his call and WeChat logs. Wang Tao was a wanted man, yet Wang Kun had hidden him away. It was evident they were in contact, just as Wu Fan and I were. However, after rummaging through the device, I found nothing. This man, like me, was exceedingly cautious, deleting any records at the first opportunity. Something felt off. What was it? I furrowed my brow in deep thought. Wang Kun, lying on the table, evidently sensed my predicament and sneered. You young fools think you can rise up with mere bravado? You're far from it, you know. I scoffed, flipping the phone face down on the table and continuing my search. What are you doing? Wang Kun frowned. I remained silent, searching from head to toe, yielding no results, prompting Wang Kun to smirk with satisfaction. But in the next moment, his expression changed as I pulled off his belt. With a swift motion, I unfurled the belt and unbuckled it, revealing a small SIM card hidden within. Don't move, Wang Kun bellowed, struggling to snatch it back. Seeing his desperation confirmed my suspicions. I raised my leg and forcefully stomped down, pinning his spine against the table while his hand remained lodged with the dagger. Li Hu, either you kill me today, or I will ensure you regret this. Wang Kun's head hung beneath the table, screaming in a frenzy. I deduced that Wang Kun possessed another SIM card because I recalled an incident when Hong Weijun checked my records, in addition to the phone records. He also examined the telecommunications company's backend. Thankfully, Wang Wei had deleted everything beforehand, or the consequences would have been dire. A sly fox like Wang Kun would understand this logic. He knew the police would monitor his backend, and deleting records on his phone was futile. Thus, preparing another card to contact Wang Tao is only natural. Moreover, this card was undoubtedly a black card, untraceable, being meticulous and cautious. Wang Kun would not carelessly toss this card aside. It was likely kept close for easy contact with Wang Tao. As for disassembling the belt buckle, I had learned that from a skilled thief in prison, adept at concealing items in various places, anything on his person would be within my grasp. Ignoring Wang Kun's threats and intimidation, I slipped the SIM card into his phone, revealing a different narrative with all records intact, calls and messages directed at one person, Wang Tao. Tao, you must hide well. Do not let the police discover you. Tao, I have learned of a hospital abroad that treats burns effectively. Once this turmoil subsides, I will arrange for your escape. Tao, you will recover. Do not be so impatient. And refrain from smashing things. Our parents left us early, and it is just us brothers. Seeing you like this pains me deeply. Tao, I will definitely capture those two bastards. Focus on healing. Tao, as the weather turns cold, dress warmly. Tao, I will protect you. No one can harm you. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Chapter 50, he is laughing. The text messages were filled with simple, yet warm words, revealing that Wang Kun lacked formal education. His messages repeatedly conveyed the same few sentiments. You must eat when hungry, dress warmly when cold, safeguard yourself, and I will protect you. Yet, it was evident that he genuinely cared for Wang Tao. The affection embedded in his words was deep and unwavering, a bond of kinship that could never be severed. Wang Tao, in turn, displayed an unprecedented maturity, perhaps a result of his growth following his criminal actions. He understood that without this brother, he would have long been apprehended by the police, and he earnestly replied to Wang Kun's messages. I know, brother. I will live well. I had a simple meal. Just scrambled eggs with rice, though a tad too salty, not as delicious as what you make. Once I arrive abroad, I will seek treatment diligently. Brother, I will no longer break things. Today, I even repaired some furniture. Brother, I watched the movie A Better Tomorrow and thought you resemble Brother Ma. Though you were even more handsome. Brother, please do not pursue those two. When will the cycle of revenge end? If only I had never taken a life. I wish to live well and do not wish to leave you. Brother, there were police sirens outside today, and I was quite frightened, only to discover they were passing by. Brother, when will this life come to an end? I do not wish to stay here any longer. I want to go home. I miss you. Wang Tao's replies were equally unembellished, mere exchanges between two brothers, but their profound bond was unmistakable. Had I been an indifferent third party, perhaps I would have been moved by their relationship. Alas, Wang Tao must be captured. I took Wang Kun's phone and sent a message to Wang Tao. Prepare yourself, disguise your identity, come to Mingzhu Hotel. Lao Song has arranged a vehicle to take you away. Wang Tao quickly responded, Okay, brother, I'm on my way. What the hell did you send to my brother? Wang Kun struggled beneath my foot, roaring in defiance. Your brother will arrive shortly. We will catch him soon. I maintained a cold demeanor, firmly pressing down on Wang Kun. I knew Wang Tao hadn't ventured far. Wang Kun could still protect him in Xi'an County. But once outside, he would have no means of assistance. Based on this, I believed Wang Tao would arrive shortly. Li Hu, we had no significant issues. But your actions have made it personal. If my brother is captured, you will see how I deal with you. Wang Kun's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging, teetering on the brink of losing control. Do you think I am easily intimidated? I ignored him, continuing to press down on Wang Kun while glancing out the window to see if Wang Tao was approaching. I wished fervently that Wang Tao would arrive before Hong Weijun. Otherwise, the situation would take a turn for the worse. I feared confronting Hong Weijun, but the time was not yet right. Before long, a taxi pulled up, and a fully armed figure emerged. Hat, mask, scarf, gloves, and long clothing, as if trying to conceal himself in a sack. Wang Tao had finally arrived. I picked up my phone and made a call. The person has arrived. Act now. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun, despite his injuries, blood still oozing from his back and his hand pinned to the table, summoned an extraordinary strength, leaping from the ground and wrenching the knife from the table. even knocking me off balance. He dashed to the window, shouting frantically, "Tao, hurry, it's a trap." His voice echoed loudly enough for the entire hotel square to hear. And Wang Tao, of course, looked up in confusion and surprise. "Damn it," I cursed, kicking Wang Kun fiercely. Despite his earlier burst of strength, he was still injured and fell to the ground from my kick. I rushed forward, delivering several blows, internally cursing my luck. Wang Kun's outcry would surely scare Wang Tao away. I had arranged for people to watch the area, but if Wang Tao got into a taxi right now, even divine intervention couldn't stop him. After subduing Wang Kun, I dashed to the window, expecting to see only the taxi's exhaust, but to my astonishment, Wang Tao had not left. He was running towards the hotel. "Go. What are you doing?" Wang Kun struggled to rise, rushing to the window, angrily shouting. His face bloodied from my earlier assault. "Brother, I saw you fighting with Li Hu. I'm coming to help." Wang Tao yelled as he continued to sprint forward. "Do not come. Ignore me," Wang Kun screamed in desperation. Yet, Wang Tao persisted, undeterred in his approach. Bang! I pressed Wang Kun back to the ground. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome was uncertain, but I had gained the upper hand by stabbing him first, leaving me free to unleash my fury. At the entrance of the hotel, two figures emerged, Afa and Akai. The two robust rural men easily subdued Wang Tao, who, despite his injuries, displayed terrifying strength, violently throwing the two off and charging towards the hotel doors once again. Brother! Brother! He ran wildly, having shed his hat, mask, and scarf during the struggle, revealing a horrific visage marred by wounds, flesh raw and bleeding. "Damn it! Behave yourself." Afa and Akai lunged at him again, finally pinning him down with brute force. "If you keep acting up, I'll make you regret it." Afa threatened fiercely. "Exactly. Do you not value your—" Akai echoed, equally menacing. "How many times must I tell you? Call me Manager Fa when outside." "Yes, Manager Fa." "Brother. Brother." No matter how Wang Tao struggled, he could not escape the grip of the brothers, his grotesque face pressed against the ground, tears unnoticed as they flowed over his battered skin. "Tao. Tao." In the private room, Wang Kun shouted desperately, but the sound of sirens grew ever nearer. Indeed, Afa had called the police, and they were responding swiftly. Murderer Wang Tao captured. Regardless of Wang Kun's esteemed position in Xiong County, he was powerless against such irrefutable evidence of murder, left with no option but to plead for a lesser charge of manslaughter, which would still lead to life imprisonment, a foregone conclusion. "Li Hu, I will not let you off the hook. I swear I will make you pay." As the sirens grew distant, Wang Kun collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Yes," Wang Kun cried. This notorious figure in Xiong County, renowned as the foremost enforcer under Hong Weijun, a formidable bully, was reduced to tears over his brother's arrest, sobbing with a broken heart, inconsolable. "I welcome your vengeance at any time." I stood up, observing as the police car indeed drove away, and Afa and Akai vanished, releasing a long sigh. In any case, this avenged Zeng Tongtong. I did not harbor any fondness for her, even found her repugnant, yet in death, I was left only with memories. May she rest well in paradise. I tilted my head, gazing through the window at the vast sky, resolutely deciding to take responsibility for her father's illness and her wayward brother, not out of saintly compassion, but because I knew Jiang Yan had already resolved to do so. Zeng Tongtong had perished while protecting Jiang Yan. Thus, we must bear this responsibility. Stepping out of the private room and descending the stairs, I reached the lobby, only to hear a cacophony of shouting and the sound of blows. Looking up, I saw Hong Weijun wildly striking Wei Liang with a baseball bat, again and again. Wei Liang lay curled on the ground, yet he was smiling at me. Chapter 51. We are not friends. I am uncertain when Hong Weijun arrived, but he undoubtedly heard the sirens and was aware of Wang Tao's arrest. While Hong Weijun possesses considerable influence in our county, it does not extend to the protection of a murderer. Thus, he resorted to mercilessly beating Wei Liang, the baseball bat soon stained with blood. Yet, Wei Liang remained silent, even laughing, seemingly enjoying the ordeal. After I descended the stairs, Hong Weijun shifted his focus onto me. He cursed vehemently, striding toward me with the bloodied bat in hand. I hesitated briefly, weighing my options between resistance and submission. I did not wish to suffer a fate akin to Wei Liang's, but I was aware that any defiance would only exacerbate the situation. Whether I could overpower him was irrelevant. I might even find myself expelled from this small circle, rendering my previous efforts futile. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to endure the blows. After all, they were just a few strikes. With heavy footsteps, Hong Weijun approached, raising the bat to swing at me. However, at that very moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he bypassed me to seize the person behind me. "What are you doing?" It was Wang Kun. He had also descended, bloodied and battered, yet still standing, a knife gripped tightly in his hand, clearly intent on confronting me. "Brother Jun, get out of my way. I am going to kill him." Wang Kun roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Your brother killed Zeng Tongtong first, and now you want to eliminate them both? Is this never-ending? Perhaps it's best to disband." Hong Weijun retorted, his anger palpable. "That is my brother. My own flesh and blood." Wang Kun trembled, his eyes bloodshot. "And what of your brother? Does killing not warrant retribution? This is a society governed by law." Hong Weijun spat vehemently. "I killed Lu Fuxing too. Shall I pay the price for that as well?" Wang Kun exclaimed, incredulous. Hong Weijun delivered a resounding slap across Wang Kun's face. My heart raced. So it was indeed Wang Kun who had murdered Lu Fuxing. Surely the hotel lobby had surveillance cameras, which would have captured Wang Kun's confession, and with so many witnesses present. Yet, I sensed that this evidence would hold little weight. Even if Wang Kun were apprehended, he could easily deny his words, claiming they were spoken in anger. Convincing proof was essential. The atmosphere in the lobby grew increasingly tense, with many faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Hong Weijun, still seething, struck Wang Kun several more times. "You need to wake up." Realizing his mistake, Wang Kun quickly changed his tone. "I will kill Li Hu for sure." Hong Weijun gripped his collar tightly, teeth clenched. "I'll tell you this. The matter with Hu Wenhan is nearly settled. If you dare create trouble at this juncture, I swear I will eliminate you first." Since joining Hong Weijun's crew, I had played the role of a mascot. Everyone knew I intended to kill Hu Wenhan. Yet I had never lifted a finger. However, I was aware that Hong Weijun must have made other arrangements. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned that it was nearly resolved. Wang Kun seemed eager to speak further, but Hong Weijun interrupted. "Once Hu Wenhan is dealt with, you can create as much chaos as you like. It would be best to arrange a proper fight. Fewer people mean less trouble for me. But before that, if you dare touch a hair on Li Hu, I will not let this go. Furthermore, instead of wasting your energy on revenge, why not focus on saving your brother?" He acted in self-defense. Seek the victim's family's forgiveness and leverage connections within the police and judiciary. You might just manage to reduce his sentence. I could hear Hong Weijun's voice ringing in my ears as he vigorously shook Wang Kun, glaring at him. "Fine." After a long silence, Wang Kun finally acquiesced. "Get lost." Hong Weijun barked at me. "You better take care of Hu Wenhan." Wang Kun glared at me, his eyes once again aflame. His desire to harm me was evident, but he was momentarily restrained by Hong Weijun's authority. Moreover, Hong Weijun had a point. It would be wiser for Wang Kun to redirect his efforts towards assisting his brother in mitigating his sentence. I chose not to respond and proceeded directly to Wei Liang, bending down to assist him to his feet as we slowly made our way out. Wei Liang's companions hurried to follow. After noon, the sun blazed brightly as we emerged from the Mingzhu Hotel, walking in a victorious manner. As for Wu Fan and Dong Xing, they discreetly slipped away. They could not afford to appear openly in Xiong County before Wang Kun faced justice. With Wei Liang still injured, I accompanied him to the hospital, helping him with bandaging and stitching. Lying on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, Wei Liang looked up at me and said, "Li Hu, thank you." "No, I should be the one thanking you." While Wei Liang believed I aided him, I felt it was he who had helped me. Without his cooperation, capturing Wang Kun might have proven impossible. "From now on, we are friends," Wei Liang stated earnestly, offering his assistance should I ever require it. "No, we are not friends." Wei Liang regarded me with confusion. This was merely a temporary alliance born of shared objectives. I replied gravely, "Your previous attempt to forcibly abduct Jiang Yin to work as a hostess precludes any possibility of friendship between us." Wei Liang fell silent, aware of his wrongdoing and that the prospect of friendship with me was utterly extinguished. "Focus on your recovery. Do not contact me unless necessary." I turned to leave. Upon exiting the hospital, I first called Lao Gui to inform him that the matter was concluded and to express my gratitude. "Not a problem, just a minor task." Lao Gui dismissed my concerns. "I understand the rules. Feel free to call upon me if you need assistance," I asserted seriously. This was Lao Gui's principle. He was a businessman, but his trade was not in goods but in human relationships. Seeking his help required not only a commission but also a reciprocal exchange of favors. For this task of extracting Wang Kun, I paid Lao Gui a sum of 100,000, alongside fulfilling another task for him. though the difficulty would not exceed that of dealing with the southern businessman Long Jing. Decline? That is acceptable. Just wait and see how Lao Gui handles you. This was precisely why I hesitated to seek Lao Gui's assistance. Even if I did, I dared not request anything too substantial, as many debts of gratitude were impossible to repay. Your trivial matters are not urgent. We'll find a suitable task for you soon. Lao Gui chuckled. Very well. I shall await your summons. I exhaled in relief. After hanging up, I called Jiang Yin to inform her of Wang Tao's capture. I omitted the details, merely stating that the police had acted swiftly and successfully apprehended him, and he was presently in custody. After days of despondency, Jiang Yin finally exhibited a glimmer of spirit, repeatedly expressing her approval. She suggested, let us visit Tongtong's family and inform her uncle of this news. I hesitated, concerned about her father's potential hostility. But I knew Jiang Yin was determined to go, so I simply acquiesced. Subsequently, I undertook the arrangements, liaising with the department to ascertain the status of Wang Tao's case and to retrieve Zeng Tongtong's remains. These tasks, initially meant for Wei Liang, fell to me as he remained hospitalized. Moreover, I needed to remain vigilant against Wang Kun's potential retaliation. Although he had promised Hong Weijun not to act against me for the time being, certainty was elusive. Caution was paramount, especially considering he still wielded influence. I realized I needed to acquire a firearm as well. Facing Wang Kun without one would render me utterly defenseless against someone like Hong Weijun. Thus, I called Wang Wei and stated, I wish to request a firearm. Chapter 52. Today, the funeral. After I articulated my reasoning, Wang Wei remarked, why don't you just be my father? I responded, what's the difficulty? Isn't that obvious? You are merely an informant, not a police officer. Why would you apply for a firearm? Wang Wei chuckled with a hint of irritation. I was well aware. I never suggested obtaining one from your side. I solemnly stated, I intend to purchase one from the black market, not for any nefarious purpose, merely for self-defense. Everyone else has one, and I am at a disadvantage. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Once I acquire it, should I inadvertently be apprehended, I would need your assistance in securing my release. Absolutely not. Wang Wei flatly rejected my request. Such items are strictly regulated. Strictly? Yet why does everyone seem to possess one? I could barely contain my frustration. Wang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, finally saying, that's precisely why we are cracking down on your county. Hong Weijun is merely the beginning. Others like Hu Wenhan and Liang Yunze will also be dealt with. Liang Yunze was another prominent figure in our county, with whom I had no current dealings. So, according to your logic, informants are simply meant to perish in times of danger? Wang Wei fell silent for a moment before responding, as a police officer, I cannot condone your purchase of such a device. I could repeat this 1,000 times, yet I still would not agree. However, if you are determined to buy one, I cannot stop you. I can only advise you not to fire it, and certainly do not load it. If you truly find yourself in a bind, I will do my utmost to assist you. Understood, I replied, sensing Wang Wei's efforts to safeguard my interests. I was an informant, not an undercover agent. Without that layer of protection, I often bore the risks alone. After our conversation, I called Kadali. He had been discharged from the hospital and returned to his regular duties at the fire bar. As someone somewhat entrenched in the underworld, he knew people from various walks of life, so I inquired if he could procure a firearm for me. After a brief silence, he replied that it was possible but advised against it. I insisted on acquiring one and asked him to assist me. He finally consented, promising to update me within 3 to 5 days. After hanging up, I settled at the entrance of my establishment, watching AFA and Akai wash cars. It was still morning, and there was no need to head to the bar. Only here could I enjoy a moment of tranquility. AFA, having finished rinsing a car, approached me while Akai was still lathering, and asked, Brother Hu, how much do your security guards make in a month? I replied, 3 to 4,000. Why do you ask? AFA rubbed his hands together, saying, Brother Hu, I earn about that amount washing cars too. Why not let me be your security guard? It would be a shame for me and Akai to not take advantage of our physiques. I asked, what about the shop? AFA countered, after paying us. How much will be left? I calculated and mentioned that after rent and utilities, not much remained. So what's the point of keeping the shop open? We might as well sell flowers outside and close it down, he reasoned. I pondered and realized he had a point. After driving away Wei Liang's undercover security, there were indeed 2 vacancies that had yet to be filled. I then asked if Akai would be interested. Of course, he'd love it. Wearing a dashing uniform is far more exhilarating than washing cars. Considering this, I made a swift decision. I reached out to the landlord, vacated the premises, sold the equipment, and rented a place where the three of us could reside. Thus, IFA and Akai became security personnel at the fire bar under Ku Dali's command. I had long considered the prospect of bringing them along to earn money, while simultaneously wanting to keep them distanced from Hong Weijun, as any trouble could jeopardize their safety. As security guards, they would remain far removed enough to avoid being implicated, even if Hong Weijun's gang were to be dismantled. In contrast, Wu Fan would never settle for being a security guard. That lad demanded a supervisory position from the outset, a desire beyond what I could currently offer. Having settled these matters, I picked up Jiang Yan, and we headed to Zeng Tongtong's residence. Today was her funeral. I recalled that during our school days, Zeng Tongtong came from a relatively affluent family, which is why she was regarded as our class princess. However, her family's fortunes dwindled, her father fell ill, and her brother succumbed to a life of indulgence, leaving the burden solely on her shoulders. Following Zeng Tongtong's passing, her father remained bedridden, and her brother was still missing. Wei Liang was recuperating in the hospital, and I took it upon myself to manage all arrangements. Once I confirmed that her father would not be a concern, I felt it was safe to take Jiang Yin to her home. On the day of the funeral, numerous relatives and classmates gathered to bid farewell to Zeng Tongtong. As I gazed at her smiling portrait, I was overcome with sorrow, discreetly wiping away tears, while Jiang Yin wept uncontrollably throughout the day. Zeng Tongtong's brother was still absent. Jiang Yin held her portrait, leading the procession, crying all the while, until we laid her to rest in a cemetery on the outskirts. Once all matters were concluded and everyone departed, I dismissed the caregiver, who had been arranged by Zeng Tongtong, with me now covering the costs. Jiang Yin knelt beside Zeng Tongtong's father, tearfully declaring, "Uncle, from now on, I shall be your daughter." Zeng's father, trembling, extended a frail, aged hand to gently pat Jiang Yan's head, his voice hoarse. "Good girl, I know you. Tongtong spoke highly of you as her best friend. Child, I know your heart is heavy. To claim I bear no resentment would be untrue, yet I understand that Tongtong would shield you, indicating she truly held you dear." I too bent down to grasp Zeng's father's other hand, earnestly saying, "Uncle, Jiang Yin and I will honor you together. Good, good. With friends like you, Tongtong can rest peacefully in the afterlife." Zeng's father wept, tears tracing the lines of his gaunt face. Just then, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and the caregiver inquired who we were, receiving no response. The door was pushed open, revealing three figures: Wang Kun, Xiao Dao, and Ah Wu. "What do you want?" I sprang to my feet, instinctively shielding Jiang Yin and Zeng's father behind me, while my hand instinctively reached for the dagger at my waist. Although I had enlisted Kadali to inquire about the firearm, it had yet to arrive. Upon seeing me, Wang Kun's eyes ignited with fury, as if he wished to dismember me. However, he clearly had business to attend to, and recalling Hong Weijun's previous warning, he suppressed his rage, ignoring me entirely as he approached Zeng's father, bowing his head. "Uncle, how are you feeling? Who are you?" Zeng's father quavered. I introduced him. "This is Wang Tao's brother." "Get out. Just leave." Zeng's father trembled, raising a hand. Wang Kun ground his teeth, displeased with Zeng's father's demeanor, but restrained himself, continuing, "Uncle, I am very saddened by this incident. 2 young lives, one extinguished and the other imprisoned. I should have come sooner, but I waited until today to pay my respects after the funeral. On behalf of my brother, I sincerely apologize." Xiao Dao stepped forward, and it was then I noticed he was carrying a briefcase. He placed it on the ground, opening it before us, revealing stacks of cash. "Uncle, this is 1 million. I only ask that you sign this letter of understanding." Wang Kun produced a document, complete with a pen and seal. Wang Tao did not kill intentionally, and should the victim's family offer forgiveness and the compensation be settled, his sentence could be reduced. This was the reason behind Wang Kun's humble demeanor. "Get out. Just leave." Zeng's father continued to curse. Wang Kun's expression darkened, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. Xiao Dao and Ah Wu stepped forward simultaneously. Chapter 53. The majestic Zeng Xiaobao. Wang Kun's arrival undoubtedly aimed to alleviate his brother's sentence. However, his intentions were evidently sincere. Offering a substantial sum of 1 million in cash, an amount likely sufficient to persuade most victims' families to sign a letter of understanding, should Zeng's father consent. Neither Jiang Yin nor I would raise any objections, for the deceased are beyond our reach, and the living must carry on. Besides, his illness demands considerable financial resources. Yet, Zeng's father clearly disapproved, his eyes unwavering in the face of the cash offer, preferring to accept nothing rather than allow Wang Tao to evade appropriate punishment. As I observed Xiao Dao and Wu subtly preparing to take action, I stepped forward with fierce resolve, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Wang Kun, visibly agitated, pointed at me and retorted, "This is none of your business. I do not wish to engage with you now." Yet, he understood that resorting to violence was ill-advised. He had come seeking reconciliation, not confrontation. Even if he were to resort to lethal measures, it would yield no benefit. So he gestured for Xiao Dao and Wu to retreat, and then lowered his head, speaking earnestly. "Uncle, I comprehend your feelings, but I have inquired. And your medical expenses are exorbitant, tens of thousands each year. Without money, survival is untenable. If the amount seems inadequate, we can negotiate further. How about 150 or even 200? Name your figure. Get out. Get out." Zeng's father trembled with rage. "Did you not hear me telling you to leave?" I coldly replied, my hand resting on my waist. If conflict were to erupt, I would first deal with Wang Kun before addressing Xiao Dao and Wu. "You son of a..." "Dad! Dad!" Wang Kun's patience finally snapped as he prepared to unleash his fury upon me. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, a young man, around 18 or 19, adorned in an unconventional style with dyed yellow hair, earrings, and a tattered t-shirt paired with ragged jeans, from which dangled a chain. He appeared gaunt, with sunken eyes reminiscent of someone ensnared in addiction. It was Zeng Tongtong's brother, Zeng Xiaobao. Jiang Yin whispered to me, "So this is Zeng Xiaobao. Back when we were in high school, he was still in middle school and had visited our class to see Zeng Tongtong several times. Now, he had grown taller, and his appearance had changed enough to render him somewhat unrecognizable. Upon seeing Zeng Xiaobao, a surge of anger welled within me. Rumors suggested he indulged in every vice imaginable and remained absent from home, showing no concern for his father. When he encountered Zeng Tongtong, he only sought money, having reached a point of utter hopelessness and revulsion. Following Zeng Tongtong's passing, I had been unable to contact him. And now that the funeral was concluded, he had finally returned. Truly, the moment I laid eyes on Zeng Xiaobao, I felt an urge to strangle him. As Zeng Xiaobao entered the room and noticed the gathering, he paused momentarily, but quickly rushed to his father's bedside, panic evident in his voice. "Dad, my sister is dead? What happened?" "Leave, leave." Zeng's father, upon seeing Zeng Xiaobao, wore an even angrier expression, clearly filled with disappointment in his son. "I won't leave. My sister is dead. Why should I go? Tell me who did this. I will kill him." Zeng Xiaobao shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. I said leave. Zeng's father's rage surged. First, his daughter was gone. Then Wang Kun and his son appeared, visitors he wished to avoid. He lifted his hand, trembling, seizing a broom, and swung it at Zeng Xiaobao's head. "You always do this. Can't we have a civil conversation? If you won't tell me, I'll ask someone else who killed my sister, and I will make him pay." Zeng Xiaobao seethed, turning to storm out, but stumbled over the money box that Xiao Dao had brought. "So much money. Where did it come from?" Zeng Xiaobao exclaimed, bewildered. My heart sank. Jiang Yin had long forewarned me about Zeng Xiaobao's insatiable craving for pleasure and his obsession with wealth. It was no exaggeration. He would seize any opportunity for money, whether it be 100 or 200 or even 10 or 20. He had been detained multiple times for theft. Before him lay an astonishing 1 million. If Wang Kun shifted his focus onto him, Zeng Xiaobao would undoubtedly sign the letter of understanding. If he did, Zeng's father would be powerless to stop it, and as outsiders, neither Jiang Yin nor I could intervene. Wang Kun appeared to grasp this too, his tone earnest as he spoke. "Brother, this money is for your family." "For our family? Why?" Zeng Xiaobao queried. Confusion etched on his face. Only then did he notice us and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Yin? Tiger brother? What are you doing here?" To my astonishment, even after all these years, he recognized us. Jiang Yin quickly explained the current situation. Zeng Xiaobao fell silent, nodding as he gazed at the money. "So, this is compensation for my family?" "One could say that," Wang Kun replied. "Brother, this unfortunate event has left us all sorrowful, yet those who remain must continue forward. If you sign this letter of understanding, the 1 million will be yours." Wang Kun extended the document towards him. "No, do not sign." Zeng's father trembled as he spoke. Jiang Yin and I remained silent. This matter was beyond our control. "Wait." Suddenly, Zeng Xiaobao walked out in silence. We were perplexed as to his intentions, but in the next moment, he returned, wielding a shovel, his expression fierce. "How dare you think 1 million can buy my sister's life? Dream on. My sister is priceless. No amount can bring her back. If your brother hadn't been captured, I would have killed him myself." Zeng Xiaobao roared. swinging the shovel toward Wang Kun's head. Wang Kun's expression shifted, and he dodged to the side. Instantly, Xiao Dao and a Wu lunged forward, one attempting to seize Zhang Xiaobao's arm, the other trying to wrest the shovel from his grip. Get down. I dashed forward, kicking Xiao Dao away, then tripping a Wu, sending him crashing to the ground, my foot pressing down on his back. Zhang Xiaobao's response genuinely surprised me. His previously dismal reputation had led me to expect nothing but disgrace, yet here he was exhibiting the actions of a decent person, an unexpected delight, given his stance. I felt compelled to support him unconditionally. Jiang Yin rushed to Zhang's father, arms outstretched to shield him from the ensuing chaos, fearful that he might inadvertently be harmed. Zeng Xiaobao continued to swing the shovel, aiming furiously at Wang Kun. Realizing negotiations were futile, Wang Kun, filled with pent-up frustration, seized the shovel, drawing a dagger and lunging it toward Zhang Xiaobao's abdomen. I was determined to save Zhang Xiaobao, yet Xiao Dao charged at me while a Wu struggled beneath my foot. Wang Kun, if you dare to strike, I am more than willing to engage. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from the courtyard. All eyes turned to the entrance as Wei Liang, swathed in bandages, appeared, brandishing a gleaming machete, flanked by over a dozen robust men. Though Wei Liang's injuries had not healed, he had still arrived, albeit a bit late, with me inside and Wei Liang outside. The scene mirrored that fateful day at Mingzhu Hotel. Wang Kun was outnumbered. Let us go. Wang Kun's countenance darkened as he sheathed his dagger and stepped outside. Xiao Dao retrieved the money box and followed suit. A Wu stood up but did not leave. Instead, he approached me and inquired, "Tiger brother, is that Dong Xing wearing red underwear?" What? I was utterly perplexed by his question. Is he wearing red underwear or not? A Wu pressed, his anxiety evident. Earlier, he asked me for the secret to winning at cards, and I told him wearing women's red underwear would do the trick. He said he would try it out and come back to trouble me if it didn't work. I've been terrified these past few days, fearing he might suddenly confront me. Tell him if it doesn't work, I have over 10 other methods, surely one will suit him. Chapter 54. What peculiar preferences? All right, I understand now. I will convey this to him. I am truly at a loss for words. Well, everything is negotiable, so he mustn't cause me any trouble. Only then did Ah Wu turn and hastily catch up with Wang Kun and Xiao Dao. In the courtyard, neither side acknowledged the other. Peace indeed necessitates absolute military deterrence. After Wang Kun departed, Wei Liang appeared to falter, swaying as if about to collapse. A few sturdy men rushed forward to support him. It's fine, just take me inside, Wei Liang gasped. The men assisted him as they slowly entered the room. What the hell are you doing here? Zhang Xiaobao, still wielding a shovel, glared with evident hostility, seemingly unwelcoming to both Wang Kun and Wei Liang. Get out of my way. I have no desire to converse with you. Wei Liang replied darkly, not even glancing at Zeng Xiaobao as he made his way to Zhang's father's bedside. Zeng Xiaobao hesitated, his brows furrowing, but ultimately said nothing, merely scoffing softly, indicating there was indeed a rift between them. Li Hu, Jiang Yin, I appreciate your help, for all you've done. Wei Liang addressed us. I nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a casual "it's nothing," while Jiang Yin chose to remain silent. Wei Liang, sensing our unwillingness to forgive him, knelt before Zhang's father without further ado. Uncle, I'm so sorry, I didn't take care of Tongtong. Tears streamed down Wei Liang's face. It's all right, Liangzi, this isn't your fault. You treated Tongtong well. Although Zhang's father lay bedridden, his mind was clear and he understood the situation profoundly. No, it's my fault. Wei Liang continued to weep. I understood his thoughts. If he hadn't broken up with Zeng Tongtong, if only he had held on a little longer. Unfortunately, this world is filled with countless ifs, yet there is no room for such conjectures. Uncle, Tongtong has left, but she will always be the woman I cherish most. In the future, I may love someone else, perhaps even start a family. But I will forever be your half-son. Please accept this 1 million. Use it for her treatment and living expenses. Under no circumstances should you sign that letter of understanding. Ensure Tongtong rests in peace in heaven. Wei Liang bowed his head deeply. A man stepped forward, placing a box at the foot of the bed. Good child. Thank you. Zhang's father wept once more. Jiang Yin and I had indeed given Zhang's father some money, but compared to Wei Liang's contribution, it was negligible. There was little we could do. Jiang Yin had limited funds, and although I managed the fire bar, I had yet to earn a substantial amount. Jiang Yin and I quietly exited, leaving the two of them to share their heartfelt sentiments. I was quite concerned about Wang Kun lurking outside. So I instructed Jiang Yin to remain in the courtyard while I conducted a quick inspection outside. Having encountered various individuals during my time in prison, I was somewhat adept at counter-surveillance. After confirming there was no ambush, Wang Kun was likely preoccupied with helping his brother with legal matters. I allowed Jiang Yin to come out. However, the absence of immediate danger did not guarantee future safety, so I advised Jiang Yin to stay at home for a few more days to rest before returning to work. After attending Zeng Tongtong's funeral, she understandably lacked the motivation to resume work and agreed. I escorted her home as dusk fell, then made my way to the fire bar. Upon entering my office, Kadali stealthily approached me, ensuring the door was shut before presenting me with a rough canvas bag. I knew what it contained, my heart racing, yet I maintained a composed demeanor as I cautiously opened it. Inside lay a single-barrel firearm, its menacing black exterior exuding an air of authority, albeit rather clumsily crafted, revealing its origin from a small workshop. Moreover, it was excessively long, nearly the length of an arm, making it cumbersome to carry. Something more compact would have suited individuals like Hong Weijun and Wang Kun. In today's society, only a madman would carry such a weapon daily. The chaotic confrontation between Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan in my office was evidently premeditated. Neither party intended to genuinely engage in violence. Managerly, this is incredibly difficult to procure. It took numerous connections to obtain this, Kadali confessed, looking troubled. Understood. Thank you. After inquiring about the price, I paid him in full, even offering a service fee, as handling such items carries significant risks that should not be borne without compensation. After Kadali departed, I began examining the firearm. Most men are familiar with such objects, even if only through toys, and can quickly adapt to the real thing. The only variable is accuracy. Of course, I had no intention of using it for long-range confrontations. At most, I would brandish it to assert dominance in critical situations, adhering to Wang Wei's teachings. Avoid using firearms if possible, and ideally, refrain from loading bullets. After toying with it for a while, I found it hard to part with. It's a universal truth that no man can resist such an object. To be frank, I was tempted to test its power outside. So, I wrapped the firearm in my coat and exited the office, stepping out into the night. Although Wang Kun had not caused me trouble recently, I was aware he had people watching my every move. Just because he was preoccupied did not mean his subordinates were. Every day, at least 3 to 5 individuals surrounded me, which was why I had brought Fa and Kai to the fire bar. The car wash felt increasingly unsafe. Although they did nothing overt, merely observing, I still felt vulnerable. I stealthily patrolled the bar's exterior, only to encounter a familiar figure in a nearby alley, Wu. He was indeed watching me, but lacked professionalism, squatting in the alley, engrossed in a game of online mahjong on his phone, which could result in significant losses. Wu was so absorbed in his game that he didn't notice me until I was right in front of him, still eagerly tapping the screen. I swiftly lifted my coat, drew the single barrel, and pressed it against his forehead. Don't mess around. I'm in the middle of a game. He didn't even look up, casually pushing my firearm aside. Seriously, I growled, pushing the gun against his forehead again. While it lacked bullets, it did not diminish the intensity of my presence. Wu shot up, startled, collapsing onto the ground, his phone slipping from his grasp. His face turned pale as he stammered, "Tiger. Brother Tiger. What is this about? What do you think it's about? Is it so entertaining to stalk me daily?" I pretended to place my finger on the trigger. "No. Brother Tiger. I was just about to relieve myself. See, I brought toilet paper." Wu nervously produced a roll of tissue from his pocket, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Still not admitting the truth. My finger twitched slightly. "Please, Brother Tiger. Kun brother sent me. I had no ill intentions. Just wanted to see what you do each day." Wu's words tumbled out in a rush, his body trembling. Well, wouldn't it have been easier to admit it sooner? I held the firearm in one hand while attempting to tug down his pants with the other. "Brother Tiger, what are you doing? Quit the chatter. Shut it." I yanked down his trousers, revealing his bright red underwear. "What peculiar preferences do your family members have?" Wu was on the verge of tears. Chapter 55. Zeng Xiaobao's visit upon returning from Zeng Tongtong's residence. I placed a call to Dong Xing to inquire about the veracity of the rumors surrounding the red underwear. It struck me as utterly absurd. How could someone be so deranged? Now, standing before Wu, I felt the urge to seek validation. You truly are a perverse creature," I exclaimed, pressing against Wu's forehead. "Huge brother, I wore it underneath and it didn't affect anyone. What is the big deal?" Wu lamented, on the verge of tears. This reasoning did hold some merit. It truly was none of my concern. I ordered him to tuck his pants away before solemnly asking, "What does Wang Kun intend to do next?" Speak the truth, or I shall surely crush you. Oh, speaking candidly, declared, Brother Kun is quite incensed with you. Not only due to Wang Tao, but also because you obstructed the Zeng family from signing the letter of understanding. His resentment has only intensified. However, I am not entirely certain of his subsequent plans. He hasn't shared them with us, merely instructed us to keep an eye on you. Under the pressure of my gaze, Ao was unlikely to fabricate lies. It seemed that Wang Kun himself had yet to devise his next course of action. As for him placing the blame for the Zeng family's refusal to sign the letter upon me, I was indifferent. Regardless of the situation, reconciliation between us was impossible. I coldly stated, return and inform Wang Kun to confront me directly. No more petty tactics, if need be. Let us settle this with a proper fight and see if I quail in fear. With that, I sheathed my weapon and turned to leave. My motivations for this approach were twofold. Firstly, to convey to Wang Kun that I was aware of his underhanded maneuvers and that he could not deceive me, and secondly, to warn him not to underestimate me, for I too possessed considerable strength. I understood individuals like him all too well. Submission and pleas for peace would yield no results. Only by demonstrating greater power could I instill a sense of caution in him. Back in the office, I felt a twinge of nostalgia. My relationship with Wang Kun had once been amicable. He had even peeled apples for me, expressing his admiration. My intention had been to extract details regarding Lu Fuxing's demise from him, but now such hopes were dashed. Fortunately, as merely an informant, I bore no rigid task mandates. If success came, it would be welcome, but if not, it mattered little. I suspected that Wang Wei had not placed all his hopes upon my shoulders. Days passed in this manner, with Wang Kun refraining from causing me trouble and no news from Hu and Han. Wang Kun was preoccupied with matters concerning his brother. I heard he had approached the Zeng family multiple times, only to be turned away each time. After researching legal statutes, I discovered that if it truly escalated to a case of involuntary manslaughter, with proactive compensation and a letter of understanding, he might mitigate up to 40% of his punishment, potentially serving only a few years. It was no wonder he was so invested. That evening, while I was in the office, Kadali unexpectedly sought me out, claiming someone was visiting, identifying themselves as my little brother-in-law. My little brother-in-law? Who could that be? I was still pondering when the office door swung open, revealing a scrawny, yellow-haired youth with deep-set eyes. Zeng Tongtong's brother, Zeng Xiaobao. Hey, I hadn't permitted you to enter. Kadali turned to scold him, but then glanced at me, gauging our relationship. I'm here to see my brother-in-law. What right do you have to stop me? Zeng Xiaobao glared darkly. I had no favorable impression of him, yet. Considering he had previously chased Wang Kun away with a shovel, I gestured for Kadali to step aside. Once Kadali left, I addressed Zeng Xiaobao. Who is your brother-in-law? Do not speak recklessly. Zeng Xiaobao retorted, stop pretending. I could tell there was something between you two back in school. I replied, that was then. Times have changed. It is all in the past. I then inquired about his visit. Zeng Xiaobao stated, I wish to find work. I no longer want to drift aimlessly. His attitude pleased me. If Zeng Tongtong's death could steer him towards a better path, it would hold some value. However, I was puzzled as to why he didn't seek out Wei Liang, who was his legitimate brother-in-law. Zeng Xiaobao scoffed, don't mention Wei Liang. Just seeing him makes me furious. When I asked him for some money, he wouldn't part with a single dime. He is not my brother-in-law. My sister only tolerates him for our father's sake. I recalled their palpable animosity during my visit to the Zeng household. They were like two celestial bodies destined to clash upon meeting. If Zeng Xiaobao wished to reform, I was inclined to support him, both as a tribute to Zeng Tongtong and a moral obligation. I said, you can work for me, but there are conditions. First, you must not refer to me as brother-in-law. I have no relationship with your sister. You may call me Tiger Brother instead. Second, you must rectify all your previous bad habits. If I catch you indulging in even a hint of them, I will dismiss you without hesitation. Third, you must comply with all my directives without question. Can you manage that? Zeng Xiaobao straightened, declaring, I can. I queried further, what skills do you possess? He replied, I can do anything. DJing, bartending, public relations, gambling, tomb raiding, fortune-telling, chanting, exorcising spirits, slaying demons. As his claims grew increasingly ludicrous, I interjected, stop. You can work as a security guard. Zeng Xiaobao looked astonished. With my talents, you want me to be a mere security guard, especially since you and my sister have had a past? I reiterated, we agreed on the terms. You will follow my arrangements. Do you accept this role? If not, you should seek opportunities elsewhere. Although reluctant, Zeng Xiaobao found himself without alternatives and begrudgingly acquiesced. muttering about being underappreciated. As I prepared to send him to report to Kadali, the office door swung open once more, and Kadali rushed in, saying managerly, "There's a guest causing a ruckus in the lobby." I detested such individuals. During my time in prison, I had never exchanged a word with them. Holding them in disdain, I instructed Kadali, "Just throw him out. Must I teach you how to handle this?" Kadali, looking somewhat awkward, replied, "It's Guo Wenpeng." I paused, recognizing the name. Guo Wenpeng was the son of the county's prominent figure, a true second-generation rich kid. While he maintained a decent reputation and had accomplished notable feats, he was a failure, indulging in debauchery and gambling, with many regarding him with contempt. If it was him, he could not simply be ejected, nor could we involve the authorities. Otherwise, when he sobered up, he might retaliate and wreak havoc on the establishment, resulting in a far greater loss. "Let us go see," I muttered, furrowing my brow as I stepped out. Kadali and Zeng Xiaobao followed closely behind. Upon reaching the lobby, we found the music and entertainment had ceased. The DJ had been unceremoniously removed, and a crowd had gathered, watching the spectacle. On stage stood a young man in his 20s, clad in designer attire, strikingly handsome yet gaunt, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of Zeng Xiaobao. One glance revealed the truth. Their physique and demeanor set them apart from the average person. Guo Wenpeng had indeed lost his mind, perched atop a large speaker, brandishing a microphone stand, glaring around menacingly, and declaring, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Who dares to challenge me?" The crowd erupted in laughter, ignoring his bravado. "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Who dares to challenge me?" Guo Wenpeng leapt down from the speaker, wildly swinging the microphone stand, startling the onlookers into retreating. While he posed no real threat and was merely a source of amusement, he was undeniably disrupting the bar's operations. Had it been anyone else, Kadali would have expelled them by now, but Guo Wenpeng's status made the situation more complicated. As I furrowed my brow in concern, Zeng Xiaobao piped up, "Let me give it a shot." Before I could protest, he had already dashed onto the stage. Chapter 56. Zeng Xiaobao displays his might. Zeng Xiaobao has always struck me as a rather unreliable character, akin to mud that cannot be propped up. When he expressed his desire to give it a try, I instinctively felt skeptical, fearing that he might complicate matters further, leading to an uncontrollable situation. However, since he had already taken the stage, I resigned myself to the possibility of a miracle, hoping for the best. As soon as Zeng Xiaobao stepped onto the stage, Guo Wenpeng immediately raised his stand and cautioned, "Announce your name, enemy general." With his hands clasped behind his back, Zeng Xiaobao leisurely replied, "Enemy general? Brother Zhao Zilong. Does even your lord not recognize me?" "Lord." Guo Wenpeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, I am Liu Bei, Lu Xuanda. How could you not recognize me?" Zeng Xiaobao chuckled merrily. "Lord." Guo Wenpeng bowed deeply, his face brimming with excitement. "My lord, I just fought valiantly at Changban Slope, going in and out 7 times. And finally rescued the young lord. Good brother, you have worked hard." Zeng Xiaobao immediately assisted Guo Wenpeng to rise. "My lord, the young lord is here. I just fed him." Guo Wenpeng handed the microphone stand to Zeng Xiaobao. "This wretch nearly cost me a valuable general." Zeng Xiaobao tossed the stand aside and grasped Guo Wenpeng's hand, saying, "Good brother, I have prepared a feast for you. Come dine with me." "Indeed, my lord." Guo Wenpeng was moved to tears. Zeng Xiaobao linked arms with him, leading him off the stage. As they passed by me, he whispered, "Tiger brother, I'll take him to your office to sober him up." I nodded instantly, urging him to hurry. Zeng Xiaobao and Guo Wenpeng disappeared into the crowd, and I exhaled in relief, surprised by Zeng Xiaobao's ability to diffuse the farce seamlessly. I turned to Kadali with a smile, saying, "All is well. Let us resume our duties." I then turned to leave, as music and revelry echoed behind me once more. Upon reaching the office door, I quietly pushed it open a crack and saw Zeng Xiaobao and Guo Wenpeng seated across from each other, pulling out my stored liquor from the cabinet, accompanied by peanuts and spicy strips, already indulging in drinks. "My lord, please." "Brother, please." The scene was both absurd and amusing. I was grateful for Zeng Xiaobao's experience. Otherwise, I would not have known how to handle Guo Wenpeng. Yet, it left me with an even greater aversion to that scenario, such a fine young man reduced to a mere caricature. As I watched, Kadali rushed over, exclaiming, managerly, "There's been another incident." When I inquired, he informed me, "Wang Kun has arrived." My heart sank. What was destined to arrive had finally come. Kadali explained that Wang Kun had brought dozens of coal washing plant workers, who did not order drinks but simply sat down, forbidding others from drinking. They even halted the performances, clearly there to cause trouble. Under normal circumstances, I would have called Hong Weijun to handle it, but I was reluctant to report, as it might imply I was intimidated by him. Let us go. I was fuming as I turned to leave. Tiger brother. He seems to be carrying a pistol at his waist. Kadali stopped me, speaking softly. After a moment of contemplation, I entered the office, walked to the corner, opened the cabinet, and pulled out a canvas bag, wrapping the shotgun in my coat before stepping outside once more. My lord, who is that, daring to intrude upon your resting place? Guo Wenpeng asked, puzzled. Brother, you don't even recognize him? He is your brother Guan. Zeng Xiaobao chuckled. So it was brother Guan. That weapon looks familiar. It must be the green dragon crescent blade. I exclaimed. Yes, your brother Guan is preparing to fight. As Kadali and I returned to the hall, we found that the atmosphere, which had just heated up, had indeed quieted down. Workers occupied the bar, while Wang Kun lounged in the center on a sofa, legs crossed, exuding a lazy demeanor. Behind him stood Xiao Dao and a Wu. The regular patrons had largely fled in fright, leaving only the bolder onlookers to witness the spectacle. I was understandably furious and marched straight towards Wang Kun. Kadali quickly organized the security personnel to follow, including AFA and a Kai, with AFA clutching a fire extinguisher, glaring menacingly at Wang Kun. What is the meaning of this, Kun? Are you here to stir up trouble? I asked, feigning a smile while observing the bulge at his waist, confirming my suspicions. Of course. Am I here to be a guest? Wang Kun replied with a smirk, his eyes glimmering with malice. Let us see how you intend to create chaos. I'm curious if I can handle it. Nothing to worry about. Awu told me you had a shotgun pointed at his head a few days ago, claiming you wanted to have a word with me. I've been rather busy lately, dealing with my brother's affairs. Now that I finally have a moment, I thought I'd come see if Tiger Brother truly has the guts to face me. With that, Wang Kun drew the pistol from his waist and slammed it onto the coffee table with a loud bang. My expression darkened, and I turned to Kadali, instructing, have everyone leave, we are closing for the day. Kadali acknowledged and promptly began to arrange for the guests to depart. Soon, only Wang Kun's group and I remained. I fixed my gaze on the pistol on the table and remarked, Kun, are you really prepared to escalate things this far? You've stabbed me twice and sent my brother to prison. And now you're meddling in the Zeng family's affairs. You seem to be opposing me at every turn. Do you think we should escalate this? If you're a man, let us settle this today without informing Brother Jun. It was evident that Wang Kun still harbored apprehension towards Hong Weijun. With so many witnesses present, I could not show weakness. Doing so would jeopardize my standing. I straightened up and declared, all right, Kun, how do you wish to proceed? Is it permissible for me to simply end you? Wang Kun suddenly lifted the pistol from the coffee table, pointing it directly at me. I wasted no words. Pulling my shotgun from beneath my coat, aiming it at Wang Kun's head. It would be disingenuous to claim I was not nervous, especially since my weapon was devoid of bullets. Yet, I doubted Wang Kun would dare to pull the trigger in front of so many witnesses. He would have to be insane to kill me. Wang Kun suddenly burst into laughter. Li Hu, your career is just beginning, and you have yet to savor the joys of life. Is it worth it to perish together with me? I retorted, you are a notorious thug. It's you who should ponder its worth. Li Hu, do you realize how much I want to kill you right now? Were it not for my brother's unfinished business, you would not see another day. I propose a deal. Let the Zeng family sign a letter of understanding. Or else I'll sign your mother's. Before Wang Kun could finish, a loud and foul-mouthed voice interrupted. Zeng Xiaobao approached, followed closely by Guo Wenpeng. Guo Wenpeng appeared still lost in the persona of Zhao Zilong, his eyes slightly glazed yet brimming with intensity and fierce intent. What are you doing here? Go back. I snapped at Zeng Xiaobao. Why should I leave if this concerns me? Zeng Xiaobao stepped forward and pointed at Wang Kun, chastising, let me tell you. Forget about that letter of understanding. I and my father want not a single cent of your filthy money. Yet Wang Kun disregarded Zeng Xiaobao completely, rising in surprise and asking, young master Gua, what brings you here? What young master? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Zhao thief. Daring to wreak havoc here and not taking number 42 concrete seriously, are you? Guo Wenpeng uttered in a disjointed manner before delivering a resounding slap to Wang Kun's face. Smack. Chapter 57. Kindred spirits. The slap truly left Wang Kun in a daze. Given his temperament, such an assault could have easily resulted in tragedy. However, it mattered who struck him. Hong Weijun could act without consequence, and Guo Wenpeng could also escape unscathed. Despite Wang Kun's madness, he could still distinguish between the major players. Moreover, he was experienced enough to quickly comprehend the situation. He reached out, grasping Guo Wenping's arm, and said, "Guo Xiao, you're mistaken. Allow me to guide you back to your senses." "What Guo Xiao? This is my prized general, Zhao Zilong. Did you not hear that, you deaf fool?" Suddenly, Zeng Xiaobao leaped up and delivered another resounding slap across Wang Kun's face. "Are you trying to court death?" Wang Kun dared not lay a hand on Guo Wenping, but he felt free to target Zeng Xiaobao, drawing a firearm and aiming it directly at Zeng's head. Quick as a flash, I kicked the gun from his grasp, causing it to clatter to the ground. Wang Kun did not attempt to retrieve it. Instead, he drew a dagger and lunged at Zeng Xiaobao's abdomen. "Master!" Guo Wenping shouted, lunging towards Wang Kun. Wang Kun, fearing for his own safety, quickly withdrew the knife. With a thud, Guo Wenping tackled Wang Kun to the ground, mounting him and delivering a series of sharp slaps. "Zhao Zilong stands here. Dare to harm my master, and I shall take your life." Xiao Dao and a Wu rushed in to intervene, while AFA and Akai tackled Wang Kun's associates, resulting in a chaotic scuffle filled with shouts and curses. Observing this, the surrounding workers swiftly drew their weapons and surged forward like a swarm. "Meiwa formation," Kadali bellowed, brandishing his baton and charging ahead. The bar's security personnel followed suit, but I knew they were outmatched. The opposing side consisted of dozens of strong, burly men, seasoned in the laborious tasks of mining, washing, and transporting coal. Regardless of the outcome, my bar would bear the brunt of the damage. Our sound systems and furnishings were far too expensive to suffer this fate. I seized a shotgun, aimed it at Wang Kun's head, and shouted, "Everyone, halt this madness." The workers instantly fell silent, while Kadali stood firm before them, his baton raised like a formidable guardian. "Brother Guan, impressive. Your green dragon crescent blade certainly exudes power." Guo Wenping whistled in admiration, continuing to slap Wang Kun's face. Wang Kun, however, paid no heed to me. He understood that neither of us would actually pull the trigger. It was a battle of wills. Whoever yielded first would lose. Yet, he was truly at a loss against Guo Wenping, who was mounted atop him, relentlessly striking. "Guo Xiao, please calm down. I am Wang Kun. I've said it countless times. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan." All right, Zhao Zilong, General Zhao, I concede. Please, cease your assault." Only then did Guo Wenping climb off Wang Kun, offering a respectful gesture to Zeng Xiaobao and proclaiming, "Master, the traitor has admitted defeat." Zeng Xiaobao, hands behind his back, approached Wang Kun and kicked him twice, asking, "Traitor, do you yield?" Wang Kun glared back, but Zeng Xiaobao waved dismissively, "Not yet." Guo Wenping raised his fist to strike again, prompting Wang Kun to hastily declare, "I yield. I yield." "Liu Bei, I, Chao concede." Zeng Xiaobao then remarked, "That's all well and good. Traitor, be gone. Should you dare to trespass on the territory of Shu again, you shall pay dearly." As Wang Kun stood, his gaze coldly swept over me and Zeng Xiaobao, filled with resentment. However, faced with the erratic Guo Wenping, he felt utterly powerless. With a sneer, he replied, "Very well. We shall meet again." Wang Kun retrieved his firearm and turned to leave, with Xiao Dao and a Wu following closely behind. "Wang Kun." At that moment, someone shouted. Wang Kun spun around abruptly, only to be met by AFA, who dashed forward and smashed a small fire extinguisher against his face, knocking him down instantly. Akai rushed in, not to strike, but to thrust his fingers into Wang Kun's rear, a move suggested by AFA. Wang Kun, nearly unconscious, was jolted back to awareness, emitting a piercing and anguished scream. "These two generals are ferocious. Who are they?" Guo Wenping asked, astonished. "One is Zhang Fei, and the other is Huang Zhong." Zeng Xiaobao replied casually. I see they are my brothers. No wonder." Guo Wenping exclaimed, enlightened. Xiao Dao and a Wu finally managed to extract Wang Kun, who stumbled out of the bar, accompanied by a throng of workers. I had anticipated a fierce confrontation with Wang Kun, never imagining it would conclude in such an absurd manner. Amused yet bewildered, I called Hong Weijun to recount the events. A decisive victory, albeit rather nonsensical, and informing Hong Weijun about it would not be considered a petty report. After listening, he too was incensed, assuring me not to concern myself, as he would address Wang Kun. I knew Wang Kun would certainly face reprimand and, at the very least, would have to lie low for a while. Today's business was clearly off the table, so I allowed everyone to leave early. Zeng Xiaobao took Guo Wenping back to the office, where the master and his general continued their revelry. Fearing they might concoct further mischief, I decided not to return home that night, instead positioning a chair outside the door to keep watch. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, both Guo Wenping and Zeng Xiaobao had fallen asleep, and I too succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Guo Wuping awoke first, puzzled as to why he was there. Inquiring about Zeng Xiaobao's identity, Zeng Xiaobao recounted the previous night's events, and together with me, they reviewed the surveillance footage. Sitting in the monitoring room, Guo Wuping grimaced at his own embarrassing antics from the night before, groaning and covering his head in silence for a moment before muttering, "What a foolish display. I wish I could just vanish into a hole." "It's all right. I was equally foolish alongside you," Zeng Xiaobao laughed, exhibiting an ease of familiarity that surprised me, especially considering Guo Wuping's formidable reputation in Xiang County. "Indeed, two fools are better than one." Guo Wuping chuckled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to both me and Zeng Xiaobao. "Guo Xiao, you should quit that habit. It's not a good thing." I couldn't help but remark, seeing him return to a semblance of normalcy. "I wish to quit, but it's incredibly difficult. My father has scolded me countless times." "Sigh, I'll take it slowly," Guo Wuping replied, his eyes vacant as he smoked, his hair standing on end like dry grass, devoid of any aristocratic demeanor. Those who indulge in such substances often wish to quit, yet find themselves unable to do so. It's not that they are irredeemably wicked, rather, they fall prey to their physical cravings. For those who doubt this, do not even attempt it. If you cannot quit playing with a toy, how could you possibly quit this vice? "Guo Xiao, I have experience in this matter. I can assist you." Zeng Xiaobao chimed in cheerfully. "Is that for real?" "Absolutely. I've quit several times." "Get lost." Guo Wuping laughed heartily. "Really, Guo Xiao, I want to quit as well. Let us do it together." Zeng Xiaobao leaned closer to Guo Wuping. "Sure, together," Guo Wuping said, embracing his shoulder and patting his back. I observed that Zeng Xiaobao was indeed quite a talent, the type to rise to any occasion. Just the night before, he had been a stranger to Guo Wuping, yet today they were inexplicably bonded as brothers. Of course, to me, it seemed like a case of kindred spirits. These two were indeed cut from the same cloth. After chatting for a while, Guo Wuping expressed his hunger and suggested going out for breakfast. Zeng Xiaobao immediately responded, "I know a great place for buns. Guo Xiao, allow me to take you there." Guo Wuping inquired once more whether I would attend, to which I replied that I would not be going. I had not rested well the previous night and was now suffering from aches in my back and waist. I needed to find a place to take a nap. Guo Wuping nodded and remarked, "This bar of yours is rather splendid. Should Wang Kun cause any further trouble, do not hesitate to give me a call." I responded with a smile, "Certainly." Chapter 58. Trouble for Little Bao. I paid little heed to Guo Wuping's courteous remarks. Firstly, our relationship was not particularly deep, and secondly, individuals like Wang Kun and Hong Weijun directly mirrored his father. While I could afford to grant him face in ordinary circumstances, if matters escalated, he was not someone to be feared. Of course, I welcomed Guo Wuping's willingness to assist, despite the shortcomings of the second generation. Wang Kun was still someone to be wary of. After Guo Wuping and Zeng Xiaobao departed, I returned to my rented apartment for a brief slumber. I occupied a two-bedroom flat, one room for myself and the other shared by Afa and Asai. Upon my return, they were still asleep. When I awoke, they had already left. Noticing the time, which had surpassed 8 o'clock in the evening, I quickly freshened up and made my way to the fire bar. As I approached the bar's entrance, I spotted Zeng Xiaobao in a security uniform, chatting animatedly with Afa and Asai. They were clearly not acquainted before, but now seemed quite familiar with one another. As I drew closer, they remained oblivious to my presence, and I overheard Zeng Xiaobao exuberantly proclaim, "Do you know how to quickly befriend a girl you like? Just confess your feelings and say I love you, and she'll likely respond with we're not suited for each other. Let us just be friends. In that case, you'll become friends." Afa furrowed his brow at this, while Asai diligently took notes in a small notebook he had from a meeting. I approached and playfully swatted the back of Zeng Xiaobao's head. "Ouch. Tiger brother," he exclaimed, turning to face me. "Tiger brother." Afa and Asai echoed in greeting, nodding. I turned to Zeng Xiaobao and said, "I thought you had given up being a security guard to join Guo Xiao in making a living." With a beaming smile, Zeng Xiaobao replied, "I've just met him. We're not that familiar yet. Besides, I can't always be the one to seek him out. He has to come to me, otherwise, he'll lose interest before long. He mentioned he'd come by later. I need to ask for leave to drink with him." I said, "For leave, consult Kudali. Your rank doesn't reach me just yet." "Sure." Zeng Xiaobao readily agreed, standing tall, as the brother of Zeng Tongtong. His genes were undoubtedly commendable. Now donned in a sharp security uniform, with his golden hair concealed beneath a cap, he appeared quite vibrant and handsome, particularly with eyes reminiscent of Zeng Tongtong. Truly, if he could excel, Zeng Tongtong could surely rest in peace. thinking of Zeng Tongtong. I couldn't help but sigh and said, "Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. At my level, I can't reach yours. Let us talk here." Zeng Xiaobao remained upright. "Don't push your luck. Come when I ask." I nudged him with my foot and headed toward the office, with Zeng Xiaobao trailing behind. Once inside, I gestured for him to sit and inquired, "Do you know when Wang Tao's case will be decided?" Zeng Xiaobao replied, "It should be this month. Wang Kun cannot obtain a letter of understanding, and my family won't accept compensation. I've heard he has hired a very good lawyer to strive for a verdict of negligent homicide." As he spoke, Zeng Xiaobao's teeth clenched in frustration. I remarked, "That won't be long then. Wang Kun certainly has given up. He will still make efforts against you and your father. While he might not dare to act openly, you should remain cautious and avoid his traps. Do not engage with him." Zeng Xiaobao nodded. "I know. Even if he offers me a mountain of gold, I wouldn't accept it. My sister's life is priceless." Noticing his eyes reddening, I added, "It's not merely about money. He is the type of person who, when cornered, can do anything." I refrained from elaborating too much, fearing to frighten Zeng Xiaobao. However, he dismissively replied, "What's the big deal about murder? I know. A friend of mine witnessed him kill someone." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Zeng Xiaobao clarified. "A friend of mine saw him kill someone named Lu." "What was it, Lu something?" "Lu Fuxing," I exclaimed. "Yes, that's right, Lu Fuxing." Zeng Xiaobao nodded, surprised. "Tiger brother, you know him?" I was elated. I had tirelessly sought evidence against Wang Kun for his involvement in murder, and now I had a direct witness. Zeng Xiaobao was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. First, Guo Wenpeng, then Wang Kun, and now a breakthrough in the Lu Fuxing case. I hardly had time to respond to him and directly asked, "Which friend of yours witnessed Wang Kun commit murder?" Zeng Xiaobao pondered. "He is not a very close friend. I've only seen him a few times." "What's the matter, tiger brother?" I replied. "Can you bring him to see me?" Zeng Xiaobao's expression grew serious. "Tiger brother, what do you intend to do?" I stated, "What do you think?" "Of course, to send Wang Kun to prison." Zeng Xiaobao's usual playful demeanor vanished as he said gravely, "Tiger brother, I want this guy in prison even more than you do. Seeing him so arrogant makes me furious. But I feel he won't dare to show his face. He won't." I insisted. "Regardless of whether he dares or not, just bring him to me. We can discuss other matters later. Trust me, I can bring Wang Kun down." Zeng Xiaobao scrutinized me, and after a lengthy silence, he slowly said, "Tiger brother, do you know why I insisted on coming to the fire bar? Because my sister once told me you are a reliable person and that she might marry you in the future. That's why I don't recognize Wei Liang. I only recognize you. Everyone in Xiang County knows Wang Kun is not someone to be trifled with. While I'm not afraid of him, I know he is dangerous. If you want me to go, I will, but you must guarantee my friend's safety." I assured him, "I guarantee it." Zeng Xiaobao nodded. "I'm not very familiar with this friend. I've only seen him once or twice and don't have his phone number, but I know where to find him." "Tiger brother, just wait. I'll go right now." After Zeng Xiaobao departed, I sat in my office, filled with anticipation. A witness, one who had seen Wang Kun kill Lu Fuxing. This evidence was undeniably substantial. Once Wang Kun was apprehended, implicating Hong Weijun, the case surrounding Lu Fuxing would be thoroughly resolved. Yet, an hour passed, then two. By 11 o'clock at night, Zeng Xiaobao still had not contacted me. And when I called him, he did not answer. Had something gone awry? Growing anxious, I could not resist leaving the office and entering the bar's main hall. At this hour, the bar was bustling. The DJ and performers were putting their all into it, and the patrons were in high spirits. Kudali, Afa Asai, and others were diligently performing their duties, but Zeng Xiaobao was nowhere to be seen. Managerly, suddenly, someone waved at me. It was Guo Wenpeng. He had indeed arrived. Reserving the most luxurious VIP booth, surrounded by a group of handsome men and beautiful women, all impeccably dressed and clearly from affluent backgrounds. I approached and raised my glass to Guo Wenpeng. He inquired, "Where's Zeng Xiaobao? I haven't seen him. He promised to drink with me tonight." Just as I was about to respond, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I quickly retrieved it. It was a call from Zeng Xiaobao. Upon answering, a chilling voice emerged from the other end. "So you're Zeng Xiaobao's boss?" I frowned. "Yes. What's the matter?" The voice continued. "Zeng Xiaobao owes us 1 million. If he doesn't repay it, we'll have to cut off his hands." "Stay calm. Where are you?" I asked. "At the Mingzhu Hotel." "All right. I'm on my way. Don't do anything rash." As I hung up, Guo Wenpeng quickly sensed something was amiss and asked, "What is going on? Is Xiaobao in trouble?" Chapter 59. Guo Xiao, once again unhinged in a state of utter disarray. I nodded and recounted the contents of the recent phone call. The information I possessed was scant. All I knew was that Zeng Xiaobao had incurred a debt, and the creditors were threatening to sever his hands. I was uncertain whether this debt was long-standing or newly acquired. Guo Wenping furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where?" I replied, "At the Mingzhu Grand Hotel." The Mingzhu Grand Hotel was also under the ownership of Hong Weijun, with a manager named Song Xingwen. The last time we dealt with Wang Kun and subsequently brought Wang Tao into the fray was at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, where we had a slight altercation with Song Xingwen, albeit it was nothing serious and did not breed animosity. Thus, my immediate instinct was to call Song Xingwen and inquire if he was aware of the situation. However, Guo Wenping interjected, "The Mingzhu Grand Hotel? Now I understand why Zeng Xiaobao is in debt." I asked him how he came to that conclusion, and he explained. The top floor of the Mingzhu Grand Hotel houses a casino. Zeng Xiaobao must have ventured there and lost $1 million in a short span. I had instructed Zeng Xiaobao to seek assistance, yet he chose to gamble instead, losing an astonishing sum of $1 million. Truly a case of a lost cause. Frustration gnawed at me, yet I could not afford to dismiss the matter. Fortunately, this was Song Xingwen's territory. "Guo Xiao, allow me to handle this situation," I said, and hurriedly exited the bar, standing at the roadside to contact Song Xingwen. Alas, his phone was turned off. As footsteps approached, Guo Wenping unexpectedly followed me outside, inquiring about the latest developments. I updated him on the situation. He shook his head, calling Song Xingwen is futile. I know him too well. That fellow is blinded by greed. He is certainly aware that Zeng Xiaobao is under your wing and is likely avoiding your call by shutting off his phone. Having recently joined Hong Weijun's entourage, my understanding of Song Xingwen was limited. Guo Wenping's words tightened my brow further. He continued, "The people at the casino are ruthless. Do you have a plan?" Of course, those who run casinos are merciless. One must possess a certain ferocity to survive in such an industry. If they want money, they want to get it. If they seek a life, I shall confront them. $1 million? They jest. My life is not worth a fraction of that. Guo Wenping frowned. It's best not to resort to violence. There is little to gain from it. Wait here. I will make some preparations, and then we shall go together. With that, he stepped aside to make a phone call. I was uncertain what preparations Guo Wenping intended to undertake. I held little hope for this troubled second-generation heir. I returned to my office to tidy up before stepping out again. Guo Wenping approached me, stating, "I'm ready. Let us depart." I assumed he had gone to gather money, but seeing his empty hands made me ponder that perhaps he had funds in his bank account. Yet, for someone I had only just met, it seemed improbable that he would part with $1 million. Guo Wenping did not elaborate, and I refrained from asking. However, with a second-generation companion, I felt a degree of safety. I could hardly believe that the casino patrons would dare act against him. Thus, I was more than willing to accompany Guo Wenping. Without a vehicle, I rode in Guo Wenping's car. Despite his affluent status, he drove a rather unremarkable Volkswagen Magoten, clearly opting for discretion, as his father likely insisted he avoid ostentation. If Guo Wenping was this low-key, I could only imagine the state of affairs had he chosen to flaunt his wealth in our county, where his reputation was far from stellar. As we arrived at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, I called the contact again, and he instructed me to head directly to the top floor, assuring me that the doorman would guide me in. I attempted to reach Song Xingwen once more, but his phone remained off. Indeed, it appeared Guo Wenping's assessment was accurate. He was resolute in avoiding this matter. Together with Guo Wenping, we exited the vehicle and made our way to the hotel entrance, where the reception staff escorted us directly to the top floor. Upon traversing a lengthy corridor and pushing open a grand door, we were greeted by a magnificent hall reminiscent of a palace. The space was bustling with patrons engaged in various games of chance, slot machines, roulette, dice tables, baccarat, pai gow, and mahjong. I had not anticipated such a venue within the Mingzhu Grand Hotel. In addition to the numerous gamblers, several burly men in suits patrolled the area, earpieces in place, exuding an air of professionalism. The staff informed us that Zeng Xiaobao was located in a nearby private room and guided us forward. Although I had prepared myself, I was acutely aware that we were on unfamiliar territory. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I turned to Guo Wenping to inquire about his plan, but as I did, I noticed a rather dazed expression in his eyes, causing my heart to sink. "Wait, where exactly are we?" Guo Wenping asked, confusion written all over his face. I could hardly believe my ears. Guo Wenping had begun to lose his grip on reality once again. "Where is my celestial dog?" he exclaimed. Scanning the surroundings with increasing bewilderment, clearly under the impression that he was some divine figure. With Zeng Xiaobao still in peril, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Heavenly Father, what have I done to deserve this? But now was not the time for complaints. I needed to stabilize Guo Wanpeng to proceed with our mission. Recalling how I had previously managed to calm him, I tentatively said, Brother Yang Jian, we are preparing to create chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Guo Wanpeng's demeanor immediately shifted. Create chaos in the Heavenly Palace? I have long held disdain for that Jade Emperor. Brother, together we shall turn the Heavenly Palace upside down. But where is my celestial dog? To placate his erratic state, I continued. The Jade Emperor has captured the celestial dog. We are on a quest to rescue him. Oh, I see. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you accompanying me on this venture. Guo Wanpeng's excitement was palpable. It is nothing. We are brothers, after all. However, you must heed my directions and refrain from acting impulsively. The Jade Emperor is your uncle, and he possesses the formidable Lotus Lantern. I cautioned him earnestly. Understood. I shall follow your lead. Your experience in this matter is invaluable. Indeed, in every direction. I shall ascertain who the true authority is. Surely it must be my Monkey King. The reception staff, walking ahead of us, could not help but overhear our exchange. Casting a bewildered glance back at us, seemingly questioning our sanity, I maintained a composed facade, saying, just following your guidance. The staff hurriedly proceeded ahead. Having calmed Guo Wanpeng, we continued our advance until we arrived at the door of a private room. The staff knocked before ushering us inside. Inside was a medium-sized room, equipped with several tables for dice, pai gow, slot machines, and mahjong. At that moment, at least 7 or 8 burly men stood within, and at the forefront, behind a dice machine, stood a young man with a charming smile, a streak of white in his hair. Zeng Xiaobao was bound at his feet. Beside him a portly man, both firmly restrained. Huge brother. Upon seeing me enter, Zeng Xiaobao gazed up timidly, clearly aware of his misdeeds. In light of this hopeless case, I found it pointless to address him directly and instead approached the young man with white hair. Huge brother, he echoed, evidently recognizing my identity. I merely acknowledged him with a grunt, but his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing Guo Wanpeng behind me, and he quickly asked, Guo Xiao, what brings you here? Guo Wanpeng ignored him and whispered to me, Brother, is this the Jade Emperor? I replied quietly, Indeed, just follow my lead. Guo Wanpeng nodded, then turned his attention to Zeng Xiaobao, his expression grave, celestial dog. Zeng Xiaobao remained silent. Chapter 60. The dark game of deception. Upon seeing Zeng Xiaobao tied up helplessly, Guo Wanpeng's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, Xiaotian dog, you have suffered. Zeng Xiaobao remained silent. Guo Wanpeng then turned to the rotund man beside him and inquired with curiosity, Who is this? Xiaotian dog, is she your wife? Zeng Xiaobao merely stared. The rotund man was equally at a loss. With his wealth of experience, Zeng Xiaobao quickly discerned Guo Wanpeng's predicament and muttered, Just yesterday, he was the master. Today, he has been reduced to this. Yet, he complied with the performance, stating, Master, she is my wife. You must rescue us. The rotund man, understanding the situation, immediately chimed in, Master, please save us. I am pregnant with his pups. You are about to become a grandfather. Guo Wanpeng gritted his teeth, declaring, Rest assured, I will save you. He then turned to the white-haired man, threateningly stating, Release Xiaotian dog and his wife, or I shall dismantle your heavenly palace. The white-haired man scratched his head and said to those beside him, Guo Xiao is mistaken. Take him away to rest. Several burly men approached Guo Wanpeng. As the second-generation heir, he was my greatest support, and I could not allow them to take him away, lest the situation spiraled further out of control. Thus, I immediately called out, Brother Yang Jian, come here. In a swift motion, Guo Wanpeng darted to my side, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. I turned to the white-haired man and said, Guo Xiao is currently unpredictable. If you make any sudden moves, he will certainly lash out. And the consequences would be dire for everyone involved. Let's focus on our discussion. Noticing Guo Wanpeng standing behind me in relative calm, the white-haired man nodded and said, Tiger brother, I am not seeking you out. It is Zeng Xiaobao who wishes to find you. I replied, Indeed, what is the matter? The white-haired man recounted the events leading up to this moment. Initially, it was the rotund man, Lu Xiaoda, who had been gambling. A frequent patron of the casino. He typically wagered modest sums, but that night, he lost 200,000 and borrowed an additional 150,000 at exorbitant interest. Soon after, Zeng Xiaobao sought out Lu Xiaoda. At this point, I grasped the situation. Lu Xiaoda was likely the witness who had seen Wang Kun murder Lu Fuxing. Zhang Xiaobao urged Lu Xiaodao to leave, but he was unwilling due to his substantial debts. Even if he wanted to leave, the white-haired man would not permit it. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaobao decided to confront the issue himself. With only a little over 1,000 yuan to his name, Zhang Xiaobao quickly lost it all. However, he had a penchant for impulsivity. Determined to recover his losses, he borrowed money at high interest, accumulating a debt of 1 million. At Song Xingwen's casino, there was a strict rule that all debts must be settled before leaving, whether through friends or family. The debts simply had to be cleared. Naturally, Zhang Xiaobao thought of me and called, "Tiger brother, it's my fault." Zhang Xiaobao's face turned pale, clearly aware of his missteps. "What tiger brother? He is your elder brother, the great sage." Guo Wenpeng interjected from behind. Zhang Xiaobao bowed his head, having lost the will to play along with Guo Wenpeng's theatrics. "Xiaodian dog, lift your head. You are the king of dogs. You must not lower your proud countenance." Guo Wenpeng continued to shout. I turned back and gently shushed him, prompting immediate silence from Guo Wenpeng. "Tiger brother, have you brought the 1 million? It shouldn't be in cash, right? A transfer?" The white-haired man asked with a smile. Noticing I had not brought a suitcase. "Is Song Xingwen around?" "Have him come here," I said. "Song Gu is not here today. He has gone out of town." The white-haired man replied, still maintaining a courteous demeanor. So, Song Xingwen was indeed avoiding me. I chuckled. It must be a transfer. But I need to see the promissory note. The white-haired man produced the note, holding it up for me to see. "Tiger brother, note that this was signed an hour ago. If it is not repaid by midnight, it will escalate to 110,000. I leaned in to examine the note, confirming Zhang Xiaobao's signature and fingerprint. In one swift motion, I snatched it away, ripped it apart, and chewed it before swallowing. My actions were so rapid that the white-haired man and his companions were momentarily stunned. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, the promissory note had vanished completely. "What the hell?" Zhang Xiaobao stared at me in disbelief. "Oh my god." Lu Xiaodao was equally dumbfounded. "Tiger brother, what are you doing?" The white-haired man exploded in anger, and his men lunged toward me. "Is this a game of black against black? Are you challenging me? Now that the promissory note is gone, there is no reason to keep us here, right?" I said, shrugging off my coat to reveal a shotgun I had concealed. I pressed it directly against the white-haired man's forehead. However, it was evident that someone in charge of a casino would not be intimidated by such threats. The white-haired man's expression darkened, remaining completely still, while his men drew their weapons and aimed them at my head. "Tiger brother, you and our Song Gu are equals. I have always treated you with respect. But this game is pointless. There are cameras in this room. Even if you eat the promissory note, it will not matter. If you do not produce 1 million today, no one leaves this place. Otherwise, I cannot explain this to Song Gu." The white-haired man said slowly. "Huh. I said I wanted to see Song Xingwen, yet you keep blocking my way, and now you bring him out to intimidate me? I have struck Wang Kun. How significant is your Song Gu to me? Let me be frank. I have explosives hidden in my clothes. If you do not let us go, we shall perish together." As I spoke, I lifted my coat to reveal a block-like object wrapped in tape, with a fuse protruding. Before departing, I had returned to my office. Not only to retrieve the shotgun, but also to prepare this prop. Of course, it was not a real explosive, but a cardboard box disguised as one. Yet I wagered they would not dare to take the risk. "What the hell?" Zhang Xiaobao stared wide-eyed. "Oh my god." Lu Xiaodao was left speechless. The white-haired man was now visibly sweating. "Tiger brother, 1 million is merely a trifle for you. There is no need to escalate this," he said, bewildered. In their eyes, I must have been extraordinarily wealthy and confident of my status, unwilling to risk my life against such petty thugs. However, unbeknownst to them, I had recently taken over the fire bar and did not possess such wealth. I did not see myself as a big boss. I only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Lu Xiaodao had to be rescued. As for the methods I employed, they were of no consequence. Enough chatter. Will you release them or not? I narrowed my eyes. I do not believe the esteemed tiger brother would be so reckless with his life. The white-haired man's gaze slowly drifted downwards. "Let us do this, tiger brother. Disassemble one and toss it down to the ground. If it truly explodes, I will admit defeat and let you go immediately." As he spoke, the white-haired man opened the window behind him. A gust of brisk air rushed in. I thought to myself, how should I put this? I may be clever, but that does not mean others are fools. Very well, let us see it explode then. I feigned calmness, removing the tape from my body while whispering to Guo Wenpeng behind me, "Brother Yang Jian, it's your turn to act. Let us teach that Jade Emperor a lesson." In such a moment, it was essential to create chaos. If Guo Wenpeng stirred up trouble, we would have an opportunity to escape. To my surprise, Guo Wenping glanced nervously at the burly men surrounding us and quietly said, "This is not right. He is my uncle." Chapter 61. The matter is not yet resolved. Guo Wenping surprisingly displayed a moment of hesitation. Here he was, the formidable Erling Shen. Yet he faltered. I couldn't help but express my disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Yang Jian, have you forgotten how the Jade Emperor treated you? He imprisoned your mother beneath Peach Mountain and your sister beneath Huashan. Now, even the Celestial Hound has been captured by him, while your 1,200 grass-head gods stand ready at your command." Noticing our murmurs, Zeng Xiaobao quickly grasped the situation and shouted, "Master, save me. They intend to feast upon my flesh and drink my blood. How can you endure this? It is a blatant affront to your honor." At last, Guo Wenping's ire was ignited, and he lunged at the pale-haired man with ferocity. The pale-haired man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "Jade Emperor, you bully my entire family, and now you lay your hands on my dog. Do you truly believe I, Yang Jian, am but a fish on your chopping block?" Guo Wenping raised his fists and struck down with fervor. The pale-haired man, much like Wang Kun, dared not retaliate, only shouting, "Someone pull him away." A throng of men rushed in, attempting to restrain Guo Wenping. I held no concern for him. No matter the outcome, he would remain unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed to the other side and untied the ropes binding Zeng Xiaobao and Lu Xiaoda. "Let us go," I called out, leading the way towards the door, with the two following closely behind. "You cannot escape," the pale-haired man bellowed. Two men had already subdued Guo Wenping, while others rushed towards us. I swiftly kicked one down, and Zeng Xiaobao seized a vase, smashing it against one of the men. However, Lu Xiaoda cowered, hugging his head and stammering, "Chen Gu, I can't run anymore, please spare us." Chen Gu was the pale-haired man, Bai Chun, a brute who drew a dagger and charged at me. "Brother Hu, I respect you, but if you show me no respect, I shall do likewise." Bai Chun snarled, lunging with his knife. I had no intention of allowing him to succeed. I kicked out, striking him in the abdomen and sending him tumbling. Yet, at that moment, a dozen more burly men rushed in from outside. No matter how skilled I was, I could not contend with such numbers. In a moment of desperation, I pulled out a lighter and held it to the fuse at my waist, declaring, "You wish to test my resolve? Do you truly desire to meet your end?" Silence engulfed the room, as no one dared to make a move. Bai Chun slowly rose from the ground, his demeanor darkening. "Brother Hu, I told you, if you throw one down to the lower level, it is indeed a detonator. I will set you free immediately. The ground below is empty. There's no risk of injury." "Very well." As I pretended to walk towards the window, I was already formulating a plan to take Bai Chen hostage. Just then, Guo Wenping shouted, "Damn it. Let go of me. Bai Chen, are you out of your mind? Why are you holding me down?" Bai Chen immediately turned. "Guo Xiao, you're awake?" Both Zeng Xiaobao and I looked at him, surprised at how swiftly Guo Wenping had regained consciousness, suggesting he hadn't inhaled much. "Get off me." Guo Wenping cursed again, prompting the two men restraining him to release their grip. He stood, approached Bai Chun, and delivered a resounding slap to his face, scolding, "You've got some nerve to lay hands on me." Bai Chun's face flushed with a mix of red and white. "Guo Xiao, it was you earlier that. I don't want to talk to you right now," Guo Wenping retorted. "Li Hu, Xiaobao, let us go." He strode out confidently, with Zeng Xiaobao and me hastily following, dragging Lu Xiaodao along. "Guo Xiao," Bai Chun suddenly called out, "Our brother Song visited your father a few days ago." Guo Wenping halted instantly. The implication was unmistakable. Our gambling den had been duly honored by his father. We could not proceed carelessly. Guo Wenping appeared troubled, lowering his head to gently rub his temples. Bai Chen continued, "Guo Xiao, Zeng Xiaobao owes us 1 million. If this debt is not settled, we will be unable to continue our operations." Guo Wenping remained silent, still massaging his temples. Ultimately, he was merely a second-generation scion. He possessed status but lacked real power. Others might show him respect, but when it came to tangible interests, alas, it was his father who held the greater influence. I sought to alleviate his burden, whispering, "Guo Xiao, let me handle this." Guo Wenping glanced at me and softly replied, "It's all right. My people will be here soon. Just hold on a bit longer." I had no idea whom he had arranged for assistance, but his confidence eased my anxiety slightly. I raised my gaze to Bai Chun, inquiring, "How much does Zeng Xiaobao owe you?" 1 million, Bai Chun replied. I gestured towards Lu Xiaoda, asking, "And him?" 200,000. I reached for the IOU. "Do you take me for a fool?" Bai Chun stubbornly refused to produce the document. Just as I was about to say something, a loud crash echoed from outside, as if the hall's door had been kicked open, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. Don't move. We're conducting an inspection. A voice boomed. Guo Wenpeng smirked. They've arrived. Bai Chen's face paled, and he quickly stepped outside. I peeked out to see Lu Wei leading a contingent of police officers, who had already apprehended several individuals. Understanding dawned on me. These were Guo Wenpeng's reinforcements. At this point, Bai Chen had no time to spare for us. Hastily approaching Lu Wei and inquiring, Captain Lu, what is going on? Lu Wei replied coldly, someone reported that you are running an illegal gambling operation here. Given that Song Xingwen was able to operate a casino here, he must have had the right connections. The sudden inspection indicated that the informant was someone of considerable stature. Bai Chen, not a fool, quickly grasped the situation and pulled Lu Wei aside for a hushed conversation. What Lu Wei conveyed remained a mystery, but ultimately, Bai Chen nodded and returned to our private room, whispering, Guo Xiao, I apologize for today's events. You and your friends may leave. You think you can just disregard my dignity? Guo Wenping confronted Bai Chen, tapping his forehead. Bai Chen lowered his gaze, saying nothing. Li Hu, let us go. Guo Wenpeng turned to me. But there is still an IOU we haven't retrieved, I protested. IOU? Guo Wenpeng extended his hand towards Bai Chen. Without further ado, Bai Chen produced Lu Xiaoda's IOU and handed it over. After Guo Wenpeng accepted the document, we finally departed. As we left, Lu Wei and his team continued their inspection. But I knew it was merely for show. They would not genuinely arrest anyone or impose fines. Upon returning to the bar, Guo Wenping handed me the IOU and then punched Zeng Xiaobao in the chest, admonishing, Have you lost your mind? Gambling with him? Who doesn't he know his operation is rife with deceit? Zeng Xiaobao hung his head in silence. I expressed my gratitude to Guo Wenping, but he shook his head, saying, Your thanks are futile. My intervention is only a temporary fix. While we retrieve the IOU, Song Xingwen will not let this rest. Beyond this point, I can no longer intervene, or else my father will scold me. I reassured him, it's all right. As long as he returns, that is what matters. I will handle the rest myself. Then, I pointed at Zeng Xiaobao, urging, What are you still dawdling for? Go drink with Guo Xiao. Suddenly invigorated, Zeng Xiaobao threw his arms around Guo Wenpeng's shoulders, exclaiming, Guo Xiao, whether it's alcohol or anything else you desire, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Go away. I have no interest in men. Guo Wenpeng exclaimed, chuckling as he entered with Zeng Xiaobao. I pointed at Lu Xiaoda, who was still standing there in a daze, and said, You come with me to the office. Before I could finish my sentence, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I saw it was a call from Song Xingwen. Chapter 62. Re-entering the Grand Hotel just moments ago, I had my phone turned off. Yet the instant something unfolded, the calls began to flood in. This fellow truly is a cunning old fox. I decided to let him stew for a while and did not answer the phone. Instead, I gestured to Lu Xiaoda and led him to my office. Song Xingwen continued to bombard me with calls, so I silenced my phone and set it aside. I pointed at Lu Xiaoda and inquired, Do you know why I summoned you? I assumed that Zeng Xiaobao had briefed him, hence my question. However, he appeared utterly bewildered and asked, What is going on? Tiger brother? Given his cowardly demeanor, I realized that if I revealed the matter directly, he would certainly shy away from identifying Wang Kun. After some contemplation, I produced his IOU and stated, 200,000. Can you repay it? Lu Xiaodao immediately shook his head, declaring he could not. I pressed on, asking him to consider what he could do for me. After a moment of thought, Lu Xiaodao suddenly gritted his teeth, turned his back to me, and began to unfasten his pants. What are you doing? I exclaimed in shock. Tiger brother, I have nothing to offer you. The only advantage I possess is my tender skin. Lu Xiaodao acted swiftly, soon stripping down to his underwear. For heaven's sake, put your clothes back on. I roared, I'm not interested in that. Then I don't know what else I can do for you, Lu Xiaodao replied, turning back to me with a dazed expression. Just put your pants back on. I waved my hand dismissively when suddenly my phone lit up again, this time with a call from Hong Weijun. Clearly, unable to reach me, Song Xingwen had reported to him. While I could afford to ignore Song Xingwen, I could not disregard Hong Weijun's call. Hello, Jun brother. I answered, bracing myself for the inevitable storm to come. Hong Weijun unleashed a torrent of reprimands, chastising me for bringing the police into the matter, as it jeopardized my own business. He insisted I clarify matters with Song Xingwen and warned that if I could not raise the funds, I should return Zeng Xiaobao and Lu Xiaoda, or he would come personally to apprehend them. Sometimes, I ponder how exhausting Hong Weijun's position must be. Juggling the issues with Hu Wenhan while managing the chaos created by his subordinates. I acquiesced to his demands, ended the call, and dialed Song Xingwen. Apologies, Song brother. I didn't catch your call earlier. I said with a cheerful tone. After a brief silence, Song Xingwen replied, enough with the pleasantries. Let us discuss how we'll resolve this matter. 120,000, not a cent less. If we cannot settle this by noon, we will have a reckoning between us. Previously, when handling Wang Kun at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, Song Xingwen felt detached from the situation and refrained from intervening. However, now that his interests were at stake, he was unwilling to yield. The same old refrain, none of Hong Weijun's underlings are cowards, regardless of whom they confront. They will always extract their pound of flesh. I glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30. Song brother, wait for me at the casino. I'll be there shortly. All right, he replied before hanging up. I pocketed my phone, waving the IOU in front of Lu Xiaoda. Do you see this? The matter is far from resolved. Do you have any idea how much effort this has cost me over your trivial issues? Lu Xiaoda gritted his teeth and turned to unfasten his pants once more. Stop right there. I bellowed again. This daily struggle was truly wearing me down. Where did Zhang Xiaobao find such insipid friends? Birds of a feather indeed. I instructed Lu Xiaoda to remain here and go nowhere, and upon exiting, I had Kadali arrange for security to watch over him. Upon entering the bustling bar lobby, I found Zhang Xiaobao drinking merrily with Guo Wenpeng, and even Fa and Kai had been called over to join, all of them beaming with joy, having emerged from their gloom. They could revel in their merriment, while I had to brace myself for the tempest ahead. At times, I cannot fathom what I owe to whom, why I am burdened with these troublesome matters. Upon reflection, aside from fulfilling Wang Wei's mission, I also carry a sense of guilt towards Zeng Tongtong. I must look after her brother. I borrowed the car keys from Guo Wenpeng, who inquired about my destination. I replied I had matters to attend to, and when he offered assistance, I declined, assuring him I could manage alone. He was already quite inebriated and did not press further. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaobao was animatedly gesturing. Guo Xiao, do you know how to mask the scent of a fart? Just ask what has been smeared, and everyone will rush to inhale, thus eliminating the odor. This made Guo Wenpeng burst into laughter, prompting him to order 8 bottles of Ace of Spades, while Kai pulled out a notebook to jot down notes from the meeting. Stepping out into the fresh air away from the raucous bar, I inhaled deeply before sliding into Guo Wenpeng's Volkswagen Magoten. Their revelry was theirs alone. I had nothing. Driving back to the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, I was greeted by a dedicated reception staff awaiting my arrival, prepared to search me. Rest assured, I'm unarmed this time. No guns or explosives, I assured them. The staff nodded and was about to let me in when suddenly, footsteps echoed on either side, and 4 figures emerged, Wu Fan, Dongxing, Fa, and Kai. I stared at them in astonishment. What brings you here? Wu Fan replied. Zheng Xiaobao informed Fa, who then related to us. I clicked my tongue. Zheng Xiaobao really has a big mouth. Wu Fan continued. I don't know what you're up to, but I thought it unwise to let you go alone, so we all came along. Whatever happens, we will face it together. Dongxing nodded in agreement. Yes, we've been hiding away for too long. It's time to get some fresh air. I protested. No way. Wang Kun is searching for you all. If he finds out, we'll be in deep trouble. Wu Fan reassured me. It's fine. He is preoccupied with Wang Tao's affairs and won't bother with us. Besides, Song Xingwen and he aren't in cahoots. He won't betray us. Fa chimed in. Come on, Tiger brother, it's better to go as a group. 5 heads are better than 1. At least we can discuss things if trouble arises. Right, Kai? Kai nodded. What Manager Fa says is true. We owe our livelihood in this city to you. Tiger brother, now that you're in a bind, we will step up. Fa's face darkened. How many times must I tell you? The car wash is closed. Call me brother instead. Yes, brother. Kai apologized. Forgive me, Tiger brother. My cousin is from the countryside and knows nothing. Fa rubbed his hands together. Faced with this motley crew, I felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. However, I had already formulated a plan for my visit to the Mingzhu Grand Hotel, so I need not fear that today would lead to a dead end. I nodded. All right, let us go together. Turning to the reception staff, I instructed. We're all coming in. The staff made a call to verify. Upon learning I had brought 4 companions, Song Xingwen showed no concern and permitted us entry. The entire Mingzhu Grand Hotel was his domain, and he had no fear. That said, the necessary security checks still had to be conducted. I had already been searched, primarily focusing on Wu Fan and the others. They seemed to anticipate a brawl, so they had brought an array of weapons, machetes and daggers among them, but even wrenches, pliers, screwdrivers, and rolling pins were confiscated and tossed aside. This scene left me utterly speechless. Were they planning to fix cars or prepare a meal? Just as I finished my thought, Wu Fan began to complain. Taking my machete is one thing, but what else with the confiscation of my condoms? Afraid I'd use them as balloons to suffocate your boss? Once all their items were collected, we were finally allowed to enter, led by the reception staff. We followed closely behind until we reached the top floor. Suddenly, Dongxing shot me a knowing glance, opened his mouth, and twirled his tongue in a peculiar manner, the tip shimmering with anticipation. Within it was unexpectedly concealed a razor blade. Goodness, Dongxing possesses such remarkable skills. With a swift flick of his tongue, the blade vanished, and he leaned in to whisper to me, "If things go awry later, I shall first take their leader hostage." Chapter 63, The Deception of the Casino. After finishing his task, Dongxing Liang Wu Fan began to flirt with the young lady responsible for our reception. He approached her, showering her with compliments about her beauty, the delightful fragrance of her hair, and her exquisite figure, making her blush deeply. Subsequently, Wu Fan subtly inquired about the situation in the private room, striving for a thorough understanding of the circumstances to ensure victory. Fa and Kai were nearly mesmerized, having never encountered an authentic casino. The myriad of intriguing devices overwhelmed their senses. Had they not had business at hand, they might have already indulged in a few rounds of play. Soon, we were ushered into a private room, once again, the same one. Dominating the scene was naturally Song Xingwen, tall and slender, seated leisurely at a mahjong table, while Bai Chun and another burly man stood behind him. I recognized this man as Song Feng, who seemed to share a familial bond with Song Xingwen, usually tasked with the latter's personal security. Additionally, 6 or 7 intimidating figures loomed on either side. "Where's the money?" Song Xingwen's expression darkened, bypassing pleasantries and heading straight to the point. "Brother Song, I have only recently taken over the fire bar and do not possess such funds," I replied candidly. After a moment of silence, Song Xingwen said, "Li Hu, since we both work under Brother Jun, I shall not make things difficult for you. How about you hand over those 2 individuals, and we'll consider our accounts settled?" I responded, "Their affairs are my own." Song Xingwen raised an eyebrow. "Then you ought to produce the money." "I have no money." Finally, Song Xingwen's patience wore thin. He slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "No money? Why are you even here? Li Hu, do you think my previous inaction regarding your issue with Wang Kun makes you believe I can be easily bullied?" "Brother Song, I do not think that way. Please calm down. I am here to resolve matters," I assured him sincerely. "And how do you propose to resolve this?" "I would like to play a few rounds," I suggested. "I believe today might be my lucky day. Perhaps I can win back over $1 million. Wu Fan, Dongxing, and the others looked at me in astonishment, presuming I had a clever strategy, only to be met with this. Song Xingwen sneered, "You can play, but first, settle your debts." "But it's not even midnight yet. I still have funds to play a couple of rounds," I stated, pulling out several stacks of cash from my pockets and tossing them onto the table. Song Xingwen glanced at his phone, noting only a few minutes remained until midnight. "I can play 1 round. Who knows, I might recover everything in that one go." "What do you wish to play?" he asked. I turned to the various machines in the room, replying, "Let us play the dice. It's fast and can yield substantial winnings." Bai Chen, accompany him for a round. Song Xingwen motioned dismissively. Bai Chen approached the dice machine, powering it on, and I moved closer. "What are you betting on?" Bai Chen asked coldly. I needed to place the change chips before the machine ceased its rotation. I glanced at the options on the table, odd, even, big, small, and without hesitation. I placed my chips on the leopard bet. If I won, I could clear all my debts in one fell swoop. "Are you sure about this bet?" Bai Chen looked at me mockingly, clearly believing I had lost my mind. "Absolutely," I replied, subtly adjusting my ear. "You can hear the dice?" Bai Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise as he noticed my movement. "I have a basic understanding," I smiled, my ear still twitching. The term hearing the dice is a professional casino jargon, referring to gamblers who train their hearing to discern subtle differences in the sounds of dice as they land. Each face produces a distinct sound, but these minute variations are imperceptible to the untrained ear. Even with rigorous training, one would need at least a decade to master it. Indeed, I had learned some gambling techniques from a seasoned cheat during my time in prison, but I had not delved deeply into the subject due to time constraints and the unfortunate condition of my mentor, who had only 3 fingers left. I certainly did not wish to share his fate. Thus, my skills in gambling were rudimentary at best, sufficient to deceive Wu Fan and Dongxing, but not enough to make a significant impact in a real casino. The notion of hearing the dice was a mere charade. I had no such ability. My feigned action was merely intended to bluff Bai Chen. The dice machine finally halted. "Let us see," I said confidently. "It's a leopard." I refused to believe it. Bai Chen reached for the cover. I wore a calm smile as uncertainty flickered across Bai Chen's face. He feared that if it indeed turned out to be a leopard, he would lose over 1 million in one go, and Song Xingwen might retaliate violently. Even Song Xingwen coughed lightly, subtly signaling Bai Chen to refrain from impulsiveness. Go ahead. I continued to smile. Who do you think you're scaring? Bai Chen laughed, pressing his hand on the dice cover while stealthily reaching under the table. What are you doing? I swiftly seized his hand before it could slip away. I'm not doing anything. Bai Chen's face betrayed a hint of panic. I pressed my other hand down on the dice machine, pretending to tip it over. Li Hu, don't damage the machine. Song Xingwen's expression darkened as he quickly approached me. Suddenly, Dong Xing darted out, rubbing his mouth, revealing a glinting blade in his palm. He seized Song Xingwen's hair with one hand and pressed the blade to his neck with the other. Don't move. I am Dong Xing. You've heard of me, haven't you? Of course. Song Xingwen had heard of him, the same Dong Xing who had clashed with Wang Kun in Taoyuan village and burned Wang Tao with boiling oil. Song Xingwen froze. Damn you. The burly Song Feng was enraged, charging directly at Dong Xing. Fa sprang forward, tackling Song Feng, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground. Though Fa was robust, Song Feng was no slouch either, and they were locked in a fierce contest. Song Feng drew a dagger, thrusting it at Fa, who let out a pained cry, rolling on the ground while clutching his rear. Kai stood behind him, hands together, revealing only his index and middle fingers, right in the vital spot. Seizing this opportunity, Fa mounted Song Feng, raining blows upon him. Meanwhile, Bai Chen attempted to thwart my efforts to topple the dice machine. Wu Fan dashed forward, swiftly pulling out a balloon, stretching it to wrap around Bai Chen's neck and yanking him backward with force. Bai Chen gasped, his hands flailing in a futile attempt to escape, his face paling progressively. Ha ha ha, a condom can indeed strangle someone. Thank you for returning it to me. The Okamoto quality is impeccable, truly a loyal companion throughout my battles. Wu Fan was never the type to charge headfirst into danger, but his cunning ideas proved invaluable when he seized the moment. The 6 or 7 burly men in the private room rushed forward, and Dong Xing pressed the blade harder, blood trickling down Song Xingwen's neck. Do you not understand my words? Dong Xing stated coldly. Everyone, stay still. Song Xingwen's face turned pale. He was not afraid of Dong Xing, but was apprehensive about the escalating situation. With no one to obstruct me, I successfully tipped over the dice machine, revealing a small red button nestled beneath. This device could manipulate the dice's outcome, allowing for any bet to be chosen at will, just a light press, and one's wishes could manifest. Previously, Guo Wenpeng had warned me about the trickery in Song Xingwen's establishment. Though spoken in jest, I internalized his words, recalling some cheating techniques shared by the seasoned con artist in prison, which inspired my actions today. The machines outside must be quite similar to this one. I pointed to the red button behind the dice machine and said to Song Xingwen in a low voice, if I were to step outside now and inform the gamblers in the hall, what do you think their reaction would be? Chapter 64. Jackpot. 100,000. Song Xingwen's expression darkened. Perhaps I should take a more drastic approach. I continued. I will spread the word outside. Let everyone know the secrets of this casino. Li Hu, everyone here is under Brother Jun's command. Song Xingwen reminded me in due time. It was you who first disregarded the bond of brotherhood, I replied with a smile. Song Xingwen fell silent. Brother Song. We have 2 choices, I said. First, let us go, and the debts of Zheng Xiaobao and Lu Xiaodao will be cleared. I assure you that I will keep my mouth shut once I leave. Second, you can kill us all, for it is only the dead who can keep secrets. Song Xingwen was no fool and quickly chose the first option. Li Hu, there is no need for such theatrics. We are all brothers here. Aren't there any words we can't share? You say you have no money. I want to press you for it. It's just over 1 million. It won't affect our brotherhood. No worries. Go on. Come visit when you have time. I'm not fond of drinking, but I can enjoy tea. As he finished, Song Xingwen smiled broadly, brighter than when one sees their beloved mother. I truly admired his ability to adapt. I think so too, Brother Song. I shall take my leave now, and I promise to come back as a guest. I smiled slightly and waved my hand. Dong Xing retracted the blade. Wu Fan released Bai Chen, and Afa stood up straight. Everyone was well, except for Song Feng, who was still rolling on the ground, clutching his posterior. Brother Song. I apologize. It's nothing. We are all family here. Song Xingwen replied with a grin, and I returned the gesture, embracing him warmly. Shall we sit a while longer? Not now. I have many matters to attend to. I departed with my companions, and Song Xingwen personally saw us off. The hall remained lively and bustling. This place was far more lucrative than where I came from, with cash flowing in almost every minute. Occasionally, one would encounter a high-rolling gambler, and it was entirely possible to lose over $1 million in one night. Initially, I intended to leave this place early, but Wu Fan and the others were captivated by the dazzling array of machines and were reluctant to part. Perhaps the love for gambling is an inherent trait of man, albeit a detrimental habit. They insisted on playing for a while, but I detested such things, having been deeply impressed by the 3 fingers of that old cheat in prison, and thus I declined their request. However, Song Xingwen chuckled, "Play for a while. If you lose, it's on me, and if you win, it's yours." With that, he had some chips brought over and distributed to Wu Fan and the others, approximately 1,000 each. I could only say, just this 1,000. Once it's gone, we leave immediately. The others received their chips and rushed towards the machines they fancied. As the saying goes, a long gambler knows no winner, no matter who it is. Trying to rake in money from a casino is akin to climbing a mountain. Before long, Wu Fan, Dongxing, and AFA had lost everything, leaving only Akai seated at the slot machine, fiddling with his last chip. "Let us go, Akai," I shouted to him. "Coming, just one last try." Akai inserted his chip into the machine and pressed the button. Ding, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. An avalanche of chips poured out from the machine. Jackpot. A grand total of 100,000. In that moment, everyone in the venue was left speechless. 10 minutes later, Akai walked out of Mingzhu Hotel, beaming while clutching a pile of cash. We could only watch him with a mixture of envy and disbelief. His fortune was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of his nickname. Akai. AFA approached him, grinning. "Cousin, it was my dad who gave you that name. Shouldn't you share half of that money with your older brother?" Akai shook his head, clutching his money tighter. "No way. I am your manager. I command you to give me half. The car wash shop has closed down. You're no longer a manager. Have you forgotten who brought you to the city? Do you believe I can send you back right now?" AFA grinned menacingly. Under AFA's threats and temptations, Akai reluctantly shared half of his winnings, and both brothers were overjoyed. Wu Fan sought to get in on the action, saying, "Having money is not enough. You must learn to enjoy it. Give me half, and I will show you how to spend it, ensuring you enjoy royal treatment." AFA shook his head. "No way. This money is reserved for my future wife." Wu Fan retorted, 5,000 won't get you a decent wife. But if you come with me, you can choose between a flight attendant or a university student." AFA remained resolute. "I don't want a flight attendant or a university student. I just want to marry our village's little flower." Watching them bicker playfully under the streetlight, I couldn't help but smile. Dongxing pulled out a cigarette and offered me one, asking when we might attain freedom. I replied, "Soon. Once I take care of Wang Kun." Speaking of Wang Kun reminded me of Lu Xiaoda, who was still holed up in my office. That fellow had witnessed Wang Kun commit murder. I needed to return promptly to have a word with him. After seeing off Wu Fan and Dongxing, I returned to the bar with Akai. Guo Wenping was still drinking, seemingly even more intoxicated, insisting he was Wu Song, out to kill Pan Jinlian. While Zeng Xiaobao had become Wu Dalong, continually saying, "Forget it, brother, 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are plentiful." Guo Wenpeng stared wide-eyed. "Big brother, didn't you die? How are you back?" I believe Guo Wenpeng genuinely wanted to quit drinking, yet he was unable to. I could only shake my head and return to my office. With security watching, Lu Xiaoda couldn't leave and was forced to wait for me in the office. I sent the security away, locked the door, and took out the IU, saying, "I've settled things with Song Xingwen. This debt is now on my shoulders. How do you plan to repay it without taking off your pants?" Lu Xiaoda grimaced, "Hugo, I truly don't know how to repay it. How about you give me 10 years? 10 years? How could you even say that?" I replied, "Here's the deal. You help me with something, and I'll tear up this IOU." Lu Xiaoda's eyes lit up. "Brother Hu, don't say one thing. I can do 10. I sensed he was now in my grasp, unable to escape my hold. So I asked, "Someone told me you witnessed Wang Kun commit murder?" Lu Xiaoda looked anxious. "Who said that?" "I didn't see anything." I frowned. "Lu Xiaoda, it's just the two of us here. There's no need to hide anything from me. I warn you, it's best to tell me the truth, or I'll show you what I can do." Clang. I drew a dagger and stabbed it into the desk before me. Lu Xiaoda, being the coward he was quick to spill everything after just a little intimidation. He recounted that about 2 months ago, to escape a debt, he fled to the old Yeshan in the west, roughing it for a week, searching for food during the day and sleeping in trees at night. One night, around midnight, he heard the roar of an engine and opened his eyes to see a luxury SUV drive into the mountains, stopping right under the tree he was in. Then, the vehicle turned off, and a middle-aged man stepped out. It was Wang Kun, a well-known figure in Xiong County, and Lu Xiaodao recognized him immediately. As Lu Xiaodao wondered what Wang Kun was doing there in the dead of night, he saw him go to the back of the car, open the trunk, and drag out a burlap sack. Wang Kun glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, turned off the headlights, and, under the moonlight, began to untie the sack. But the moment he opened it, Wang Kun seemed startled, and then he cursed fiercely. "Are you FING with me?" Chapter 65. The dismemberment of that night. I had already surmised that the sack contained Lu Fuxing. Yet the sudden outburst of curses from Wang Kun left me in a state of perplexity. What is happening? I inquired of Lu Xiaodao, my curiosity piqued. "The man is not dead. He is still moving," Lu Xiaodao replied. "If he is not dead, what is there to curse about?" My confusion deepened. Lu Xiaodao continued his narrative. The sack held a middle-aged man in his 50s, a gaping wound in his chest, blood oozing profusely, seemingly inflicted by a sharp blade. Yet, astonishingly, he was very much alive, his chest rising and falling faintly, his eyes fluttering open, and his lips parted as he whispered, "Wang Kun, please don't kill me." Wang Kun paid him no heed and instead retrieved his phone to make a call. "Brother Jun, what the hell is going on? Why is Lu Fuxing still alive?" The so-called Brother Jun could only be Hong Weijun. The silence was palpable, allowing Lu Xiaodao, even from his perch in the tree, to hear the voice from the other end with clarity. "Not dead? Just give him another stab and be done with it." Wang Kun, seething with anger, retorted. It was agreed that Song Xingwen would handle the killing while I would take care of the dismemberment. Why has he been sent to me alive? What is Song Xingwen plotting? Hong Weijun responded, "If he is not dead from the first stab, just stab him again. Why all the needless chatter? Get on with it." With that, he hung up. Wang Kun, still clutching his phone, cursed under his breath for a while before coldly declaring, "So, it's you, Song Xingwen, who leaves the job half done and sends me the living. You must think I'm going to take the fall for this? Not a chance. I'll just bide my time with you." With that, Wang Kun sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Fuxing in the sack. Unable to contain myself, I asked, "Did Wang Kun actually kill anyone?" "Brother Hu, don't rush me. Listen to my tale," Lu Xiaodao implored. On the cool, moonlit mountain, silence enveloped us. Lu Xiaodao perched atop the tree, scarcely daring to breathe, his body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, masking his slight shivers from Wang Kun's awareness. Wang Kun did not move to kill, he merely watched Lu Fuxing. Blood continued to pour from Lu Fuxing's chest. If this persisted, he would surely bleed to death. Thus, he was waiting for Lu Fuxing to succumb, absolving him of any murder charges. Lu Fuxing, aware of Wang Kun's intentions, lay quivering in the sack, pleading, "Wang Kun, let me go. I have plenty of money to share with you." "Brother Shang, do not blame me. You have offended the wrong people," Wang Kun gravely replied. "You cannot treat me this way. Call Hong Weijun. I will speak to him." "Brother Shang, Brother Jun does not wish this either. Blame yourself for your ignorance." After what felt like an eternity, Lu Fuxing finally lay still, his breaths and heartbeat extinguished. Wang Kun waited a moment longer before approaching to examine Lu Fuxing closely. Confirming his death, he then produced a gleaming dagger and began the gruesome task of dismemberment. Yes, dismemberment. Lu Xiaodao recoiled at the mere memory of that scene, feeling nauseated. And indeed he retched, soiling my office carpet. In a flurry, he cleaned up while saying, "Brother Hu," after Wang Kun finished dismembering it. He hastily placed the pieces back into the sack and left. I didn't leave until the next day. I've told no one but you. Even if I had, I wouldn't have shared the details. I was uninterested in such trivialities and frowned, asking, "So, Wang Kun did not kill him?" "No, he merely dismembered him." At the mention of those words, Lu Xiaodao retched again, filling my office with a foul stench. "Then why did you say he had killed someone?" I asked, somewhat irate. "Brother Hu, what is the difference between killing and dismembering? I find dismemberment far more terrifying." Each time Lu Xiaodao uttered the word dismemberment, he retched anew. I felt a headache creeping in. I had long assumed Wang Kun was the murderer, thinking that obtaining evidence against him would suffice, only to discover Song Xingwen's involvement. How long would it take to unravel this case? I instructed Lu Xiaodao to clean the carpet thoroughly, then stepped outside to call Wang Wei. "The murderer is Song Xingwen? Are you certain?" Wang Wei sounded surprised. According to Lu Xiaodao's account, it was Song Xingwen who committed the murder, and Wang Kun handled the dismemberment. I clicked my tongue thoughtfully. Lu Xiaodao is a crucial witness. Bring him to me. Understood. I hung up and returned to my office, where Lu Xiaodao had nearly finished cleaning, sitting on the floor, looking at me expectantly. I walked over, crouched down, and patted his shoulder. You know about my dealings with Wang Kun, don't you? Lu Xiaoda nodded. News travels fast in Xiang County. I intend to see him incarcerated. I'm taking you to meet someone. Just share what you know. Lu Xiaoda, no fool, grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately panicked. Brother Hu, I want to be a witness against him. Please spare me. I cannot face Wang Kun. I don't want to end up dismembered. As he uttered the last two words, he retched once more. I revealed a promissory note, stating he could either repay the debt or testify in court. You choose. Lu Xiaoda fell silent, trembling. I reassured him, fear not. I will ensure your safety. With me around, no one can harm you. With a combination of persuasion and a hint of coercion, I finally convinced him. I let him out, driving in Guo Wenping's Volkswagen Begotten toward the national road leading to the city. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was also en route, and we convened at a junction, successfully handing Lu Xiaoda over to him. Wang Wei handcuffed Lu Xiaoda and secured him in the passenger seat before pulling me aside, visibly excited. Li Hu, you are truly an exceptional informant. I will request an additional 3,000 yuan reward from the higher-ups. Please, I'm now the manager of the Blaze Bar. Earning tens of thousands a month, this amount is hardly a reward, I retorted. Wang Wei rubbed his hands together. There's little I can do. The budget is limited. I sighed. Really, it's only my steadfastness that has kept me from being swayed by Hong Weijun. The allure of those sweet promises is dangerously potent. Not everyone could withstand it. Wang Wei took a breath, placing his hands on my shoulders earnestly. This is precisely why we chose you as an informant. During your 3 years in prison, your exemplary conduct has earned you the admiration of all. We believe you can resist temptation. I waved my hands dismissively. Wang sir, please spare me the flattery. I just want to eliminate Hong Weijun swiftly. What is the plan moving forward? Wang Wei cautiously broached the subject of Song Xingwen. I interrupted. It's going to be difficult. We just had a falling out. Approaching him won't be easy. Wang Wei pondered for a moment, saying, let us give it a shot. If it doesn't work, so be it. You've done enough already. We'll also do our part to thoroughly investigate this Song Xingwen. At this point, Wang Wei sighed deeply, though the case isn't fully resolved. Finding the dismemberment site is a significant breakthrough. I knew I chose the right person. After our conversation, Wang Wei took Lu Xiaoda away, and I returned to the Blaze Bar in Xiang County. The following days passed without incident. There was no news from Hu Wenhan or Song Xingwen. While Wang Kun was busy running around on behalf of his brother, seeking out Zeng Xiaobao multiple times, hoping he would sign the necessary documents, only to be rebuffed each time. Wang Kun firmly believed I was behind the turmoil, and even called me several times, threateningly saying, Li Hu, do not force my hand against you. Chapter 66. The fame-seeking rascal. I often cheerfully remarked to Wang Kun, do I look like someone who has been frightened? Nevertheless, I still caution those around me to exercise prudence and remain vigilant when venturing out, lest they fall prey to others. My current concern is that Wang Kun might use my acquaintances as leverage, apprehending someone to coerce me into persuading the Zeng family to sign a settlement agreement. Fortunately, Wang Kun has remained relatively inactive, burdened enough by his brother's troubles. Over time, everyone has begun to lower their guard. Even Wu Fan and Dong Xing occasionally visit the bar. Given that it's my territory, safety is assured, so I refrain from dissuading them. As long as their journey remains uneventful, youthful spirits easily mingle, particularly since both Wu Fan and Zeng Xiaobao are social butterflies, forming brotherly bonds over a single drink. Hence, the group quickly becomes familiar, spending their days reveling with Guo Wenping, which, in turn, has significantly benefited my bar's business. One evening, after tending to some paperwork in my office, I ventured into the hall and noticed Guo Wenping had veered off course. He fancied himself a modern-day Jiang Zia, preparing to lead an army against the tyrant Zhou, while Zeng Xiaobao and others humorously played along, adopting the roles of Neza, Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, and Lei Zhenzi. They were thoroughly engrossed in their antics. This diversion was, in fact, quite advantageous, as it kept Guo Wenping from bothering other patrons. However, I do worry about the long-term effects of his excessive indulgence, uncertain of how this young man will fare in the future. As I was wandering around the bar, I heard footsteps approaching the entrance. Turning around, I was taken aback to see Lu Wei entering with a group of police officers. I quickly approached him, inquiring, Captain Lu, what is happening? With an expressionless face, Lu Wei replied, nothing, just a routine inspection. I nodded, acknowledging his efforts. Lu Wei and his squad began to canvass the area, causing the music and dancing to halt abruptly. The patrons exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the unfolding situation, while Guo Wenpeng stood atop a sofa, boldly declaring, "Zhou Wang, hand over dodgy. Let me have a taste." Guo Wenpeng's bizarre behavior typically warrants a return for a urine test, yet Lu Wei seemed to disregard him, completing his inspection before making his exit. I gestured for everyone to carry on as I followed Lu Wei outside, escorting him to the police vehicle. "Captain Lu, I appreciate your hard work," I said with a smile, slipping an envelope into his pocket. "No need for that. Just keep things in order here," he retorted, tossing the envelope back into my hands. "We're leaving." Lu Wei nodded and swiftly drove away. I stood there, somewhat dazed, unable to comprehend Lu Wei's purpose for visiting, feeling a sense of confusion. However, clarity soon dawned upon me. Just as Lu Wei departed, a van pulled up in front of me, and a dark gun was thrust out the window, aimed squarely at me. "Li Hu, get in." The person inside was none other than Wang Kun. I remained motionless, frowning as I regarded him. "You're not the only one who can summon people." Wang Kun sneered. "Get in the car. Do you hear me?" I touched my nose and replied, "Wang Kun, there are surveillance cameras everywhere at the bar. I don't believe you would dare to shoot here. If you go inside, who will save your brother?" "Huh. You're quite clever, aren't you?" "Indeed, I wouldn't dare shoot here, but..." With that, Wang Kun suddenly yanked open the rear door of the van. Inside, seated with his back to me, was a youth who appeared quite young, his face still bearing traces of boyishness, yet he clutched a sharp knife, glaring at me with fierce intensity. When I inquired what he could do, he boldly proclaimed he could do anything, and when I asked if he dared to kill, he affirmed his courage. At such a young age, even if he were to commit murder, he would be out in a few years, earning notoriety similar to mine. Wang Kun observed me with a knowing smile. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I understood that Wang Kun was not bluffing. In this line of work, many aspired to ascend by eliminating a boss. And with my existence as a living testament, who wouldn't covet such a fate? With precedents like Inshun and this young fool, such reckless newcomers would never cease to appear. They are willing to fight, to clash, to kill, heedless of consequences, true thugs who fear neither cunning rivals nor greedy elites, but rather these rabid newcomers, unpredictable enough to stab you in the back any day. Truly, do not dismiss this notion lightly. Throughout history, countless leaders have met their downfall in treachery. I have no doubt that at Wang Kun's command, this youth would charge at me without hesitation. "Wang Kun," Brother Jun said, "get in the car." "Wang Kun, get in the car." Wang Kun appeared to lose his patience, signaling to the youth beside him. Without hesitation, the young man lunged at me like the wind, knife poised to stab. Yet he lacked any experience or skill. He relied solely on sheer audacity. I seized his wrist, twisting it downward swiftly. He let out a cry of pain, and the knife clattered to the ground. I swiftly tripped him, sending him sprawling, and then grasped his head, slamming it against the pavement. "Stop wasting time, you fool. You think you can compete with anyone out here?" Inchun is still on the run, exposed to the elements, struggling to find a proper meal. "Do you wish to become the next him?" I scolded, blood splattering across the roadside. However, before long, a throng of individuals emerged from the van, led by Xiao Dao and a Wu, at least 7 or 8 in total. I swiftly grabbed the fallen knife, brandishing it to keep them at bay. What a pathetic bunch! Wang Kun could no longer remain still. He jumped out of the vehicle, brandishing a dagger at me. I must admit, Wang Kun is quite formidable, living up to his reputation as the foremost warrior beneath Hong Weijun. Our struggle would likely take over 10 minutes to yield a victor. Yet, he was not alone, with Xiao Dao and a Wu present. I soon felt blows rain down on my back, and one struck my head, leaving me momentarily dazed. I was quickly subdued and lifted towards the van. The van is a curious vehicle, though it seats only 7. Removing the seats allows it to accommodate a dozen or more. This van had been modified, and a mass of bodies pressed against me, each one pinning down my limbs, rendering me immobile. A Wu, closest to me, whispered in my ear, "Brother Hu, don't worry. When I was searching you earlier, I noticed you wore red underwear too. I didn't expect you to believe in that superstition. Today will surely bring you safety." My mind was already in a haze, but upon hearing this, I couldn't help but shout, "It's my zodiac year. It has nothing to do with you. Li Hu, Brother Hu." Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted outside the car windows. It was Wu Fan and Dong Xing, having heard the commotion and come outside. The bar was bustling with patrons and security personnel. If Wang Kun didn't resort to treachery, I wouldn't be particularly concerned. However, I had intentionally created a din to draw everyone out, yet I still fell short. "Drive," Wang Kun commanded. The driver slammed on the gas, the van roaring with an ear-splitting growl. Next up are you two. Wang Kun leaned out, pointing at Wu Fan and Dong Xing, his enmity towards them evident. Notify Brother Jun. Inform him that I've been captured by Wang Kun. I shouted with all my might. The vehicle sped away, leaving nothing but a cloud of exhaust. The youth I had previously knocked down struggled to his feet, chasing after us for a few steps before halting, bewildered and uncertain of where to go or what to do next. Chapter 67. I fell into the trap inside the van. A group of individuals firmly restrained my arms and legs, preventing any movement. Wang Kun, seated in the passenger seat, smoked with a sullen expression. I knew tonight would not end well. Even if Hong Weijun called, this man would not spare me, as he would surely inflict a few wounds, just as I had done to him at the Mingzhu Hotel. Yet, his primary objective remained to persuade the Zeng family to sign a letter of reconciliation, with his brother's issues taking precedence. Before long, Hong Weijun's call indeed came through. Wang Kun glanced at his phone but chose not to answer. Shortly after, Xiao Dao's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller, he said, Kun good. Jun Gu is calling me. Wang Kun, visibly irritated, eventually answered, Hello, Jun Gu. A torrent of furious insults erupted from the phone. Clear even to me, and Wang Kun refrained from retorting, merely listening in silence. Return Li Hu to me, Hong Weijun bellowed. Jun Gu. I'm just having a talk with him. I want to do anything, Wang Kun replied softly. You know about my brother's situation. A discussion is fine. Come here to talk. No need, Jun Gu, we can handle it ourselves. If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll chop off your entire hand. Hong Weijun continued to roar. Jun Gu, you've never treated me this well. Wang Kun hung up abruptly, returning the phone to Xiao Dao. Afterward, Wang Kun remained silent, continuing to smoke with his window down, his gaze fixated on the night outside. The vehicle sped rapidly, soon leaving the county and entering a dark, unlit country road where coal trucks roared past, and a few sparsely populated eateries appeared, seemingly struggling for business. Pull over, Wang Kun suddenly commanded coldly. The driver complied, parking beside an endless stretch of wilderness, with a few homes on the other side. Wang Kun flicked his cigarette but out the window, turned back, and brandished a gun, pressing it against my head. Just now outside the bar, I truly didn't dare to pull the trigger. May I ask if I dare now? He certainly did. I remained silent, staring at him. I'll ask you again. Can you persuade the Zeng family to sign that letter? Wang Kun's expression hardened. I've told you countless times, I have no authority in this matter. The Zeng family's decisions are beyond my influence. I replied gravely. Zeng Xiaobao is working for you now. You claim you have no say. Wang Kun gritted his teeth, his finger poised on the trigger. You witnessed how stubborn that old man is, and Zeng Xiaobao is no pushover either. Do you honestly believe I have any clout? I'm not being modest. Given the Zeng family's current stance, even the king himself couldn't convince them to change their minds. Damn it, is it impossible to speak to you properly? Wang Kun appeared completely enraged, his fingers squeezing the trigger. Kun Gu. At a crucial moment, Xiao Dao intervened, shaking his head. It's fine, if I kill him. I don't believe Jun Gu would truly ruin me. Wang Kun said in a low voice. Kun Gu, Jun Gu will surely not ruin you. But challenging his authority will not end well for you either. I'm not suggesting you fear him, but we can minimize the damage. Xiao Dao earnestly urged. It was evident that Xiao Dao held considerable sway over Wang Kun, unlike Ah Wu, who was preoccupied with the secrets of red underwear. After listening to Xiao Dao, Wang Kun gradually lowered the gun and then spoke somberly. Li Hu, you must know that our affair is far from finished, right? I replied, I've mentioned before. If you're unsatisfied, we can settle this anytime. Wang Kun retorted, were it not for Junji's orders to spare you, would you still be standing here? I replied, that cannot be helped. Jungu wants me to kill Hu Wenhan. Wang Kun inquired, then why haven't you acted yet? I explained, the timing isn't right. Hu Wenhan is always cautious, making him hard to find. Wang Kun seemed to have awaited this very reply, chuckling softly. You can't find him? I'll help you. He then pointed to a small restaurant across the road, saying, Hu Wenhan is dining there tonight, accompanied by only 2 individuals. You can take him out. I frowned, skeptical. Are you trying to fool me? Would Hu Wenhan eat in such a desolate place? Wang Kun smirked. Hu Wenhan has been restless these days, fearing you might suddenly appear. He rarely ventures into the city anymore, usually staying in the suburbs. Moreover, don't be deceived by the restaurant's exterior. It's opulent inside, with all sorts of entertainment. Upon hearing this, I remarked, are you treating me like a fool? If it's such a high-end venue, how could their security be lax? Trying to have me kill Hu Wenhan there is tantamount to asking for my own demise. Are you going or not? Wang Kun, clearly infuriated, drew the gun on me again. Huh. Going in means death. Staying here also means death, so I might as well die here. At least Jungu could avenge me. I retorted coldly. Then die. Facing my defiance, Wang Kun erupted in fury, seizing my hair and jamming the gun against my chin. Kuingu. Calm down. Xiao Dao again restrained him. Drive. Wang Kun suddenly roared. The driver floored the gas pedal, speeding towards an even more desolate area. Wang Kun continued to curse, declaring his intent to bury me at Laoi Mountain, while Xiao Dao repeatedly urged him to spare me, suggesting that a gentleman's revenge is best served 10 years later. He proposed that after I dealt with Hu Wenhan, we could settle accounts then, at which point the justification would be clear and Jungu would not interfere. Moreover, Wang Tao's matters remained unresolved, making it ill-advised to stir up further trouble. After much persuasion, Wang Kun finally calmed slightly, gazing out the window for a moment before suddenly barking, "Stop!" The van screeched to a halt by the roadside, and Wang Kun cursed, "Throw him out." Xiao Dao opened the door, and several of them exerted force, unceremoniously tossing me out, with Awu whispering in my ear, "See, Tiger Gu? I told you wearing red underwear works." With a thud, I landed on the roadside, and the van sped away. What lunacy! Abandoned in the dead of night. I climbed to my feet and shouted curses at the direction the van had departed, but alas, no one could hear me. The vehicle vanished quickly, leaving me utterly alone. I glanced around, realizing I was in a desolate area, devoid of any signs of civilization. No houses, no lights, not even a single vehicle passing by. I was utterly lost. However, fortune smiled upon me, for not far from where I stood was a road sign indicating the distance to XX County. I pulled out my phone and dialed Kudali, sending him my location and urging him to dispatch 2 individuals to retrieve me. Shortly thereafter, my phone rang. It was Wu Fan, cheerfully exclaiming, "Li Hu, you're quite something." Escaping Wang Kun's clutches, "Huh? Just wait. I'll be there shortly to pick you up." Upon hearing he was coming, I panicked. "What are you coming for? Aren't you afraid of Wang Kun catching you? There are plenty of people at the bar. You don't need to intervene." Wu Fan remained cheerful. "Oh, it's nothing. We're in the suburbs, no problem. Besides, no one else has a car. You're my son. If I don't pick you up, who will? Don't worry, I'll be there with Dong Xing in no time. And once I have you back, I'll crack open a bottle of Ace of Spades to soothe your wounded spirit." With that, Wu Fan hung up, and I clicked my tongue, feeling utterly exasperated with him. I sat on the roadside, smoking while waiting for him. The night breeze gently blew, enveloping me in darkness, with the cold moonlight streaming down, casting everything around me in a hazy blur. I cannot quite explain it, but an unsettling premonition suddenly washed over me, as if someone were covertly watching my every move. By some inexplicable force, I lifted my gaze and, to my astonishment, noticed a shadowy figure seemingly shifting behind the furrows of the opposite field. A jolt of realization surged through my mind. I've fallen into a trap. Chapter 68, 2 People. Severely wounded Wang Kun had no intention of letting me go. Instead, he devised a plan to use me as bait to lure in more victims. He also aimed to deal with Wu Fan and Dong Xing, but since he could not directly storm into the Blaze Bar, he left me here to make a phone call while he stealthily positioned himself for an ambush. Regardless of whom I called, Wu Fan would inevitably come to my aid, for he was the one closest to me and cared for me the most. If Wu Fan were to come, he would surely bring Dong Xing along. From the very beginning, Wang Kun had anticipated everything. Realizing this, I immediately leaped off the ridge and sprinted forward, taking out my phone to call Wu Fan. The earth and grass crunching beneath my feet. "Hey, don't rush me. I'm here. Why don't I see you?" Wu Fan answered the phone, his voice cheerful. "Here." I spun around abruptly and spotted a van with its lights flashing parked by the roadside where I had previously lingered. "Run. Quickly. There's an ambush over there." I shouted into the phone, but it was already too late. I could hear the cacophony of footsteps. The van had evidently been surrounded. From my distant vantage point, I could make out shadowy figures, followed by the sound of clubs shattering glass, and the furious shouts and curses of Wu Fan and Dong Xing. Combat had clearly erupted. Damn it! I abruptly ended the call and frantically dashed back, my dagger drawn. However, by the time I reached the roadside, the battle had concluded. That group had already leaped down the ridge onto the opposite road, swiftly fleeing in the other direction. The van lay in ruins, all its windows shattered, and Wu Fan and Dong Xing were sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered, each bearing countless wounds. uncertain of whether they were still alive. Wu Fan, Dongxing, trembling. I reached out to touch them and was relieved to find they still had a pulse, their chests faintly rising and falling. They were alive. I hastily loaded them into the van. Though battered, it still functioned. I pressed the accelerator to the limit, driving the wrecked vehicle to its utmost capacity. The doors and body trembling as if they might disintegrate at any moment, cold air rushing in. Li Hu, Wu Fan, lying in the back seat, suddenly called out weakly. I'm here. I replied instantly. Hold on. I'm taking you to the hospital. After this, I will avenge you. I swear it. I shouted, my eyes misting with emotion. No. It feels like I've been cut on the face. Why is it so cold? Can you check if I'm disfigured? I rely on this face for a living. It can't be ruined, Wu Fan spoke feebly. I glanced back and saw a horrific gash on his left cheek. Disfigurement was undoubtedly a certainty. There was no need for further deliberation. Wu Fan had always valued his looks, considering them his capital for survival. Back in school, he was meticulous about his skincare, using more lotions and serums than most women, often repeating, as long as I have this face, I will never starve. But now, I fought back tears and forced out, a man looks even more handsome with scars. Damn it, Wu Fan muttered under his breath, realizing something, and then fell silent. I could no longer contain my anguish. Tears streamed down my face as I cursed Wang Kun 1,000 times in my heart, vowing to make him pay dearly. Upon arriving at the hospital, I parked the vehicle at the emergency department's entrance, leaping out and shouting, Doctor, help! Doctor, help! A flurry of medical staff rushed out, swiftly transferring the bloodied Wu Fan and Dongxing onto a stretcher. Dongxing was conscious but remained silent until he was on the verge of entering the operating room. When he finally said to me it was Qi Jun who attacked us. Qi Jun, a henchman of Hu Han, was the same thug who had once clashed with Dongxing and had previously shot at me in my blaze bar office, piercing my palm. I had always thought it was Wang Kun behind it all, but it was Qi Jun. Understood, I nodded gravely at Dongxing. As I watched them enter the operating room, I took out my phone and called Kudali to arrange for a few security guards to come over. After hanging up, I sat on a bench at the entrance, reflecting on all that had transpired. First, Wang Kun kidnapped me, then abandoned me in the wilderness. And now Qi Jun had inexplicably appeared. It was evident that Wang Kun and Qi Jun had been in collusion, due to the pressure from Hong Weijun. Wang Kun found it inconvenient to act directly against me, so he chose to employ Qi Jun as an assassin. It was clear that if I reported Wang Kun to Hong Weijun, he would vehemently deny any connection to Qi Jun, claiming, I don't know. I just left Li Hu by the roadside. Qi Jun? He probably followed him on his own. I would be left with no recourse, fully aware of Wang Kun's involvement, yet unable to confront him. But would I simply swallow this humiliation? The outcome is obvious. Absolutely not. I closed my eyes, devising my next plan in my mind. Both Qi Jun and Wang Kun would be dealt with. None would escape. Lost in thought, I heard footsteps approaching. AFA, Akai, Zeng Xiaobao, and Guo Wenping had arrived. I had instructed Kudali to arrange for a few security guards, so AFA and the others' presence was expected. But why was Guo Wenping here too? Young Master Guo. I stood up to greet him, keenly observing his expression, anxious he might misconstrue the hospital as a den of chaos. Wu Fan and Dongxing were attacked? What happened? Guo Wenping asked, his brow furrowed, his demeanor seemingly normal, indicating he should be fine for now. Wu Fan and Dongxing had spent considerable time with him recently, so there was some rapport. I recounted the events, and it was clear to all that Wang Kun was behind it. Anyone with a brain would deduce that Qi Jun wouldn't have appeared without reason. Knowing doesn't help, Wang Kun admitted, so don't expect Hong Weijun to take our side. I said somberly. The others nodded in agreement, some suggesting we deal with Qi Jun first, while others advocated for confronting Wang Kun. Only Guo Wenping hesitantly suggested, what about calling the police? I could help you secure more compensation. Guo Wenping, being a person of authority, preferred to take the official route when issues arose. But to be honest, if given the choice, Wu Fan and Dongxing would undoubtedly seek revenge, not some trivial money. After I turned down his suggestion, Guo Wenping added, what do you plan to do next? I replied, first, we find Qi Jun, then Wang Kun. I want to let either escape. Then I asked, young Master Guo, can you set up a meeting with Qi Jun? Guo Wenping nodded. I can arrange that. I could call him at 3 in the morning. And even if he is with a woman, he would come to meet me immediately. But he knows I've been frequenting the Blaze Bar, and that we have a good rapport, so he'll likely anticipate your intentions and prepare accordingly. That is fine. Just set up the meeting. I'll handle the rest. I assured him confidently. Seeing my resolute demeanor, Guo Wenping readily agreed. All right. I'll arrange it now. Guo Wenpeng pulled out his phone and called Qi Jun on the spot, inviting him for a massage at the Putagen Wellness Center. Qi Jun hesitated, clearly sensing a trap, but unable to refuse Guo Wenpeng. He reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, Guo Wenpeng said to me, "It's set. But he will undoubtedly come prepared." I replied, "That's all right. I have my own plans." "All right. I'll take my leave then. See you at Putagen later." Guo Wenpeng turned to leave. "Young Master Guo," I called out to him. Guo Wenpeng turned his head. Chapter 69. Next. It's your turn. After Guo Wenpeng departed, I discreetly arranged a few matters at the scene before silently leaving the hospital. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guo Wenpeng arrived at the entrance of the Bodhi Root massage parlor. He had scarcely waited when several vans rolled up, each brimming with people. "Young Master Guo." As the vehicles came to a halt, Qi Jun was the first to leap out, a broad smile lighting up his face. "Why have you brought so many people for a mere massage?" Guo Wenpeng frowned. "It's nothing. They were just on their way to handle some business and kindly gave me a lift. You all go ahead. I'll accompany young Master Guo for a foot bath." Qi Jun cheerfully waved goodbye to the occupants of the van and promptly entered the establishment with Guo Wenpeng. However, the vans did not depart. Instead, they parked by the roadside, their occupants fixated on the entrance of the massage parlor, poised to rush in at the slightest sign of disturbance. Not far around the corner, I was gathered with Afa, ACA, Zeng Xiaobao, and Kadali. "There are quite a few of them, at least 30 or 40, Kadali remarked, clicking his tongue. "With so many people, we'd be trampled to death, 1 foot per person." "Are you afraid?" Zeng Xiaobao shot him a sidelong glance. I'm over 30 now, with a wife and kids at home. It's impossible not to be afraid. But for Brother Hu, I must brace myself." Kadali wore a look of resignation. "That's irrelevant. I will take action," Office said, lowering his head to tighten his shoelaces and pant legs. ACA quietly stood behind him, his hands clasped, revealing only his index and middle fingers. "What are you doing?" Afa jumped up, fearfully shielding himself. "Sorry, cousin. It's just a habit." ACA quickly withdrew his hands. "All right, follow my plan. There shouldn't be any major issues." I waved my hand and commanded. "Let us go." Understood. The group swiftly drew their pre-prepared weapons, wielding machetes and steel pipes, some even binding towels around their hands. Resembling 4 valiant warriors ready to face death. "Be cautious," I exhaled, nodding at them. They charged forth, the sound of their hasty footsteps echoing as they soon reached the entrance of the Bodhi Root massage parlor. Unsurprisingly, those in the vans noticed them immediately. It seems like Hu Li's men have indeed arrived. Qi Jun's subordinates, led by a sharp-eyed youth named Yu Jia, quickly drew a combat knife, preparing to exit the vehicle. Meanwhile, Zeng Xiaobao produced his phone. "Hello, Brother Hu." "What?" Qi Jun was thrown out to the backyard? "All right, we're heading over." Zeng Xiaobao hung up and gestured to Afa, ACA, and Kadali. They followed Zeng Xiaobao as they hastily made their way to the opposite side of the street. Where a row of shops lined the area, they needed to circumvent the entire street to reach the backyard. Upon hearing this, Yu Jia's mind buzzed. He immediately shouted, "Quick! To the backyard!" Leading the charge, Yu Jia dashed out, followed closely by a throng of people, while Zeng Xiaobao and his group sprinted ahead. Both factions swiftly vanished at the end of the street. "What is the point of gathering such a large crowd?" I scoffed, emerging from the street corner and stepping into the massage parlor. "Hello. Do you have a reservation?" A server promptly approached me. "Young Master Guo sent me. Right this way." "Please." I was not the least bit concerned that Yu Jia and his men would suddenly return, at least not for the time being. Zeng Xiaobao possessed a myriad of clever tactics to delay them. Under the server's guidance, I quickly arrived at the door of a private room. I waved my hand to signal the server that I could enter alone. Once the server departed, I swiftly pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room where Qi Jun and Guo Wenping reclined on sofa beds, both clad in loose blue bathrobes, attended by young women washing their feet. Seeing me burst in, Qi Jun appeared entirely unfazed. He swiftly lifted a towel from the headboard and produced a dark pistol, aiming it in my direction. The 2 young women shrieked and cowered in the corner. "If you don't kill me today, I will undoubtedly eliminate you." I strode forward fearlessly. Previously, Qi Jun had pointed a gun at my head in my office. In the aftermath, Hong Weijun had informed me that he would never actually pull the trigger. In our line of work, no one desires to resort to such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Qi Jun had not reached a point of desperation. Believing that a throng of his underlings awaited outside, making it all too easy for him to subdue me. Thus, I was certain he would refrain from firing, emboldening me to advance. Bang! Qi Jun fired a shot, but not at me. He aimed at the ceiling. This served dual purposes, to intimidate me and to signal his men outside to enter. Unfortunately, neither goal was achieved. I was not afraid of him, and there was no one outside. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged toward him, delivering a swift kick to his wrist, sending the pistol flying, and then drew a dagger, plunging it mercilessly into his abdomen. Li Hu, what are you doing? Stop! Guo Wenping shouted, leaping up to confront me. Young Master Guo, this is none of your concern. This is a personal vendetta between me and this man. I continued my assault, pressing the blade against his flesh, relentlessly stabbing. Compared to 3 years ago when I had stabbed Old Fu, my experience had undoubtedly grown. I knew how to inflict pain without causing excessive bleeding, ensuring he experienced profound agony and terror. Qi Jun's combat prowess was not initially this feeble. He was at least on par with Wang Kun. But having lost the element of surprise, he was taken aback when the gun failed to intimidate me. By the time he attempted to retaliate, he had already endured several stabs and was rendered powerless. Qi Jun collapsed to the floor, clutching his bleeding abdomen, and I seized the back of his collar, delivering a few more stabs to his back. What do you mean this has nothing to do with me? Qi Jun is my guest, Guo Wenping exclaimed as he approached, attempting to wrest the knife from my grip. I offered no resistance and allowed him to take it. Are you out of your mind? You've stabbed him to this extent. Guo Wenping kicked me again in frustration. Ignoring him, I turned to Qi Jun and stated, Wu Fan and Dong Xing are still lying in the hospital. Deliver 500,000 within 3 days, or I will undoubtedly come after you again. With that, I spun on my heel and departed. This is simply lawless. Guo Wenping cursed, assisting Qi Jun to his feet. I will call the police immediately. We cannot allow this brat to be so arrogant. Young Master Guo, don't call the police. Qi Jun's face turned ashen. Why not? Guo Wenping was taken aback. Don't report it, Qi Jun insisted, shaking his head. He understood that my mention of Wu Fan and Dong Xing was not merely about money. It was a warning. If he called the police, he too would face consequences. Once outside the massage parlor, I called Zeng Xiaobao. How did it go with you? I inquired. Hee. I led them on a chase for 2 blocks and just managed to shake those big fools off. What about you, Brother Hu? Did it go smoothly? Zeng Xiaobao queried in return. Quite smoothly. I stabbed that guy a dozen times, enough to keep him bedridden for a while. Brother Hu, that was brilliantly executed. We greatly admire your skills. Now it's Wang Kun's turn. What do you plan to do about him? Zeng Xiaobao asked again. As for Wang Kun, you cannot assist. I will handle it myself. Not so, Brother Hu. What exactly do you intend to do? Are you going to his house or to the coal factory? Before he could finish, I hung up. Wang Kun, it's your turn next. Standing by the roadside, my eyes radiated a menacing glint. Chapter 70. The ambulance approached from a distance and came to a halt in front of the massage parlor, while I discreetly slipped into a nearby alley. I called Wang Wei to inquire about the progress on his end. Wang Wei informed me that he had gathered substantial information from Liu Xiaoda and had located the dismemberment site at Laoyishan. Although Wang Kun had attempted to clean up the scene, it was not thoroughly done. He likely did not anticipate that this location would come to light. Consequently, the municipal bureau was making significant progress and had uncovered a wealth of valuable evidence. Does that mean we can apprehend him now? I asked eagerly. Yes, we can. But what? Wang Kun had not personally committed murder, so the most he could be charged with were conspiracy or desecration of a corpse, which would not carry a lengthy sentence. He had numerous enterprises outside, all closely linked to Hong Weijun, making it impossible to rely on him to implicate Song Xingwen. Apprehending him now would only alert the others, so I preferred to gather incriminating evidence against Song Xingwen and take down their entire gang in one fell swoop. Before Wang Wei could finish, I ended the call. I understood that expecting an immediate arrest was futile. Thus, I dialed Hong Weijun's number. What is up, Li Hu? Hong Weijun answered, the sound of mahjong tiles clattering in the background. He genuinely seemed to relish the game. Brother Jun, I've encountered some trouble. I recounted my recent experiences in detail. Are you certain that it was Wang Kun who contacted Qi Jun? Hong Weijun's tone turned grave. Brother Jun, in that desolate wilderness, how could Qi Jun have known if Wang Kun hadn't he mentioned it? I can't believe you can't figure out it was him. Li Hu, one must operate on evidence, Brother Jun. I interrupted. If you're not going to take action, I'll confront Wang Kun myself, just as I did with Qi Jun. Hong Weijun undoubtedly believed in my capabilities. Recent events had rendered anyone hesitant to underestimate me. After a moment of silence, he said, come to my house. I'll call Wang Kun as well. Neither of you is to bring any subordinates or weapons. At my place, we'll sort things out, and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer. Understood. I hung up and took a taxi to Hong Weijun's residence. Having visited once before, I was familiar with the route to the villa in the suburbs. The security guard announced my arrival before granting me access. Upon reaching Hong Weijun's door, I did not rush in but instead circled around the villa. Through the windows, I saw that Wang Kun had already arrived and was drinking with Hong Weijun in the living room, with no one else from Wang Kun's entourage in sight. I then approached the front door and knocked gently. Hong Weijun answered, having just bathed, clad in a white bathrobe, his hair still damp. Upon seeing me, he greeted me with a broad smile. You're not carrying any weapons, are you? I shook my head and replied, no. I trust you. Come in. Hong Weijun stepped aside. I hadn't anticipated that Hong Weijun wouldn't even check. Had I known, I would have discreetly tucked a dagger away. As we were brothers, there was nothing to hide. Come, have a seat. Hong Weijun draped an arm around my shoulders and led me to the sofa in the living room. The coffee table was laden with beer and snacks, while Wang Kun sat to the side, his expression dark and sullen. Hong Weijun deliberately placed himself between us, opening a bottle of beer for me. How are Wu Fan and Dong Xing faring? He inquired. Each received over a dozen stabs. Wu Fan's face is disfigured. At this, I raised my gaze and glared at Wang Kun fiercely. Don't look at me. It's not my fault, Wang Kun said, touching his own face. Disfigured? That's quite unfortunate. I remember that lad was rather handsome. Hong Weijun reminisced about Wu Fan and couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. My glare intensified, and my fingers twitched slightly. Wang Kun, feeling uneasy under my scrutiny, was about to speak when his phone rang. Hello, Wang Kun answered, his demeanor shifting abruptly. What do you mean, wearing red underwear? How would I be in trouble? Get lost? Don't bother me with your superstitions. Wang Kun hung up and said earnestly, let me reiterate, I have nothing to do with Qi Jun. I truly don't know why he followed us. Hong Weijun added, yes, Li Hu. I've asked Wang Kun, and he insists he wasn't involved. He has been with me for many years. He wouldn't deceive me. Don't rush. Let me analyze the situation and see if it makes sense. Wang Kun initially brought you to Wu Ji restaurant, claiming Hu Wenhan was there, prompting you to kill him, correct? But you didn't go, and he subsequently took you away. Is it possible that during that time, Qi Jun followed you? Qi Jun was also at Wu Ji restaurant and discovered your presence with Wang Kun before he could finish. I interrupted. Brother Jun, are you resolutely protecting Wang Kun? Hong Weijun frowned. How can you say that I'm protecting him? I'm merely stating the facts. Fine. If we're discussing facts, let me share mine. After Wang Kun pushed me out of the car, I squatted by the roadside for half an hour without a single vehicle passing by. How did Qi Jun manage to follow me? He must have been lying in wait there. How could he have known that Wang Kun would push me out there? He should quit the underworld and try his hand at fortune-telling. Hong Weijun raised an eyebrow, clearly at a loss for words. Wang Kun's expression darkened further. I found it hard to believe that Hong Weijun had not considered this point. He was clearly biased in favor of Wang Kun. Brother Jun, if you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation, once I step out of this door, I will undoubtedly confront Brother Kun. With a loud bang, Hong Weijun suddenly slammed the table, his face flushed with anger. Confront? You only know how to act tough. If you have the guts, go challenge Hu Wenhan. I replied coolly, I just stabbed Qi Jun a dozen times at Putigen. Hong Weijun was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Kun's expression turned even grimmer. I took a sip of beer, sampled a duck neck, and wiped my hands and mouth with a napkin. Brother Jun, thank you for your hospitality. I'll take my leave now and not disturb your rest. As for Brother Kun's alleged collusion with Qi Jun, if you think it's inconsequential, I want to concern myself with it. But let me reiterate, once I exit this door, I intend to settle matters with Brother Kun. In truth, I did not believe that Wang Kun had any real connection with Qi Jun. He had merely employed a few tactics to send messages to Qi Jun through a third party, aiming to achieve his ends by using another's hand. They had always been sworn enemies. I deliberately made such statements, partly to irritate Wang Kun and partly to undermine his standing in Hong Weijun's eyes, though success was unlikely. Every journey begins with a single step, and a slight disturbance could yield results. After delivering my remarks, I rose, pretending to head for the exit, but instead, I seized a beer bottle from the table and brought it crashing down onto Wang Kun's head. Indeed, I had no intention of waiting until after I left to settle scores with Wang Kun, for I was not one to delay revenge. I needed to act immediately. All the prior conversation had been a ruse to lower their guard. It appeared this strategy succeeded. as both men believed I was about to leave and did not anticipate my sudden strike, leaving them completely unprepared. Thus, the beer bottle shattered against Wang Kun's balding head. With a resounding crack, glass shards flew, and blood poured forth, mingling with the frothy beer cascading down. Those who have either struck or been struck with a beer bottle know that while it looks intimidating and creates a dramatic scene, it inflicts minimal damage, at most. It causes a bit of dizziness, hardly anything severe. Hence, I had no intention of stopping there. Gripping half of the beer bottle, I continued to jab at Wang Kun. Why didn't you wear the red underwear? Now you regret it, don't you? I bellowed, thrusting repeatedly into Wang Kun's abdomen. Chapter 71. The suffering of the common people in dealing with Qi Jun and Wang Kun. I prioritized swiftness, for both possessed commendable skills. Once a struggle ensued. The outcome was uncertain and time-consuming. A friend from prison once imparted two crucial lessons. Either refrain from striking or, if one does engage, ensure the opponent is incapacitated without granting them a moment's respite. In mere moments, Wang Kun lay incapacitated on the ground, while Hong Weijun, filled with rage, brandished a shotgun, aiming it at my head and bellowing, "Damn it, stop right now." I disregarded his command, continuing my relentless assault on Wang Kun. Not out of any inflated sense of my standing in Hong Weijun's eyes, but rather because I was acutely aware that he would not dare to lay a finger on me until the matter involving Hu Han was resolved. However, the next instant, Hong Weijun retrieved a baseball bat from beneath the sofa and swung it fiercely at my arm and back. Indeed, he would not kill me, but he was certainly capable of administering a severe beating. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. I wielded a shattered beer bottle, viciously stabbing Wang Kun, while Hong Weijun hurled curses and struck me with the bat. Both Wang Kun and I succumbed to the ground. Yet, outwardly, Wang Kun fared far worse. Blood streamed from his head and abdomen, while I possibly suffered a cracked bone, my body bruised and swollen, yet my clothing remained relatively clean. What madness was this? Did Hong Weijun truly fail to recognize my status as the elder brother? He discarded the bat and delivered a fierce kick to my chest. Wang Kun lay gasping on the floor, his hands groping for a shard of glass. Was this not enough? Suddenly, Hong Weijun kicked his wrist, and Wang Kun finally lay still. Though Hong Weijun was robust, his life of luxury had rendered him unaccustomed to physical exertion. He rolled up his sleeves, wiped the sweat from his brow, and pointed at me, declaring, "Once the matter with Hu Han is settled, I will give you a sum of money, and then you can leave as far as your legs will carry you. My temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha as you." This was akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Regarding Hu Han, my understanding of the developments had always been vague. However, from snippets of conversation, I gathered that since Zhou Xiangyang's death and Qi Jun's severe beating in Taoyuan village, the once formidable figure in Xiang County had become noticeably anxious. Having not appeared in public for quite some time, always flanked by a throng of followers, it seemed everything was unfolding according to Hong Weijun's plan. Just as success appeared imminent, he issued an eviction order, instructing me to leave at once. In my fury, I found it somewhat understandable, for I had indeed been rather rebellious and disobedient lately. Very well, I acknowledged his words, slowly rising from the ground, enduring the pain coursing through my body as I limped toward the exit. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the hurried approach of a figure, Ah Wu. Who go? Ah Wu exclaimed nervously. "What brings you here?" I initially suspected it was an ambush orchestrated by Wang Kun and feigned a fierce demeanor, attempting to intimidate him. I came to deliver this to Kun Go," he stammered. "I just felt something unfortunate would befall him today, so I wanted to bring him some good luck." As he rummaged through his pocket, he produced a pair of red underwear, trembling as he presented it to me. "Too late," I scoffed, continuing onward. Having left the villa area, I hailed a taxi to the hospital. Wu Fan and Dong Xing had just completed surgery and were resting in their ward. Fa and Kai stood guard at the door, while Zeng Xiaobao and Guo Wenpeng had returned to the bar. I inspected the ward to confirm that both were out of immediate danger before locating a doctor to tend to my wounds and apply a cast to the more severely cracked bone. In the days that followed, I remained at the hospital, keeping Wu Fan and Dong Xing company while Fa and Kai took care of meals and errands. By the next day, Dong Xing had largely recovered, able to move about, jump, and even perform somersaults in bed. Conversely, Wu Fan had not left the bed since being admitted, groaning about various pains and relying on Kai and Fa for his every need, including toilet visits. Aside from that, he had two favorite pastimes. One was to gaze at himself in the mirror, lamenting the blemish of an unsightly scar marring his otherwise handsome visage. The other was flirting with the nurses. It was evident that a man's ability to flirt bore no correlation to his appearance, despite being bandaged like a mummy. He still managed to make the nurses blush, who would often scold him playfully for his audacity. One afternoon, as we chatted in the ward, Zeng Xiaobao and Guo Wenping suddenly entered, arms laden with a variety of delicacies, roasted duck, pancakes, spicy hot pot, and more. Thank you, Guo Xiao, I smiled, accepting the offerings. Knowing this bounty was courtesy of Guo Wenping. Just a small gesture, Guo Wenping grinned. I helped carry it too. Why not thank me? Zeng Xiaobao queried, distributing the food. His brow furrowed in curiosity. Where's Dongxing? I haven't seen him. I shook my head. No idea. That guy stepped out for a bit and won't say where he's been, acting all mysterious. As we were enjoying our meal, we suddenly heard the sound of a nurse scolding someone outside. Kai sprang into action, the first to rush out to investigate, only to return urgently, exclaiming, It's Xingu who's being yelled at. We all hurried outside to see, while Wu Fan, unable to rise from the bed, anxiously craned his neck for a better view. In the corridor, a crowd of patients had gathered, and at the corner of the staircase stood Dongxing, red-faced and head-bowed. Confronted by a nurse weighing over 200 pounds, Dongxing, already slender, appeared even more diminutive next to her. The nurse, hands on her hips, berated him. I just received a shipment of new equipment. How can it be that the packaging is gone? You're the one who stole it. Behind Dongxing, a stack of cardboard boxes loomed, nearly half his height. So that's where he has been disappearing to. I'm used. Dongxing raised his head defiantly. How can this be called stealing? You were going to throw this cardboard away, and I merely tidied it up for you. The nurse was relentless. Taking things without permission is stealing. You think you can just take cardboard and justify it? As the crowd grew, we quickly intervened, persuading the nurse to leave, and then ushered Dongxing back into the ward. Wu Fan lay in bed, feeling somewhat embarrassed after hearing the incident, scolding him. What were you doing with that nonsense? Dongxing retorted. What's wrong with that? It's all money. Just the other day, when you had no food to eat. It was my collection of cardboard that got us through. At this, Afa, Kai, and Zeng Xiaobao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the value of the cardboard. There's a lot of it. We should take it and sell it later when no one else around. We could even trade it for a drink. Their confidence was palpable, as if this were not their first venture into such dealings. They decided to act, waiting for the area to quiet down before stealthily exiting. Wu Fan feigned disdain, yet lay in bed, eagerly anticipating their return. Within 5 minutes, they returned, dejected, reporting that the stack of cardboard had already been sold by the nurse, who was now enjoying duck necks, grease dripping down her chin. No wonder she wouldn't let me take it. She wanted it all for herself. Dongxing seethed. Zeng Xiaobao and the others echoed his indignation, wishing they could strip the nurse of her skin. Guo Wenping, unable to contain himself any longer, inquired, how much could that stuff sell for? Dongxing replied, quite a bit, at least several dozen yuan, enough for an ordinary person to live on for 2 days. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Wenping sighed. This kind of suffering among the common people, I fear I shall never truly experience in my lifetime. Chapter 72. Someone brings money. Guo Wenping never worries about financial matters. While we toil for our daily sustenance, I, too, was once unconcerned, managing the fire bar with a stable salary, commissions, and shares, easily earning tens of thousands each month. However, Hong Weijun had previously warned me that once the issue with Huahan was resolved, I was to leave as far as possible. Hence, this is not a sustainable plan. If we wish to prosper, we must explore other avenues. Seeing Dongxing and others struggling over a few dozen yuan for cardboard was disheartening. My desire to help them make money intensified. I contemplated, saying, while I am still the manager of the fire bar, we should maximize this resource. Wu Fan, Dongxing, you two should negotiate with the distillery to become primary distributors, supplying initially to the fire bar and then expanding to other KTVs and restaurants. While we may not monopolize the liquor market in Xiang County, we should at least secure a significant share. Although the fire bar offers a wide variety of drinks, most are counterfeit, produced by small workshops in surrounding towns. These fake liquors are not lethal. They merely taste inferior, and since patrons often mix them with soft drinks, few notice any discrepancies. Moreover, how many have actually experienced the taste of genuine liquor? My plan was to leverage the fire bar to establish a market for Wu Fan and Dongxing, and once they accumulated sufficient capital, we could gradually expand to other venues. Even if I were to leave the fire bar in the future, I would at least have a foothold in the industry. As for Afa, Kai, and Zeng Xiaobao. They could continue at the fire bar until Wu Fan and Dong Xing flourished, then join them later. After days of contemplation, I finally had the opportunity to voice these thoughts. However, supplying liquor is no trivial matter. The costs are substantial, even for counterfeit products. Wu Fan and Dong Xing's negotiations with the distillery to become primary distributors would require funding, at least 7 figures, even for initial expenses. Although I earn well, expenses can be considerable, such as their medical bills, and I currently possess only 100,000. Dong Xing has his own business, but can only contribute a few tens of thousands. Akai recently won a lottery and, along with AFA, has pooled together 100,000. Zeng Xiaobao, on the other hand, has nothing to offer, relying on others for meals. When we collectively added up our contributions, we barely reached over 200,000. Unable to resist, I glanced back at Guo Wenpeng. He yawned and said, "Stop looking at me. My father strictly forbids me from starting a business. While I can enjoy life, I cannot invest a single cent. I rely on his gifts, which depend on his mood. If it were a shortfall of 10 or 20,000, I could help, but this is too much for me." Indeed, many affluent parents today discourage their children from entrepreneurship, allowing them to spend on cars, houses, and leisure, but entrepreneurship can swiftly deplete one's fortune. Amidst our dilemma, the door to the ward suddenly swung open, revealing Qi Jun limping inside, followed by his little brother Yu Jejia. Previously, at the massage parlor, I had given Qi Jun a thorough beating. It appeared his injuries had not fully healed, yet here he was approaching me. Such audacity, was he accompanied by others? In that instant, we all sprang to our feet. I instinctively drew a dagger, while others wielded for stands and chairs. Wu Fan immediately lay back down, covering himself with a blanket, pretending to be unconscious. Only Guo Wenpeng sat leisurely nearby, watching us with a smile. "Wu Xiao." Upon entering, Qi Jun first greeted Guo Wenpeng. "Ah," Guo Wenpeng nodded. "What do you want?" I gripped the dagger, glaring at him. "Weren't you the one who said I should gather 500,000 within 3 days?" Qi Jun's face turned pale as he gestured to Yu Jejia. Yu Jejia stepped forward, and only then did we notice he was holding a box in front of us. He opened it, revealing stacks of red bills. I was momentarily taken aback by the sight. I had indeed told Qi Jun that, but it was merely a reminder not to forget that Wu Fan and Dong Xing were still in the hospital. If he called the police, we would all be finished. I never imagined he would actually bring the money. In my recollection, Qi Jun was not the type to be intimidated. He could fight with Dong Xing in Taoyuan village, leading without flinching. How could he possibly bring 500,000 just because I had stabbed him a few times? What was his true intention? "This isn't money I intended to bring." Qi Jun discerned my confusion, gritting his teeth. "I would love nothing more than to kill you. But Han Gu insisted I make this trip." Han Gu, of course, referred to Hu and Han. "But don't get me wrong," Qi Jun continued. "We all acknowledge that you are a formidable opponent. Hong Weijun indeed found the right person this time. However, Han Gu is not afraid of you. He merely admires you. This 500,000 is his greeting gift. Furthermore, Han Gu is planning to open a bar right across from the fire bar, with greater scale and funding. And he wants you to manage it, doubling your salary, commissions, and granting you 50% of the shares. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the ward fell into a profound silence. Hu and Han sought to win me over. Wu Fan pulled the blanket from his head, trembling as he sat up, excitement evident in his voice. "All right, I'll accept on behalf of Li Hu. Don't be ridiculous." I shot him a fierce glare. Wu Fan looked puzzled but remained silent. Guo Wenpeng continued to smile amiably at us. I turned back to Qi Jun, saying, "I appreciate Han Ji's kindness, but there's no need. Please take the money back." Qi Jun, perplexed, asked, "Why? Is the amount insufficient? Name your price." "No amount will suffice." I enunciated carefully. Upon my release from prison, I was merely a nobody. It was Brother Jun who valued me and promoted me, leading to my current standing. Brother Jun has treated me with great kindness, and I could never betray him. Please convey to Hu Wenhan that he should prepare himself. I will eventually bring him to justice. After I spoke, everyone around was visibly moved, as if my sense of righteousness had touched them. "Impressive," Guo Wenpeng remarked softly. Unbeknownst to him, I was merely considering that Lu Fuxing's case remained unsolved, and I could not afford to leave Hong Weijun just yet. Indeed, Wang Wei had me firmly in his grasp. He knew I despised treacherous criminals, and even without earning a single penny, I yearned to see him brought to justice. Everything had been set in motion since the day I stabbed old Fu. It seemed destined, just as he said. No one was more suited than I to be an informant. "Wait, you've only known Hong Weijun for a few days. Is it worth it to devote yourself to him?" Qi Jun, taken aback, finally spoke. You're insane to protect him so fiercely. Investigate how Lu Fuxing died, and you will realize how foolish it is to trust Hong Weijun. How did he die? I retorted. Qi Jun fell silent, muttering he had spirit. But alas, he was a fool, trusting Hong Weijun. I await the day he consumes you entirely and then casts you aside. With that, Qi Jun turned to leave. Take your filthy money. I cursed. Han Gu said it's for those 2's medical expenses. Qi Jun replied without looking back. AFA, throw it out. I commanded fiercely. Don't be ridiculous. AFA hadn't moved yet when Wu Fan, suddenly agile, leaped from the bed, landing atop the money box, his expression fierce. They said this is for me and Dongxing's medical expenses. Whoever dares to touch it will learn what it means to fight for their life. IFA pointed at him and said, you can move now. From now on, you shall take care of your own needs. My brother, and I will no longer attend to you. Chapter 73. The tiger emerges from the mountain under Wu Fan's exceedingly shameless actions to protect his interests. The sum of 500,000 was ultimately preserved. However, instead of allowing him to pocket it personally, I decided to invest it into the liquor business. This decision consequently afforded us over 700,000 in cash, with Guowenping filling in the remaining gap, thus finally providing us with our initial capital. Once the funds were secured, Wu Fan's spirits were invigorated. He was not a lazy individual. Rather, he simply preferred not to engage in laborious tasks, always feeling that he was destined for greater endeavors, with the opportunity to become a boss at hand. He was eager to take immediate action and went to the distillery that afternoon to negotiate business. Yet, I advised him to exercise patience. Firstly, they were still recovering from their injuries, and secondly, the fire bar currently had a supplier for alcoholic beverages, one that seemed to have some clout. I needed to ensure his removal first. Additionally, as long as Wang Kun remained at large, both Wu Fan and Dongxing would still be in peril. Therefore, I preferred to keep their appearances to a minimum, suggesting that we send 2 newcomers to handle the matters, even if it meant compensating them. A week later, we all discharged from the hospital. My injuries had largely healed, though the other 2 still had a considerable way to go. However, their entrepreneurial enthusiasm was so fervent that it was impossible to restrain them. We dispersed to attend to our respective tasks. I returned to the bar to make preparations, while Wu Fan and Dongxing set out to register the company. They believed that this venture was primarily my doing and that without my involvement, it would not succeed. Thus, they insisted that the name must be associated with me. Ultimately, they settled on Tiger Emerges from the Mountain Food Company, Limited. A name I found somewhat pedestrian and a touch juvenile, but they had already finalized everything before informing me. In addition to this, they registered companies in other categories, claiming it was a precaution to prevent others from capitalizing on our potential future success. This left me both amused and exasperated, as with a mere million in capital, they were constructing what seemed like a commercial empire. Meanwhile, I was not idle. I made significant preparations in the office, initiating my plan to displace the current beverage supplier. The supplier, known as Old Zhang, was over 50 years old, lascivious, and had previously harassed numerous actresses at our bar. Rumor had it he was a distant relative of Hong Weijun, which gave me the audacity to dismiss him without fear of reprisal. Just as I was about to call Hong Weijun, he contacted me first. Hey, Brother Jun. The last incident was rather unpleasant, but I remained polite. Have you been discharged? Yes, I replied. Come by my place. With that, he hung up. Concerned it might be a trap, I took a dagger, a military knife, and even a single-shot gun without bullets. Luckily, the weather was turning colder, allowing me to conceal these items under my thicker clothing. Upon arriving at Hong Weijun's residence, I found it devoid of the anticipated hostility, with only him and an elderly housekeeper present. This was certainly not his only property, as he was known to keep his family well hidden and only met people at this location, wearing only a set of pajamas. Hong Weijun gestured for me to take a seat and poured me a glass of red wine. I found his intentions puzzling and remained silent. Drink up, he said with a smile, motioning to the wine glass on the table. I took a sip. It was somewhat sour and unpalatable, yet I swallowed it nonetheless. Have you healed? He inquired. Yes, I replied. I had no choice that day. You were so hard on Wang Kun. Could I simply stand by? He sighed. Why do you two always cause a ruckus? Can't you take a break for a few days? I remained silent, sensing something odd in his demeanor. Has Qi Jun approached you? He suddenly asked. Yes, I nodded, realizing that the events in the hospital had evidently reached his ears. Well done, he said, looking at me with approval. Li Hu, you are indeed reckless. To be honest, I was quite dissatisfied with you. But your refusal of Qi Jun and your boldness in confronting Hu Wenhan have truly won my heart. Rest assured, whatever Hu Wenhan promised you, I shall ensure you receive as well. This is a critical moment. Do not let it slip away. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked him, what do you mean by a critical moment? Hong Weijun explained, your previous actions have already frightened Hu Wenhan considerably. Your outright rejection of his invitation and your remark about cleaning his neck were the final straws for him. He chuckled, a resounding success. Hu Wenhan is now consumed with anxiety and unable to focus. I estimate he will soon vacate Xiang County. For reasons unknown. I could not shake the feeling that Hu Wenhan was not as cowardly as Hong Weijun suggested. However, seeing his confidence, I refrained from dampening his spirits and merely nodded in agreement as long as it goes smoothly. Yet, I thought to myself, once he leaves, I will no longer hold any value. He should keep his distance. Look at you, still speaking in anger? That was merely for Wang Kun's benefit. I will not expel you. I have reserved 50% of the shares in the fire bar for you. Hong Weijun laughed heartily, throwing an arm around my shoulder. Brother Jun, there's something I truly need to discuss with you. Sensing the mood was right, I decided to broach the subject. What is it? Is old Zhang related to you? Yes, he has some connection to my second uncle. Why do you ask? Hong Weijun inquired, puzzled. He supplies the fire bar at a price 20% higher than others. While I don't mind him earning a kickback, this is excessive. Moreover, I have received numerous complaints about him harassing my actresses and sometimes even the customers. As I spoke, I handed him the prepared documentation and complaints. Hong Weijun scrutinized the papers and, upon finishing, asked, what do you plan to do? Brother Jun, I will follow your lead. If you think he can still be of use, I will retain him, as I do not wish to place you in a difficult position, I replied. Hong Weijun laughed. What a load of nonsense. He is a distant relative. He sought me out for a handout. When I was pleased, I tossed him a bone. When displeased, I sent him packing. I chuckled as well. Brother Jun, your words give me clarity. I shall replace him. There are plenty of suppliers available, many offering better prices. Is he a friend of yours? Hong Weijun suddenly asked out of the blue. Huh. I was taken aback. Don't play dumb with me. I rose through the ranks step by step. Do you think I can't see through such tricks? Fine. If your friend delivers, it's acceptable. As long as the prices are fair and the quality assured, just don't ruin the reputation. Hong Weijun said with a grin. Fair prices are assured, quality? It's all about skill and expertise. All right, Brother Jun. I stood and jokingly saluted him. After departing from Hong Weijun's home, I felt invigorated and promptly called Wu Fan to inform him and Dong Xing that they could proceed to the next step. However, I reiterated that until Wang Kun was entirely out of the picture, they should remain discreet, even if it meant hiring a couple of workers. Wu Fan reached out to a relative, while Dong Xing contacted someone from their village to represent them in liaising with the distillery and arranging transportation. That evening, old Zhang arrived as usual to deliver goods, but found himself rebuffed by the beverage department. He then sought me out, questioning why I intended to replace him. I provided him with an array of reasons, to which he naturally invoked Hong Weijun's name, asserting his kinship. I retorted, regardless of your relations, the fire bar no longer requires your services. Fuming, old Zhang attempted to call Hong Weijun, but it was evident that he was ignored. At that moment, old Zhang finally grasped the unreliability of such distant relations. Ultimately, he left my office in dejection, just as I thought this matter had reached a conclusion. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kadali burst in, his expression urgent. Managerly, old Zhang has come in with a bundle of explosives. Chapter 74. Trouble has arisen upon hearing the news. I hurriedly rushed towards the bar hall alongside Kadali. Indeed, chaos reigned in the hall. A figure was darting about with a roll of tape wrapped around his waist and a lighter in hand. It was none other than old Zhang. As I scrutinized the tape around his midsection, I noticed that it was indeed segmented, yet I could not ascertain whether it contained explosives. Having previously encountered fake devices at the Mingzhu Hotel, my instinct told me that this was a mere ruse. After all, genuine explosives are not easily acquired. And given the recent passage of time, where could he have procured such items? However, the average person would hardly be able to discern the truth confronted with this scene. They would be utterly terrified and flee at the first opportunity. The bar was no exception. Both patrons and performers were in a frenzy, clamoring to escape, resulting in a stampede accompanied by screams and cries. Even some security personnel joined the exodus. While they may not fear a brawl, they were undoubtedly terrified of potential explosives. Only Alpha and Desai dared to confront old Zhang, attempting to wrest the lighter from his grasp. Yet, the disorder in the bar made movement exceedingly difficult. Despite being over 50, Old Zhang was surprisingly agile, darting about like an eel, all the while shouting, "Li Hu, if you don't let me be, then no one shall." Witnessing this spectacle left me feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It was rather absurd and childish for a man of his age to resort to such antics, eliciting both exasperation and amusement. Kadali charged in, joining Alpha and Desai in their efforts to corner Old Zhang. Realizing there was no escape, he dashed towards the entrance, proclaiming, "Just watch, I'll come here every day." Would it suffice for him to visit daily? What would become of my business? I shouted, "Stop him! Block him!" Just then, Zhang Xiaobao, who had just escorted Guo Wenping outside, returned and collided directly with Old Zhang. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobao delivered a resounding slap to Old Zhang's face. "You old fool, do you think you're a 3-year-old? At your age, you ought to feel some shame." After landing the slap, Zhang Xiaobao swiftly seized the lighter from Old Zhang and tossed it aside, then pulled at the tape around his waist, causing a cascade of cardboard boxes to spill onto the ground. What unfolded next was utterly unexpected. Old Zhang suddenly collapsed, wailing uncontrollably on the floor. It was only later that I learned of his burdens, 3 children at home and a wife in poor health, with the weight of their livelihood resting solely on his shoulders. Supplying liquor to the Liuhua bar was his only source of income, and the abrupt loss of his job in middle age had overwhelmed him with pressure. In a moment of impulsiveness, he resorted to such absurdity, intending to force our hand, only to be thwarted by Zhang Xiaobao. The irony lay in the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was merely 18 or 19, significantly younger than Old Zhang. He could easily be his youngest son. Yet, this inexperienced youth had the audacity to slap him in front of so many witnesses, calling him an old fool and accusing him of lacking shame. Old Zhang broke down completely, crushed by the heavy burdens of life and the harsh realities he faced. Thus, there he sat, weeping heart-wrenchingly for his tumultuous fate and the struggles of his existence, lamenting the indignity of being struck by a mere child at the age of over 50. At that moment, I was oblivious to the reasons behind his tears. I merely perceived him as a madman. I called for security to eject him and even reported the incident to the police. Although the explosive device was fake, at least it could lead to charges of public disturbance, ensuring he would spend a few days behind bars. Once the matter was resolved, I generously rewarded Zhang Xiaobao with 3,000, while Kadali, Afa, and Desai each received 1,000. As for the other security personnel, I did not reprimand them. After all, their monthly wages were meager, and it was unreasonable to expect everyone to risk their safety in such situations. I aim to demonstrate through my actions that diligent effort would always be rewarded with bonuses. After the incident, I called Hong Weijun to inform him of Old Zhang's situation. He responded with expletives, disparaging Old Zhang as a disgrace to his family. Once this affair had passed, life returned to its usual rhythm. Old Zhang naturally vanished, and the Hu Chushan Food Company successfully took over the beverage supply, not only providing liquor but also fruits and marinated delicacies. The daily consumption at the Liuhua bar alone ensured that the Hu Chushan Company thrived. However, I was far from satisfied. Wu Fan and Dong Xing were equally restless, recruiting a new batch of sales personnel to visit restaurants, bars, KTVs, and barbecue stalls. No matter how small the order, even a few hundred yuan worth of goods was not to be overlooked. Every little bit counts. Of course, this endeavor was not without its challenges. While I had connections at the Liuhua bar, the other venues lacked familiarity, necessitating serious negotiations. The crux of the issue was that these locations already had their own suppliers. Our intrusion inevitably ruffled feathers, leading to increased friction. Such occurrences were entirely normal, and I did not find them alarming. Since the company was under their management, I entrusted them to handle it if they could not resolve such matters. How could we aspire to grow and strengthen in the future? Fortunately, both Wu Fan and Dong Xing proved to be quite resourceful when they took action. There were few problems they could not resolve. However, while they remained unscathed, I found myself in a predicament. That evening, while attending to paperwork in the office of the Liuhua bar, I received a call from Hong Weijun, urging me to rush to Meiyuan Villa in the suburbs. Citing an urgent matter, as Wang Kun, Song Xingwen, and Wei Liang had already arrived. When I inquired about the nature of the issue, he insisted I come without delay. There was no time for lengthy explanations. I hung up the phone and, as usual, borrowed a car from Guo Wenping, hastening to the villa. Meiyuan Villa was a restaurant, or more accurately, a farmstay. The location was somewhat remote, yet the surroundings were pleasant, and it was a popular spot, drawing many visitors each day. Upon my arrival at the villa's entrance, I found the area in utter disarray, filled with screams and shouts. Indeed, Wei Liang and his companions were present, brandishing steel pipes and knives as they dashed about, but I could not locate Hong Weijun. It seemed he had hidden himself away. What sort of figure would personally engage in such a brawl? Across from them were Hu Han's men. I spotted Qi Jun and his subordinate Yu Jiajia among them. The two groups were relatively small, numbering only 20 or 30 individuals, and they had not resorted to firearms, instead wielding cold weapons, yet the atmosphere was intensely charged, with some even climbing onto the rooftops. It was evident that Hong Weijun had summoned me for support. However, as I arrived at the scene, I felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of whom to confront, as it appeared everyone had their own adversaries, leaving me feeling like an outsider. "Li Hu, over here." Suddenly, someone called out from the courtyard of Meiyuan Villa. I recognized the voice of Hong Weijun's bodyguard, a young man nicknamed Long Long, reputed to possess considerable skill. Coming. I quickly made my way over. The courtyard was a chaotic mess, tables and chairs overturned, dishes shattered across the ground, and blood was visible in several places. Just then, my gaze shifted, and I caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette darting across the rooftop opposite, though I struggled to recall where I had seen it before. "Li Hu." Long Long called me again, swiftly approaching. "Where's Jungu?" I inquired. "Jungu is waiting outside, but Hu Wenhan is inside. Take this knife and scare him a little. Remember, do not harm him, just intimidate him," Long Long instructed, handing me the knife. Instinctively, I took it, noting that he was wearing white gloves. While wearing gloves or wrapping one's hands in towels during a fight is common, for some reason, I felt an unsettling sense of dread at that moment and firmly grasped his arm, insisting, "You come with me." Chapter 75. I am not a murderer. Long Long shook off my hand and declared, "You go on your own. I must protect Jungu. He might be in danger." With that, he hurriedly dashed out, but an overwhelming sense of unease surged within me. I felt there was something amiss, and I grasped his arm once more, insisting, "You must come with me. I have no idea where Hu Wenhan is." He retorted, "Just go to the private room across. I have other matters to attend to." Suddenly, Long Long shoved me aside, and I stumbled, colliding with the door of the opposite room. Upon entering, the scene before me rendered my mind momentarily vacant. It was a rather ordinary private dining room style to resemble the Northeast, complete with a Kong bed, a stove, and plastic garlic and chili peppers adorning the walls. At the center stood a large wooden round table, beneath which lay Hu Wenhan's lifeless body. His throat had been slit, and blood gushed forth, the stark white of his bald head gleaming under the harsh light. His eyes were wide open, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom his own demise. I, too, found it incredulous that he was dead. He was a figure of renown in our county, a peer of Hong Weijun, and a celebrated entrepreneur. His death would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, blue and red lights flashing across the night sky. Gazing at Hu Wenhan's corpse on the ground, and then at the glinting knife in my hand, the horrifying truth dawned on me. Hong Weijun had long intended to eliminate Hu Wenhan, but sought a foolproof escape plan, thus involving me. He let it slip that everyone knew I was to kill Hu Wenhan. When the deed was done, he would plant the murder weapon in my possession, leaving no witnesses to dispute the narrative. Everyone would assume I was the murderer. The sirens grew louder as police vehicles screeched to a halt outside. In that moment, I weighed my options, to flee or to surrender. Soon, I discarded the notion of escape. If I left now, it would only solidify the perception of my guilt, condemning me to a life of incessant anxiety. I was innocent. I had to clear my name and thwart Hong Weijun's treachery. As the police stormed into the yard, I quickly pulled out my phone and dialed Wang Wei. "Hello, X-Phone Express." Wang Wei answered promptly. "Hu Wenhan is dead." Hong Weijun is framing me. Before I could finish my sentence, the police tackled me to the ground. Half an hour later, I was taken back to the county police station. Due to the homicide, not only I but also Hong Weijun, Long Long, Wang Kun, and others were brought in for questioning. Yet, they were merely involved in a brawl. As long as compensation was made or mutual understanding reached, they would likely be released without much ado. The primary issue lay with me. Hu Wenhan was dead, and the murder weapon was in my possession. Naturally, I vehemently denied ownership of the knife, claiming it was given to me by Long Long, and that Hu Wenhan was already deceased upon my arrival in the private room. The officer interrogating me, Captain Lu Wei, stated, "Indeed, Long Long gave you the knife. He did not deny it, but he also warned you against killing Hu Wenhan, suggesting merely to scare him. Was that not the case?" "Yes, I admitted, but I did not kill him," I shouted. "From the first day I encountered Hong Weijun, he instructed me to merely feign aggression, not to truly kill Hu Wenhan. Am I such a fool to commit murder?" "Yes, that is what Hong Weijun said." He merely intended to use psychological tactics to force Hu Wenhan out of Xiong County, recording every conversation you had, but I did not kill Hu Wenhan. I thundered, enraged. Despite my protests and assertions of innocence, the ironclad evidence against me was insurmountable. Hong Weijun, in his effort to absolve himself, had recorded our every conversation, proving he never incited me to commit murder. It was entirely my own volition. Yet I was innocent and would never concede to guilt, so regardless of their interrogation tactics, I steadfastly refused to admit to killing Hu Wenhan. I would endure this, testing how long they could maintain their charade. I would resist until morning. Lu Wei smirked, watching me with amusement. The term lighting the sky lantern was their euphemism, referring to blinding me with a bright light, denying me sleep and rest. Many succumbed to such pressure. Yet my resolve was unyielding. I had not taken a life and would not confess. I had already served time once and would never endure that fate again. My teeth clenched and my gaze steely. I prepared to fight them to the bitter end. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a staff member entered, announcing, "Captain Liu, the municipal bureau is here." It was Wang Wei. My heart soared with hope. Lu Wei inquired, puzzled, "What brings them here?" The staff replied, "They've been monitoring Hong Weijun for quite some time. This homicide involves him. So they've come to investigate and will take over the case." "Are they taking over? Do they have formal documentation?" "They do." With that, Lu Wei ceased his questioning, allowing the blinding light to be removed from my face before leading his team out. Shortly after, two individuals entered the interrogation room. One was the youthful Wang Wei, and the other, a man in his 40s, possessed a dignified demeanor that commanded respect. Seeing Wang Wei filled me with exhilaration. My savior had arrived. Just as I was about to greet him, he subtly shook his head and turned his attention to the surveillance camera. I understood that we were being monitored and promptly fell silent. "I am Wang Wei, a criminal investigator from the Municipal Bureau. This is our captain, Qin Junjie." He introduced formally. Wang Wei had previously informed me that only he and his captain were aware of my informant status. These were allies. "Captain Wang, Captain Qin," I greeted, feeling a sense of relief and anticipation. "We're here to gather information about the case. Please reiterate everything you know," Wang Wei prompted, pulling out a chair for Captain Qin. After they were seated, I recounted the events as they had unfolded. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "If you are not the murderer, who do you believe is?" Long. "It must be him. He is Hong Weijun's confidant. He surely killed Hu Wenhan and framed me," I exclaimed without hesitation. "Think carefully before you accuse anyone," Wang Wei cautioned, his gaze piercing. "I am certain it was Long. Hong Weijun repeatedly told me not to actually kill Hu Wenhan. It was sheer folly to do so." I insisted vehemently, my teeth gritted. Wang Wei chuckled softly before suddenly standing to turn off the nearby camera. He then exited to speak with his colleagues outside, instructing, "I'll employ a little strategy. Pretend you didn't see anything." Laughter echoed from the hallway as Lu Wei responded, "No worries. We are oblivious." With a resounding thud, Wang Wei shut the door and swiftly approached me, slamming his fist on the table as he scolded, "Are you going to confess? You think you can escape the consequences for murder?" Simultaneously, he lowered his voice to say, "Hong Weijun would never allow someone close to him to kill Hu Wenhan. Think harder. Is there anyone else suspicious?" With that, he resumed his aggressive demeanor, pounding the table as he unleashed a torrent of expletives. Chapter 76. Captain Qin takes action throughout the entire ordeal. Qin Junjie remained motionless and silent, seated in his chair, his expression inscrutable, like an imposing mountain. However, I was cognizant that Wang Wei's actions stemmed from his directives. They were here to aid me, and I intended to capitalize on this opportunity. I promptly commenced a process of deliberation. Was it plausible that Hong Weijun would permit someone in his inner circle to assassinate Hu Wenhan? Indeed, an individual as circumspect as he would refrain from allowing a confidant to become embroiled in such matters. Even with unwavering loyalty, the potential for betrayal remained. He would not assume such a risk. Thus, he would enlist someone completely extraneous, someone beyond suspicion. If the true perpetrator remained elusive, I would be perpetually unable to exonerate myself. Hong Weijun sought to render me speechless and defenseless. The murkier the situation, the more advantageous it was for him. Therefore, who was the actual assailant? Contemporary forensic techniques were remarkably advanced, capable of approximating the time of demise. Consequently, Hu Wenhan must have perished shortly before my arrival. Otherwise, the timeline would be inconsistent. Given that the death was recent, the perpetrator must have been present at the scene. Even if they eradicated all traces, it was improbable that they left no clue whatsoever. My mind raced, endeavoring to recall every detail of the Plum Garden Manor. I drove Guo Wenping's vehicle to the entrance of the Plum Garden Manor, where I witnessed a chaotic melee. Subsequently, someone summoned me from within the courtyard, and I proceeded inside. Precisely, there was a shadowy figure on the rooftop. The silhouette vanished in a flash. Although I did not discern their features, they appeared familiar. Upon recalling this detail, I became convinced that it was indeed the assassin. Who was it? The figure was remarkably swift, moving through the darkness like an eel. Crucially, they seemed familiar. I had undoubtedly encountered them before. An image swiftly materialized in my mind. At the fiery bar, a figure bound with duct tape, wielding a lighter, darted through the premises. Even Ku Dali, AFA, and A Kai, collectively, were unable to apprehend them. In a sudden motion, I opened my eyes and gazed at Wang Wei. Wang Wei continued to pound the table with vigor, his fist reddened, while attentively observing me. In his perception, I was a distinguished informant, possessing not only exceptional intellect and unparalleled social skills, but also a cautious approach to every situation. He was confident that I would arrive at a solution, and I was determined not to disappoint him. "It's Lao Zhang," I murmured, a distant relative of Hong Weijun, who previously supplied liquor to the fiery bar, but was ousted by me. Hong Weijun undoubtedly provided him with a substantial sum of money, enabling him to abscond overnight. "Your operation must be swift." Wang Wei promptly rose and approached Qin Junjie, whispering a few words into his ear. Qin Junjie nodded, then proceeded toward the exit, announcing, "This man is truly obstinate. Let Wang Wei interrogate him. I'm going to grab a bite." "Understood, Captain Qin." A chorus of agreement echoed from outside the door. Wang Wei resumed his seat, slamming the table, and declared, "Speak. You won't sleep tonight until you've divulged everything." Subsequently, Qin Junjie privately recounted the events to me. After departing the county bureau, to avoid alerting anyone, he refrained from involving any subordinates or leveraging his overt connections. Instead, he discreetly sought information about Lao Zhang's whereabouts. The results were swift. Lao Zhang, whose given name was Zhang Zhagan, was 58 years old. Hailing from Hua Family Gulch in White Rabbit Township, Xiang County, he had a gravely ill wife and 2 daughters and a son. Upon obtaining his address, Qin Junjie immediately drove to the location. Logically, if Lao Zhang were indeed the perpetrator, he would have already been spirited away under Hong Weijun's arrangements, awaiting the opportune moment to return once the situation had stabilized. However, Qin Junjie sought to try his luck. If Zhang Zhagan was absent, he would establish an inescapable dragnet in the surrounding area. Qin Junjie's fortune held, or rather, my fortune held. Lao Zhang was indeed at home. Lao Zhang resided in an antiquated dormitory building at the Hua Family Gulch power plant, situated on the ground floor. Standing outside the window, Qin Junjie could observe the interior with clarity. It was a dwelling of meager proportions, no more than 50 square meters. The furnishings were antiquated and dilapidated. Even the lighting was dim and yellow. The television, a miniature relic, emitted a crackling sound due to damaged components. Lao Zhang's 2 daughters, both in their early 20s, appeared to be mentally impaired, their gazes vacant, their movements clumsy. They sat at a cluttered, cramped table, assembling matchboxes. The nearby match factory provided them with their only source of employment. On a desk nearby sat Lao Zhang's youngest son, recently turned 18, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. He appeared normal, wearing spectacles and exuding an air of scholarly pursuit as he diligently studied and reviewed his materials. Near the window, on a small bed, lay a woman in her 50s, her hair almost entirely gone, her face etched with hardship and weariness. Frailty permeated her being, making even the act of sitting up a struggle. Lao Zhang sat by the bedside, holding a bowl of medicinal soup, feeding the woman spoonful by spoonful. "I don't want to drink anymore. It's too bitter." "Lao Zhang, don't worry about me. Just let me die. It will lessen your burden," the woman said from the bed, tears welling in her eyes. "What are you saying? It's not a terminal illness. Money can cure it." Lao Zhang, who had wept inconsolably and writhed on the floor at the fiery bar that night, remained composed, speaking with a smile. "But when will it end?" The woman persisted, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, don't cry. I'm here, aren't I? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, our family will live well." Lao Zhang wiped the tears from the woman's eyes, speaking with an air of confidence. Lao Zhang, who was usually obsequious and ineffectual in front of outsiders, had to play the role of an omnipotent hero in front of his family. "But I heard that the fiery bar won't let you supply liquor anymore," the woman said, biting her lip, finally voicing her concern. "Who said that?" Lao Zhang reacted as if he had been stepped on. "Who told you that?" "I'm telling you. That's not true. Hong Weijun is our relative. How could he not use me? He's not letting me supply liquor to the fiery bar because he's arranged other things for me. By the way, I was just about to tell you about this. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, maybe for 10 days or half a month, maybe longer. Alas, people value me. So I have to do a good job, don't you think? As he spoke, Lao Zhang took out several stacks of money from his pocket, placed them on the bedside, and said, "You take this money for household expenses. I'll be sending money back while I'm away on business. You don't have to worry about things at home. I've got it covered." Lao Zhang gently stroked the woman's cheek, revealing a confident and warm smile. Under his influence, the woman also smiled. "You're so beautiful. As beautiful as ever." Lao Zhang chuckled. Although he was old, he had a knack for sweet talk. Otherwise, he wouldn't always be flirting with other girls at the bar. "You're so old. You're still so improper." The woman glared at him. "Haha, no matter how old I am, you'll always be the apple of my eye. Wait for me. When I come back, our life will change for the better." Lao Zhang stood up in a carefree manner, then went to talk to his children. Although his two daughters had intellectual disabilities, they could understand basic language and take care of themselves. Lao Zhang told them to take care of their mother, give her medicine on time, turn her over regularly, and prevent bedsores. Then, Lao Zhang exhorted his son to study hard, not to worry about anything, to get into college, find a good job in the future, and come back to take care of his mother. Some may wonder, if Lao Zhang loves his family so much, why does he flirt with other girls outside? People, in the end, are complex, with this side and that side. Many sides make up a person of flesh and blood. Once everything was arranged, Lao Zhang turned to them and said, "I shall take my leave now. We will meet again. Goodbye, father. Farewell." Taking a deep breath, Lao Zhang pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him, his countenance transformed into one of resolute determination. The cold wind outside whipped against him like a flurry of sharp blades. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his clothing and strode swiftly forward. "Don't move." At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, pressing a dark, menacing firearm against his waist. Chapter 77. Old Zhang, having revealed his hand, was none other than the captain of the municipal police's criminal investigation team, Qin Junjie. He could have acted early in the day, but upon seeing his 3 children and the ailing woman resting on the bed, he ultimately refrained from entering the house. First, he circled the perimeter of the building, ensuring that there were no henchmen of Hong Weijun or accomplices of Old Zhang present, then silently positioned himself at the door, waiting for Old Zhang to emerge before raising his weapon. "Who?" Old Zhang's voice trembled. "We have gathered evidence of your crimes. Surrender, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences." Qin Junjie brandished his credentials before Old Zhang. "Please, don't make a scene. My children might hear." Old Zhang quaked in fear. Yet, it was inevitable. The soundproofing of the building was inadequate. "Dad, what's going on?" The door swung open, revealing Old Zhang's son, Zhang Ruofeng, a diligent student of admirable character. "It's nothing, just a friend of Dad's." Old Zhang turned, forcing a smile while casting a pleading glance at Qin Junjie. "Indeed. I am your father's friend, here to discuss a business trip," Qin Junjie replied, discreetly holstering his firearm. "Oh." Zhang Ruofeng, uncertain if he comprehended the situation, nodded. "Dad, take care." With that, he retreated and closed the door. "Thank you." Tears welled in Old Zhang's eyes. "Now, tell me what transpired." Qin Junjie had witnessed many such cases. The impoverished often resorted to extremes, driven by desperation. Yet, the law must be upheld, and every transgressor must face appropriate punishment. He handcuffed Old Zhang and led him away from the building. After interrogation, Old Zhang confessed to the murder, thanks to Qin Junjie's seasoned experience, which swiftly dismantled Old Zhang's psychological defenses. Old Zhang explained that he intended to flee after the murder but could not abandon his wife and children, prompting his ill-fated return, which ultimately led to his capture. When questioned about the motives for his crime, he adamantly denied any influence from Hong Weijun, insisting that he had long harbored intentions to kill Hu Wenhan. His reasoning was that he had once delivered liquor to Hu's establishment, only to be rebuffed, which festered into resentment. He followed Hu to Mei Yuan Villa in the suburbs, where he coincidentally witnessed Hong Weijun instigating a brawl, seizing Long Long's knife in the chaos. After the murder, he stealthily returned the weapon and made his escape via the rooftops. As for Old Zhang's remarkable agility, he attributed it to his past as a scout. Scaling walls posed no challenge. Yet, Qin Junjie knew this was all a fabrication. He was well aware that Hong Weijun had instigated Old Zhang's actions and provided him with the knife, But old Zhang would not yield, claiming sole responsibility, devoid of any external influence. Later, Qin Junjie confided in me. Hong Weijun must have promised him something, perhaps assurances for his family's well-being, which is why, after his arrest, he clung to his guilt so tenaciously. He understood that his own capture was inconsequential, his family would endure, but should Hong Weijun be apprehended, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he remained obstinate. Upon returning with old Zhang, Qin Junjie and Wang Weijun turns interrogating him but found no breakthrough. Indeed, two seasoned detectives struggled to extract information from an elderly man, though perhaps elderly was a misnomer, for he had served in the military and possessed both skill and a keen awareness of counter-surveillance. Hong Weijun had indeed prepared for every eventuality. As old Zhang represented his final bastion of defense, they interrogated him until dawn, yet yielded no results, still determined to make further efforts. At least my name has been cleared. Old Zhang has confessed to being the killer. I am innocent. Just before my handcuffs were removed, Wang Wei whispered, "This old Zhang will be difficult to crack. Hong Weijun has evaded capture once more. We must focus on Lu Fuxing's case, which is halfway resolved. We merely require evidence from Song Xingwen's end. Put in more effort. I am confident we will succeed." In truth, I harbored a deep-seated loathing for Hong Weijun. The old villain was indeed cunning, devising such schemes against me, and he had recorded our conversations from the outset, indicating that he had meticulously orchestrated this day. Old Zhang was merely a pawn, a random selection. Had it not been old Zhang, it could have easily been old Wang, old Li, or old Zhou. He sought desperate individuals, easier to manipulate into taking extreme actions. Yet, he had not anticipated that I would identify old Zhang from a fleeting silhouette. Within 2 hours of the incident, old Zhang was apprehended. Nearly a night had passed before I was released. The only regret was that Hong Weijun remained unscathed, but I was resolute in ensuring he would face repercussions. I would witness him imprisoned. I vowed. Rubbing my sore wrist, I stated emphatically to Wang Wei, "Rest assured, I will not allow him to escape unpunished." Wang Wei placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, murmuring, "Control your emotions. Hong Weijun is waiting for you outside. For the sake of Lu Fuxing's case, you must not confront him yet. How audacious of him to come to collect me." Truth be told, I feared losing control and beating him senseless on the spot. Yet, I recognized the wisdom in Wang Wei's words. To imprison Hong Weijun, I must exercise patience. Understood, I exhaled deeply before solemnly adding, "Thank you, Wang sir. And Captain Qin, without your assistance, I would have surely met a dire fate. You are our informant. How could we not assist you?" Upon hearing of your troubles yesterday, Captain Qin immediately set aside his current case and rushed to Xiong County with me, though he hadn't contacted you. He has been deeply concerned. All is well, thanks to you. Otherwise, our hands would have been tied. Wang Wei smiled, patting my arm. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie with Wang Wei and Qin Junjie, even if not for my own sake. I was determined to see Hong Weijun apprehended for the sake of these dedicated detectives. After completing the necessary procedures and signing the required documents, I took a moment to compose myself before stepping towards the county police station's entrance. As the dawn's light broke, the streets were shrouded in mist, with few pedestrians in sight, save for sanitation workers sweeping the roads. Occasionally, a car would speed by, and it seemed as though the entire Xiong County had yet to awaken, steeped in tranquility. At the foot of the steps stood a dozen individuals, led by Hong Weijun, along with Wang Kun, Wei Liang, Song Xingwen, and others. They too had endured a tumultuous night, and except for Hong Weijun, most bore visible injuries, bandaged heads, arms in slings, and several sporting plastered legs. Notably absent were Wu Fan, Dong Xing, and AFA. The sudden events of last night meant they likely remained unaware of my arrest. News of Hu Wenhan's death would only spread in the ensuing days, becoming the most sensational headline in the county. Upon glimpsing Hong Weijun, an uncontrollable fury surged within me. I swore I truly wished to slay him, to shatter the glass door of the police station and use a shard to mar his deceitful visage. "Oh, look who has emerged, Li Hu. Quick, prepare the fire pit to ward off bad luck." Upon seeing me, Hong Weijun immediately orchestrated his plans, feigning ignorance of my situation. Wei Liang lowered his head, placing a stainless steel basin on the ground, while Wang Kun and Song Xingwen stuffed it with straw. Long produced a lighter to ignite it. The flames roared to life, towering over a person's height. Chapter 78. Brother Jun, I trust you. Why are you burning it so high? Are you trying to roast Li Hu alive? Hong Weijun slammed his fist onto Long Long's head. They had indeed scattered too much grass. Long Long hurriedly stepped in to extinguish the flames, managing to put out a fair amount of the fire. "Li Hu, come here." Hong Weijun waved at me, his demeanor as gentle and amiable as ever. The fiery stainless steel basin continued to crackle, filling the cool autumn morning with a touch of warmth. I approached step by step, crossing over the fire pit to stand before Hong Weijun. "Thank goodness you're all right. I genuinely thought you had killed Hu Wenhan and was contemplating how disappointing that would be for you. I merely intended for you to scare him, not to act so rashly. Turns out it was old Zhang. I'm truly delighted you returned safely." Hong Weijun smiled broadly, opening his arms to embrace me. I stood still, not reciprocating. Honestly, the mere ability to refrain from punching him in the face demonstrated my remarkable restraint and composure. Hong Weijun sensed my unease and released me, puzzled. "Li Hu, what's wrong?" I stared at him, my gaze intense, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. "Li Hu," Hong Weijun repeated, confused. "It's nothing. Brother Jun, do you know what I'm thinking? I initially believed old Zhang was someone you had arranged." I suddenly flashed a radiant smile. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Long Long interjected, pointing at me in accusation. "Ah," Hong Weijun waved his hand, signaling Long Long to calm down. Then turned to me. "Li Hu, it's quite normal for you to doubt me. If I were in your position, I would feel the same. But I swear, old Zhang is not someone I arranged. This was purely coincidental. You must trust me, and we shall continue as brothers. If you don't, I could offer you some money, and we could part ways from here on out." "Part ways? How naive. I intend to send you to prison." I berated Hong Weijun inwardly, maintaining an appearance of deep contemplation. After such significant events, it would be disingenuous not to harbor any suspicion. Even Hong Weijun would not believe such a fade. After a moment, I lifted my head and addressed Hong Weijun. "Brother Jun, I want to trust you once." I emphasized the words "trust you" with weight. "Trusting me is the right choice." Hong Weijun clapped my shoulder, then turned his attention elsewhere. "Come on. Let's wash up and cleanse ourselves of any lingering negativity." The group followed Hong Weijun to the Huilong bathhouse, one of his establishments, managed by the seemingly affable middle-aged man, Zeng Hongfei. I had hardly heard of him before. He struck me as having appeared out of nowhere. Of course, no subordinate of Hong Weijun could be genuinely simple-minded. Few people came to bathe early in the morning, so the scrubbers and female technicians were resting. However, with Zeng Hongfei's presence, it posed no issue. After some commotion, the staff rallied to attend to us. I was unsure of the customs in the south, but in the north, it was customary to step over fire pits and bathe upon release from jail. Under Zeng Hongfei's direction, a pool of steaming fresh water was prepared, and we all reveled in the warmth, laughter echoing through the space. Except for those who were unable to enter the pool due to leg casts. Everyone else eagerly jumped into the water. Hong Weijun remained cheerful, specifically calling me over to speak earnestly. Originally, I only intended to drive Hu Wenhan away, but I never anticipated he would die. It truly took me by surprise. However, it is for the best. From now on, Xiang County will belong to us, and no one shall dare oppose us again. Hong Weijun laughed heartily, his face glowing with vitality. The others chimed in enthusiastically, except for Wei Liang, who inappropriately remarked, "Brother Jun, isn't there still Liang Yunza? Shouldn't we deal with him too?" Liang Yunza was another big brother in our county, yet not in the same age bracket as Hong Weijun and Hu Wenhan. Reportedly in his 20s, he had already carved out a name for himself in Xiang County, known for his ruthlessness and ferocity. During my time in prison, Liang Yunza had just begun to rise. Upon my release, he had already ascended to a status equivalent to Hong Weijun's, his rapid progress akin to riding a rocket, undoubtedly possessing considerable skill. Indeed, there's Liang Yunza. It would be ideal to handle him too, I remarked. Liang Yunza had a sister named Liang Xiaoming, who was notably beautiful and youthful. I had long desired to win her over. Haha, speaking of Liang Xiaoming, I know all about her. She's notoriously fierce and spirited, just as formidable as her brother. You wish to pursue her? Perhaps in your next life, lest you find your manhood severed. Enough of this digression. Regarding Liang Yunza, are we planning to confront him next? The group engaged in lively discussion within the bath. Liang Yunza is merely a child. He doesn't deserve our concern. Besides, his business currently poses no conflict with ours, Hong Weijun stated nonchalantly. With his words, the others fell silent. Yet, for some reason, I felt an unsettling intuition that Hong Weijun's reluctance to deal with Liang Yunza stemmed not from a lack of threat but from fear. Hong Weijun, fearful of someone? I was perplexed, but perhaps I misjudged. While everyone engaged in idle banter, I discreetly observed Hong Weijun several times. Noting that upon the mere mention of Liang Yunza's name, His complexion shifted between pale and ashen. There was undoubtedly something amiss. What had transpired between Hong Weijun and Liang Yunza that merely invoking his name would cause this seasoned figure to display such visible discomfort and agitation? While I pondered this mystery, a group of scrubbers entered, prompting everyone to exit the water and lie on the benches. Hong Weijun was the first to lie down. Pointing at Sang Hongfei, "Old Sang, Li Hu has done a great service. You should personally scrub his back." "Sure thing." Sang Hongfei approached me immediately. "No need. I can just have a staff member do it." I quickly replied, for Sang Hongfei was the manager of Huilong Bathhouse and considerably older. It felt inappropriate to have him attend to me. "It's fine. I used to do this work, and since you're here at Huilong, it's only right that I serve you." Sang Hongfei chuckled, and after I lay down, he genuinely began scrubbing my back. His technique was surprisingly adept. "I didn't expect you to be quite skilled." "Brother Fei, did you really used to do this?" I asked, astonished. Sang Hongfei chuckled, confirming it was true. "Impressive. A mere scrubber rising to become a well-known figure must hold an inspirational story," I commented. Sang Hongfei continued to smile, dismissing the notion of any remarkable tale as mere luck. "Come on, Brother Sang, don't be modest. Share your story with me." "Old Sang, are you done? Come over and scrub me." Wang Kun suddenly called from the other side. "Almost there," Sang Hongfei replied. "By the way, I truly appreciate your technique. The other scrubbers aren't up to par." Wang Kun laughed heartily. "Yes, I'll be over shortly." Sang Hongfei continued to diligently scrub my back. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly felt intensely displeased. Wang Kun and I had indeed had some friction, so I pointed at him. "Why are you always making Sang do all the work when there are so many other staff members? What's it to you? Just because you can boss him around doesn't mean I can't." Wang Kun shot back, refusing to back down, leading to a heated exchange between us. "Brother Sang, stay right here. I'm not done with Wang Kun yet." I defiantly challenged him. "Damn, I still owe you for the last incident. Are you itching for another fight?" Wang Kun jumped off the bench, striding towards me with a threatening demeanor. "What's the matter? Back off." Hong Weijun finally interjected. Wang Kun cast a glance at him, then at me, and had no choice but to retreat. "Sang Gu, stay with me. Do not wander elsewhere," I reiterated. Wang Kun paid me no heed. The bathroom once again became lively, filled with laughter and spirited conversations. Sang Hongfei, while massaging my shoulders, suddenly lowered his head and whispered, "You ought to take the money and leave. You should not linger here." Chapter 79. The Melancholy of Sang Hongfei indeed. Hong Weijun had previously presented me with two choices, to take the money and leave or to stay. Sang Hongfei was evidently referring to this matter. And my heart sank as I inquired why. "It's nothing. I simply believe that taking the money is the better option. The risks associated with staying are too numerous." He replied nonchalantly. "It's merely a suggestion. You needn't take it to heart. Decide for yourself." Sang Hongfei chuckled and continued to massage my back. For some inexplicable reason, I felt he harbored many untold stories, and I was inclined to engage him in conversation, yet he always evaded my inquiries. "All right." Sang Hongfei patted my back, signaling that I could rise. "Fij, let me return the favor and give you a massage," I said, standing up and rinsing the recliner with a basin of water. "There's no need. They'll take care of me shortly," he replied with a continued smile. "Come on, since you've done it for me. I should do the same for you. I'm not like some who think themselves the boss and treat others like subordinates," I quipped, playfully pushing Sang Hongfei onto the recliner. Wang Kun, lying nearby, wore an extremely unsightly expression. Had it not been for Hong Weijun's presence, he might have confronted me. Since the mention of Liang Yunja, Hong Weijun's mood had soured significantly, and he spoke little. "Li Hu, really, there's no need." Sang Hongfei lay awkwardly on the recliner. "It's all right. Brother Sang, though my skills may be lacking, I promise to give you a thorough scrub," I replied with a grin, donning the scrubbing towel and beginning to work on him. Thank you. Sang Hongfei appeared genuinely taken aback. "Is it really that surprising?" I pondered. After our baths, we ascended the stairs once more for face shaving, massages, and ear cleaning. At this juncture, I noticed Wei Liang and others calling out to Sang Hongfei, requesting cigarettes, fruit platters, and even water. Though we were in Sang Hongfei's domain, such tasks could easily be delegated to the staff. It seemed unnecessary to constantly trouble this Fij. Surprisingly, Sang Hongfei himself appeared unperturbed, bustling around with an eagerness akin to that of a junior. If just one or two individuals behaved this way, I might have scolded them, particularly Wang Kun, with whom I would dare to confront. However, since everyone acted similarly, I found myself at a loss for words, especially since Hong Weijun had remained silent. I had no right to admonish them. Observing Zeng Hongfei, who was busily attending to everyone, I felt increasingly perplexed and could not fathom the reason for his behavior. After a foot massage, we gathered in the leisure room to watch a movie. Zeng Hongfei continued to flit about, seemingly anxious not to neglect us, working harder than the servers, while the others regarded it as commonplace, showing no signs of surprise. I could no longer contain my curiosity. Seizing the opportunity during a trip to the restroom, I pulled Zeng Hongfei aside and said, "Feej, why do you cater to them? Isn't their staff for that? You're the boss, not a subordinate. You needn't indulge them." Zeng Hongfei, however, merely chuckled. "It's nothing. We're in my territory. Li Hu, just sit tight. I'll fetch you a cup of tea," he added, hurrying away. Watching his hurried retreat, I was left speechless. What a world we live in. Never mind. I decided to refrain from meddling further. I returned to the leisure room and reclined, the screen displaying a variety show that had everyone in fits of laughter. Suddenly, Hong Weijun approached me, a stack of documents in hand, and said, "Li Hu, as previously mentioned, once we deal with Hu and Han, I'll grant you 50% of the shares in the Firebar." Indeed, Hu and Han was not someone I had eliminated. If Hong Weijun attempted to renege, I would have no grounds for objection. Nevertheless, I understood his intent to reassure me. Following old Zhang's incident, he felt a tinge of unease and wished to placate me with a sweet offer. Feigning reluctance, I protested, claiming it was not my achievement, and ultimately accepted the documents. Scrutinizing the terms carefully, 50% of the shares in the Firebar was certainly appealing, yet I was wary of potential pitfalls, so I examined it with meticulous attention. At that moment, Zeng Hongfei returned, carrying a large teapot, bustling about to refill everyone's cups with great enthusiasm. "Darling," a soft voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the leisure room. Everyone turned to see a stunning woman in her 30s standing just outside. I was puzzled as to whose wife she might be when Zeng Hongfei stepped outside. "Fong Fong, you're here," he said softly, and the two disappeared from our sight, leaving me to wonder about the unexpected beauty accompanying him. It was Zeng Hongfei's wife. Given his seemingly simple demeanor, I had not anticipated him to be married to such a stunning woman. However, it made sense. Managing such a large bathing center must yield considerable profit. And with resources in hand, it was only natural for a man to attract a beautiful partner. Initially dismissing it, I casually glanced around and noticed subtle smiles among the others. What could they possibly be laughing at? "Li Hu, have you finished?" Hong Weijun's voice broke my contemplation. "Almost done," I replied hastily, feeling that my prolonged examination of the contract suggested distrust towards him. I quickened my pace while engaging him in conversation to distract him. "Brother Jun, are we targeting Liang Yunjia next?" As I spoke, I discreetly observed Hong Weijun's expression, which paled at the mention of Liang Yunjia. He replied softly, "No need. There's no conflict between us. He earns his money, and we earn ours." With those words, I could conclude that Hong Weijun indeed harbored fears concerning Liang Yunjia. Remarkably, it appeared that even Hong Weijun had someone he feared, piquing my curiosity about the 20-something Liang Yunjia. "Just take your time. If you find no issues, go ahead and sign. I'll rest in the adjoining room for a bit," Hong Weijun said, rising and exiting the leisure room. Continuing to peruse the contract, I found it generally sincere. The offer of 50% of the Firebar shares was enticing, though it contained minor issues, nothing too concerning. As I prepared to leave, intending to discuss the contract with Hong Weijun, I noticed a few private rooms outside the leisure area. Surely, he must be in one of them. I began checking each one until I discovered a partially ajar door, allowing me to glimpse Hong Weijun reclining on the bed. A woman was massaging him. It was Fong Fong. I was taken aback and stepped back, only to suddenly sense someone behind me. Whirling around, I found myself face to face with Zeng Hongfei. "You saw everything, didn't you?" he said with a wry smile. I was at a loss for words. "Now you understand why they look down on me and why I am able to manage the Huilong Bathing Center," Zeng Hongfei continued. His smile tinged with an indescribable sorrow and melancholy in his eyes. Chapter 80. Beware of discontent. I have come to a profound understanding. I found myself questioning how I had never heard of the tale of Zeng Hongfei, as if he had suddenly emerged as a formidable figure. Now, the root of it all has been unveiled. Fong Fong exchanged her own body to secure the position of manager at the Huilong bathhouse for him. I felt an urge to inquire how Zeng Hongfei could endure watching his wife being ravished by Hong Weijun, whether he truly remained indifferent. Yet, upon observing the despair and resignation in his eyes, I recognized his fear. fear of Hong Weijun. What other recourse did he have but to endure? In the future, you shall look down upon me, berating me as you please, shall you not? Zeng Hongfei forced a bitter smile and turned away. I yearned to assure him that I would never do such a thing, but those words felt utterly powerless and did not reflect my true sentiments. To be honest, I found myself looking down upon him. Had he been a man of any normalcy, he would likely have fought fiercely against Hong Weijun. Ultimately, I remained silent and returned to the lounge. Inside, Wang Kun and Long Long continued their irreverent chatter, likening Jun Gu to Chow Chow, reveling in the pursuit of married women. Others remarked on Fang Fang's allure, speculating that when Jun Gu grew disinterested, he might pass her on to another. I reclined on the sofa, contemplating how Zeng Hongfei had truly wasted his life. Indeed, it would have been better for him to perish in the bathhouse. After approximately half an hour, Hong Weijun returned, appearing invigorated, his visage aglow with vitality and a broad smile. Zeng Hongfei also reappeared, diligently attending to our needs. Yet I chose to disregard him, no longer addressing him as Feech. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome, displaying neither dejection nor lamentation, still warmly catering to everyone. Hong Weijun approached me, inquiring if I had finished reviewing the contract. I sat up and replied, Jungu, I have. But there are a few minor points I do not quite comprehend. I pointed out a few less conspicuous clauses in the contract, and Hong Weijun generously struck them through, allowing me to sign without hesitation. Do well, this is merely the beginning, he patted my shoulder. Indeed, it was just the beginning, I silently affirmed. After a night of revelry, everyone grew weary. Some retired to their rooms, while others headed home. I lay back in the lounge, watching television until sleep overtook me. I lost track of time until I awoke to find myself alone in the lounge. Checking my phone, I realized it was nearing noon. I rose and made my way outside, passing a private room where I heard faint sobs. Unable to resist, I peered through the door crack and discovered Fang Fang weeping, leaning against Zeng Hongfei's shoulder, stifling her cries. Zeng Hongfei held her tightly, silently shedding tears, repeatedly uttering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This scene ignited a surge of anger within me. I thought, what good does saying sorry do? If he were a real man, he would confront Hong Weijun. Living like a cowardly turtle was inexcusable. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard Zeng Hongfei grit his teeth and declare, I can't endure this any longer. I must confront Hong Weijun. I will kill him. He stood up and headed for the door, but Fang Fang grasped his arm, sobbing, Don't go. You cannot defeat him. Even if you kill him, what will become of me and the child? What about our parents? Zeng Hongfei fell silent for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Suddenly slapping his own face, powerless and filled with self-reproach, he lamented, I am useless. I am a coward. No, you are not a coward. I know you have sacrificed so much for this family, endured too much. Listen to me. Bear with it a little longer. He will soon tire of me. Fang Fang clutched Zeng Hongfei's head tightly. Now it was Zeng Hongfei who wept, resting against Fang Fang's chest like a child, his mouth agape in silent agony, tears streaming down his cheeks and into his mouth. He was clearly in great distress, yet no sound escaped him. Observing this pitiable and helpless couple, I suddenly realized that not everyone could be as unencumbered as I was. After all, my mother had died, my father had fled, I stood alone, ready to fight against the world. They had family, children, and unbreakable ties, making it impossible for them to risk everything in defiance of this world. The law is crafted for the honest. The more one adheres to the rules, the more one finds themselves constrained, while individuals like Hong Weijun have thrived throughout history. Contemplating the helplessness of ordinary people and the arrogance of lawbreakers, I couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Who? Zeng Hongfei, hearing the sound, rushed out. Li Hu. Upon seeing me, he wore an expression of surprise. Feej, I called out earnestly. At the sound of Feej, Zeng Hongfei visibly flinched. Despite being the eldest in Hong Weijun's crew, he commanded no respect. Feej, I've just woken up. I wanted to let you know I'm heading back. I acted as if I had seen nothing and turned to leave. Li Hu Zeng Hongfei suddenly called out to me. I turned back. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly gathering a great deal of resolve before finally saying, Junge thought you wouldn't make it out. He was prepared to hand over the Lihua bar to Long Long, but now that you're back, Long Long's aspirations have been dashed. He holds a grudge against you. So be cautious. That guy has a penchant for underhanded tactics. He holds a grudge against me. I have grievances against him. It was he who handed me the knife at Meiyuan Villa, although I knew it was undoubtedly arranged by Hong Weijun. I considered them cut from the same cloth. Bring it on. I fear Wang Kun. but Long Long is nothing to me. Regardless, Sang Hongfei genuinely wished me well. So I nodded and said, "Thank you, Feech." "It's nothing." Sang Hongfei nodded, his eyes revealing a plea. Clearly hoping I would not divulge what I had witnessed earlier to Hong Weijun. "Ah, Feech, I soaked my ear while showering this morning. And now I can't hear a thing. I need to head back and clean it out. I'll catch you later," I said, feigning ignorance as I walked away, using my pinky to scratch my ear. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Sang Hongfei exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. Upon returning home, the Fa Kai brothers were still fast asleep. This was the nature of night workers, starting their shifts in the afternoon after a long night. Last night, I had narrowly escaped death, yet Fa and Kai were completely oblivious, let alone Wu Fan and Dong Xing, who were perpetually busy serving drinks. I had no intention of sharing my experiences with them. After all, what purpose would it serve? It was all in the past. By evening, I arrived at the Lihua bar. After the usual meeting, I returned to my office and had barely settled in when Zhang Xiaobao burst in, anxiously exclaiming, "Tiger Gu, what is going on? I heard you were arrested last night." This fellow was quite well informed. I feigned calmness and replied, "It's nothing. It's all been resolved." Zhang Xiaobao pressed on, "What exactly happened? How did Hu Wenhan die? Did you have a hand in it?" The death of such a prominent figure as Hu Wenhan was bound to stir up quite a commotion. I couldn't help but chuckle, saying if I had killed him, would I still be sitting here unscathed? It was old Zhang, who used to deliver wine to us, who had slain Hu Wenhan. Zheng Xiaobao declared, "I know all that. I've heard it too, but everyone thinks there is something amiss. Many are convinced you did it, and that Jun Gu found a scapegoat for you." At this revelation, I realized the rumors had spiraled out of control. Even though the case had been solved, no one believed it. They all thought old Zhang was merely taking the fall, with the true culprit being me, and the stories had become increasingly extravagant, with figures of 50,000, 80,000, and even 200,000 being bandied about. Chapter 81. All hands on deck. The more I listened, the more absurd it seemed. How could I possibly have that much money? Zheng Xiaobao remarked that I did not. But Hong Weijun certainly did. Everyone claimed it was he who had cleaned up my mess. Brother Hu, is that true? I realized that the truth mattered little to them. Whatever aligned with their preconceived notions became their reality. Even if I denied it 1,000 times, they would remain unconvinced. Consequently, I decided it was futile to argue further, and simply stated, "Think what you wish." Zheng Xiaobao chuckled, asserting, "I knew it was you. Otherwise, how could Hong Weijun be giving you half the shares of the fire bar? Brother Hu, if my sister were still alive, she would be so pleased to see your success." Those words struck a painful chord within me. In all honesty, I did not view this as success. How many tears and blood had paved the way for it? After he left, I began pondering the matter of Hong Weijun. Wang Wei had urged me to cultivate a relationship with Song Xingwen, but I had recently quarreled with him, leaving little opportunity for reconciliation. Furthermore, I had no intention of pinning all my hopes on Song Xingwen. Even if Hong Weijun escaped legal repercussions, I would address him through my own means. Yet, given my current capabilities, matching him was indeed challenging. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly thought of Liang Yunze, that young man in his 20s who could instill fear in Hong Weijun. If I could leverage him, would it not simplify my endeavors against Hong Weijun? But how could I possibly connect with Liang Yunze? To my surprise, the opportunity soon presented itself. That afternoon, as I was preparing to head to the fire bar, Wu Fan called, saying trouble had arisen. As previously mentioned, they had been operating under the banner of Tiger Shushan Food Company, striving to expand their market. Besides supplying the fire bar, they had also reached out to numerous restaurants and KTVs. Though conflicts with other suppliers had occurred, they had managed to resolve them easily. So I had never inquired further. However, this time, 2 of their salespeople had been detained while attempting to procure goods from a local brewery in Tunmun. Upon hearing this, I asked, "How many people are involved?" Wu Fan replied, "Not many, just a dozen or so." I said, "Simple enough, send some of my people over." Wu Fan clarified, "You misunderstand. A dozen people is something Dong Xing and I can handle. We still have some funds to hire muscle if necessary." "What do you mean?" "Then?" I inquired. Wu Fan then spoke seriously, "The ones who detained our salespeople are under Liang Yunze. They haven't harmed anyone. Rather, they conveyed that if we abandon our supply on Dongmen Street, they will release them. Dong Xing wants to confront them directly, but I thought I should consult you first." Indeed, Liang Yunze was not to be trifled with. He was of the same caliber as Hong Weijun. Thus, Wu Fan sought my opinion, as I was a major shareholder in Tiger Shushan Food Company. Little did he know, I was elated upon hearing this news. I had been striving to incite enmity between Liang Yunze and Hong Weijun, and fortune had favored the prepared. I promptly told Wu Fan, "You need not concern yourself. I shall personally go to rescue them." Wu Fan expressed surprise. "You're going yourself? Isn't that unnecessary? The situation isn't dire." I affirmed, "Yes, I am going myself. You and Dongxing await my news." After hanging up, I rubbed my hands together, eager to take decisive action. This time, I was determined to ignite the feud between Liang Yunze and Hong Weijun. Let the conflict unfold, the fiercer the better. I quickly devised a plan. Contacting Zeng Xiaobao to bring Fa and Kai along, selecting several capable security personnel to change into civilian clothes in preparation for our departure. Subsequently, I called Wei Liang, Song Xingwen, and Sang Hongfei, instructing them to gather their respective groups at the entrance of Tunman. Wei Liang owed me a significant favor, so he did not hesitate. Song Xingwen, knowing I held leverage over him, complied as well. However, Sang Hongfei hesitated, being a bathhouse worker. He was not the type to charge into battle. Upon hearing there would only be a dozen opponents, and with Wei Liang and Song Xingwen by his side, he eventually agreed. For me, rescuing those two salespeople was a mere formality, yet my true intention was to entangle these brothers in the fray. Forcing Hong Weijun to confront Liang Yunze, he should see if he could abandon us all. Once my preparations were complete, I set out. Arriving at the bar's main hall where Zeng Xiaobao and the others were ready, Guo Wenpeng seemed to have lost his way, gazing at me with bleary eyes, asking, "Second brother, are we off to hunt the tiger?" I grasped his hand, replying, "Elder brother, wait until my return to deal with Pan Jinlian." A few days prior, I had spent 20,000 yuan on a second-hand van, which Zeng Xiaobao drove as we made our way to Tunman. Upon reaching the entrance, several other vans were already present. Wei Liang and Song Xingwen had both brought a solid contingent of over a dozen men, while Sang Hongfei was somewhat stingy, bringing only 6 or 7. Even so, I was satisfied and expressed my gratitude to the brothers. Wei Liang and Song Xingwen waved off my thanks, but Sang Hongfei muttered, "You'll need to reimburse these brothers for their travel expenses." Wei Liang shot him a glance, saying, "Old Sang, travel expenses are trivial. We are all brothers here, no need to be so formal." Sang Hongfei merely pouted, remaining silent. I understood his concerns. According to his plans with Fang Fang, he intended to eventually distance himself from Hong Weijun. Once he was no longer a manager, his income would undoubtedly plummet, so he aimed to save as much as possible. Thus, I reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Fei, travel expenses will be covered." Only then did Sang Hongfei nod. With our numbers totaling 30 to 40, dealing with a mere dozen would be effortless. I harbored a personal agenda, refraining from revealing that our adversaries were Liang Yunze's men. I instructed everyone to refrain from idle chatter once we entered. We would engage them directly, as their audacity to detain our people was utterly intolerable. Wei Liang boldly declared, "Of course, no need for your guidance. I'll handle them myself." He had long been grateful for my assistance regarding Zeng Tongtong and had been eager to repay me. Song Xingwen nodded in agreement, but Sang Hongfei cautioned, "Let us just retrieve the people. There is no need for violence. We live in a society governed by law, and causing injury can lead to imprisonment." Old Sang, you truly lack any grit. If that's your attitude, perhaps you should sit this one out. It's quite tiresome. Wei Liang retorted rather bluntly. Exactly. If you're not up for it, go home and tend to the kids. Zeng Xiaobao finally voiced his frustration at Sang Hongfei, who had been suppressing his thoughts. Fa exchanged glances with the Kai, who then raised his hands, displaying only his index and middle fingers as they moved towards Sang Hongfei. I quickly intercepted Kai, addressing Sang Hongfei, "Brother Fei, if you truly do not wish to fight, you can stand by and observe. I merely want to showcase our strength." It was one thing for brothers of the same rank to confront him, but now even my subordinates looked down upon him. Sang Hongfei's expression faltered, and he could only nod in agreement, saying, "Fine. Let us set forth then. Afterward, we'll celebrate at my place with 10 bottles of Ace of Spades." I proclaimed to the crowd. A cheer erupted in response. Soon, several vans set off, heading toward the brewery. Within minutes, we arrived at the brewery's entrance. The sky had darkened, yet the yard was ablaze with light as workers toiled diligently. The entrance was of a retractable design, allowing only a narrow passage for personnel. As our vehicles approached, a security guard dashed out from the gate, calling out, "Who goes there?"